Greetings and well met, one and all around the world. Welcome to another exciting day of Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's week 4 here, which means it's our first week of the round robin portion of the tournament. My favorite bit, where we get to really dive into seeing who is going to be our contender going through to the World Championships or through the playoffs at the end of the season, and which of our unlucky competitors will be facing down relegation towards Division B. And yesterday, Gia, was a great way to kick things off with some pretty spectacular matches.
Absolutely. Even though we had mostly Division B matches yesterday, doesn't mean that there was any lacking of action. There were so many crazy outcomes. I highly recommend checking out the VODs if you have time. But today will be mostly about Division A matches, with 4 of them for Division A and just the one at the end for Division B.
That's right. And we can take a look at the standings to see where our players are stacked up, who is mostly in Division A. Surrender and Blitzchung was the one match that we did get to see yesterday, with Surrender doing his classic thing, bringing the good decks, playing them extremely well for that matter. But as the other representatives, I believe all of whom we will see play today, Glory, the lone Japanese player in Division A, which, as I keep saying, is a far cry from what we saw last season. But for a lot of other players, it's a nice way to turn things around. Chonsu, Tom, Tyler, and newcomer Bank Yugi, and Dawn as well, right down towards relegation. It's a chance for a lot of our players who were in Division B last season to prove that they are in the best of APAC GM.
And on the other side of that coin, it is also very scary for those who were kind of resting on their laurels in Division A last season, but now ending up in Division B. Rivius definitely comes to mind along that list, and Possessi. However, Rivius and Flurry, who, along with Alan and Shaxi, actually did get wins yesterday, so they're in a very good space to just try and get out of those bottom 4 slots, which are in danger of relegation.
Whew, it's going to be scary, scary stuff. But let's take a look at the matches that we have coming up today. Again, mostly in Division A. We do have 5 matches coming up today and 4 tomorrow. As you can see there, only 3 of them are showing up, but we do, after Glory, Chonsu, Surrender, Bank Yugi, Tom, and Dawn, also have Blitzchung and Tyler, who I'm sure many of you will be excited to see, very popular streamer, and then Rivius and Alan as another one of our Division B matches to close things out. So it's going to be a great day of Hearthstone.
Absolutely. Every weekend you get to see the majority of the players in a region playing twice. So Surrender is one of those players who's going to be going for his second match, and Glory will be in the first match of the day, which I'm super excited to see because he is indeed the person that we sent through to the World Championship as he was the champion of last season.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the one of the Japanese practice group for whom things are actually working this season. For the other 2 representatives in Alutemu and Possessi, not looking quite so strong. So I'm very excited to see what about this metagame is working for him in particular. And speaking of the metagame that we are looking at the moment, it's a little bit different, I think, to what I would have expected going into this week. I was anticipating a little bit more Priest, I think it's fair to say. But the name of the game definitely feels like Warrior, Rogue, and Mage for the most part, with this not even being the full extent of the classes. These are just the individual archetypes within those classes.
That's right. Bomb Warrior making a resurgence is not too big of a surprise, but I'm also a little bit surprised to see Priest down so low. It could be that after these first few weeks where people thought it was a must-bring, where they thought it was the most powerful deck of the meta, I think as the lists for Tempo Mage and Burgle Rogue and even Druid got more refined, people were starting to find ways to kind of just get under the Priest removal and burst them out, because it does have weaknesses in terms of the removal and healing package.
Indeed. But as I was saying, Burgle Rogue being a very popular deck, and I think the highest individual win rate archetype that we have in GM so far this season. I'll have to double check that. But it is not the only Rogue archetype. Far from it. We have Weapon Rogue, and we also have Face Aggro Rogue that we are seeing today. It's a very different take on the archetype, it's got to be said. Going for a much more aggressive... Oh, sorry. We're taking a look at the Demon Hunter, actually. Indeed, not the Face Aggro Rogue, which is another archetype that I wanted to look at this point. As it's, I think, very uniquely well positioned in this current metagame. The overall power level is definitely not as high as the likes of Tempo Mage, Highlander Priest, but it is, I think, in a great spot to just go face and push in a lot of damage, which Tempo Mage and Burgle Rogue are very weak.
And also, as a side benefit, I would have to say, it's got a pretty good matchup against Zoo Warlock, which is another archetype that has seen pretty significant representation in APAC this week, even though it's not among the top 5 archetypes. This particular list from Glory is a bit closer to what we're seeing from the older days, I would say. None of the tech that you might see from other lists like Rivius with the Immolation Aura. However, it does have these double acidic swamp oozes, which really lends itself, I think, to Glory's strategy that we'll dive into a bit more later.
Yes, that's a great point. And I think even though it doesn't have the highest win rate overall for Demon Hunter, it's a very difficult deck to play, and as the playstyle gets more and more refined, we're going to see it slowly start to creep up in the win percentages as well, especially if we continue to see a lot of Mage and a lot of Rogue, because this is a matchup as playing both a lot of Mage and a lot of Rogue on ladder. I'm never especially happy to see a Demon Hunter, whether it be the Soul, slightly more control-y version, or the aggro variant that we have sometimes popping up here in GM. But with that out of the way, we're pretty much done here. A lot of great matches coming up in Division A. Any that you are especially looking forward to, Gia, that you want to highlight in today's broadcast?
I'm actually looking forward to the very last one of the day, the Division B match between Rivius and Allen. They are both already up 1-0, so whoever wins between them could have a very good shot of just cementing themselves in a similar position as Blitzchung did last season, which is just making sure that you have no chance of relegation.
Indeed. So before we get into that, we've got plenty more games to come first. And when we come back, we're going to kick things off with our second day of the week here in Hearthstone Grandmasters. Don't go anywhere.
없어요. 오늘의 운세라는 그런 항목을 한 번씩 찾아봅니다. 그래서 예전에 우승했을 때 그 운세가 굉장히 좋게 나왔어서 그 뒤로는 계속 대회 때마다 보는 습관이 생긴 것 같아요.
자고 일어난 다음에 한참 뒤에 게임하면은 약간 지는? 근데 뭐 그런 게 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 그랜드마스터 전에 한 1시간 전에 일어나가지고 준비해요.
I don't have any superstition because when first time I come to BlizzCon in 2014 and I come to the temple for victory, but I lose layer. So after that, I didn't come to any temple anymore. Yeah.
You're watching Hearthstone Grandmasters. Our first match of the day is about to get going. And as Gia so beautifully highlighted in our intro, it's going to be a great opportunity to see Glory in action. He was obviously one of the cornerstones of the strongest practice group, I think it's fair to say, that we had last season with all three of Glory, Possessi, and Alutemu. However, this season, something for Alutemu, as we saw from some pretty unfortunate outcomes yesterday, isn't working, along with Possessi also not having the best run of it, although very narrowly avoiding out on Division A for him. Something has to be going right here for Glory. And what are you thinking in terms of his lineup? Is there anything especially intriguing going on?
Definitely that Rogue catches my eye, the other deck that we could consider highlighting, because this is a less popular variant of Rogue, not just this week, but for the past few weeks indeed. Glory, however, I think in week 1 was one of the players to bring this more aggro stealth package Rogue with the Ashtongue Slayers, with the Burrowing Scorpids, and now with Infiltrator Lillian. It definitely can get under the skin of some of the slower decks in the meta, but it has less ability to answer or come back from removal, I would say, especially now that the field has priests that are running double Wild Pyromancer.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair to say, which is why I'm sure he'll be fairly happy that there is no priest on the other side. What there is there on the other side for Chonsu is a Bomb Warrior, which is kind of a rare sight to see not banned away at the moment, with Warrior definitely feeling like the premium ban, very strong against the aggro decks and having a lot of game against the control decks. But instead, Glory decided to ban away Chonsu's Mage which was a turtle mage, which I've got to be honest, I find pretty surprising. I felt like Glory actually had a decent time against the mage. The priest is bad, yes, I will grant you that. You are in a tough spot with Highlander priest against mage. But Demon Hunter, surely you can just kind of smack him in the face and they die. And the same applies with the aggro rogue as well.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising to me indeed. We didn't have all that much time to watch Turtle Mage in APAC because it had its very first debut yesterday.
Yeah.
And so the matchup spread is not something we can talk about with that much expertise. I will trust Glory to have, done the testing for himself. And it could very well be that he just sees this as the most threatening deck because I think that Glory's lineup is pretty well positioned to deal against Bomb Warrior anyway because he's running the double oozes in that Demon Hunter. He has the Ooze Sticky Finger package in Priest, and even this aggro rogue, surprisingly, can get the job done before Warrior can get together the Risky Skipper Armor Smith combo.
You know what else can get the job done? Chonsu in a hat. You've seen him with his regular power level, but never before with that quite impressive hat. Where did this come from?
I don't know, Derek, but I'm happy. I just could not stop smiling when I saw that on camera. I mean, a lot of people have been putting on some swag. I'm pretty sure Thai started the trend over in EU recently, so Chonsu following suit. You just gotta love the confidence.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Monsanto in Americas with his hat, Tice with his hat, and now Chonsu with his. I mean, I'm going to do it. I'm going to throw our producer under the bus. If you saw our intro where I called up the wrong deck, our producer was so distracted by the swag of Chonsu's hat, he literally could not load up the right deck. That's the power that this man is now wielding.
Well, it's a lot of power in the hat, but Glory's hand is quite something to behold. I saw Ooze and Sticky Finger in the opener. So it's looking scary for Chonsu, and already we have to talk about just how heavy he is leaning into the weapon package. Of course, the natural double wrench calibers are there, but the Horde Pillager is only one copy, so essentially 3 pieces of weapon removal are necessary from the priest. And we did see yesterday that if it's just 2, the warrior can still get there.
That is exactly right. The Horde Pillager makes all the difference because just 2 wrench calibers, already Glory has won the game, if that's the case. There is nothing that the deck can do to beat that, really, if both of those are destroyed. The real kicker, though, in this instance for me, is whether or not the Galakrond package is being run. And Chonsu is not running Galakrond in this deck, which is miles apart. After the weapons have been destroyed or stolen here by Glory, the follow-up will be significantly weaker from Chonsu because he is instead including cards like Evil Quartermaster for a bit more early game defensive maneuvers, which is terrible in this matchup, it's got to be said.
Yeah, that is right. Chonsu's list is tacked much more towards aggressive strategies, and already the Sticky Finger taken away that wrench caliber. And even though I did say initially that the priest would want 3 pieces of weapon removal ideally, that's only if the warrior actually manages to draw into the weapons consecutively. And we saw Chonsu only had the 1 wrench caliber from Corsair Cash. He doesn't have the second one, nor the Horde Pillager. Not that the Horde Pillager would even summon anything at this point.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that Chonsu at this point is already mauled as a hatter because this is going absolutely awful. Can it go any worse than this in the matchup?
I can't really imagine that much worse of a situation. Has just managed to curve out on top of putting together the weapon removal already. Chonsu forced to go for a Barov.
Yeah.
An impressive battle rage.
Draw a couple of cards. Again, what this all revolves around for Chonsu is finding the second wrench caliber, praying the weapon removal isn't there. When it is, in fact, there, it's about keeping on drawing and finding the Horde Pillager and praying that that is finally the weapon that does, in fact, stick.
It's really rough because even with that 1 bomb draw from Glory, that means Chonsu's Dr. Boom is not even active for the next turn. He could just try and stall with these double brawls in hand for a minion-based game plan, but I think we can get very comfortable in that instance and just refill with their other value-generating tools.
Keeping on with the tempo here as well. I think absolutely right. You know, this is what we see more from Druid, I think it's fair to say, than Priest against Warrior, but it's a very strong strategy. If they have to spend their mana on clearing your board instead of developing their weapons, they are not going to be getting anywhere near lethal.
Well, that's the second Corsair Cash for Chonsu now, but he is gonna get the bad news. about this ooze following up. And I don't know about you, but I'm feeling like the Mind Render Illusion will not even be necessary because Glory has been so far ahead. Yesterday we saw Alan trying to time it at the perfect spot to steal away possibly Blastmaster Boom from the other side, but it was just a little bit short.
Yeah, and I think for the moment, Glory can just quite happily not go for the Mind Render. This game plan is working at the moment. He doesn't need anything fancy thrown in there to potentially mess with his equations, because right now, he's got the ooze. The only thing that he is afraid of at all is the Horde Pillager. Maybe he'll go for the Mind Render next turn to try and draw it and snipe it, whatever. But for the moment, he's just happy.
Yeah, I also like this. Not getting carried away with overextending with the Karj and possibly Sethek, because Glory knows that this is more than enough pressure to put down Chonsu, and the wider he goes, the more likely Chonsu can get a good brawl out of it, and suddenly Glory's game plan is not completely destroyed, but delayed a little bit.
That's a reasonable draw there in terms of trying to get up the armor total to shield slam this Kronk, and at least buy him some breathing room, because that should be the last big threat for a while from Glory's Highlander Priest. It's not turn 9, so Dragon Queen Alexstrasza can't come down yet, and then he can Chonsu can reevaluate then. How does he turn this one around and give himself any chance of swinging it back?
Did he point this Ankar face? That's pretty interesting. I was definitely looking at starting with shield block, and then depending on what the draw is, he could go for like a mini skipper clear on the ooze and the Kronks, using the shield slam. But looking at it this way, I think Chonsu's gonna go for a brawl instead.
Yeah, I mean, he could still go face to draw the Horde Pillager, or try and draw it, and then shield block, trade, and shield slam, and just leave up the ooze.
I'll show you who's boss. On made to
Okay. That was a much more complex clear than I thought we would see, but it does get the job done, and the upside of saving the shield block, I suppose, is something of a surprise factor against Glory. Oh, Boom. Active for 2 bombs.
Glory does not see the pirate, so he doesn't know whether or not there's a Horde Pillager in hand at the moment that was drawn off of the Ankar. But, I mean, yeah, like you say, he's getting more and more information about what is there, and for the main point, he's also just killing his opponent very, very quickly.
Yep. Didn't have the second armor smith to make use of this.
So Bladestorm clears off some of the damage, but then there's no follow-up. No minions to go alongside Risky Skipper, apart from, I suppose, Blastmaster Boom, which doesn't sound all too impressive.
Yeah, it's looking like we're gonna see a brawl potentially.
made to fit.
At the very worst, well, if the brawl misses, he doesn't have enough mana to go Skipper plus Horde Pillager after, so at the very worst, it's a Bladestorm to clear off all the minions. Okay, so we'll just leave the Armor Smith up with Skipper Pillager, I see.
That feels pretty awful. Like, that's 3 armor that's being gained immediately, very possibly more to come thereafter. I suppose Brawl, if it survives, it's just a lot of mana expended on something that didn't really do all that much.
Everything did feel quite terrible there, but Chonsu just needed to make sure that he could survive past a potential apotheosis. There's a single bomb in Chonsu's deck, by my count.
Yes, I believe you're correct. Okay. Glory using that while he can to try and just finish off the game right now, because this weapon, despite, you know, it only being the last one that it's possible for Chonsu to get, it could be enough to get the job done this game.
Oh!
Or
Oh my
maybe
goodness,
not.
1 HP to work with. No way to gain armor outside of the hero power. And 2 boombots on the board.
So, if you go Deathwing Dragon Lord, there's too much attack on the board. You have to trade first. Hope it hits that. Okay, okay. He's possibly alive here.
Possibly. Where's this bomb going? Okay, 1 HP. Oh my goodness.
And so, obviously now it's turn 10. We are anticipating Mind Render into Blastmaster because he knows it to be in hand.
Indeed.
Unless he
You
thinks
would get-
tanking the 12 is too much.
Power interdict.
Well, he would just hand Chonsu Time Rip. So that's very...
I think it's more just the potential of dying, right? Like, clearing off the Blastmaster Boom, you really don't care about at all because they're so close to just dying.
I mean, he'll know whether they can kill you or not because you give them their hand. So on that situation, you're scared of Soul Mirror that Glory would give.
Well, I mean, I think what my point is that you're afraid of them hitting you in the face with the 12 attack Deathwing, swinging with the weapon,
But
and then you die
just
to
drop
bombs in a
bombs.
couple turns. Yeah.
True.
I mean, it wouldn't have been possible on that turn, though, right? Because he swaps decks. Well, I guess it would swap back at the start of his turn. It gets complicated very quickly, as always, with Mind Render.
Indeed. I think there's one bomb apiece in the deck right now. Obviously, Chonsu needs to deal with the Sethek because he can't armor out of range of it. So a Blade Storm plus a Brave Boom and just pray they
Yeah.
don't have Soul Mirror is that.
I definitely think it's time for a Brave Boom. You gotta go, right? This game is reaching its finish very quickly.
There's a small consideration for deliberately going for less caboose on the boom just to play around Soul Mirror. But I say that it sounds pretty awful.
It's just going with the
Well, instead of Blade Storm, I thought he was gonna Blade Storm to get. Obviously, it wouldn't work if the Sethek would survive if you had Arm board.
I mean, I think the main thing there for Chonsu is he's avoiding playing Blastmaster Boom at this point because he's on such a low health total that if Soul Mirror was played, he straight up loses the game. But the downside of that is if he doesn't play Blastmaster Boom, it just gets stolen by Mind Render, and then he dies to all the boom bots on the other side, for which Chonsu, Glory knows there is no answer, and he just draws the bomb anyway. That's going to be game one over. It was a delayed reaction from Chonsu to try and pull out a win of that game. But in the end, double weapon destruction, it's just too strong.
Got a little messy towards the end, as it always does with these crucial possible goals. But yeah, the early game from Glory was just too much to overcome. The Ooze and the Kobold Sticky Finger right there from the very beginning kind of just spells Glory, I think, is not afraid whatsoever to leave up Warrior. However, this is Conquest, so it's not like the Warrior, he'll never have to face it again. He'll have to run up into it most likely with one of the remaining decks.
Indeed, yeah. That's where things get a little bit scarier for Glory, because I think the rest of his archetypes start to fare a little bit worse against the warrior. The double weapon destruction priest is very, very nice. The double ooze in the demon hunter, though, of course, could help things. And I guess maybe the aggro rogue, he likes his shot against the warrior. I think that is a significantly worse deck against warrior than the weapon rogue is, which has the longevity that self-sharpening sword, or SSS, affords you in that matchup. But you can still very much get underneath all of their armor gain with the early stealth and aggression that you're throwing down. We'll have to see whether it is going to be the Demon Hunter or the Rogue that Glory wants to go for next, which he feels like his best chance of taking down the Warrior is. But before we find that out, we're going to go to a quick break. But when we come back, we're going to find out Glory versus Chonsu, who's going to get their first win of Division A on the table. You are watching Hearthstone Grandmasters here for the Asia Pacific region. We got Chonsu and Glory up now. Obviously, Glory is our representative already going through to the World Championships later this year. The kind of the culmination of each season of Grandmasters is we send one player per region through to the World Championships to happen at the end of the year, which means we get 6 players altogether from Grandmasters, then 2 from the Chinese internal system. Obviously, last year culminating in a victory for Lion, very historic and impressive victory, no doubt. And who knows how things are going to shake out this year. Maybe it is Glory's year to stamp his name in Hearthstone history at long last. But one player who's giving him a very good run for his money is Chonsu, who has, in his own right, been putting in a lot of work and showing some impressive results recently.
That's right. Chonsu tweeting out that his current practice group with Rivius and Dawn had produced them the best results in the previous week of Specialists. I think all 3 of them making it to the top 8 with Burgle Rogue, which is now one of the most brought archetypes in the field. So definitely kind of spearheading that development in the APAC meta. And Chonsu himself has been putting in some extremely impressive ladder results. I think he's among the most active in terms of just jamming hours on the ladder. Some people will argue that that doesn't necessarily translate into tournament results, but it does mean that he'll know how to play decks from his perspective inside and out.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of have personal experience with this. I socialize with some of the players a lot. A lot of them are currently trying to build their lineups for Masters Tour Montreal to be played next week. And, I can offer my help in terms of how I think decks should be played. But because I'm not a tournament player, I just play a lot on ladder, I have very little advice for how a cohesive lineup should be brought together and how your ban strategy should be working and things like that, which I think, is, as you say, a direct result of needing to not only play on ladder, but also go in practice games and sesh out these fake tournament matches that you can simulate.
And one of the decks that I don't see very often on ladder, but is now here appearing in the tournament format, is this aggro rogue from Glory, with the full stealth package now featuring Akama and Infiltrator Lillian. I think it's a slightly more refined version to 54, but already you're seeing the weakness to any whirlwind effect, essentially. Priest with Wild Pyro, Skipper from Chonsu, or even Mali Druids with Swipe.
Yeah, this is not it. This is not what you want to see. Having to spend a deadly poison to kill off an Armor Smith here is pretty devastating, but otherwise they're just going to gain way too much armor. It has to be done here for Glory. I will say, in top 5 moments last week or the week before, I can't remember, we did see Monsanto take a win with Aggro Rogue against a double Armor Smith risky skipper play from his opponent. He managed to take down both of them over the course of the game, but it's not easy. This is undeniably already an uphill climb for Glory.
Indeed. Glory's deck does one thing and one thing only, so you need to make sure that when you do have decisions, you absolutely nail them. And here is one that he makes right away. We could have seen double Spectral Delinquent come down, but he's prioritizing the Akama, despite having seen one skipper already. I would have to wager that he wants to save one as an activator for Hook Scimitar next turn.
Bladestorm getting interesting there. I mean, there's no Edwin in the deck, so Bladestorm is not going to be saved for a bigger single target minion. It's really just the fact that he knows with double Spectral Delinquent in hand that he's going to have cheap minions on the board with 1 health. So I actually do like holding onto the Bladestorm here and tanking the 3 damage.
Pretty crazy that he also just generated Kaki and has Lord Barov, so that's essentially 2 benefits if he needs them. But we're to the point of the game where Rogue at this point, it's kind of optimistic to assume that you get to stick any minion with 1 health for more than 1 attack. So Glory gonna be focusing the majority to the face. Infiltrator Lillian, a good minion on curve to follow up. But Glory, I feel, will need a secret passage to really get over the top here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. Well, I mean, Secret Passage, or I guess at some point in the game, Karma Prime, it's usually seen as a 3-4 with stealth with a downside, because the Karma Prime is just not a very good minion most of the time. But in this matchup, when you draw it off the top,
Oh my
it could
god!
actually just be insane! What?
Hello?
This is the first time I've ever seen a Karma Prime in a competitive Hearthstone game.
Me too! And Chonsu just used his Blade Storm.
And his Barov!
Okay, well now he's just trying to race Glory 3
Oh
bombs in
my
the deck.
god!
I guess that's where we're at now. This is the world we live in.
I mean, he's done more damage over the course of this game than Aggro
Yeah,
Rogue has.
It is
It's just
very
winning.
crazy. Glory can sap. Okay, Secret Passage. Can he put together 13 damage from 6 mana? It doesn't feel like it.
Evis, he's not even like Evis Ash Tongue is 11 damage. That's not there.
And he didn't sap first, so this boom is just sticking unless he wants to trade the Akama into it with the Ash Tongue, which
Yeah.
I guess that works. You get immune, but he's facing down so much damage on the other side, and if Chonsu can proc the bombs, then he's pretty much just dead.
Ash Tongue trade, and then I mean that is another thought, right? You could just try and keep everything stealthed so that he possibly
Deal
can't
with him.
clear
Can't-
anything.
Yeah, so he can't trade in the Barov, so are you supposed to just
Oh, you're
stab
just
your
dead.
own Ash Tongue, right? Or-
Yeah.
Too soon.
I mean, technically you're alive then if you kill off Boom, and you
Stab-
left.
What? Why stab Boom? Oh, is he just dumping it? Doesn't want to top deck it from Secret Passage?
I kind of feel like the play there was backstab your own Ash Tongue, or maybe.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Okay, well, that Akama just soaked so much from the immune, which is a pretty funny interaction, but Chonsu just has lethal Horde Pillager upgrade.
Oh
Cobalt
my god.
Lackey.
That's just it. 6 damage straight up, and Chonsu in a whirlwind of a game equalizes us at 1 game apiece. Even when drawn on curve against Bomb Warrior, Akama Prime was still not very good.
I mean, it did get a lot done. I would say if that came down the same time it did, but Chonsu didn't have the skipper early clear, then we could have been looking at a very different story. But again, you do have to be very optimistic that your stealth minions can deal that much damage. I wouldn't say it's very unlucky whatsoever that Chonsu had the answer to the double sneaky delinquent.
Yeah, that's where the game was really won. It was the combination of clearing the board and then having the perfect curve of Corsair Cash into the Wrench Caliber into a timely Blastmaster Boom for full activation onto the board. Super difficult to come back against that, even with the hyper-aggressive approach that Face Rogue does throw down. I think it does just... It shows what Bomb Warrior is, right? It's not a control archetype. It doesn't play for tempo necessarily in the early game against the aggro matchups, but its win condition isn't fatiguing. It's just killing your opponent on the backswing, and perfectly shown there by Chonsu with a strong backswing from Blastmaster Boom. And Aggro Rogue just not getting the job done at all against the Warrior there.
Indeed. Glory, he has another deck that's similar to Warrior, though, even though the Warrior was banned out in this Demon Hunter. At first, we were touting it as a control deck because it runs some control packages like Blade Dance, but the vast majority of the deck is damage that can be sent wherever you like, and a lot of the time it just stacks up to race against these aggro decks. It does
Yeah,
seem like Glory is
special.
going to go for another try on the aggro rogue up against Burgle Rogue, which I feel like on paper I would assume that the faster rogue would have the advantage.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Like, the extra removal tricks that Rogue can throw down with Vendetta in particular are not generally going to be well suited against Rogue, because there's 1 health guys that is going to go face a whole bunch. But they do struggle with reactivity. You know, for Chonsu, 1 decent spell off of Wand Thief, if he can get Ice Barrier, Arcane Explosion to clear off the board, or a big Edwin towards the start of the game, this can definitely go either way.
And if you just want to straight up compare the way that Rogue wins compared to Warrior, if these minions are small enough, like 1 HP, then Rogue's best way to get rid of them is generally Dagger. They want to do that. They want to just take the damage in the early game to try and set up for a late game swing. But if you take too much damage against aggro Rogue this early on, a lot of the time you won't have the time to actually put down a big threat. So we could be seeing just 6/6 Edwin come down right now instead of the Dagger up.
I'm a big fan of the 6/6 Edwin here. Like, even if they have Ash Tongue Slayer, they still have to trade in the other 2/1 here, right, to kill it off with the +3 damage. Like, it only attacks into 1 thing at a time, which is undeniably the downside. But I feel like with the follow-up of Shadow Jeweler +1/2 into Secret, chaining Secrets, the curve was just very smooth there for Chonsu. see.
Well, with the pickup of, I would assume, devolving missiles here, he
Yep.
does still have an activator on turn 4 for one of the 3 drops, because I assume this Hanar is just coming down as a decent shaped minion to answer to 2-1s, and so is the 1-2. Different line for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonable, right? Because if your Edwin is a trading stick, you've effectively made like a 3-6 there, because there's nothing bigger than 3 health in the deck, which makes it seem a lot less impressive, of course. And going wide is nice in its own right.
Indeed. Glory with a deep breath there. I'm not sure if he was happy or sad to see this. I mean, Burrowing Scorpion is a good on-curve play for the next turn, and he has Secret Passage, so I think it's a pretty good hand.
Yeah, Passage is the big kicker there. I think given that he's got a value-heavy hand, relatively speaking, for the aggro rogue, of course, he can afford to trade here. He wants to be locking down the board against his opponent, because just face damage here, I think, is probably not going to get it done in the face of Hanar Secrets.
And the downside of Chonsu's play of all the cheap stuff last turn is that this turn is very, very weak. He does have that Devolving Missile saved to combo out with either Miscreant or Edwin, but it's gonna be kinda scary if he doesn't hit the Burrowing Scorpion.
Okay. Goes with the snap Miscreant there. It was the potential for Burrowing Scorpion if he could have missed any of the tempo lackeys with Kobold and Goblin being the ones to hit, but he gets them. And is in a great spot because of that.
Oh! That's a draw. Goblin is insane. Funny thing is, though, he kind of wants to just dagger to get rid of this Miscreant and then play Ash Tongue.
I mean, I was saying he can't go for the raw damage approach. If he commits 12 to the face this turn, surely then you can.
Yeah, and thinking about it again, he knows that he gave Chonsu a Burrowing Scorpid, so it doesn't matter whether or not he gets rid of the Miscreant. There will be an answer in hand from Chonsu, so I definitely like just committing all the damage. Rogue cannot heal. Best they can do is try and discover Ice Barrier.
Yep, lucky.
Or put a taunt
Trying
in the
to
way.
find Titanic is a big deal here.
I mean, Glory can get rid of the Miscreant, but that's 4. That's not going to the face. Sap! Okay, so if you just go Sap, Sinister Strike, Passage, you have 2 more mana to work with, and Eviscerate is 1 short of lethal. So maybe just save the Sinister Strike. Just go Sap, Passage.
I think he's just going to go
Oh,
for
he's
Wake
saving the
for
Passage
instead.
altogether. Okay.
Yeah. It's interesting, right?
This
because
allows him to just pick up double Evis or Evis Sinister Strike on the next turn.
Right,
It doesn't play around second taunt, but I think on average it works out a little bit better.
Speaking of second taunt, though, Shadow Step there is ready to come down on, obviously, the Titanic Lackey to buff up Edwin, Questing Adventurer, whatever he wants to make nice and big, and then taunt up. It's a huge deal.
Yep. Questing will end up with more health than the Miscreant, so we'll get the taunt. But Glory has so much time, right? Even if he doesn't hit the lethal this turn, Chonsu is not representing lethal for another few turns.
Yeah, so many ways to get over the top of taunts. Doesn't even need to deal with it necessarily. He's got a Vis, Burrowing Scorpid, Sinister Strike, Sap as well, just to clear it off straight away.
Even if he doesn't get it, there's just Sneaky Delinquent Greyheart Sage to draw more, but there's the Sap, and second Evis, and the Aggro Rogue does outpace the Burgle Rogue.
Yeah, tough choice there at the start for Chonsu as to whether he goes for the Edwin or goes a little bit wider with Hanar and the 1-1. Upon closer inspection, I am actually, I think, a bigger fan of his line than I originally thought. At first, I was just thinking, you know, Edwin, you throw it down and you can counter pressure, very possibly. But with just a 6-6 in play, it's probably not quite enough to go for the counter pressure lethal approach. You're still relying instead on clearing the board. And so because of that, just going wide, I think is good recognition from Chonsu, even if the Edwin didn't even come down at all that game.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. If the Hanar did manage to get a couple value trades and stick for a bit longer, that also could have been really huge because he could put secrets in the way, Noble Sacrifice, Ice Barrier could have made a huge difference at any point there towards the end. But I do think on average that the Burgle Rogue is very well positioned to just beat down any of the slightly greedier rogue archetypes. It does mean now, however, that Glory only has his Demon Hunter to win with, sorry, Priest, Is this a bit of a bug that we're seeing?
I think no, he won with the
Yep.
priest in game 1, right? So he's got Demon Hunter,
Oh, that's my
just a Demon
mistake, yeah.
Hunter left.
Mm.
Yes. In order to take a win with, which is, I think, a pretty good deck to have left. You know, against the Zoo in particular, left from Chonsu, I think it could be in a great spot to take that win because we saw that matchup yesterday going a lot closer than we thought it would. But the combination of Zoo dealing damage to itself and Demon Hunter dealing damage to the Zoo generally equals a dead Warlock.
Yes, you do it a lot of the time, but there are situations where when the Zoo player is extremely seasoned and knows exactly how much damage they can take, Tom6029229 always comes to mind when I talk about players who know
Mm.
how loosely they can play with their health total. Sometimes they can get down the Flesh Giants at right at the nick of time and pull back the game in a single turn. But yeah, Flesh Giant is indeed a key card in this matchup.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, you know, I was saying it yesterday. I think that what Demon Hunter struggles to is the big minions. Blade Dance is the way to clear it off, and they struggle to consistently get it down. But what they also struggle to deal with is the perfect starting hand. Tour Guide on 1. Although I guess maybe you go for the Spirit Jailer and just save the Tour Guide. But the point is, the Merchant discards the Hand of Gul'dan, and then you pop off.
It's interesting, right? So upside of Tour Guide on 1 obviously is because you have your turn 2 locked up. It means that if you draw Dark Flare off of the Hand of Gul'dan or your natural draws by then you can just go Dark Flare tap immediately and potentially pop off from there. But if you're talking about Glory's on average best turn 1 play, which is a Spirit Jailer, obviously you don't want to feed your 1/1 to the 1/3. But if you think about Zoo's overall win condition, which is not really caring so much about taking all the best value. Oh no! Oh no!
Did
Yikes.
Chonsu not realize that that was going to happen? It looked like he didn't realize. I've got to be honest.
I don't know.
He played
There's
it
definitely
so
reason for
fast.
still just ripping it, though. It could be that he's just
yeah.
seen that situation before.
It's definitely not strictly wrong at all. Having 2 giants is pretty good. But what I will say is, I think on that turn, I would have probably gone tap Jailer and try and tap my way down to having a cheaper giant than 6 mana, because this is now looking quite a lot scarier for Chonsu.
That's really rough. I definitely would agree with the idea of if you're going to be multiplying the giants, you want to fit in the tap every single turn, which means that if you draw the second Merchant or the Nightshade Matrons, then you have a better chance of, or rather, you get to sooner guarantee that you discard Hand of Gul'dan. And now we're seeing Chonsu multiplying even more giants. Okay.
Well, it's consistent, if nothing else. You know, I think that time he was undeniably aware, and very possibly the first time as well. But it doesn't mean he needs to find another discard effect if he wants to get rid of these Hands of Gul'dan.
We could just be seeing an alternate game plan where he doesn't even draw and just plays out cards on curve. I mean, the Shadow Light looking pretty fine this turn.
That's true.
Gets rid of the ooze.
Forbidden ritual.
Uh-oh. What?
His deck is
How come
taunting
this
him.
Zoo hand costs so much?
I mean, it kind of costs so much, and at the same time, it kind of costs 0 if the hand plays correctly.
Okay, a Raise Dead off the top could drastically change the story here. Glory, you've not even talked about his turn so far because it's been business as usual. Just remove, stay on board. He hasn't had a great window to play the Shard Shatter Mystic because he's been ahead on board this whole time.
Yeah, I mean, the only talking points here are like whether he could have just gone face there instead, because you do want to be playing pretty aggressively for face damage in the matchup and allowing your Shard Shatter and Blade Dance to clear off the minions afterwards. But I imagine that's what he'll transition over to. I mean, even here, literally just Twin Slice plus Blade Dance is pretty insane.
Or ignore it all.
Or
Because with
even
this Marrow
better.
Slice top deck, he is just rushing down Chonsu, has Glaive Bound and Twin Slice for... And Chonsu has no defense. Needs to hit a taunt.
He's just dying. Straight up. That's the tap. Yikes.
No soul fragments picked up. That is a disaster. For Chonsu, he's just praying that there's somehow no damage in Glory's hand and you put down a Flesh Giant here, but it is so likely that you're dead.
that game was like the uncanny valley of Hearthstone. Like that was so nearly a Hearthstone game, but at the same time, it's so much more unsettling because it just wasn't. Like, what actually happened here?
The handoff, I mean, the Flesh Giant off the top just ruined Chansu's entire plan. I also wonder whether or not it was intentional, because I think if he was absolutely sure that he was going to discard Flesh Giant, then you do go for the tap there and go for the
Yeah.
discounts as soon as possible. Because we could have seen, if that tap came down sooner, potentially a Flesh Giant on one turn earlier. Maybe it would have made a little bit of a difference. In the end, Glory's hand had all of the damage. So big yikes how that turned out.
Yeah, it's kind of what you expect from Demon Hunter, but I will say at the same time, it was the dream hand, right? He got one drop, a bunch, two drops to populate the board, then he got the damage to follow up there afterwards. There's very little that Zoo can do against that, even if they do draw the really, really good starting hands, which obviously Chonsu did not quite get a hold of with the Giant, coming off the top at the worst possible moment. But while you and I were perplexed as to what happened, or I suppose I, more so than other casters maybe, were perplexed by what was happening there, we did see Glory giving us the thumbs up, the kind of the signature Japanese trademark at this point of winning a Hearthstone game, and clearly very relieved, very, very excited. Because at this point for him, he's already going through to the World Championships, but there's pride on the line at this point. He's gone from being amongst the best of company with Possessi and Alotemu right up at the top to having a so-so performance through the Swiss, pretty decent but nothing insane, and now needing to turn things around and do a good job again in Division A to prove that he's still up at the top.
Yeah, and no better way to do it than to beat Chonsu in his first round, I would say, because Chonsu is the player that you and I were touting as the one to watch this season, alongside maybe Alers. And Chonsu definitely looked very comfortable, even bringing a hat on the stream. So for Glory, that is a big relief off his chest. For Chonsu, though, it's going to be a bit stressful coming back in loss at that beginning, because I don't know about you, Derek, but if I'm going to come on stream with some flashy, I don't want to start it off with a loss.
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassing way to go. I mean, maybe it was a consolation hat to comfort him in the case of a loss rather than a bragging hat in the case of a win. But either way, with that out of the way, Zoo being played from Chonsu there in a slightly weird way, but one player who I'm sure would have plenty to say about that Zoo play is Tom60229, coming up next against Bank Yugi here. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Surrender up against Bank Yugi. I cannot follow a column there. Take us through this
That's all
instead,
right.
Gia.
Because Surrender also has Zoo, so don't worry about it.
It still works.
Indeed. The build, though, is a little bit different. Surrender is running the one Soul Shear list alongside one Brittlebone Destroyer, which is probably a card that goes in there in place of Diseased Vulture most of the time. I will say, Derek, out of the few Zoo games that we've had on stream so far, that was the second time we've seen Flesh Giant top deck with Merchant and Hand
That's
of
right.
Gul'dan already ready to go. I don't know if Alutamu's curse is spreading or not, but for Surrender's sake, I hope that he dodges and misfortune.
As do I. Fairly standard stuff here from Surrender, the only difference being omitting Mage, I think it's fair to say, which most players have been swearing by, be it Tempo, be it the Tempo Mage, the Turtle Mage, or in fact Highlander Mage, which seems to be the signature deck of Bank Yugi here. Very, very opposite side of the spectrum from Surrender, both in terms of the archetypes being brought with the Weapon Rogue, the Highlander Mage, kind of old school, I think it's fair to say at this point in the Scholarman's Academy metagame. And also on the other side of the spectrum from Surrender in terms of tournament pedigree, in terms of recognition within the APAC scene. Because Surrender is really as high as you can fly. Outside of winning the World Championship like Tom60229 as our one former champion here in APAC, there's really nothing left, I think, for Surrender to put his name on in terms of earning any more respect within the Hearthstone scene. Whereas Bank Yugi is a newcomer, a real unknown entity coming into this season of Grandmasters.
And despite being a newcomer, he did leave his mark very, very prominently as early as week one, taking the entire championship and also making it to Division A. Pretty consistent so far, alongside consistently bringing this Highlander Mage. When week one, we were saying that we felt it was kind of a bad bring and maybe it didn't quite perform so well. But in Specialist Week in particular, I was a fan of it because it seems to have a pretty good matchup against Priest. However, when we look at the lineups and the choice of ban, it does kind of feel like this is not week 4 because it's similar to what we were seeing in last Hero Standing and even
Yeah.
in Conquest week 1, where it's mutual warrior bans and people kind of sticking to what their pet decks are. And I think it's fair to say that Surrender is a big fan of Druid consistently.
Yeah, he's really been flying the flag of Druid, and I think it's something that we can expect to see carrying on as the metagame develops. Again, we are expecting a wave of balance changes come Tuesday, I believe, when the patch is going to go live. Obviously, plenty of stuff happening in Scholarman's Academy at the moment, changes to Battlegrounds and Standard, new single-player content coming. But what it means is a lot of classes are being nerfed. Druid is not one of them, however. Overgrowth untouched, Guardian Animals untouched, Kael'thas still knocking about there despite having been nerfed twice at this point in some of these Druid decks. And I think it is, despite not the highest Brawl archetype or even the highest win rate archetype and losing respect amongst some of the pros, I think it's still a very strong deck and will continue to be represented, especially in Apex.
And I love that you bring up Kael'thas because Surrender is the one who's consistently been playing Kael'thas with or without the nerfs. We've seen other Druid players like Tyler move away from the Kael'thas list. We've seen players just put in the Mount Sellers there, but Surrender is very much sticking to his guns. And in terms of new additions to the deck, it's just the Broomstick, if you can even call it new by this point. So I think that Surrender maybe is even similar to what we were seeing from Team Japan last season, where they were kind of the only ones bringing Druid every single week, but they had the results to back it up. So you can't quite question why they're doing something that's a bit different from the rest of the field.
Yeah, and it's a very surrender approach. You know, we're talking about just bringing the best decks, playing them very well. I liked a lot of what I've seen from his Druid. Obviously, the early game more or less speaks for itself the vast majority of the time. But even then, having said that, you know, there were mulligan decisions that were pretty difficult for him yesterday. We're looking at Speaker Gidra almost being kept in the mulligan with an overgrowth, which I'm sure many people would argue he was incorrect to mulligan away. And I hope to see good stuff from him with the decks today. Also got obviously the rogue, the miracle secret burgle rogue, whatever you want to call it, but with 2 intrepid initiates thrown in there, which yesterday on its own almost single-handedly won him the matchup with just attacking for 3 damage every turn.
Yeah, some innovation there from Surrender, which is, when Surrender is doing something you don't see very often, then you know that he is extremely confident in it because we're used to seeing somewhat cookie cutter lineups from Surrender, but also just piloted to the very optimal level. The fact that he's bringing Zoo also, I think, just speaks volumes for how much people's respect for Zoo has gone up, possibly in response to Viper's win with it in the Specialist Week of Europe, and also just Tom putting in consistently good results because Tom was the only one bringing it in APAC in the earlier weeks and has had top 8s to kind of support that.
Yeah, it's been a strong performance consistently from Surrender. I will say I made a promise on Twitter when I said that I liked that Surrender was the first to put Intrepid Initiates in his deck. I was accosted by Argentinian Hearthstone Twitter. So here you go, Joaquin Fari. He was apparently the first person to put it in this rogue deck. So there's your shout out, buddy. He was the first one to put it in. I mean, I don't know if it's like a Leibniz-Newton situation where Surrender and him both created it at the same time coincidentally, although I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of angry tweets about that for its own sake. But I think it's still a very good addition to the deck. Taking a slightly more aggressive approach, for me at least, is I think what the Rogue has been missing, considering it tends to focus on value that little bit too much. We are going to get into game as soon as possible here. I think we generally have to take a little moment to wrangle Bank Yugi down to his computer whenever we're starting these games. But the other thing that I want to get your opinion on, Gia, before we finally start, is again this Priest deck from Bank Yugi, which is not the Highlander variant that is we usually see, but instead a slightly more control variant with just the straight up Galakron build.
That's right. It's also different to what we were seeing from Rivius. I think it's fair to call this an actual Galakron priest because it's running Disciples of Galakron in there. And however, that's the only invoke card, and it's not even running the Fate Weavers, which were considered previously one of the strongest cards in Galakron Warlock whatsoever. I still think it's fair to call it more heavily focused on value because you tend to expect that you can raise dead the Disciples of Galakron. So there are instances where you can get Galakron pretty consistently up to around tier 2. I think that this deck is definitely brought with more of the aggressive matchups in mind when we talk about rogue matchup, even though the Burgle Rogues can put together some value. They are generally very focused on trying to all in on a questing and an Edwin, and if the priest can hit a single Shadow Word Death or a single Steal effect, they can turn the game on its head. So I think that this priest definitely has a place in the meta. I prefer personally Highlander priest, but so far I've been liking what players like Rivius have shown with this variant.
Well, we'll have to see if it can get the job done. Apologies to Bank Yuhi. I incorrectly blamed him for being the one delaying us here. It's Surrender all along. I've been telling you, man. He's nefarious. Not only does he take pleasure in ruining his opponent's games of Hearthstone with his good play, he takes pleasure in delaying us and make us talk stone. So while we try and find him, we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be the old guard of Surrender up against the new guard of Bank Yugi. And we'll be continuing this series right after this. We appear to have finally found Surrender, which means we're ready to jump into our game. Surrender and Bank Yugi is going to be the next game here. We all, I think, pretty much expected Surrender to be up in Division A, and it was guaranteed, of course, when he got his victory over week 2, I believe. Bank Yugi, on the other hand, getting his victory in week 1 of the Swiss was a pretty big upset, and so already facing the likes of Surrender is, I think it's fair to say, even for him, he would admit, is kind of an uphill climb. This is extreme pedigree he's facing against.
And even without thinking about reputations and pedigree, if you just lined up all of these classes, I do also feel like Bank Yugi would be kind of unfavored because Highlander Mage, I keep talking about the reason for bringing this deck is because it's got a good matchup against Priest. Well, Surrender doesn't have a Priest altogether. What he does have is a Zoo, which is very, very aggressive, and it's going to be queued up right now against Bank Yugi's Weapon Rogue.
Yeah, this one could be really interesting because Weapon Rogue, primarily for me, at least the builds that I like of the deck, is a deck that likes to go face a lot. You don't really like trading with your weapon very much at all because you take a lot of damage and you don't kill your opponent quickly enough. But if played in a certain way, Zoo can actually go pretty wide on the board. It can still play like old school Zoo, even if the general approach you're going for is more of a combo-oriented one now.
Indeed. And the mulligan for Bank Yugi, I have to say, is interesting right off the bat because backstab, you do want to keep that against aggressive matchups, and Grey Heart Sage pretty much in every matchup, but keeping them to kind of weakens your chance of actually hitting a stealth minion on turn 1, which is what justifies playing Grey Heart or keeping Grey Heart Sage.
I mean, I've got to say, I totally trust your mulligan guide on Mull It Over with respect to Greyheart Sage. And the data does back it up, but I'm still just shocked that Greyheart Sage is a snap keep. When I was playing a bit more of the Weapon Rogue back towards the start of Scholarman's, it was not a snap keep for me at all.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was not till I asked a lot of people and watched a lot of games that I've seen why it's kept so often. But it's not just the one-drop stealths. There are also sneaky delinquents in the deck, and that will definitely make Bank Yugi's life a lot easier.
Oh yeah, super easy curve. Now you can just leave this stealth for as long as you want. There's basically no way that the Warlock can deal with it.
Yeah. No way to interact, but Surrender's opener is looking pretty spicy already. Dark Flare can come down and gain the 2 mana back because of that preloaded tour guide discount and play the Canrathad. This is not the most insane pop-off, but it is tons of stats on the board and more than enough to make a rogue have a bad day.
It's a pretty good pop-off, and that Spirit Jailer was like the best card he could draw because it's playable now and it activates his Shadow Light for the following turn. This is all of a sudden looking very, very juicy.
Yep, I was gonna say not the most insane until I saw the free demon that came right off the tap as well. And even then, it's not the most insane. Have you seen what you've drawn with this Zoo deck, Derek?
Well, I mean, this is Surrender we're talking about. You know, we can't all be Derek Browns here.
Okay, fair enough. Oh!
Oi,
Guaranteed
oi,
get
oi.
back the Dark Glare as well now. But does he even need to? This is just such a clean Shadow Light turn and call it a day.
So that's the only minion that's died, right? Because the tour guide was played first. So yeah, you just chill, right? Yeah, you could even go for just Raise Dead into Brittlebone next turn if a big minion is played. It looks super clean.
Yep. Not a big minion, but that is the biggest weapon. However, it looks far too slow for Bank Yugi. Can start to pop off next turn because the Sharpening Sword will go up to 2 attack, and then he can bring it up to 3 with the Captain's Greenskin 4 after the attack, so the 2 Dread Corsairs will be free.
I mean, I'm seeing a pretty clean line right here. You take the 2 perfect minions that you res that work together perfectly.
Uh-huh.
So many possibilities.
And you start scamming a lot.
Yep. I mean, there's a lot of scam on both sides here. You know, the self-sharpening sword is, again, what unlocks the deck for Bank Yugi. And next turn, with Greenskin's swing, he can get down both Dread Corsairs at the same time and start representing some real counter pressure. So it's not over at all for Surrender quite yet. He's pulling into a great spot here. He can get more soul fragments in the deck to try and heal up. But there's still strong counterplay for Bank Yugi next turn.
I was looking and talking about the Greenskin line, but there's also Volpera line, which means he can one-shot down the Dark Glare immediately and also play the Spectral Delinquent double taunt. I just am concerned about whether that's going to be fast enough, because if you just take down the Dark Glare, there's still so much damage staring you down on the other side.
This is a super cool line from Surrender I wasn't really thinking about, where instead of going Tour Guide tap, he goes tap Tour Guide, because there are very few 3-drops that he could utilize that mana perfectly on. And if he'd got a 1-drop, he could still play it. This is a very, very good line. I like it a lot.
A small optimization, which sometimes makes the biggest difference, which is what we consistently see from Surrender. That's why he just puts up these good results time and time again. But this is Bank Yugi's big push back onto the board. Immediately, the 2 Corsairs are already just dead to the 2-3 attack minions, but his weapon is now getting to a relatively scary size, so maybe Steel Dancer producing a taunt can pull him back. However, Surrender can just put down Flesh Giant.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because tap Giant is strong, but tap Brittlebone to like clear off some of these minions is also fairly powerful, and you could try and get an even cheaper Giant later on.
Yep, starting with the tap there because no Dark Glare to take advantage of. I think we just put down the Giant. It looked very powerful here.
Trade. It does mean that he can't kill off the 3/3, sadly enough. Sorry, the Volpera Toxin Blade, I should say, which is a pretty big deal. You know, that means that your board is a lot more squishy, and also your health total is a lot more squishy.
Alright. It's a very defensive line while still maintaining board presence, so I guess I can see the reasoning being that Surrender doesn't want to get randomly scammed by just either taunts or charge minions generated by a potential Steel Dancer. As for the burst that Bank Yugi is running, there's 2 Eviscerates naturally in the deck, but of course, no Sinister Strike.
He was thinking about it. That was really close to being a face play. And, you know, I could understand why the Toxic Blade does only put it up to 5, which, you know, 3 attacks still kills everything on his side of the board.
And the side effect of Surrender just going wide and preserving his smaller minions is that this Jandis looks very lackluster. No matter what type of minion came out of it. Except Raz, I suppose.
Yeah, Raz and, like, Abomination, maybe you were looking at as a decent outcome to try and mop this up.
Yugi can't afford to take any more damage because there was just 9 staring down on the other side of the board, so he will just straight away try not to die to a single Soulfire.
Oh, wow. So, Raise Dead, obviously, if it gets Dark Glare, we're looking at this being absolutely insane on this turn.
Uh-huh. There it is.
So Dark Glare tap gets him up to 5, mana again, and he could then play the Brittlebone to kill off the 5/5. But he's, I think, going to be looking for any opportunity he can get to get down the Giant on this turn now.
Right, so if it's Flame Imp off the top, that's a huge deal. That's a huge deal, but probably not this turn. Or, okay, this turn, because if he just hits Soulfire or Flame Imp, then it could just be,
Oh my
if not
God.
lethal, he gets to do everything he wants to do.
Yeah, he missed out on the Soul Fragments, which was the really scary bit, because now he's kind of looking at taking too much damage here, especially if he can't clear the board. But with Flame Imp, Nightshade Matron, whatever he wants to go for, it's an easy peasy clear.
Yep, indeed. And he does hit a Soul Fragment now because that Flesh Giant is green. Close to ideal, if not the ideal sequence of things from Surrender, just maximizing every last second of the rope.
Super clean. I think that was a really nice decision at the end there. The Matron trading off, even though you're getting less on board, I think was so worth it for the potential of Giant and Soul Fragments.
Okay, outs for Bank Yugi. He has 4. If you go Secret Passage, you can hit double Evis and double Deadly Poison? Exactly.
Okay, and he hasn't played any of either of those, right? So it's possible to hit that?
I think so.
Uh-huh.
I think if you go start with the Toxin Blade, you don't leave yourself enough mana to actually win the game. You could start with Sap and try to hit Backstab and Sap off of this.
Yeah, like, just clearing off the Giant and the Flame Imp isn't enough, though, is the annoying thing. You need to clear off something extra, and even then you're still vulnerable to Soulfire, or the Soul Shard, or the Shadow Light Scholar, sorry.
Really rough. I think with this much time remaining, you just rip the passage, and it's near impossible to put together the perfect out. Double Abyss? Okay. Oh, this was extremely close. It's one off.
Oh my god. 1 damage off lethal!
Oh my goodness.
If the Soul Fragment hadn't come off the top, Surrender was dead.
That's correct. That is crazy how close this got.
He hit 3 out of the 4 exactly for outs. Disgusting.
Okay, I think Surrender might have had a minor heart attack there. He kind of racked his brain for, oh, did I need to take that last 2 damage? But in the end, he does put together an insurmountable board state. Oh my goodness, you cannot underestimate how much damage this rogue can pull out of nowhere.
And I think, you know, the point there is that one should not underestimate. I think Surrender particularly did have that in mind. He was, over the course of the game, really not tanking that much damage, it's got to be said. He was taking just enough to activate the Flesh Giants. He was able to get it down at the end. He got them cheap enough so that he could discard the Hand of Gul'dan's, which was a big deal. But for the most part, he was just tempoing out with his minions, getting them down, playing out the Canrathad to tempo out the Spirit Jailer, the Shadow Light Scholar, and just play kind of classic Zoo, which is exactly what I was talking about. Get down these powerful minions, go wide, which the Rogue, really struggles to deal with, because that weapon really wants to go face every turn, or you're going to be dying way too quickly. A complicated game, and I'm sure Bank Yugi will be kicking himself and trying to come up with any way that he could have squeaked out that 1 extra point of damage, even though it's almost impossible to figure out all the different combinations that can be gone for there over the course of the game. Either way, we're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, we're going to see if Bank Yugi can turn this one around with his wacky lineup, the Weapon Rogue, the Highlander Mage. It's a very Bank Yugi style of play, but will it get there? We'll find out. This is Surrender up against Bank Yugi. As I was saying at the start, two very, very different players and a close game nonetheless between them. Surrender making some very, very cool plays along the way with his Zoo Warlock, and it really is the small differences that end up making the difference overall. Tap Tour Guide or Tour Guide tap, however you want to go about it. Surrender generally finds the best way to go about it. But now, Gia, it's going to be a different approach for him as he is lining up the Druid, which is almost becoming his signature deck at this point, especially with the Kael'thas version he seems to adore.
Yeah, and it definitely seems like it's been a while since we've seen Druid line up into any rogue that isn't Burgle. And when we take Edwin and questing out of the equation, I definitely think Druid has a lot of a better shot. That's not to say that the weapon rogue can't develop any significant minions, though, because a well-timed Steel Dancer can be a little bit more than Druid can overcome.
Mm.
But just thinking about how Druid already naturally runs the double Teacher's Pet and the Iron Barks, and the fact that Bank Yugi only has one sap, overall, I would put the favor in the Druid side.
I think I would agree with you there. The weapons, the minions that are coming down in the early game, I find are generally not quite strong enough to win the game in their own right. But what they can do is at the very least help you to get to that threshold where you are threatening lethal over the top of the taunts. That's where you want to get to, in my opinion. You throw down the tempo in the early game and you get them down to, between 8 to 5 health, I find a lot of the time. And then you throw the eviscerates at them to try and close out the game. Or, as you said, huge steel dances, if you find self-sharpening sword in time, can also be more than good enough to take the win there, especially given that Bank Yugi has a super weapon-heavy class of the build with Captain Greenskin, Dr. Krastinov to buff up the weapons as much as possible. The interesting thing, however, is that with all those weapon buffs, he's not running any of the hooked scimitars, which are often used as a backup in case you miss out on the self-sharpening sword.
That's right. I've gotten kind of used to seeing one hooked scimitar
Yeah.
run in there, but obviously it doesn't hold a candle to the self-sharpening sword because uh, on paper the hooked scimitar just has 2 charges, same as your regular dagger. So you can't actually get extra damage off of a
Mm.
single deadly poison. It's just that your damage comes out in sooner bursts and it stacks for better steel dancer slash cutting classes. My big problem, I suppose, with this matchup from the rogue side is that if you are trying to bank on Steel Dancer as your best mid-game win condition, it often lines up into the turn where Druid's already putting down Guardian Animals, because when they have 7 mana, you probably have 4 or 5. And this opener from Surrender is pretty nuts. I'm glad I asked him for Druid Mulligan advice.
There has to be a Korean Twitter account that's just like Surrender's face reacting to different things, because like the subtle blink that we get when he draws the absolute stone cold nuts off the Druid starting hand is, I want that as my screensaver on my phone, I've got to say.
To be fair, Bank Yugi's hand also has some pretty powerful synergy, Spy Mistress, and of course Triple S in the opener. Kind of warrants keeping Steel Dancer even, or perhaps cutting class if you want to time it. So Mistress is turn 1, coin self-sharpening I would assume is the turn 2. So by turn 3 you can just play a pretty cheap cutting class. Bank Yugi's gonna look for Greyheart Sage instead and gets it.
Yeah, I've got to say, I was very much considering that as a full keep. You obviously want either Deadly Poison or the Volpira Toxin Blade to really make that hand pop. But it was already doing powerful stuff. I guess Bank Yugi relying more on the super early stealth package to try and squeak in that damage at the start of the game.
Yeah, and aside the Dread Corsair is very significant too. I think that's one of the few minions with relatively sturdy health total that comes down before Guardian Animals is too scary of a threat.
Love this pick from Surrender as well. I think that Partner Assignment, while not an especially powerful card, just being used here to get a guaranteed play on 2 and 3 before you go for the Overgrowth is super powerful.
Yeah, even though there is certain situations where you would rather... What was that expression? It was like, please.
Buff.
Dude, please. Yeah, even though there's certain situations where you want to just save the discount from the nature studies for Overgrowth, it lines up such that you would have a dead turn before Guardian Animals anyway if you played Overgrowth on turn 3. So I much prefer just going for this guaranteed turn 2, turn 3 into Overgrowth, into GA plan.
I know he's turning his nose up at this, but Desert Hair it's not bad, right? In this instance, like obviously when you get it off of You generally only see it anymore when it comes off of Exotic Mount Seller, but for 3/1/1s against Stealth Rogue, it's alright.
Indeed. Thank you, Gi. Pretty easy self-sharpening coined out here. It's a question of whether you want to unstealth this, because there's potential of just skipping out on Greyheart stage.
Yeah.
This hand synergizes well. He can just go Volpera Dread Corsair the next turn into Captain Greenskin, and sometimes you do just get the extra 3 damage in with that. So ultimately, he's leaving himself more options by keeping the stealth. Hello.
Like,
I think you passed the Greyheart Sage
yeah,
this turn.
you just
I
do
want
this
2
now, right?
3/3s.
Yeah.
3 3/3s on the board. Yeah.
Throw that down. You can leave it stealthed again if you want. You know, this doesn't have to attack still. And then fill your dead turn 4 with Greyheart draw 2.
A little something I whipped up.
And I think it's fine to attack with it also, just because it's going to be hiding behind 2 taunts. And even if it does get cleared, you just have Greenskin pretty soon. Oh, wait, sorry. That's not next turn.
Right, I mean, there's 1 dead turn in the middle, but it's, I mean, honestly, it's approaching the point where I would swap 2 cards for 3 damage to the face.
Right. That's a great way of putting it. Surrender. Hated to see that. These hairs can deal with a single Corsair. And despite us saying that this was the absolute nuts draw from Surrender, this might be one of the combinations that actually puts Bank Yugi in the lead.
Very possibly will. More weapon buffs coming down, both rushing and non-rushing variants. And it's looking super rough already for Surrender.
Yep, and I would like to see this Greyheart Sage just come down as a 3/3. Yep.
I mean, I think in almost every instance, positioning doesn't matter there, because if they have Guardian Animals, they can use the non-Thresher version, the non-Thresher minion to kill off the 3/3 and then kill off the rest of the Thresher. But
Agreed. Oh, hitting this Iron Bark is so huge for Surrender, but he doesn't want to use it on either of these minions.
no,
But he has to, otherwise he's dead.
he is just dead on board. And he's still just dead. Dr. Krastenov rushing in.
Yeah. He wasn't dead on board, but yeah, many draws from Bank Yugi could have just locked this up.
Yeah, nicely done there by Bank Yugi. I think a very, very nice start there. The only really interesting decision for me was, I guess, whether you attack with the Spy Mistress leading into turn 4. But really, it was the mulligan there, which he decided to go for a much more minion-based approach, I think, at the start there. I imagine he was trying to find any of his stealth 1-drops, sneaky delinquent, as you said, Greyheart Sage as well, in order to keep the draw high. And, you know, I do think that Steel Dancer, when you have it with the self-sharpening sword, is generally pretty good. But if he did miss out on the weapon buffs, that's probably only summoning him a 3-drop, I think it's fair to say, off of the Steel Dancer. So I'm not 100% convinced, but I think there's strong reasoning behind Bank Yugi's mulligan, which means it can never be that bad.
Yeah, I mean, I was hashing out the curve again in my head, which it would have been if he just kept that, the Spy Mistress on 1 into coin the self-sharpening sword, and then there's a dead turn before you play
Yeah.
Steel Dancer, where I was assuming that dead turn was decent to play cut in class, but a lot of the time decent won't cut it against Druid. I think it's very valid to say that even if you do get down a decent sized Steel Dancer, it's that 1 or 2 turns a little bit too late because it needs to line up against Guardian Animals. So it's better to look for smaller minions that can get 1 or 2 attacks in before they get traded off. That's exactly what happened, and Bank Yugi manages to even up the series.
Well, Warlock won on one side for Surrender. Rogue has taken a win on the other. It's kind of the weird deck so far that have taken the win now, with the Weapon Rogue and the Zoo Warlock on the other side having taken a win. Still the Mage, the Highlander Mage, yet to come through for Bank Yugi, which is not going to be lining up quite yet, because instead it's going to be the Galakron Control Priest, which, I mean, even as the words left my mouth, I still feel is somewhat of a misnomer, because the more and more I see this deck, the more I realize it's just a tempo deck that runs Galakron and can shift over to a value game plan if you need to.
Yes, it's true. Because you're running the double Disciples and double Cleric of Scales, you actually have a pretty solid early game package. 2-drop is just Pyro, yes, but you're running these Raised Deads to kind of give you redundancy with these 1-drops, and a lot of the time you can go wide enough to ensure that at least 1 minion sticks for Apotheosis, and if that happens, it can just lock out the game against slower matchups. Lining up against the Rogue from Surrender because he has switched off the Druid is a very big deal too, because I think Druid has a much better chance against this Priest.
Does feel that way, doesn't it? I think it's it's comparable enough when you're going for the Highlander Priest or the regular Priest up against Druid. I would even argue that the Highlander Priest might be in a better spot because you have the chance to hit Zephrys Raise Dead, ramp up to your big threats, and then try and slam down on Alexstrasza. But on the other hand, you have the potential for Cabal Acolyte stealing more consistently to get some of those big minions that they're summoning off of Guardian animals or buffing up for that matter with Survival of the Fittest. But before we're seeing the Priest versus Druid potentially, it's going to be Priest versus Rogue, which, again, I hear a lot of differing opinions depending on which side of the matchup players tend to play.
That's true. When we look at how the particular rogue from Surrender is built, he has gone for a bit more of an aggressive package with the double Intrepid Initiates in there. And his secrets are 2 ambush, 2 dirty tricks, 1 plagiarize. What he's cutting is the vendettas, which means that you're a little bit less all in on the Edwin and questing turns. And I think against Priest, you can't underestimate the value of just a free way to remove one of their minions, one of their potential apotheosis targets. Flesh Giant.
I mean, that's
Pretty interesting
pretty...
with the Raise Dead.
Yeah, you got Raise Dead. I mean, I'm sure there's a pretty high chance that you get something good off of the Spellkin that will heal you in some way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, can pick up another Raise Dead if you just want to go for the most 1-drops ever. But, I mean, given that the Rogue is on coin, I wouldn't fault him for taking a safe Shadow Word Death here.
Yeah, it's close though, right? Because if you go Raise Dead and your Cleric of Scales dies, you just res it, and then you can find whatever you need yet again.
True.
I think I like the use of the Raise Dead there, just to make sure that you can, for the entire game, find whatever you need from your deck. But it's definitely not terrible to just take the safe Shadow of Death, as you said.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he at the very least has the first Raise Dead to guaranteed pretty much get back the Cleric of Scales, because I fully expect Surrender to be trading off this Cleric here and potentially playing out Miscreant.
Mm-hmm.
Just so rough that he doesn't have one of the big payoff cards, because otherwise this hand is so nuts.
I mean, that's my thinking here, is he doesn't have the good cards yet, so do we just play dirty tricks? I know it's low tempo, and you're kind of leaving yourself vulnerable to, again, the high tempo plays from your opponent. But you've got to find something good here. You know, this at the moment is not winning the game.
Doesn't feel great. I think the thinking here is to just try and hit Faceless Lackey or even Draconic into a better play for the next couple turns. Surrender knows that if he falls too far behind on board, then yeah, Apotheosis starts getting a bit scary. Can't even mess with his health total aside from Raise Dead for 1 minion.
It's not the worst ever. You know, if you really need to find a particular spell, we'd probably do just see Renew on this turn and save it.
Whispers?
I kind of
These
think...
are all so low value.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wave of Apathy is just the best card there. Like, without even getting too much into combos or anything, it's just good to have.
Yeah, maybe I am tunnel visioning a bit on Bank Yugi trying to be the aggressor here, but he is decently positioned to just try and answer potential Edwin or questing that comes down over the next couple turns and stall out.
Surrender just keeping up, you know, just waiting until he does find those power cards. I mean, there's a lot of good draws in his deck. There's obviously, as you said, questing and Edwin, which is always what you want to be hitting to try and put on some real threats. Jandis would be pretty good at this point with Shadow Step in hand. Obviously, Secret Passage would be huge as well.
Thy blood be born again.
And the first Raise Dead gets activated. Okay. That's just a decent shaped board. If he plays that down, ends up with a 3-4 and a 2-2.
Yeah, looking at getting value traded, of course, is the downside. But he has so much stuff in his hand. Like, he's not running out of value for ages. So I do like just getting it on the board. Again, if the rogue is spending their mana clearing your board, you're a happy chappy.
Also not a big deal if the Miscreant goes in the 2-2. Bank Yugi can potentially answer with a Wild Pyro turn. I was looking at potentially just backstab Restless Mummy. Especially since Surrender's not running Vendetta, there's less reason to hold on to class cards from other classes.
Yeah, I mean, he can still follow up with this, right? Like, he has the ability here to
Oh.
clear the board fairly easily.
Or
Sure.
okay, not this turn, I guess, but that potion is looking very juicy with another Miscreant possibly re-entering the hand. Ethereal Lackey.
Yeah, I mean, if this board sticks, I think you're taking a pretty happy Potion of Illusion there. Huge amount of value to be generated.
On wings of destruction.
From Bank Yugi's perspective, there wasn't the cleanest way to get rid of that board until he picked up his penance. So now he can just go Pyro Penance and leave a 1/1 stunner.
Good point. Pretty clean clear. Yeah, I think you just take it. It looks very, very strong to me. He has plenty of value to follow up. Even if a big minion is generated, he's got Shadow of Death. If a big board comes down, he's got Wave of Apathy. I just don't think the other cards in his hand are super necessary at this point. Apotheosis isn't needed because he's not dying.
Yeah, there's always that temptation to go for the flashy combo of Pyro Apo, but it does mean that this current turn is a lot weaker. And also, you spend 5 mana on that when you really want to spend 5 mana on Cobalt Spellkin. He's going to go for the greedy line, and that's exactly what Surrender wants. He's going to get a mega potion turn now.
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't get much in the way of value, but you know what? Just a Disciple of Galakron, which will give him nothing, actually, right? Because he doesn't have a Galakron.
Yeah,
yeah, okay. At first I was going to say Priest Minions, then I was going to say Lackeys because it's Rogue, and then I realized I think it's actually just nothing that he gets there. So that is pretty bad.
It is taking up space in hand, but I think you can clear up enough if you just go stab first, then you can prep the potion.
Be born again.
And this way, he is not gonna go for potion. This looks like a premium potion. I think he has to take it before any chance of Breath of the Infinite / Pyro removing essentially all of the value he has.
Yeah, like just trade in what you don't want, or just go prep potion. You know that doesn't sound terrible at all. I think like obviously potion can be good when used later on, but he doesn't have the draw to get there. He needs to be making sure he's spending his mana. This is what I always talk about with Tempo Mage or Tempo Rogue, is what you're spending your mana on isn't the most important thing, as long as you're spending it all every turn.
Indeed. And now he's just getting rid of the 2 lowest value cards and just saying, this is a very wimpy board, but when added together, it's a threat. So Bank Yugi absolutely has to clear it, in which case Surrender starts to respond with his second Miscreant. But this is looking like a very powerful Pyro Apo.
Pyro, Avocado, and then I guess just follow up with Dragon Studies to play it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
How many
my
Spellkins do you even need at this point?
Probably just the best
Isn't
as
it
well.
insane?
Yeah. I think I like it. You could just start playing one each turn and play both the spells. It really doesn't matter what they do.
Yeah. Like, by this point, you're happy to just play Inner Fires as +2 attack on your Spellkins. I'm very hesitant about Chrono Breaker because it can be stepped back. And it's a very, very flimsy AoE setup against Rogue.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I was going to say he's seen one Blackjack Stunner, but it's back in hand already because of the Potion of Illusion. In the end, though, he's going with Deathwing. I guess probably thinking like 10, 15 turns down the line, if it ever gets there, as his last-ditch approach to win the game.
I don't know. I feel like he's in the position where he's the one who's never gonna run out of cards, so you don't want to play Deathwing.
Yeah.
If this were reversed and Surrender had to pick among those 3 options, I heavily would have considered Deathwing.
Well, I mean, it's not so much that he's going to run out of cards. It's that he's going to run out of cards that actually answer the board, I guess, would be the thinking. So, like,
Sure.
he could have a bunch of 1-mana spells or whatever in his hand and then just get rid of them with Deathwing. And if that's the last thing, then it just wins.
So this is more of like a panic button instead of taking even more
Yes.
value, which is fair when you already have double Spellkins in hand.
Oh, it's so much value. It's so much value here for Surrender.
For Surrender? For Bank Yugi?
I mean, on both
this.
sides, look at all this value.
I don't know, Miscreants, if they whiff on the Draconic Lackeys, suddenly there's not very much value for Surrender.
Very fair point. But all, you know, even with like Ethereal Lackey, all it takes is, you know, what, a Togwaggle
Another
scheme
potion.
to shuffle in one of the big
Yeah.
ones. Another potion, yeah, of course.
True. Oh, okay. Now we're talking.
So
He has just seen a Shadow Word Death.
start with Ethereal to find Shadow Step, I guess.
Sure. I also like possibly fitting in one Thief this turn.
Okay, yeah. He's got no secret to step the 3/5. It's okay. He might discover one.
This.
Could be.
Well, that's actually a secret, so
Yeah.
that's pretty good, right? He can just bounce the Cobalt and delete it from Bank Yugi's hand. Not
Yeah.
delete, sorry. He'll go up to 10. He'll overdraw.
Take an overdraw, take a big tempo swing, and obviously get a reasonably sized Edwin on the same turn. I like it.
The only downside is he can't fit in the Witchy Lackey as well, which I was thinking about as a
Good point.
cross on the Miscreant. But I think the potential upside of this is too big.
It's interesting though, right? Because this board does not necessarily warrant an Edwin. He's very scared of Soul Mirror here. You know, it's very reasonable to say, I just pray you don't have it. But his follow-up, if there is a Soul Mirror, is not that powerful, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it's not a lot of attack that he's putting on the board.
That's why I was saying Surrender's hand didn't actually have that much value.
That's fair, yeah.
But if we're always talking about playing around Soul Mirror, we've been through this 100 times, right? It's always gonna be a threat from here on out.
Yeah.
So might as well play down the Edwin on the turn where Bank Yugi's had the least chances to draw into the Soul Mirror.
Yeah, my thought process was just that, like, if he plays Witchy Lackey here on the Miscreant, he already makes a fairly large board. And if that baits
Okay.
out the Soul Mirror, then you go for the Edwin. But I guess he can just do it the other way around. He can Witchy Lackey his Miscreant next turn, and it's fine.
Yeah, potentially. Well, Bank Yugi racking his brain if there's any way he can try to get more out of his Soul Mirror, and he can just delay this board with Wave of Apathy.
Yeah, he doesn't know the secret yet, and it was generated, but there's nothing that can stop Soul Mirror from going off. It's just giving your opponent a Soul Mirror or two cards that you're afraid of.
Wave of Apathy plus Skeletal Dragon was the other line here, I suppose. But because this was a discovered secret, the ambush Lackey was, the ambush 2-3 was potentially scary. Snap Jandis from Surrender.
Ooh. This could be a pretty big board. Teacher's Pet is nice. Upgrading with Witchy Lackey to a 6-drop on Jandis is also pretty big.
Yup. Big value.
Yeah, I think I definitely like making the Apothecary the illusioned one, especially because it can be stolen quite easily as well.
And Surrender just pushing as far as he can onto the board because this is the post-Soul Mirror turn. Bank Yugi is running one Plague of Death
Right.
only in the list.
But I mean, again, like you've got to start pushing some kind of big damage on the board. So I like the all-in push here from Surrender.
It's just that if you spread out the threats to play around the one of Plague of Death, then you're suddenly playing into Pyro outs or just Wave of
Yes.
Apathy stall into giving them more time to get Plague of Death. So at some point, the rogue has to just say, I'm all in. Do you have it or do you not? Where Death kills the 5/5.
Yeah, I mean, probably looking at a Wave of Apathy on this turn, right, instead, and then just try and delay the game. Because, I mean, what he really wanted here, I think it's fair to say, was Plague of Death in order to Wave of Apathy this turn and then Plague next turn to clear things up. But he doesn't actually have an answer to this board as it currently stands.
Yep. Well, there's Deathwing next turn.
What?
But
Okay.
that's not going to happen. He has too much in hand. I think you're perfectly fine going Skeletal Dragon Wave this turn. It's just a question of how you want to follow up. Apotheosis is potentially pretty tempting because if you play down the wave, you don't expect all of your minions to get cleared. And again, I guess this is the safest option.
Yeah, he can next turn go like Shadow at Death and then try and mop up all the other minions with his minions in play.
You know what I want to see? I still want to see Bankyugi play the Deathwing because I think he can maneuver it after he's seen potentially Surrender play the Soul Mirror. That the Deathwing does just win him the game, even though he wastes a lot of value. It would be so funny. But anyway, there's potential here for Surrender to steal the Skeletal Dragon with Soul Mirror, and that could make all the difference in terms of a value game.
True. I think gonna try and
Not the
find
greatest Soul Mirror though.
Yeah, looking for a secret first, I think, to try and activate the Blackjack Stunner, which he could still do from the magic trick, but there is the safe, decent option of just Polymorph to get rid of it right away, which does also, as a side benefit, mess with Raised Dead.
And very crucially allows Surrender to push little bits of damage every single turn. This is somewhat similar to how we saw Alutemu meet a very untimely loss as Priest despite having value for days. It's just that every turn the opponent can put together a little bit of damage and then suddenly if they've discovered some burst or generated it through box, you don't have the time to play out all of that value.
Yeah, I mean, it's Priest functioning kind of as Priest should, where when the deck is ahead on board, it's just unbelievably powerful. If you can get that Cabal Acolyte Wave of Apathy combo in the early game, then the whole deck is insane. You just heal up your minions, snipe off whatever they throw down. When it's behind, it does start to get a little bit more shaky. Soul Mirror down, one Plague of Death, still yet to be found in the deck. It can be close.
And you were talking about how the Polymorph messes with Raised Dead. Potentially, I mean, he's not going to trade it off first here, but the Katrina Muerte is also a very real possibility here. Bankyugi looking to go with the Flesh Giant instead here. Okay, hits Renew, that's pretty good. Pop another Apo. I mean, he does need to stick an Apo target soon. I don't think it has to be this turn because he has the benefit of board locking Surrender somewhat. So he's not likely to die. But yeah, if Bankyugi didn't actually heal in some way, this could have just been death by 1,000 cuts. So
trade with the two lackeys into the Spellkin is kind of where my head is leading towards, and then I guess trade into the two 1/1s with whatever minions you like, and then Soul Mirror just to clear them up. Or I guess in slightly different order because you could get yourself a healthy Spellkin alongside that.
Yeah, I like that idea.
So I guess trade both the lackeys into
Alternatively,
1/1s.
he could just go for a questing turn and just ignore this giant. He does have this Teacher's Pet, but it seems quite risky. I like the idea of fully clearing up Bankyugi's board, maintaining that little chip damage every single turn, because so far Surrender has stayed ahead because of it.
Soul Mirror? I mean,
there's no time now. Oh, questing Soul Mirror.
Okay, questing Soul Mirror. This is fine. I mean, I still have the suspicion that there was a better way to go about that, where you could get yourself a 3/2 Spellkin to go alongside that as well if you traded your two 1/1s into their two 1/1s at the start of the turn. But that's not even necessarily better. Like, he's running into board space issues quite consistently here.
It was definitely difficult to optimize, and Surrender managed to complete the turn anyway and spend all his mana, so we can revisit that at a different time. Right now, it's looking Bankyugi, another wave delay is possible, but after that, there's still no Plague in hand.
Yeah, Surrender kind of can't believe it. That's like how many Wave of Apathies? Is that the fourth one, the fifth one that he's seen at this point? Like, let him attack! Let him use his minions!
This is Priest era. You're not allowed to have fun.
Well, we'll see who's having fun next week when this only summons a 2-4 instead of a 2-6.
Oh, the Abyss pickup is huge. He gets to deal
That's
with the
huge.
questing now.
That's absolutely
Oh,
huge.
Surrender. Yeah, I'm just waiting for that Twitter account of Surrender React.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, you know, it's still a value-heavy hand. I'm perfectly happy just seeing Bank Yugi throw out his cards quite liberally.
Indeed. He's setting up for the Deathwing, man. Like Illusia, but you don't get any cards. You just lose all your cards.
Okay, that's a pretty good draw. Plenty of ways to spend his mana now, which makes things very difficult for Bank Yugi. You know, if we're looking at if he can generate a counter spell, all of a sudden Plague of Death doesn't become an out.
And he can step this Miscreant if he wants.
What does he
Counter
even
spell,
take it, though?
huge.
I guess it's probably just the best. Like, Dirty Tricks, you don't have enough cards left in your deck now for that to really be good. Pack Tactics is like, you know, you can summon another Teacher's Pet, which is pretty good, I guess.
I mean, by the point Priest can start attacking with something, it probably has Apo and you're probably losing. So I definitely like Counterspell.
Yeah, I like it a lot. He can still go 1-cost Secret, 2-cost Secret to follow up if he wants to as well.
Plagiarize is interesting. Even if you net one card, that's value.
It's fair. It's fair. I was kind of looking at just taking Repentance because it was one of the better Paladin secrets that you could get your hands on. But having seen it now, Redemption specifically to hit the Teacher's Pet could be huge as well next turn.
Stepping the Hinara is a cool line as well because
Very cool.
he just ends with another secret and gets all of the value on another turn of the secret train, which is definitely going to be more value on average than a single Miscreant. But Bank Yugi has the Apo now, doesn't know what the Mage secret is, so we're looking at a very scary Spellbender opportunity. I mean, he can test for CS first, and then he'll get the news.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine for him. Then no more Mage secrets, so these spells can do as they please.
A simple spell.
So there's 3 Paladin once he's testing for Repentance with a minion played first. And okay, knows about Ambush now, which is annoying. But as long as he get in the 8 heal from Apo, I think he's fine. So you probably start off with the 5/5 into the 4/4. Redemption, potentially an annoyance, but
Yeah, that's
gotta
the really
heal
annoying
something.
one. Okay, that plus attack isn't... Oh, that plus health isn't terrible. He can still chew through it. The problem is, of course, the Redemption, which means he can't get to the Poisonous minion, which means he can chew through this 8/5. Bloated Python, literally always the beast that's summoned, it seems.
yup.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Those
We
are
might
good
see
cards.
the Deathwing this game.
Like, that was just a good plagiarize. Cobalt Spellkin and
Yeah.
Apotheosis are huge.
It was insane. And now Surrender doesn't have to go for a Hanar train again. I definitely am interested in getting down this Apo for Surrender.
So how does he go about it? Obviously, Poisonous can be used if nothing better is found in order to clear off the Cabal Acolyte. But it could just be Hanar Secret and then step it with the Blackjack Stunner is also something to heavily consider.
It's scary to give that spell burst back, but I mean,
That's
not
fair.
only
That's fair.
are you removing the lifesteal from the board, it means that you get to clear it without healing Bank Yugi, so that might just be worth it. Surrender gonna go for the secret train instead. Another
Big stuff.
plagiarize.
Big chunky secrets here. Netherwind Portal for a nice 4-drop as well. Almost certainly going to come down. Okay, now I like plagiarize.
Uh-huh. This is such a treat to watch. It's so rare that we get to see the Rogue played for maximum value like this.
true.
Not that it's gonna be a fatigue game plan because Surrender's drawn much more with Secret Passage, but it's enough value generated over the course of several turns that Bank Yugi had to use his resources not in the optimal efficiency.
I mean, it's just such a gorgeous approach. I really love to see it from Surrender. Like, at multiple points across the game, like a proactive Shadow Step on his Miscreant to guarantee himself the ability to play it again. Prep into Potion to get him more lackeys to see himself out through the mid game. Stepping the Hanar proactively as well in order to guarantee him more secrets next turn. It's exactly what I talked about. Just make sure you can spend your mana, and eventually the priest will show signs of weakness, and then you go for the throw.
Because even though priests can generate a bunch of things, a lot of the time it's stuff that they can't all play at the same time. This Katrina, this Ysera, priests were ahead, it would be game ending, but Surrender has never left a window for that. Now Bank Yugi tested for counterspell once again. He has Holy Ripple to survive for a bit, and potentially the Cabal Acolyte can steal 5. That'd be huge.
Yeah, he could go like Cabal Acolyte and then snipe off the 1/1 with Penance to give himself a... Or I guess snipe
Snipes
the
the
Hanar.
Hanar.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but he's going for it mega defensively. You know what? This looks like Deathwing next turn. It might get played.
So wait, now Surrender has his own Cabal Acolyte that he
Oh
can
my
use
God,
to
you're
just
right.
steal right back. He has too
Correct.
much value this game. Oh
And he
my god.
Also has Dragon with Cleric.
Oh my god.
Probably don't want to do that. I think you rip an Apotheosis here, one way or another.
Okay.
He's just has to figure out how he can maximize damage to face on top of that. And take note, this is the second Noble stack that he has in hand, which Bank Yugi did not proc. So there's no secret train possibility here.
Unless he discovers a secret here off of the
Correct.
Renew, which he
And there it
does.
is. Oh, he doesn't
Okay.
take it.
Yeah, he's going to spend his mana on other stuff here. I mean,
Looking
know,
for
I-
just, a proactive game plan now.
yeah, that's fair. You know, secrets are good, and it's a way to make sure you can spend your mana, but it's not killing your opponent, which is what he needs to do here.
Well, at
And,
this
he's
point, there's
going
hardly
through it
any
quick.
time. He can just play like, Intrepid, Cobalt, Apotheosis, call it a day.
This is good. I'm fine with this. Steal the minion,
Yep.
get the damage to face.
Terran?
Dance, puppet.
Is that good? Not really. Whatever. It's a 3/4 for later on in the game.
I mean, I'm looking at this Lillian and this Bloated Python.
Oh my god. Okay, that's pretty insane. That is pretty insane.
It's pretty funny. He hasn't seen Plague of Death, and Priest can silence every now and then, but it's just funny to think about. And
Pyro is a big deal to draw, but is it good enough? It's just not quite there.
he has no Shadow Word Death target, so it's a little bit short of doing anything good. And the Deathwing isn't that good because it leaves a 4/4 and the Lillian Death Rattle. What?
Oh my god.
What
So
happened here?
Can he delay a turn? Can he go Pyro into Snipe the Hanar? I mean, it's just more damage on board then, not less.
Yeah. And he knows there's Eviscerates in the deck. Priest could have, Rogue could have stolen other things by now.
Oy,
He just
oy,
rips the
oy.
Deathwing. Oh my goodness. And Surrender has lethal Eviscerate Apo.
Imagine needing an answer to Deathwing at the end of the game when you can just kill your opponent here. Oh.
Did correctly predict that Deathwing would come down, but it was not game-winning here. It was a desperation play. Oh my gosh, I've never seen this matchup pan out that way. I didn't think that the double questing adventurer rogue could generate that much value.
Yeah, it's an example of the way that you are supposed to play the deck, I think it's fair to say, in that matchup. I mean, you know, there's a couple of ways you can go about it. I'd say that's plan B, to be honest. Plan A is just going for the line of making a huge board and hope that it sticks and you can kill your opponent at the start of the game. But if that doesn't work, it was a great deviation from that line by Surrender. And, it's crazy that he managed to do that because he's playing a very tempo build of the list. He's not playing a high value version. He has 1 Plagiarize, 2 Ambush instead, 2 Intrepid Initiates. Like, this is an aggro build, relatively speaking, of the Burgle Rogue. But in the end, he's still able to deviate so beautifully over to this control value line, which Bank Yugi just didn't have a chance against.
There's just so much more than meets the eye when you look at this deck list. The One Thief, the Miscreants, and the single Plagiarize can make magic happen. And of course, saving Hanar for the most valuable period in the game. It did just mean that despite all those waves of apathies, it really was death by around 60 cuts maybe from Surrender. How many attacks did he get off with those 1 attack minions? We'll know another day because we're heading now into Bank Yugi's signature Highlander Mage up against Surrender's last deck. Also a signature by this point in the Druid.
And I think Sottle said it pretty well yesterday on the Europe broadcast when he pointed out that, like, Highlander Mage isn't even the backup mage deck anymore after Tempo Mage. It's the backup mage deck, because Turtle Mage is... I mean, Turtle Mage is arguably the best mage deck that we have right now, if you can pilot it well enough with how well it's been doing for Eddie so far in this season of Grandmasters. Whereas the Highlander Mage, I feel like is, it's outdated, to be perfectly honest. Or at least that was my perception. But Bank Yugi, he must have something here. He's been doing decently well with it, both in a specialist and otherwise. And there's something going on here, even if we have yet to super see it in action.
I mean, it's just it's the epitome of pet deck definitions. I don't think we've seen from any other player in GM be this adamant about bringing a deck every single week, despite no one else. Maybe somebody would bring a deck once or twice, like Shakti with his weird priest builds every now and then, but he would quickly switch off of it. Bank Yugi has been consistent with this deck, and reasoning for it being strong is, well, there's a box in it. You can't deny the power of that.
You cannot, and I mean, I think it's kind of similar to what we realized the true power of Turtle Mage is, which is it's just good minions. The minions he's playing, even if you only have one of each with it being a Highlander deck, it's still very, very well-statted minions that Mage has access to across the board here. And especially with the mana cheat that you can get from Mana Saber and Zephyrus into Wild Growth, there's a lot that you can do, I think, that is deceptive in this Highlander.
And you also have that pretty good answer to Guardian Animals early on that other classes won't necessarily have in Reno, because it tends to put about 10 health on board for the 1 GA, and Reno does get within range. The pick of Malagos' Frost Nova is potentially really huge here, because when we think about the old Highlander Mage versus Spell Druid matchup, the way that Mage can take the win, or at least game plan A, is by getting on board and then freezing whatever Druid does to explode on the other side.
Well, you can freeze what doesn't have Rush, but unfortunately these Rush minions are going to come through and deal with a lot of this board right out the gate. I guess it's kind of awkwardly statted and well positioned by Bank Yugi as well to play around the Lake Thresher.
And that's why I think Surrender should be throwing down this Iron Bark to make quick work of that 3/5.
Okay.
The +1 attack can't be underestimated here.
So buff the Lake Thresher, attack the... I guess there's argument to attacking the 3/5 and leaving the Malagos undamaged, because you take 1 less damage on your Lake Thresher, but I think I'd probably rather just smack into the middle one and get the leave.
I think he can just leave his Teacher's Pet as a 4/1 as well. Not the end of the world.
And it was looking like it would slow down a lot. That Jandis is huge as a way to fill out the mana curve.
I mean, there's a Thresher on the other side. That feels terrible.
What to do?
So it could be
This
freeze.
Yeah, this might be the most lackluster Malagos' Frost Nova, just paired with your regular Doomsayer turn.
Or you think you pair it with Doomsayer?
I don't know.
I mean,
you want to go Jandis free? Okay, I like the sound of that better. You're right.
Yeah, I think Jandis... I mean, see what you get, and then very likely trade and freeze.
Ooh, Twilight Runner.
Okay, so, I mean, you make that the stealth one, the illusion one, I think, because even if there is a rushing Lake Thresher, it's going to kill it anyway, so you may as well just make that the 1 health.
I like that. It's just a question, I think, of whether or not he trades his Malagos into Teacher's Pet before Frost Nova, or if he just keeps the Malagos and leaves up Teacher's Pet. The threat of Overflow healing back up the Teacher's Pet is worth considering, so I think I would just take the trade here.
I think I would as well. You know, you're going to chew through it at some point, so just kind of get through it. There's no reason not to, really.
Okay. So Surrender can get to this Twilight Runner if he wants to rush out this Lake Thresher with a single broom. I think it's well worth it.
Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it? Because it's so tough, because I really, really want to play Ysera Unleashed here as Surrender. It's just so much more powerful than anything else he can do. But drawing 2
True.
cards, and with the Broom and the hero power, you can even take out the recurring villain. It's just horrible mana expenditure.
The type of hand that Surrender's drawn with all the beasts and survival of the fittest just kind of lends itself to you can just try and stick a board and win off of survival of the fittest. Then Ysera becomes your backup in this game plan. And it also has that big upside of denying rank Yugi a lot of draws.
I guess I didn't consider that he could attack into Jandis first. That would mean that he has to leave up a 3-2 or a 3-1.
It's between
A 2-3 or a 3-2?
leaving up recurring villain
Right.
or leaving up the Malagos. And in one of those options, you lose your Broom. I think this one overall is higher value because the single Broom could become a 5-5 after survival comes down.
And I mean, already kind of the punish setting in for not trading in on the previous turn because the cleave just deals with the Malagos without it having done anything in terms of squishing up this teacher's pet.
Yugi, gonna see what's in the teacher's pet first before ultimately I'd have to assume going for... Well, I was gonna say Tiamat, but Nova Doom is available again. And this is probably the best spot he's gonna get after he's seen the Broom come out, or at least one of the Brooms.
Oh yeah, Mukla.
Eventually deal with Doom.
There's no way around it now. This has to be Nova Doom and set up for, I guess, Tortolan, and hope to hit the Power of Creation or Box, or maybe Deep Freeze if you're not feeling spicy.
With no way to answer this Doomsayer, there's 2 lines that I see. It's Survival or Ysera, and either way, you're gonna overflow the next turn. Like, well, actually, no. If you go Survival, there's an option just to play 2 big beasts the next turn.
Yeah. I really don't know, because, like, whether you go for Survival or Ysera, they both obviously lead to powerful plays next turn, whether it be play 2 big beasts or play the Overflow to draw the rest of your dragons.
And both of them have the same problem of they ultimately don't get any tempo this turn.
Yeah.
Bank Yugi will have a whole turn to play Tortolan, Power of Creation, possibly Deep Freeze. Surrender is worried about all of these. Or even Tiamat Wind Fury Rush and just say, deal with this. It's 12 damage if you don't.
Or Wind Fury Divine Shield.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I mean, if you want to BM them,
Yeah.
that's something to consider.
Okay, yeah. Been a while since I've seen the greedy Tiamat come down.
A lot of pressure. Following up next turn potentially with just Tortolan Pilgrim into box and saying, I hope that this can do the extra damage necessary to close it out.
Or Power of Creation
Sure.
to protect the Tiamat, or just be even more threats. Whoa! Oh! He can answer it!
Ooh,
That's huge.
that is absolute huge. So just Broom, trade the Broom, and then I guess you just...
Like hero power?
Hero power? Yeah. That's probably worth it to keep a 6-5 in play, I think.
Uh-huh.
The alternative line is, of course, that he could get out a Beast as well, with Bloom, Vate, Beast, Broomstick. But that
True.
does
But I
deny
think his
survival.
next agenda should be survival. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I think it should be... He'll be thinking about survival of the fittest on the next turn, so you don't want to overload and use an eviscerate, an innervate.
I agree completely. He has a nice wide board here. It's time to get survival now next turn.
Okay.
It's approaching that point already. I mean, Deep Freeze doesn't look like it gets the job done here.
Right? Oh, it doesn't hit the box though.
Power of Creation, okay. I mean, it's high tempo, but you're only getting a random 6 drop. You can't choose what it is.
And these are all just too little. Bank Yugi, right now the game plan is stall, either towards Puzzle Box or towards Amazing Reno.
I mean, maybe because of that, if he sees only Reno or Puzzle Boxes is out, is it ever AI just to try and find those 2 cards?
But then you take potentially just 16 plus 12. You're just possibly
do.
dead, right? Just some combination of things. If survival comes down.
And, I mean, while we're talking about Bank Yugi needing to find Reno or Puzzle Box, Surrender, I think, here is going to have a hard read that Reno is in hand. Or at the very least, he is going to play around it, because freezing on turn 9, it's a very predictable play. And I think the best response to that is just play Survival of the Fittest.
I completely agree. They'll do that after this nature studies, which, Germination's looking pretty good. Just, it's gonna be another huge minion after the survival comes down.
That's a good one.
Oh, all for days.
Yep. Deep freeze on this turn is just not cutting it. Yeah. I was looking if he could try and get greedy, but yeah, it's just way too much damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the first lesson in Freeze Mage gameplay is, can you find a way to survive without using your ice block? Can barrier give you another turn here? And in this case, Blizzard functions similarly to the small but not non-conditional way to survive.
Yeah, I mean,
But it just so happens that it doesn't block enough damage.
Oi, oi, oi. So, yeah. I think having a hard read now on no Reno, otherwise why wouldn't they just play it on this board? It's killing them next turn. But I think even then, you're still playing around the top deck of either Box or Reno. Like, this board is on its own simply winning the game.
Right. Thank you, you just cannot deal with it unless he hits either of those 2 cards we were talking about. It's threatening lethal every single turn from here on out, and the Cartolan isn't even free to trade into the Evasive Orb because of the 8/10.
Love just spending the mana on Wild Growth, but holding back on the excess mana here.
Does have to dump something though.
Oh, okay, 10 cards, sure. Why not? It just means you're threatening lethal, I think, pretty much no matter what on the following turn, unless something big comes down on this turn, which it has not.
Well, the rolling, if it goes to the right after you target the Rotnest Drake, removes 19 damage on board.
What to do?
And then you're staring down 26, and he's at 37, so he's dead to a single survival. But, I mean, there's not a better way to remove, I think.
So the other play is trade into the 8/10, rolling Fireball, and then Combustion on the School Hunter, which just clears it off, right?
That guaranteed removes 2 minions, right? But... Oh, okay.
He hits it.
Alive?
Alive for the moment. Sure. And again, that's all it is. It's just about finding the way to survive the turn until he can hit Puzzle Box or the Amazing... Or Zephyrus, I guess, as well, to buy him an extra turn more than anything else.
Oh, he can deal with this too, with a Combustion Ping. There's just enough mana.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah, which means he does survive against second survival now. 1 more turn for Bank Yugi to draw an answer. And for Surrender, we could just see GA for nothing and pass. Oh, but he has to... The Twilight is gonna draw him stuff. He needs to make hand space, but he doesn't... He wants this 9 damage for sure, but he does not want any more stuff on board from the dragons, nor does he want more stuff in hand.
Right, he just wants to turn off this draw completely here.
I don't mind starting with GA, Innervate, then attack with the Twilight Runner. See where you go from there.
What does GA get him? 1
Nothing. You're just dumping it.
Oh, it literally does nothing, right? Oh yeah, of course.
I think it's nothing.
Okay.
Energy, power. My people are addicted to it.
Okay, dumping Kael'thas instead.
Okay.
This does set up lethal for the next turn, even without the 9-8 attack, I think. Yeah,
Well, not
with hero
quite.
power, it does set up lethal.
Oh, okay. Well, he's going for making this board a little bit weaker, which on average he should do, but he got Nosdormu into Injured Blademaster. That's like the best 4-drop into the best 3-drop.
That's alright. I mean, he's alive. That's all
He's
that
alive.
matters, because he
Yeah.
can freeze the big guy anyway.
It's a big deal. Able to clear off pretty much everything here. But now Surrender, of course, can start drawing cards again. This board could do with being a little bit bigger, so let's find some dragons.
It's so annoying about these two freeze minions in particular too, because if Bankyugi doesn't deal with them, then they can just delay the biggest dragons and Kael'thas
Yeah.
next turn again. Which
So
means Bankyugi potentially has another turn to find Puzzle Box or Reno.
So in that case, he could go... I mean, this could just be a play of Teacher's Pet Twilight Runner on this turn and set up 2 big minions. That blocks the freeze from the rest of his board. Or just Teacher's Pet Germination is not ridiculous either.
Yeah, I like that. You set up 2 taunt stealth minions,
Yeah.
so these guys can't interact with them. Oh my gosh, this is a big push onto the board. What's it gonna be? Oh, we forgot about this out too.
I mean, yeah, I was saying it buys him a turn, but it doesn't win the game, does it? Like, Zephyrus into just taking the Twisting Nether?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is stall. All Bankyugi wants is
Yeah.
stall.
It's
Just
a big
more and
draw.
more. Every turn, more and more likely to hit. Oh wait, yeah, Ruin's even better here. Didn't
Okay,
notice
yeah,
the
yeah,
state of the board, but that's insane. He's actually just ahead on board now. And keeping the water elementals, potentially being another turn of stall.
Right.
Every turn, more and more likely to hit Reno or Box. That's win condition for Bankyugi.
And with no minions left in hand for Surrender, he doesn't have that many power plays left until he hit Gidra, which is now just... What does this even do? You go Gidra Guardian Animals?
GA?
Or Gidra
Yeah.
Germination?
Huh.
Because that gives you another copy with Spell Burst, but it doesn't get the buff of +4/+4, right?
Yes. Or you could go like Gidra GA and then Germinate. Were you talking about the other way around?
Oh, that's true. You could fit that all in. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was talking of just going Gidra GA, but this could be Gidra, Guardian, and Pen Germination all in one turn. I mean, there's so many ways to go about it.
Nature speaks to us.
Well, as long as he has one of these that is not getting frozen,
Yeah.
very, very big deal.
Oh wait, but if he attacks him with the Wind Fury minion first, it unfreezes, right? Because it can attack again come his turn.
Right,
wrong on
right.
that?
I forgot
that's
about
how
that
it works.
interaction.
I mean,
Okay,
I don't.
and Bankyugi has finally hit a whiff. I think that's the
Yeah.
end.
It's going to be attack, attack.
Oh,
Oh, it doesn't work in that way. Okay, I was misunderstanding. Either way, survival of the fittest, I think, at long last,
Yeah.
is going to be more than enough. With, what is that, a +14, +14 buff on Gidra? Gain as much health as you want, Bankyugi. Surrender has taken the victory, and as he has often been touted with, the best player in APAC, starting with 2-0 in Division A in APAC. There is just nothing that can stop this man.
I mean, a very valiant effort for Bankyugi, just finding every single percentage to survive for another turn. Just so happened that the amazing Reno was the one who disappeared this game. Probably not the magic trick that Bankyugi wanted him to pull, but that is, I suppose, a built-in failure rate for running this type of deck that really relies on certain one-ofs to really
Yeah.
carry the deck.
And I think it's very emblematic of this kind of matchup between the two players in general, right? Where it's Surrender, as we always say, playing the popular decks and playing them well. And on the other side, it's Bankyugi playing the unpopular decks, but still playing them pretty well. I think overall, it's fair to say with the Highlander Mage, unless there's something very obvious we're missing, in terms of how powerful the deck is, I think he is to an extent hamstringing himself. Because it's just not as powerful of a deck as we're seeing from the likes of Temper Mage or Turtle Mage, if you want to go for some of the other archetypes. But clearly he knows the deck very well, which is worth quite a lot in competitive Hearthstone, being able to know all the ins and outs of the decks and play to all the weird different outs that you're going for over the course of a game.
And despite us saying that, though, we did just get word from Lorinda that outside of the Specialist Week and before today, Bank Yugi was 39 wins and 29 losses, 31 wins and 29 losses with Highlander Mage. So that's barely above 50% and probably not justifying it as a bring. So I'm really, really iffy. And even though it's kind of cool every now and then to see a player have an actual signature deck and be a specialist through and through, it's not often the optimal way to pilot your strategy for a 4-class lineup.
Yeah, I mean, he's in good company with the Highlander Mage. Yarla brought it to Specialist Week. We saw this week Silvername, obviously the player representative going to the World Championships from Europe, bringing it this week as well. So there's something there, even if we haven't got to see it quite yet. Maybe we'll get to see it when he plays again tomorrow, I believe. But now, continuing on with our day, a little bit of a slower match there, but now I'm sure things will speed up once again with Tom60229, which I incorrectly read as the second match of the day earlier on, up against Dawn. Two players who last season were in Division B, this time getting through to Division A narrowly just for Dawn. But even in Division B, they had very, very different stories once they were there last season.
It's true. Tom was dominating, seeming like confident throughout the middle of the series. And to be fair, in Division B, once you do get to the top 4, there's a chance to get the playoffs. But the real big thing, I would say, is just the fact that you avoid any chance of relegation whatsoever. For Don, on the other hand, he was right there at the very brink of relegating, eventually beating out Frosty and surviving for another season. But now it's such a huge turnaround. He's in the upper division and was the champion of week 3. So I feel like Don's mental state at a peak.
I think so. And this is where I think Dawn functions well. We see, as I've said time and again, players, I think Glory fits into this camp, where when he's doing well, that is when he starts to struggle because the pressure of actually, getting that win starts to get to him. Dawn, on the other hand, just seems to get depressed, to be honest, when he's losing these games. He gets dejected. He's hanging his head. He's like actually visually hitting himself to try and snap himself awake and get back into the game. But now he's in Division A. He can take a more light-hearted approach, which is Dawn as a player, I think. I was watching his stream a little bit over the weekend, or over the week, I should say. And even though I didn't understand a word of it, because he streams in Korean, obviously, he was clearly having a very good time and was taking a very light-hearted approach, despite being right up at the top of Legend Ladder.
Right. Don is a very happy and jolly person from the few times I've gotten to speak to him, even though he always says his English is very bad. You can just make out a lot of what he's trying to get across because he's very expressive, and his English is actually not that bad whatsoever. Tom, also a player that is very well known for his stream, on top of being the world championship, the world champion a couple years ago, and the lineup from Tom, surprisingly, does not feature Zoo this week.
Right, and I wonder if this from Tom is a case of the fact that he wasn't too happy with his list in previous weeks. I mean, he did reasonably well in Specialist with Zoo. He got through to the top 8, but then he didn't manage to get through to the top 4 and fell pretty quickly out of the standings with that. And, as I've talked about with you and some of the other casters, really wasn't a fan of Tom's list with the Nephset Thrashers thrown in there instead of the slightly more modern lists that we're seeing with the Shadowlight Scholars thrown in there as well. But I will say that Tom, I don't think it's so much that he has pet decks. It's more that he just relies on his own opinions of the game very heavily, which I think, oftentimes means he'll go with one deck over and over again because he just thinks it to be the best deck. But in other times, it means he will do stuff like bringing the Bomb Warrior that he has here without the Pirate package, which is, for the most part, very unfashionable.
Indeed, he's cut Risky Skipper, Armor Smith, and the Battle Rage in order to make room for more of a controlling set of cards, I would have to say. There's the one ramming speed in here, which it's been a long time since I've seen, what's the name of that weapon?
Oh, Super Collider?
Kaleido something. Yes, it's been a while. It's come back now in the form of ramming speed somewhat. And there's also an athletic studies in here, which I have just never seen anyone else play this card. But we are just going to start off first with Tom on the Druid up against Don's Burgle Rogue.
Very good, Mr. Tom. He's got a fresh new haircut, it would seem, and a fresh new approach to the game, because this is disgusting.
Indeed. You can get down an early overgrowth and an early guardian animals, and Dawn has no questing in sight.
So how do you do it? Coin Lightning Bloom Overgrowth gets you to 2 mana next turn with 2 overloaded crystals. So
yeah, and then you have to skip another turn before
Right.
you can bait the guardian animal. So
Okay.
I think the optimal way is to go just pass this turn into the bait lightning bloom. I mean, lightning bloom overgrowth, and then you pass that turn, and then you go coin guardian. I think that's one sooner.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a little bit more complicated again now, but oh my god.
Oh,
Because there's exotic Mount Seller in hand, I was going to say, which you do have to save some of these spells for. But with Coin, Innovate, and Lightning Bloom still left in hand, I don't think that's going to be any kind of a worry whatsoever that he'll have enough spells for it.
okay. It's a small consideration to hold back if you don't immediately get targets to rush
Yeah.
into. And we could just see Dawn play 0 minions this turn because it's just not pretty the way that you activate it. But Plagiarize One Thief would be my first guess here.
Right, so were you actually thinking with the Lightning Bloom that he would go for Guardian Animals on his 5 mana turn with getting everything out into Guardian Animals?
Yeah, it could be.
So many options.
Didn't even consider that. I was looking at the Mount Seller, but it's a possibility for sure. He's got to be afraid of the fact that he has the full Beast package with 2 Threshers, 2 Teacher's Pets, and 2 Twilight Runners, so there's a decent chance he misses out on card draw, which he definitely needs to be afraid of.
On prioritizing missed edge here to probably look for a proactive lackey. These are good for getting back on the board against smaller minions, but not good for threatening against Druid.
Ooh.
And then in the end, Tom, of course, decides to hold back on some of the spells to make sure that he can still follow up with Mount Seller turn after. Ray is my first guess here.
Yep, just want something cheap here, I think it's fair to say. This hand looks to me like it's leading up to quite clearly going for a secret passage and just praying that you hit an Edwin off the top of it. Okay, underwhelming plagiarize for sure there. You can go again. However, Guardian Animals being summoned for what, 2 Pharaoh Cats sounds a bit less impressive than what the Druid is doing.
Is it time for Dawn to just believe he can hit an Edwin off of the secret passage? Everything just feels like he just knows there's
Yeah.
looming disaster on the horizon. Tom has spent a bunch of ramp.
This needs an Edwin! This needs an Edwin! Oh! Okay, it's pretty good.
Man.
Hanar Prep Secret, if he can find one, would be pretty good.
Evocation.
Okay.
I mean, there's no secret to prep out with Hanar, but he can just play it
Yeah.
alongside Pharaoh Cat, spend the step, and there's another chance to hit the secret with this one.
Right, any Mage Secret I think would be pretty premium to prep out here. Missiles, I
Yikes.
guess you're taking? I mean, he kind of needs to start hitting some value. It is a
I mean, at
yikes.
this point, just prep Encanter's Flow. Then the prep.
I guess.
It's a whole bunch of nothing. At least in the face of a huge GA turn.
What does Incantus Flow even hit? Like, there's
The other passage.
secrets, the other passage. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a few things. But I think I would have just taken 3 damage to the face there, to be perfectly honest.
It would be cool if it turned your 0-cost spells into Innervates.
That
No
would
negative
be cool.
mana.
Oh my god, the broom as well to go with the Mount Seller.
Oh my.
doing all this to get
Yep.
hero power in.
Even expending
Sure.
2 spells just to make sure he can get through to this Hanar. You lose 2 immediate procs on the Mount Seller, but I think from this position, Tom just knows that
Yeah.
Hanar is possibly the only way he falls behind.
I completely agree with the point. Okay, Sap can come down on the Thresher, I suppose. Sucks putting it back to hand though, because you know the Broom is potentially there.
Mm. Maybe you can start with Dragon's Horde and go from there.
Okay. Whoa. I mean, I want King Crush and Shando Wildclaw, so I can play Shando, step it, and then go King Crush Shando for an 16 damage combo.
Or on turn 10, you can Shando copy your Winged Guardian. But at this point, Don says he's so far behind that we're taking Bandersmosh.
I mean, that was actually a real thing. I didn't even consider
Yeah.
the Winged Guardian Shando copy. That's pretty insane.
God, imagine getting to turn 10.
It's not conditional Shando, right? You just get it. You just choose one, right? You don't have to have any requirement. Yeah,
Well, if the Winged Guardian sticks.
yeah. I guess that is a little bit ambitious.
I
Right.
supply only
Tom
the
can go
finest.
off now, and even if he gives an ambush proc, then he would have room to potentially deal with it. Plagiarize, however, is kind of scary to give all this stuff from Don.
Yeah, exactly. He knows there's no ambush in the list. It's really just the fact that he knows 100% now that this is an he knows it's the plagiarize, sorry. So I wonder if
Right.
he's trying to give bad spells last. I think that was maybe supposed to be Lightning Bloom then Broom, because then you don't give the Broom to them because they're at 6 cards in hand, whereas Broom can be pretty scary against this board.
It's true. Potentially just doesn't want to give the bloom at all. He doesn't have anything to
That's
spend
fair.
with the This is so weird.
Oh.
Okay, there wasn't a broom anyway. Not enough space.
Oh, right, okay. It still didn't get through. Okay, my mistake.
That's a Ras Frost Whisper is the Bandersmosh. But this has to be a Mount Seller turn. You can even backstab.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, it was pretty sick the way that Tom ordered it, actually, then. And,
Well, go,
yeah,
Don.
Go. Yep. It's the line.
I think he starts with stab on the 3-1. He can also Bog Beam the other Mount Seller and just deal with it with his Arcane Breath and Claw.
Raz?
Wait.
What can he do? Raz...
Oh wait, there was a little bit not
Bog
enough mana
Beam?
to deal with the Mount Seller.
I mean, I don't care about that, really. I just want to get down a big board here.
I think he's just prioritizing getting rid of the Mount Seller here.
Okay.
So we're
okay.
looking at Bog Beam to get it down to 4, and then
Bog
he needs to
Beam.
get it down to 1.
Right. Arcane Breath Claw? Or Arcane Breath Bait Dagger?
Right. I don't think you want to bait because there's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the line I was looking at with Mount Seller was actually, I think, 1 mana short of dealing with the Mount Seller cleanly.
Uh-huh.
So he's just
Okay,
prioritizing
okay.
getting that down.
I guess I can respect that.
Me too. And if you're Tom, this feels like you can go for Overflow.
Yeah, it's really just whether you think it's worth like tempoing out the Lake Thresher on this turn, because without a Ysera already played, the Overflow isn't gaining you any tempo right now, but the follow-up is likely to be so strong.
And now he can go Iron Bark X2 if he really wants to take a value trade. But with the second Mount Seller in hand, it's definitely worth thinking about holding on to 1.
Yeah, I mean, what he really needs to be afraid of here is the fact that there is a Mount Seller in his opponent's hand.
Right.
And so he wants to be able to make sure that he can answer that as best as possible, which, I mean, possibly was achieved through double Iron Bark, which he could have gone for to stick something on the board. But possibly he just wants to save as many spells to go with the Mount Seller plus Broom next turn, which
Right.
makes sense to me.
Indeed. But this definitely looks like the time to pop off for Dawn now. There's so
But-
much he can do with this Mount Seller.
I mean, how do you like? What about Edwin just on this turn though, right? Like he can go bananas with this Edwin.
I think you get more stats with Mount Seller. They're spread wide, but
Mount Seller, bait, studies.
'Cause
Oh, you do so much
if you
stuff.
look at every spell, 2+2 on
Yeah.
Edwin, you can look at every spell as another random 3-cost beast. What? This is the line I least
Whoa.
expected.
Wow. I mean,
So he's trying to save up for Mount Seller plus Edwin on the same turn. That's what this looks like to me.
I guess, but even then, that doesn't really come until turn 10, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, then he could go Mount Seller,
Oh, right,
Vape,
right,
Backstab, Edwin, which is pretty good, you know. You're making a
Yeah.
decent board, but if you want to get Nature Studies and Ray of Frost in there, that's 2 turns away.
It just feels so reactive. The plan, I'm still struggling to see it come together from Dawn, because if Tom gets on board here, suddenly his Mount Seller / Edwin turn is so much worse.
Yeah, like the really scary thing there for Tom was, I think, for Dawn, sorry, was pretty undeniably the Thresher, which could come down with animated Broomstick. But now with Questing Adventurer found, this has got to be a Questing Edwin turn, right? This is insane. I don't care about the
Yep.
Mount Seller anymore. Get this in play.
Yeah, he also just doesn't have a backstab target anymore. The ordering is a small concern because when you kill off the Porcupine, it's gonna deal 6 to the board. But I think you can just play like Nature Studies bait first before you go for the double ray on this, and most of the time, you guys should survive.
Okay.
Okay. But now he won't have mana to play Edwin.
Yeah. There's no rogue cards that he can either Shadow Step as well. Or is it Vendetta? Vendetta can be played because of Ray of Frost in hand?
Right?
Too soon.
I don't know. I'm very lost, Taro.
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, probably better to just freeze the Porcupine instead of killing it. Yeah, revive more things on board. Ship this face. And have passage for Edwin next turn. I mean, for questing next turn.
Fair enough. Yeah, maybe this was just better on average than Questing Adventure. You get a lot of stuff. Just the Thresher, though, that's what you're afraid of from your opponent's side. Obviously, doesn't come down in the end. He's going with the exotic Mount Seller line instead.
Well, the big thing is that Tom is able to play the Broomstick here, so he can actually answer the majority of this. Dawn has to go back to the drawing board.
Does indeed. Questing Secret Passage, I guess, is just what he's got to go for with Ray of Frost first.
Hunting up the Porcupine, I think, looks pretty good here because it just threatens to blow up so many things on the other side after it dies.
I mean, this is just so complicated already for these players.
Yeah, I think 4-6 into 2-4 and then 5-5 into Mokta.
Yeah. Sure, of course they both go face.
Oh.
Right. Questing Ray of Frost Passage.
You have Anna to work with? Is it ever
Have
just one
reduced
questing?
cost spells though, right?
Okay, yeah. All the secrets cost 1.
Right, so you can play like 1 mana Dragon's Horde. 0 mana Dragon's Horde, 1 mana Secrets. Things of that ilk.
Yeah, really want to see Stunner with Secret here.
Yeah.
For Dawn.
It's okay. He could backstab, Shadow Step a Hunter minion to make the Vendetta playable.
That's correct.
I don't even know if that's worth it. I mean, like, if you Shadow Step the 4/4, I guess that's still technically a Hunter token, right? That would come off the Bloated Python after you trade it.
I honestly do not know.
Stay on the job.
I think that's how it works. That's what he's going for. That is how it works.
Okay, cool.
Correct. Good job, Dawn. Okay. No secret to sap back the exotic Mount Seller, but you'll take what you can get. Reducing or increasing the cost of spells is huge at this point as well.
even just gonna backstab his. I do not think that was optimal, but there were so many things to consider. Plus, I had to fit in a quick Google there to figure out that this was even a hunter minion.
Oh my god, 2 minions, +4/+4, obliterating this board. That's just not going to do it for Dawn.
Right? I mean, the 10-10 is just that little bit too awkward, but Tom knows now. Dawn has 2 cards in hand. One of them is a 4/4, so even if Tom takes super suboptimal trades, he is fine.
I mean, he has to lose the Mount Seller here to clear it off. It's really blooming awkward.
Awkward, but it's fine. He has value for days. Dawn has no cards. Just kill the questing. You never lose.
We're looking at 0 mana Dragon's Horde. Deathwing isn't a class minion though, so you can't discover it, is what I was about to say. So what can he get here?
Fireheart? Other Deathwing?
Other Deathwing? What?
I don't think Other Deathwing is good enough. It
Can't even
will
remember what the
lose so
board
much
looks like.
HP on it.
Yeah.
I want to say Fireheart and pray for miracles.
Never be afraid. Your inner
Yeah, the Deathwing just died. Assassinate?
Yeah, I mean, you have to play it, so
Expensive,
you
though.
just take the cheap one, yeah. He's looking for prep, I suppose, as the dream outcome. Vendetta is playable, right?
No, it
for
can't
0
cost
mana.
more than it can't cost 0 that you discover from Fireheart.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
This is very flashy, but it's not getting enough done. Sap, okay, for the last one, that's pretty big.
That is a big deal. He's alive.
Somehow.
And the last spell,
Plague of Madness?
Plague, yeah, to try and clear off a big minion. Sure, okay.
This is such a strange game.
It's ludicrous. The educated Elic spells coming through for Tom now as well, which are pretty good. Just straight up. He's got a mage spell in hand, so he can get down the Vendetta as well.
You fell right into my trap.
Yep, and that can make quick work of the Poisonous. At this point, I think you just leave the Fireheart alone. Push the 6. Okay, has there been both Shadow Steps played?
Yeah, that's what you're afraid of, right?
I mean, you do just push the 6 off the Death Rattle anyway. Okay.
almost out of cards.
Dawn has 1 card left in deck.
I don't think it's a card that's going to win him the game, I've got to say.
Miscreant for Draconic into Deathwing. That's the out I'm thinking of.
Nothing.
Spells,
There's
I mean,
an Ethereal. There's a way. Daring
Infinite
Escape.
Shadow Steps, maybe?
From nothing. Power.
Okay. Scheme? Not the
Scheme?
king.
Oh, it's got to be a Vis, right? It's got to be a Vis and just hope you can cheese them. I mean, it doesn't
Okay.
get there, but
Yeah. I
maybe
mean,
it
this is
gets
just
there.
an Edwin and try to cheese turn because even though Edwin is dead to the dagger, sometimes has to take that damage. To deal with Edwin. Why not
Brotherhood shall
hit the
prevail.
teacher's pet and then potentially Vendetta the Death Rattle?
I completely agree.
Agreeing with a question. That is just the state of Hearthstone we're in. Right?
That's where we're at, yeah.
Surely this is close to, but Power of the Wild is, I think, 1 off with Hero Power.
What is this? 9, and then
Yeah.
doesn't have mana to. He's 1 off, so he's just freezing it. Okay, you can't unfreeze it unless you generate Living Dragon Breath, which I don't think is possible at this point. Unless he goes like
From nothing.
Evil Miscreant into Faceless Lackey and Witchy Lackey, and then upgrades his 2-drop into Living Dragon Breath, which could then
Keep
unfreeze
going,
his
Derek.
Edwin.
You're on a roll. Keep going.
And then Ethereal Lackey is the last minion, gets him Sap, which still isn't quite lethal.
That was better than anything I could have come up with that amount of time. So congratulations, but Dawn is out of outs. There's another miscreant, but not enough mana to work with to actually heal him or
Yeah.
deal lethal to Tom.
Blade Flurry Poison does not work together. That's not going to clear the board.
From nothing.
He's going. He's looking for it. You can't fault him for that.
Yep. Double Abysses.
I give up.
Not gonna get the job
Oi,
done.
oi,
And
oi.
finally, what a game! I don't know what happened ever since the Plagiarize gave Don Mount Seller, but he didn't go off with it until much later. I got lost.
Such a weird game. I mean, those 2 or 3 turns with the questing adventurer, the Edwin, and the exotic Mount Seller, those were the turns, right? That was where I think more than anything else, it was decided for Dawn. And I'm sure there are many, many ways that we can look at that there and try and figure out different ways he could have approached it, whether or not he should have gone with Edwin first to just make a huge Edwin. He could have gone questing and Edwin on the same turn. He could have saved back some spells. It could have been a quicker Mount Seller. It could have been an even later Mount Seller to try and go with Edwin on the same turn to make one huge board. Too many different things to try and work through in the short amount of space of time that we have. But a super interesting game, if nothing else.
For sure. I mean, Plagiarize has just caused so many of these niche situations, be it in Rogue versus Mage or Priest or even Druid now. If you can steal an entire combo, like the Sorcerer's Apprentice, Mana Cyclone, etc., you can also steal Mount Seller and cheap spells. I will say I like that one turn where Don held back and went for the rest to make sure that he dealt with the opposing Mount Seller, but I can't quite wrap my head around why he didn't play his Mount Seller the turn after when Tom had hardly any threats. Would be great to hear the players' thoughts on that some other time, though. But that was just a game 1, so we're just at the beginning of the series.
It really was. I'm exhausted already. We're actually doing a full day's work here in APAC, it would seem, with the games taking a regular amount of time, not just being super turbo through the day at all points. But still, a lot of fun here nonetheless with Dawn versus Tom 60229, battling it out in Division A and trying to fight to be in those top 6 spots at the end of these 4 weeks to get through to the playoffs in our final week of play. Still early days, though. It's a great time to join us here in Hearthstone Grandmasters because we're still in the first week of round robin. So when we come back, we are going to see who does get that first win on the table of the round robin. For Tom or Dawn, it would be a huge deal for either. You're watching Dawn up against Tom60229 here on Hearthstone Grandmasters. The Asia Pacific region, as always, comes first in the day, and depending on our length, we are followed by Europe or Americas shortly or longly afterwards, depending on how long we go. And it's looking like a slightly longer day. We're seeing a lot of the rogues go the distance, playing for the value matchups, be it against Druid or Priest. A very, very versatile deck, Gia. And I think even ignoring some like technical misplays we've seen along the way, I think in general, the overall macro game plan seems to be pretty well understood by all of our players so far.
For sure. I think this meta in particular, you can in some aspects call it high skill cap in the fact that there are many, many niche situations generated by a lot of the popular cards like Plagiarize, Mindrunner, Lucia, etc. But I think that the other side of that is the frustration that it's also a very power spike heavy meta.
Yeah.
And I really am excited for the balance changes to maybe hit a sweet spot in the middle. But whether or not we stayed on this patch, I think there's definitely room to tighten up play no matter where you look, and that makes for some very interesting Hearthstone. So here we are now with Dawn on his Soul Demon Hunter with double mana feeder Panthera in the opener. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, super nice matchup, I think, for the Demon Hunter, and a nice starting hand. The question mark I have is Soul Shear, which I think is honestly just one of the bad cards in the deck that you kind of have to play to activate your cards that work off of Soul Fragments, be it obviously Shard Shatter or Lapidary. So I think I probably would have liked to see him say, okay, I have Panthera, I can kind of keep up in the early game anyway, but you know, there's some reason to have an answer to a tempo Sorcerer's Apprentice, I suppose.
Absolutely. Tom's hand has been very, very slow. We could just see the cram session for one draw, which is awful. He is just going to say that no matter what he draws, he's likely to go Arcane Intellect the next turn anyway, so he's saving session for a bit more value with something like a lab partner later on.
Wow, okay. This is pretty cool. I was actually looking at Dawn there. I was thinking, like, I don't really want to go Coin Hero Power Panthera here, so I was looking at instead going Chaos Strike on that turn. But I actually really like the recognition of he doesn't need to draw too many cards here. It's more important to just get this down and deal the damage. I really, really like this line.
It's quite frankly just saying that I would rather have a coin in my hand than a different card in my deck, a random card in my deck. And it makes a lot of sense if you have this curve to follow up with the Marrow Slicer, and having the coin allows you to go for, say, a bigger Glaive Bound or just make Skull of Gul'dan come down a turn earlier.
Yeah, I think it's very, very good recognition. On the other side, though, Tom is doing absolutely nothing in these early turns and is going for the game plan that sometimes works and definitely sometimes does not work, of making one super explosive Sorcerer's Apprentice turn to try and blow it out that way.
That's right. Tempo Mage is a combo deck, and Turtle Mage is a tempo deck. Turtle Mage would have played 3 minions by now.
I mean, I kind of disagree. I was today playing purely to spite Subtle Tempo Mage with Bloodfen Raptors instead of Cyclones, because I was saying Cyclones are just 2-mana 2/2s in the deck. You just play your minions on curve. And I'm 1-0 so far, so there we go. It's purely a tempo deck. Bloodfen Raptors are the nuts.
And while normally I would snap pick the 1-cost spell when I could with an Apprentice turn, Tom picked Ice Barrier here, which is so relevant in this particular matchup. Up against this Demon Hunter, if you can put together any type of healing, whereas Mage can only get that from Ice Barrier, it's a huge, huge deal.
Very threatening board represented now for Dawn. 2 minions that really have to die here. Or, sorry, I'll rephrase that. If you want to win board, there are 2 minions that have to die here in the Apprentice and the Shenvala, obviously. The alternate plan is point everything that you have in your hand directly at your opponent's face. And I think generally, unless there is exactly Ice Barrier, Frostbolt, or I suppose Mirror Image, you win every time.
That's true. And even Ice Barrier, you can just go over the top. Let's say if it's Soul Shard Lapidary this turn, Tom goes down to 8, back up to 16 with Ice Barrier. So that will buy him another turn because Dawn's maximum damage output without the Marrow Slicer for the next turn is 8 with the double Twin Slices and Glaive Bound. Going for card draw here first instead, which means that I would assume not everything is getting sent to the face.
Yeah, I mean, it looked to me like he
Could
was
still be now.
looking to go for Soul Shear plus Consume Magic on that turn, which I think I probably did prefer. I don't think you have to play out the Chaos Strike damage right now.
Yeah, it was. You definitely don't want, as a rule of thumb, to play out coin just to use a lot of your cheap flexible cards,
Yeah.
because that can make everything a lot more clunky later on. But the fact that he's held onto both halves of Twin Slice means that he can still spend his mana super efficiently in the coming turn. Fortunate though that this skull is gonna get locked in the middle with the next draw.
What I will say, though, is that for Dawn, in holding on to the Consume Magic, it's worked out beautifully for him because he's able to deal with this taunt. I have no idea if he had a read on this taunt minion because it was played on turn 1, right, the Primordial Studies. No, it wasn't played for many, many turns, so he can have a strong read on it not being Lab Partner, on it not being any of the 2-drops, most likely. And Violet Warden is kind of the only expensive spell damage minion that you want in the matchup.
Such a beautiful.
Very true. Oh, I'm kind of surprised by Soul Shard here over Marrow Slicer because I don't think you can expect this 5/5 to connect base. So the Marrow Slicer actually just presents 3 more damage across 2 turns.
Does this... no, you do the same amount of damage, right? It's still 5, so you're setting up Glaive-bound lethal, even over another
Yeah.
taunt, if that were to...
Yeah. I mean, it is setting up lethal either way. I'm just caster visioning over the
Right.
possibility of Ice Barrier.
So, this does mean that even with Ice Barrier now, because he saved the Glaive-bound, he should be able to figure out it's simply lethal.
Huh?
With Glaive-bound face, right? He doesn't have to faff about with Ice Barrier.
Oh, true, true. Right, just attack a minion.
Mhm.
And that is the big reason.
Perfect. Yeah. Very nicely done there by Dawn. It means that even with the Ice Barrier coming down, it's just that little bit too slow. I think I still respect Tom's line of going for the Ice Barrier second and going for the Violet Warden first. It was really just the fact that Dawn held back on that Dispel Magic there in order to, or Consume Magic, sorry, in order to be able to get past that taunt that won him the game. And I would 100% have played differently there.
I absolutely agree. I would have used the Consume Magic on Shenvala just because you were just going to spend the turn kind of going for half and half of pushing damage to the face, but also making sure that the most threatening minions from Tom were cleared off. I would have just assumed that Consume Magic was part of that equation. But I think Don quickly figured out that the real threat there was Apprentice to give Tom more chances at discovering Frostbolt, more so than developing 5/5s, which were not going to push lethal anytime soon on the backswing. So very cleanly done from Don there, and we're moved up now to 1-all.
Yeah, I think the more I think about it, that was actually just a super clean game from Dawn. I love the tempo mana feeder Panthera at the start. I loved saving the Consume Magic because, you know, in all likelihood, the Shenvala, even if it generates another 5/5, it's not going to kill you before you kill them. It was just a very tight game played on the Demon Hunter. Clearly been putting in the work as he instantly spotted exactly how to hit lethal no matter what, even around the Ice Barrier there. We're equalized, of course, at 1 game apiece. Now, Druid and Demon Hunter having 1, which means that for Dawn, Warrior out of the way, he's only got his Rogue and his Mage left. And on the other side, it's the same story for Tom, right? Rogue and Mage.
That is very true. So now we do have to just compare slight differences in the list. Rogue feels like there's been a lot of innovation lately. Of course, from Surrender, we saw the double Intrepid Initiates. We're seeing different amounts of secrets and what secrets are being played. But Dawn's list looks the most streamlined of all of them. Every card that you can run 2 copies of, there are 2 copies of, and just legendaries. So even Dragon's Horde as a 2 of, it feels like is not the most popular choice, but I kind of like the idea of it just to give you a play on a turn where you might otherwise just be playing like dagger up pass.
And so, interestingly enough, in this matchup, in testing, it definitely felt to me like Tempo Mage was just kind of in the front seat. You know, it was able to cheat out more mana more consistently. But one thing I realized, at this is that Mage, at least within Grandmasters APAC, is kind of on the back foot. 35% win rate against the Berg the last few weeks. And although it's not the hugest sample size, I think it does demonstrate that it's clearly not super favorite for one way or the other.
That's pretty surprising to me. I feel like whenever I've played this on ladder, I've had much more success with the Tempo Mage than as
Same.
the Rogue. And
Load.
this is Grandmasters, and there will be much higher level of play in general. It feels like it wouldn't skew as far as 35%. In any
Yeah,
case, I
again-
like that Don held on to backstab at the beginning there just to make sure he has a combo activator for the Miscreant. I was going to say one of the reasons why I feel like Tempo Mage has an advantage is that they tend to get on board in a more significant way faster with just the lab partners or even wand makers.
And in addition to that, they have these ludicrous bananas turns that they can go for with Apprentice, Evocation, Mana Cyclone as well. Everything you could possibly need to generate huge amounts of tempo and value. The only protection that you have against it on Dawn's side is the Cult Neophyte that he just drew.
Yeah, the Neophyte is a very, very big deal here. Rogue, while their primary game plan is to put down Edwins and Questings, Mage has a potential response of just freezing them away and developing their own board. But on the other hand, Rogue has ways to disrupt Mage with either Cult Neophyte and potentially Plagiarize just to disincentivize them from going off with the big pop-off turn.
Oh, speaking of the big pop-off turn, Shenvala Apprentice Coin Evocation is getting bananas.
Burned. Turn it up.
Coin for activation and nothing else. So the use of the coin there is quite expensive because
Yeah.
Tom's next turn is going to be the pop-off. I was wondering if you just take that turn to be a Frostbolt.
That is definitely what I was looking at. It's kind of proactive development, which is a big deal for sure, to be able to keep the board a bit cleaner for when you go for your eventual Apprentice into Shenvala turn. But the chances of getting a triple spell activation increase drastically when you have the coin. Oh.
Potion has done some pretty nasty things today, but with Hanar, Bamboozle is a consideration as well. And the potion is just quite expensive without prep in hand.
Yeah, it's super slow. I mean, I'm always looking at,
just
Shiv.
Yeah,
Too soon.
or you can
Not
kill the
that one.
Firebrand with the Just Dagger.
Yes. I mean, on this turn, if you're going Shiv, it kind of feels like it's worth just going Band of Knives to completely clear the board, right? You don't
Sure.
get down a Wand Thief, but killing off spell damage, I would argue, is more important right now.
Oh, I see. He leaves the Firebrand and prioritizes removing synergy with a potential Ras this turn.
Yeah, I do disagree with that a little bit. But on the backswing, it's going to be a big turn, looking for any one-mana spells he can hit to cheat out with Shenvala, and he hits none. I guess not going with the Shenvala turn right here.
Yeah. Given that he didn't start with it before
Yeah.
the Evo. It's just going to be a Cyclone turn instead, but he's only hit one spell he can play if he wants to fit in the Cyclone this turn. I mean, he can play the Frostbolt, but only the Arcane Missiles is useful from Evocation.
Was this even the turn, though, right? Because
I don't
this
know.
play of going Evocation with Cyclone is not very strong. I feel like you're unlikely to get all too many spells here. He gets 3, which is decent, I suppose, okay. But the
This-
things you can
yeah.
do with Apprentice Evocation later on get drastically more impressive.
This was a medium pop-off, and I know that Tom wanted to go for a big response. He felt like he was falling too far behind here, but I feel like all of this is the legacy of having used the coin on the previous turn, whereas you could have had a much more impactful board state.
Cold Blood Gamer, I respect that. This is, I think, going to turn quite drastically towards killing your opponent as quick as possible, which, correct, I agree with that.
That's a nice set of lackeys to go about it because
Ooh.
he gets the most board development deal with the Mana Cycle. Back over to Tom, really looking for a Ras Frost Whisper here,
Oh yeah, that would be absolutely insane.
or just a perfect use of mana to pair with the Firebrand. Use up a decent amount of this. Unlucky. That's 2 hits on the Miscreant. Yikes.
and it's just kind of plunky now for Tom. The discovery of, or finding, I should say, sorry, the primordial studies is a big deal to activate either Cram Session or Raz, but this hand went from very fluid to pretty clunky. Kind of.
Give me a quest.
And for Don, I like that he rips the secret passage with very little hesitation. Want to
Yep.
spend the rest of the time deciding how the post-passage hand gets played.
Awkward for sure, drawing the Vendetta when you want to have something to target with it, but it's fine. Step the Miscreant, get the questing nice and big, and keep that value coming. That's the important thing.
Absolutely. Dragon's Horde was faceless, like me.
Don't think one silly. I choose soon.
Oh, Malagos, didn't he
oh.
have a Brightwing in the original hand? Oh,
Yes, he did. Yeah. 'Cause he just played the Dragon's Breath, or the Arcane Breath last turn, and he hadn't played the Brightwing. That's pretty nuts.
if that picks up any amount of burst, even a zero-cost Frostbolt is so huge for Rogue. I mean, Don will overdraw a bit, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think you'd probably rather have a Vendetta in hand than a random card from your deck. So this, I think, is correct.
Okay, the questing is stick around.
Oh boy.
I think you're meant to dig for Ray of Frost here with the magic trick.
The alternative being Conjurer's Calling it to give him 2/3 drops. That sounds awful. Like you're dying very quickly then.
Yeah. By starting with the studies, I think Tom was just thinking, I want to clear up all the minions on the right with a cheap spell damage minion plus Raz and just deal with the questing later on. But now he's picked up a Ray.
Very, very big deal indeed.
And if he had started with Shinvala this
Yeah,
or
yeah,
even
yeah.
start with Magic Trick, things could have looked a lot different. Because he could have gone Magic Trick first. If you hit the Ray, you can still go Raz plus
My
Ray.
hand is too full.
Well, he can get it next turn now. Raz triple Ray of Frost is a very powerful play.
True. Okay, what's in this Malagos?
Yeah. It was close,
Okay, it
right?
doesn't have to happen now. He is just trying to disrupt Tom from popping off as much as possible, which is reasonable because from this board state, Tom needs to do something magical with evocation.
Here, Spellbender, sure. I mean, you know it's just a Ray of Frost in hand, but you're thinking if you can just snipe that one, maybe the questing gets to go face, which is, I think, a good pick.
On with no shortage of resources whatsoever.
I mean, neither is Tom. He just doesn't have a way to get them out of his hand in time to win the game.
I mean, if he can stall towards Puzzle Box, there's a way.
True. So it's still possible to just go Shenvala Triple Secret, but I imagine he's probably leading up towards Raz instead on this turn.
Yep. He was really trying to hit Lab Partner here, so he could
Oh,
go
true.
Raz, Lab Partner plus Ray of Frost. But Tom has been getting, to be fair, relatively expensive spell damage minions this entire game.
Okay, draw and freeze. I'm okay with this.
Sure.
Okay, 3 spells there off of Cyclone.
There's no way to prevent overdraw, right? Because this is still 2 halves of the
Oh, yes.
Ray of Frost.
Correct, yeah.
I was thinking you still probably just take the 3 spells. I'm not sure. Okay, Apprentice is the thing that he really doesn't want to overdraw.
You kind of just need Blizzard or Frost Nova, though, on the next turn. I mean, Ray of Frost,
That's
I
true.
guess, is reasonable to just freeze the questing again, and then you're likely to survive on a flow.
This entire game, it feels like Tom's been playing with half of his synergies
Yeah.
all on the wrong timing, which, I mean, he had to do that to survive, but I really, really wonder if having saved the coin that one turn could have made a big difference. Not over, though.
Okay, decent
Knight
plays.
potentially big if Tom wants to start with an Apprentice, which is
Yep.
what Don is most scared of.
That's what you're looking to hit. Cold Blood. Now Dawn is starting to end the game. The secrets make it awkward for him to answer, and the minions themselves hit for huge amounts of damage. 18 questing on this turn is ridiculous.
Another dirty tricks felt very unnecessary. Dawn's just been overdrawing like nobody's business.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, that's fair. Vaporize. Imagine Mage getting to attack face this game. This is a big mess. But he has Giant Punch to potentially hit
Right, yeah.
Walking Fountain, etc.
Do it twice, like there's Hulking Overfiend, Batterhead, Walking Fountain, Tyrion.
You fell right into my trap.
Snipe doesn't stop it. Okay, okay.
Uh-huh. Yikes. Troublemaker potentially deals with some of this board,
Yep.
but you
Go
go again
again.
on the Geppetto. Oh,
Going
he's
for
just going for
Doomsayer.
Doomsayer.
Oh, but it doesn't
Oh!
work as a redemption.
I didn't
that's
know
pretty
that's how
fun.
this worked.
That's pretty funny. I'll give you that. And
And the eye for an eye is hilarious of all the places.
Yep, gonna close it out 2-1 here for Dawn. And I don't know what's going wrong, Gia. I've got to say, every time on ladder or testing, whatever it may be, I play this rogue deck and it falls apart. It doesn't do anything. It runs out of value. I don't draw the Questings. I don't draw the Edwins. But then I come to APAC GM and all the players, the Korean players in particular, it feels like, with Dawn, Chonsu, Surrender, and Rivius, all just playing this deck so beautifully and having so much success with it as well.
I feel like one thing I don't prioritize enough when I'm playing this rogue game is just trying to get down dirty secrets, dirty tricks / plagiarize at the optimal time, which can give you a ton of value. I will say this list from Dawn with the double Dragon's Heart probably gives you more consistent things to do in the mid game. But yeah, I think this rogue deck is super difficult to pilot optimally, and we saw from Dawn there, it was just plan A that we were seeing. He barely scratched the surface of what he could do with his hand. We didn't even see the Malagos come down. He was just that far ahead. I spent that last couple seconds in the game Googling if the Troublemaker 3/3s only attack face, but they attack random enemies. It just so happened.
Oh, right,
both of
okay.
them went face. I was so confused what happened there.
I mean, that's often the way it feels like. I definitely feel
asked for it.
you there. It's always going face with the 3/3s, always Huffer. There are some universal truths in Hearthstone that you have to learn.
It's just like Rag.
Yeah, exactly. But while we just had the Rogue versus the Mage, now we have the Mage versus the Rogue here, with Dawn taking on the Tempo Mage this time. A very respectable starting hand, a very strong starting hand, I would actually say. Drawing a whole bunch of cards at the start with Lab Partner and Cram Session is exactly what you want to do.
Indeed. This list from Dawn is the one popularized by Orange with the Arcane Breaths and Cobalt Spelkins in there. So the one maker also lending itself to just going all in and making sure that you get more out of your apprentice turns. And I feel like this innovation does tend to help smooth out the awkward hands that Mage gets here and there.
The one interesting thing for me there was Dawn not going for just playing out the while he had the ability to, the primordial studies into the Lab Partner and then follow up with Cram Session afterwards. Because he could have hit Lab Partner and then coined out. I mean, it works either way, I suppose, but I kind of like to just have more information about the hand by going for it that way.
Well, I'm surprised that he didn't just rip Cram Session for 2 here. I mean, ideally, if you hit another Lab Partner, you can just play it and coin out the Cram Session there, but he ends up floating a mana here.
I think probably to go Dalaran coin Cram Session, it's greedy, for sure, but the extra card can make a big difference.
Definitely can.
I mean, whether or not you'd rather have an extra card than the coin is also debatable in this deck, where the coin is a super powerful card to activate a lot of your combos.
True. I mean, obviously, if you don't have Apprentice, then you're much more willing to spend the coin to cycle towards it. But in the meantime, Dom has hit questing, popping off with another 1 Leaf generation.
Yeah, I mean, Tom's just been doing stuff on the other side of the board, and his stuff, as it turns out, was actually pretty good.
Very powerful indeed. Gonna take a secret to make sure he has activation for the Blackjack Center next turn.
Okay, I like that. Clearing up the board, and
And
now
just using Ray of Frost for +1/+1 on the questing. I think that's fine.
yeah. Now for Dawn, things get interesting because this is where you have to choose, you know, when are you going in? This turn could very easily be, I think, double Wand Maker on this turn to juice up your 1-mana spells in hand even more. Or it could just be the turn where you go in with Apprentice right out the gate.
Yeah, I like the idea of that, especially since he can just freeze the questing while putting down the Apprentice. Oh.
Whoa.
It was close there between Eve and Frostfall, I have to say.
I'm going to be honest here. That was not close. That was evocation every single time with Giant in hand and all of this nonsense. You could not have stopped me from picking it there. Even with the guaranteed clear, I don't care.
But this is so good. He doesn't
It
even
is so
need to be
good.
the Wand Maker.
But it's evocation. Evocation is ridiculous.
I mean, you hardly get to play anything this turn if you go Evocation, right?
He could have got down a Giant on that turn, is all I'm saying. And I think he probably would have.
Okay.
There's a failure rate, absolutely, built into that where it can all go wrong. But I take that risk every time.
Okay. Decision for Tom whether he wants to reload the intellect. Nah, probably just go for spending all the other cards you won't have next turn.
Play the cards, play the cards, play the cards. He's going to be keeping everything in hand here right now because it was all generated on this turn. So nice full hand ready to go on the following turn, which he's going to need.
Okay. Cobalt is the level 1 play here.
A simple
Alternatively, 3 minions and just getting the Wand Maker stuff in hand. I suppose the Cobalt just generates the same amount of things as 2 Wand Makers does. So they both contribute equally towards Mana Giant.
All these Razor Frosts looking very, very good as well to go with the Mana Giant. He really just needs to hope that there isn't an answer to it on board. He doesn't really care if it's sap. He just needs to freeze everything every turn and start smacking face with this 8. Also, of course, if he can find Conjurer's Calling off of Wand Maker or now the Mana Cyclone, that would be huge as well for his chances of winning.
That's right. It's getting to the point where even if Dawn does get the Giant down for 0, just that is not going to be enough because by this point, Tom is very likely to have hit the stunners and he can play board alongside those.
That's true. That is true. I think my point was just that for the moment at least, Dawn can very easily deal with what comes down. And the question is, as the game progresses, who hits a bigger power spike? And I think on average, the answer is Dawn because he can hit Apprentice, which would obviously be huge. Anytime he finds a Conjurer's Calling, the game can kind of just pack up right there, I feel. Double Blackjack Stunner in hand. It's close. Like, either way, it's
I don't know.
close.
I feel like he absolutely needs that one Apprentice left in deck to pop off, whereas Tom has potential of hitting second questing or Edwin. I just couldn't tell you who I think is in the lead right now. I feel like it's Tom, honestly.
I feel like it's Dawn on the other side. Like, he doesn't need Apprentice necessarily to make this all work. I mean, I think that should have just been playing out the Learn Draconic there. Although I guess Secret he was afraid of. No, you don't care about that. I think it should have been Learn Draconic there. But my point is, he has 7 mana next turn. He doesn't need Apprentice. He can just play out a bunch of his 1-mana spells, play out the Cyclone, get back all these cards to his hand, get down Mana Giant, freeze every single big threat that Tom throws down for like 5 turns.
It's true, but in the world after that comes down, if you don't get very, very good spells off the Cyclone, like Power of Creation, the value is looking not too good, whereas Tom can just bounce the Giants indefinitely with double Black Stunner in hand.
Okay, that's good. Primes are fantastic. Any one that you can get, you'll take.
Cheap one?
Yeah, I think that was kind of close to taking the Kirintor Tricaster just because of its synergy with Raz once that is found, but I'm also fine with Reservoir here.
Mana Giant plus Arcane Breath plus... How many Cyclone Generations is this?
1, 2, 3, 4 so far. So if he plays Arcane Breath and then Apprentice, he will not. Arcane Breath and then Cyclone. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, pretty perfect. This is the big push. Oh, he did hit the Pock. Okay, Don's in the lead.
That's
was
it.
worried
That's all
about-
it took.
I think he just needed one follow-up to this, right? Because Tom's turn is pretty clear. It's going to be stepping back the Giant at the very least, plus going wide again, and then Tom's ahead on board again. So if Don's response is just Giant again and freeze, then Tom steps it again. And
Yeah,
by
I
that
mean-
point, Tom has probably drawn Questing or Edwin.
He can Shadow Step, or sorry, Blackjack the Giant back to the hand, but I'm always wondering if he should go like Cult Neophyte and then step that back to his hand with the Blackjack Stunner, just so he can play it again next turn to stop all these spells. I'm probably getting a little bit too deep there, but like that's such a crucial card for him at this point to shut it all down.
It's crucial, but I think that the big pop-off with the spell turn has already happened.
Yeah.
So the Cult Neophyte value is significantly diminished. And I didn't even spot this line, which is so strong
Yeah.
from Tom. Just delete the Giant because Dawn doesn't have hand space.
This is it. This is a super clean line from Tom.
Big push onto the board, and now the Pock is not available.
Oh,
Oh no!
that's bad.
Disastrous overdraw.
Very bad. He's got, however, Solarian or Reservoir
Explosion?
into Arcane Explosion plus Freeze is super
like that.
clean. You can clear off the Hanar even.
Yes. Very strong.
Get himself a 6/6, all looking so clean. I guess part of the reason he didn't go Astromancer Solarian there, even though you'd probably rather have it on the board, is because of exactly Plagiarize. Like, he doesn't want to give his opponent one. And he
Yeah.
doesn't want to play a minion that will die to spell damage plus Arcane Explosion on the backswing as well.
Very true. Faceless Corruptor is pretty big off of Jandis, so now...
Mhm.
Oh, sorry, he doesn't have mana to go for Rolling Fireball this turn anymore, but still, he can just rush and deal with the part of the mana reservoir.
Yeah, I mean, he could make the Faceless the vulnerable version, and then go Reservoir Explosion, and take out the 6/6.
Just thinking of that, but I like the idea of potentially just freezing the 6/6 and getting
Okay.
another attack out of the Faceless if you're lucky.
Pretty smart. Ooh, Shenvala, and then if you can play all 1-mana spells, you can get 2 procs, right? Just with going freeze, primordial into, I guess, evocation maybe as well.
That's pretty funny. Realistically, I think it's gonna be Ray of Frost plus Power of Creation.
Hmm.
Or Learn Draconic Power of Creation. You immediately get the other 6/6, but
It's huge development. I mean, if it's counterspell though, either way, like, it's pretty gnarly no matter what you counterspell. No mana
now
to get
it's
the
just-
double proc.
Is it cold in here?
yeah,
Or is it just me?
play everything but the Evocation.
Runs out
Right. Lab partner's cheap.
Yeah, and then he can get down the Astromancer.
Cool. Yeah, freeze one of the big guys. We're not freezing Chandis here.
Strong read from
He
Don.
guessed wrong. He guessed the
Oh,
wrong
wait,
minion,
what?
Gia. Tom made the 4/4, the vulnerable one, but the other one, the Muck Morpher.
Oh, I thought you always put that on the rush, but
So did Dawn. Get baited.
Okay, now Tom is in the lead. And he has questing, finally!
Oh my god.
Wait, he's not starting with questing, so it's gonna be a rolling fireball clear instead. Okay, that's
That's
very
pretty
clean.
disgusting, right?
Yup.
Oi, oi, oi. Oh, it's so clean.
Tekkan with Miscreant? Hello?
Tekkan? That's insane! 4-4 lackeys at this point. Illegal.
Dunce had this Prime in hand. I mean, this Solarian in hand for a long time. Couldn't get it to die.
Yeah,
So he could just look for a Prime out for himself. How long has this Rap Golem have been alive?
Needs the apprentice. Like, he's finally running out of Razor Frosts. It lasted a long time, but the party's over here. He's got to play one, right? You've got to freeze the Golem again.
Mm-hmm. And then just Spell Wing and just beg your deck for second apprentice off the top.
Yeah. Oh, it's so tough because you also really want to go Astromancer, but the thing is, your opponent's probably just going to leave Astromancer in play and not even bother killing it, just so you don't have the out of drawing Prime.
They need a single Eviscerate to kill you if you don't freeze
Oi, oi, oi.
Rap Golem here. Tom's list doesn't have Eviscerate, but there's plenty of ways to generate things when you have spell lackeys.
Oh, Cold Neophyte off the top. Even if there was the dream draw of Apprentice, it's just going to bring them back down to their regular cost again.
That is correct. I want to see just space made for Cult Neophyte Tekkan, and then he can chill. As long as the Neophyte comes down, he can still trade off this 1-1.
You just trade away the 4-4, like that's fine here, I think, right?
Oh, correct. Yeah, that one is the fake minion. Although you kind of want to push the 4. And you kind of don't want to kill the Solarian.
That's fair. That is fair.
Yeah. It's close. Oh, he's just not playing the Neophyte.
Wow.
So Dawn has a Sorceress
There's a chance,
out?
right? Whoa.
Wait,
Raz
that's
plus
insane too.
Astromancer, he can... What does he
But
do?
the Rap Golem Reborn is still annoying.
Right. So he goes... Astromancer, Raz, Missiles. Okay, discover a spell first. Maybe find something better like Frost Nova to freeze the board.
Oh my god. That's insane. Just Raz Nova, and it's like you don't want to kill the Rap Golem with the Raz. You want to leave it frozen so that the Reborn can't attack. So leaving one spell damage minion on board is pretty perfect here.
Yeah, it works out perfectly. Everything's frozen. There's not that much that can be developed, obviously, because of board space issues. And then next turn, you just try and use the Raz to obliterate everything.
But Tom has Goblin Lackey. Not much board space to work with it.
Oh.
So he has to go like questing. I don't know if this Ray of Frost has Twin Spell or not, but rush the questing. Deal with Raz. Oh, I forgot. These are 4-4s!
They're 4-4s anyway.
4-4s.
Oh my god, they're not even 1-1s, obviously. Oh my god. Get obliterated, Raz.
But Don has bought himself time, right? They're still out. Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Neophyte still not played. His primes, like his Astromancers still aren't dead, so he can't get the primes in his deck. Ray of Frost maybe can buy him that one turn he still needs, though.
And Cobalt Spellkin can generate more missiles, which are strangely very effective on this board state. At that point, you probably just play Evo.
Ping. Yeah. It's over, right? He has to go Evo. Frost Nova!
Another Nova!
Oh!
Hello, what? Okay, so he goes Learn Draconic.
Mirror Image.
Mirror Image, yeah.
Frost Nova, and then just play the Rain Freeze, I suppose?
You can, yeah.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Job done.
Dawn's just in the driver's seat again.
Is he though? I literally don't know. Like,
I mean,
he
even if
doesn't
the
have enough
cult neophyte
stuff on
comes down,
board.
he can play Power of Creation and freeze next turn, but then
It's
all
true.
of these small health been frozen. It's just that Tom's turn is so bad.
It's the board space again and again and again is his problem.
Give me a quest.
Neophyte Edwin? Questing Neophyte?
Just
That's a dead Solarian. That can be drawn now. That is an out.
Whew. One Power of Creation to end them all. I don't
So-
even know what the best outcome is. Like Soccer.
I think it's just a freeze turn with Cobot Spellkin instead. Like, you can go Spellkin, freeze, Spellwing, and you can stop
What to do?
8
9
damage
damage?
coming through. Oh yeah, 9,
It's a
sorry, I
5-1 and
suppose.
the questing.
Right, right.
Okay, you're technically alive.
I mean, you could also not go for the Spellkin and just go Ray of Frost, Ping to kill off the 5-1, which stops the highest amount of damage, and then you're almost certainly not dead. And you get a 6-6 as well,
Yeah.
I believe.
True.
A simple
I like the idea of semi-board locking Tom. The idea that if he wants to play a mini, he has to go through these taunts and then trade off with the
Okay.
Solarian. So I like the original plan of double Ray and Spell. And that would have gotten the 6-6, right?
Yeah, the problem is that this line doesn't summon him as 6-6, which would actually be a pretty huge deal in trying to represent counter-lethal.
For sure. That's air for Tom.
Oh, this is so close!
A little bit short of lethal.
Brotherhood shall prevail.
And he needs to send 3 damage into the O2 because
Uh-huh.
of, yeah. So it's like Neophyte into O2, Dagger into O1, Miscreant into 1-1. Probably just leave the Solarian up so there's less
Yeah,
chances
yeah.
of top decking Prime and then send 8 face.
Agreed. And then Evocation on the other side? You see it happening?
Kinda has to, it feels like, unless it's Prime off the top.
So you go freeze
Fine.
with Ray of Frost, because that's just good.
I feel like enough as he hits. I mean, it's just one space more in hand to possibly hit Nova or Blizzard.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, you ever start with the missiles then?
If he goes Evocation first, he can hit Deep Freeze as well, but that doesn't keep him alive.
Just so hard to optimize.
Blizzard! Blizzard!
It's right there, and it kills the O3. He can send 6 damage face. But on the other hand, Tom has hit the secret passage.
For one card? Like, ah!
Wait, he doesn't have cards in deck. I didn't notice how much he drew already. What?
time runs
They've
out.
got nothing left.
There's no natural eviscerate in the deck. I think Don's got this.
Face, face, lethal next turn. He's pulling this one out the bag. That's not it.
Far too late. Plagiarize, if it came at any earlier point, could have given Tom evocation, something along those lines. But these mirror images have stopped so much damage this game.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy.
I'm out of cards.
Yeah, Tom realizing plagiarize doesn't help him there, so he's trying to just preload the prep for that 1 mana.
It had to be like double spell there. It's not coming through. Tom throws it down, and Dawn, in his first game of the round robin, first series, takes a 3-1 victory over former world champion Tom in an incredibly grueling final game there. It was back and forth. You didn't know who was in the lead. I didn't know who was in the lead. I don't think the players, to be perfectly honest, knew who was in the lead until all the dust settled right at the end.
So intense there. And props to Dawn for finding ways to survive turn after turn. That questing grew to 2020 and was just staring him down every single turn, but never able to connect for quite enough damage. That game had so many decisions involved, and I'm so happy to see it come down that way without a prime or a box even entering the equation.
Yes, as am I. I think that it was very well handled. There are a couple of really sick spots there. I think, like, as we were talking about, sapping or blackjack stunnering the giant back to the hand to destroy it and getting the Solarian back in the hand without it dying, importantly. So Solarian Prime was even further away. Never killing them when possible on Tom's side. I think towards the end there for Dawn, summoning the 6/6 a little bit earlier off of the Learn Draconic side quest was probably a bit more of a higher importance than he actually gave it in the end. But still,
Right.
a super cool example of how the Mage versus Rogue matchup, very back and forth, very, very difficult to predict who is going to be in the lead. But Dawn does end up being the victor both times, both on the Mage and the Rogue.
I do want to say that for Tom, I had a big question about the turn he didn't go for Neophyte alongside, I think, a questing.
Yeah.
That felt like if he had played it that turn, it just removed the vast majority of Don's outs or just made him have way less chances with evocation. And that turn, had it come down a bit earlier, could have changed the entire landscape of the late game. But throughout the rest of the game, just very, very well fought. And I don't even feel like it went that long, despite this being much longer than average in APAC.
Yeah, that does mean that we are all done with our third match of the day. 2 more yet to come, of course, here with 5 matches on Saturday in APAC. I believe, taking a look at the schedule, we're sticking with Division A for one more with Blitzchung versus Tyler up next, one that I'm very excited to see before we head back to Division B for Rivius versus Alan to close things out. We're going to go to an ever so slightly longer break now, so if you need to grab a snack, get a drink, whatever you need to see you through the rest of the day of Hearthstone action, do so now, because you absolutely are not going to want to miss it. Blitzchung versus Tyler. Blitzchung narrowly getting through to Division A at the last minute in a very impressive fashion, but he's got his work cut out for him against Tyler. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Mullet Over Episode 3. Today, we put the focus on Malagos Druid, which is a deck known for the huge damage you can deal with a combo of Forest Warden Omu, Germination, and of course, Malagos. Don't be fooled by the combo tag though, because this deck is more than capable of winning via minions too, with Ysera unleashed at the top end. Whether you need to close out the game with Ysera or Malagos, the ideal early game plan is to play ramp into Guardian Animals as soon as Druidly possible. That means Overgrowth, Breath of Dreams, and GA are instantly kept in the mulligan. Even if you don't have a dragon, Breath of Dreams is at least some card draw if you don't have a better play on turn 2. Of course, if you are offered a dragon with Breath, you should definitely keep it. While most classes count 1, 2, 3, 4, Druids like to count 1, 2, 4, 7. Or, when you have a hand as good as Saiyan's in this game, you don't even need Guardian Animals and can go straight to 9. However, you don't always hit the right balance between ramp, power spikes, and card draw. If you miss any part of that puzzle, you're bound to hit slow turns or dead hands. To minimize the odds of that happening, don't be too greedy with the mull. For example, Saiyan, without guaranteed ramp, tosses his second Guardian Animals to avoid getting steamrolled by Killin' All Day's Tempo Mage. Similarly, you can keep hands that have a definite turn-by-turn game plan, even if they're not as powerful as a Guardian Animals curve. Glory keeps Overflow here with guaranteed ramp versus Secret Rogue. If you notice, Glory also kept Lightning Bloom with that hand, which is a card that we casters have been debating about for weeks now. To get a better idea, I gathered some opinions from GMs who brought Mali Druid to week 3. Bunny Hopper said to only keep it with payoff cards and that you're more likely to keep it with coin. Surrender said you only keep it with Guardian Animals or Overgrowth, and Just Saiyan said in slower matchups like versus Priest, you should only keep it with hard ramp. Glory and Bunny can probably agree about keeping Bloom on coin, as we can see Glory keeps it on his own versus Secret Rogue in this game, but he tosses it in 2 other games of the same matchup when he's on the play. It makes sense because going second, you do have more chances at drawing payoff cards to pair with the Lightning Bloom. The one time Glory does keep Lightning Bloom on the play, it was when it was paired with Wild Growth that he teched in his tertiary list. Even if the hard ramp isn't Overgrowth, I think this corroborates Surrender's point, because Glory would still be able to play Guardian Animals on turn 4 if he drew it. For new Druid players, sequencing your ramp cards can be a little bit tricky at first. When do I use soft ramp or hard ramp, and when do I combine them both? The best way to answer that is to plan out your turns in your head. Ask yourself, do I get to power spike sooner if I save some of my cards? Let's take a look at this hand from Just Sayin, which has both ramp and payoff. If he cashes in his coin and Lightning Bloom to activate Overgrowth immediately, he can have 6 mana as early as turn 3. However, in this deck, your power spikes of Guardian Animals and Overflow are not available until 7 mana. So the superior line is to save the soft ramp for Ysera to come down on turn 4. He can then follow up with Overflow the next turn. Contrast that with Glory's situation. Whether he cashes in both Innervates immediately here or saves one copy, he's unable to get Ysera down sooner than turn 5, barring the chance of ramp top decks. So now, let's compare the strength of his turns leading up to Ysera. By immediately playing Overgrowth on turn 2, Glory allows himself a strong possible turn 4 if he's drawn either GA or Overflow by then. With the other line, if the payoff cards are drawn by turn 4, they can't be played without disrupting the ramp into Ysera. So, Glory plays Overgrowth right away. Naturally, Druid struggles against aggressive decks like Zoo Warlock, so at first glance, it's tempting to keep cards like Crystal Power for removal. Tice does so here against Viper, but it comes at a high cost, especially off-coin with no guaranteed ramp. Crystal Power potentially removes a Flame Imp or Canrathad, but Zoo will very likely just play bigger minions and Snowball, so I think Druid needs more staying power. According to Just Sayin, against Zoo, you should be looking to assert your own game plan. That is, still prioritize ramp and payoff. Glory's 4-keep against Tom 60229 Zoo is a great example. And Tom knows it. Now don't get me wrong, this matchup is still unfavorable for Mali Druid, but when Druid does take the win, it tends to look something like this. They tank a lot of damage in the early game to set up their ramp, and then they go for a big swing turn to seize the board. In these situations, you shouldn't feel bad about breaking up the Malagos burst combo for removal, as long as it means that you get ahead on tempo. And that's it for this episode of Mull It Over. See you next week as we tackle more of the best decks from Hearthstone Grandmasters.
You are watching Hearthstone Grandmasters. Thanks for sticking with us through that break. This is the last week of Grandmasters that we're going to have before we head to Masters Tour Montreal next week, to be held on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Going to be a lot of fun casting that one. Shaking things up, obviously, with the nerfs and a bunch of new players coming through trying to find their spot in Grandmasters. Cannot wait to see who starts to set the stage for their chances of shining and coming through as the next APAC GM. But before we get into that, we've got to finish this week of Grandmasters first, which of course means Match 4, Blitzchung versus Tyler, two players who have been here since the start of Hearthstone Grandmasters, unlike a lot of our newcomers that we're seeing shine through now.
Honestly, feels like since the start of Hearthstone altogether, Blitzchung being one of the OGs on Asia Pacific ladder and just racking it up to high point totals during the HCT circuit and very deservedly making it to Grandmasters. Whereas Tyler, he's been top of the ladder I don't know how many times, now a very, very accomplished streamer as well, and bringing no warrior in his lineup. So it's very reminiscent of his philosophy on warrior not being that great a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, we're seeing strong themes shining through from Tyler, as always, with his practice group being very much a European-based practice group. I suppose some of the Americas players as well. But he definitely feels somewhat separate to the rest of the Asia-Pacific region practice groups. Obviously, with him being the only Vietnamese player in Grandmasters, so his common language is English, obviously, with the rest of the other European GMs and ex-GMs, which I think, as we can see here, the Cobalt Spellkin version of Mage, which Orange had pioneered. We're seeing Zoo, the version that Viper, I think, had a lot of success with last week, and then topping it off with Aggro Rogue as well.
Yeah, that is a bit of an unusual deck choice. We did see Glory pilot reasonable success ago. I think that Rogue is well positioned against the mages and perhaps the Burgle Rogues in the field, and also very possibly against Zoo, because these are decks that all don't have great ways of healing back up, trying to race the Rogue for the lethal.
However, Blitzchung does not have the Zoo. He's got the bog standard stuff for the most part here. The Priest, Warrior, Mage, and Rogue, and all fairly standard archetypes of those decks. I like a lot of the builds he's got, I want to say as well. I think his Bomb Warrior is very well positioned, with Blastmaster Boom, with Galakron thrown in there as well for a bit of extra punch against the likes of Priest in particular. Has been banned away, though, of course, from Tyler, given that is the premier strategy, it feels like, at the moment. And then as for the rest of his decks, again, just fairly standard stuff with the Mage and the Rogue.
Yeah, this is the cookie cutter lineup going into this week. Blitzchung, I think the vast majority of these decks lend itself very much to how he likes to play Hearthstone, which is aggro to mid-range level. And I'm just particularly excited to see him pilot Mage again, because I think we've seen some of the most innovative Mage play from Blitzchung himself.
Innovative Zoo play is something that we have seen plenty of, though, here in Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's a steep learning curve with the deck, and I feel like I very much Dunning-Krugered myself with this deck. I played it a little bit, and I was like, oh, okay, it's just Dark Glare the deck. If you hit that, you win. If you don't hit it, you lose. But I was very quickly proven to be a dum-dum by Tom in particular, but also Viper taking the win last week in the final week of Swiss. And I expect good things as well from Tyler, who I'm sure has been practicing this deck a fair bit on ladder.
And right off the bat, the mulligan presents interesting decisions. Expired Merchant, obviously, you'd love to keep that if you have Hand of Gul'dan, but in terms of having activators for the hand, there's 4 of them, right? The 2 merchants and the 2 matrons, whereas the hands themselves are just 2 copies, so I would prefer to toss everything here.
I agree completely. I want to see Flame Imp on the coin here. I want to see Dark Glare, of course. And as you said, Hand of Gul'dan, always looking for, even if you don't have an activator quite yet, very likely to find one eventually.
But we have seen a strangely large amount of Flesh Giant's top deck that turn you exactly want to discard Hand of Gul'dan with Expired Matron, so we will hope for Tyler that that will not be the case this time. As for Blitzchung, though, he did keep the Lab Partner and Cram Session, which is always a premium starting combo for Tempo Mage.
Oh, I really want to coin Sorcerer's Apprentice here. It's scary because there's the fear of both Soulfire and the Penflinger to clear it off. But if it sticks, you get a value trade, you get a 1-mana cram session to go with the lab partner next turn. And Blitzchung has been a tempo mage player a lot of the time. I was kind of expecting to see it there.
True. I mean, barring the possibility of Cult Neophyte, the Apprentice could have still been really good this turn, right? Because you could just go double Ray if you really wanted to on the Voidwalker and coin out Cram Session. Not in that order, but he could still have gotten rid of the Voidwalker and fit in a higher value Cram Session anyway. But since we did see Disruption with Cult Neophyte, I very much expect the same play coming back the other way.
Outside of that, there's, argument for just going for Ray of Frost in order to protect your minion here if you do want to guarantee yourself that cram session, or at least increase the likelihood of cram session next turn, because outside of that, it's not happening next turn. It will be value traded. I like this line. Tap, then Tour Guide to store the 0-mana tap in case you get a Vulture or Dark Slayer next turn.
Job's done.
And the value trade does come back the other way, which is painful for Blitzchung, but he can take something like that for himself and hits another lab partner.
I mean, this is the turn where you go in now, right? It's not absolutely ludicrous with an Evocation or a Cyclone or anything, but you can draw 2 cards, you can kill a minion with Ray of Frost, you can get a value trade. It's pretty clean, I think. And you have another Apprentice.
Reasonably likely that the Apprentice sticks as well, so I like the idea of that. Well, it did seem like Blitzchung's first instinct was lab partner cram session and then just go in the next turn, but with very little remaining, it's gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the consideration as well is whether you go double Ray of Frost on, if you're going for that line, is whether you go double Ray of Frost on the Cult Neophyte or you go 1 on the Tour Guide, 1 on the Neophyte, just to completely lock down the board. Because
So it would depend on what he gets off the top, right? If there's a magic trick to pick up missiles, then the shape of the turn is very different. Not that missiles.
Whoa. Mirror image, though, absolutely huge.
So now he does just kill off the Neophyte, I believe. And the Tour Guide has very little chance of getting through. Okay, so this race dead has very lackluster minions in it.
That is a huge draw, though, for Tyler with Raised Penflinger combo. To be honest, it's not often that you get multiple activations with Penflinger on the same turn. And Expired Merchant as well. Tyler just needs to not die, and he has all the value he could ever need. True,
but if he wants to go off with Penflinger, that is, what, 6 damage from the Raised Deads?
Right.
It's fine, though, I think, as long as he can kill off this Apprentice. That should be the #1 priority.
Yeah, that's the big one here. It avoids damage, and more importantly, obviously, the reduction in spells is devastating. Oh, Penflinger Neophyte.
Oh, so he just wants to clear off again, just prevent the most damage,
Okay.
and put himself ahead on board this turn. Okay, I kind of like this, actually. Yes, he doesn't get down the Neophyte, but he removes the most damage from Blitzchung's side of the board, and then he can go for Neophyte on the next turn.
He's just in a whole bunch of spells, right? Everything that could have been played would have been played off the top, I think, most likely. And then after that, there's very little left that can be comboed with the Sorcerer's Apprentice, and Tyler perfectly predicts that. It was a great play.
And Blitzchung with the Cyclone off the top, obviously lacking 1 evocation to absolutely pop off, but I like that he Apprentice. I think he has seen, because he's seen that Penflinger, he's reasonably confident it'll stay on board, so he's in some worlds just giving himself 2 more mana to pop off in the next turn, but it all still depends on a perfect top deck.
And Tyler next turn is going to go Ultra Instinct Super Mega Hyper mode with the Dark Glare, 0 mana tap, Flame Imp, all that nonsense thrown in there. Again, it's just about surviving on this turn.
Nonsense Super Mega Ultra mode. When did I tell you the name of my anime, Gareth? That's the new one I'm watching.
Yeah. Not enough high school in that one for you.
Not the greatest pop off, but
So if you hit exactly Lab Partner, you can play Mana Giant on the same turn.
I wonder.
But I think you very possibly just take the Giant, right? Is that better than one spell on the Cyclone?
it's true.
Feels like it. It just
Yeah,
was
I'm
way
on board
too
with
risky.
the Giant plan.
Yeah, if you save the Primordial Studies, then next turn you can try and get more than one spell off the Cyclone as well.
Correct. I think you just take the L that the Apprentice is not really gaining you value in this instance.
Time runs out on me.
Oh man, this is going to be close. I think there's honestly routes for both players to win this game at this point. Tyler feels like he's in the lead for sure because he can start to really pop off on this turn. But he's going to be damaging himself a fair bit. If he can't deal with this Giant particularly, that's a big chunk of damage he's taking.
Indeed. He's going to be trying to preserve this Voidwalker and play down the second one, I would assume, if he can, just to make sure that he doesn't take an additional 8 damage to the face. Tyler's list is not running broomsticks that I can see, so it's very unlikely that he can deal with the Giant straight up. Actually just doesn't have enough board space and ways to spend his mana.
Right.
Okay,
So
trade off Merchant, and then you can go Flame Imp, Neophyte, Voidwalker.
yeah, you just got to protect yourself from the Giant. That's game plans A through Z here.
Right. I guess since you're not gonna have enough board space to spend all of your, you might as well not play the Flame Imp.
Okay, okay. Don't take any more damage.
Or perhaps even just save it for better usage next turn. Neophyte is huge.
So, I mean, I think it probably should have been Magic Trick
Right,
first.
Nova,
Let's try
right?
and find Nova. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. But I guess he's saving up for the big Cyclone turn next time, because unless you hit exactly Frost Nova there off the Magic Trick, that's just an extra spell you can't play with Cyclone next turn.
Indeed. Well, Tyler can super pop off now. After he plays all the minions, he can
Oh my
guarantee
God.
discard Hand of Gul'dan with the
Disgusting.
Soulfire.
Yeah, I mean, all he needs to do is make sure he's actually putting damage on the board. Leave a board slot open for Flesh Giant. That's the important thing here, which he does after guaranteeing the Hand of Gul'dan.
Soul Shear, Fragments. Can't underestimate those. At this point, the only way Tyler loses is Blitzchung generating freeze into burn.
Another Neophyte as well is ridiculous here. Trade Neophyte Soul Shear. You can even fit in a tap as well if you want to. His
I
health is
don't
high.
think he needs to tap.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, for me, it's just about finding the Flesh Giants. Like, because if that increases your clock in terms of how quickly you're killing your opponent, it definitely feels worth it.
Well, assuming that 12 plus 2 damage sticks here, because you think the 3-1 will get pinged off, then that's fair. The Giant could have sped things up.
So ping the 3-1, and so it's probably not a Cyclone turn yet. Again, this is the last Neophyte you're going to see. This is the 4th one now with both raised heads. So next turn you will be able to go Cyclone.
I think you still go Magic Trick to hit Frost Nova. And if you do hit Frost Nova, just take a lackluster Cyclone.
But he can't even play Cyclone, right? Because it would...
Oh, right. The Nova would cost 4. Ah! Terrible.
Like my,
So
my
yes, I'm back online with your plan. So
Yeah.
just double Ray and ping.
I mean, I'm almost wondering if you can get away with one Ray, just so that you have a guaranteed freeze on a big minion next turn, like Flesh Giant, if it comes down. I may be getting too greedy there. The damage is racking up quickly. Like, I think you're just dead to Soulfire then. Yeah. Okay.
Going for Cyclone. We can potentially Blizzard for next turn. Oh!
Whoa! Okay, well,
Oh.
there's a game plan, right?
But how does he get to turn 10?
Details, Gia, details.
You were just a bird.
Okay, well, Tyler gonna keep cycling. He has one more Soulfire in the deck. Doesn't hit Mana Giant, not that he would have had... I mean, Flesh Giant, not that he
Yeah.
would have had board space to play it.
Yeah, I mean, tapping here, he's got so many soul fragments in the deck. I think I like just trying to find the giants.
Okay. One Nova
Yeah.
to end them all.
Start with that, try and hit Nova. Ice Barrier. It's not
I
enough,
think that
right?
buys him time. There's 19 on board right now.
I guess you maybe take it because you could go AI into Ray of Frost, and then if you go Ray of Frost, Ice Barrier, that'll buy you another turn, I believe.
What to do?
Okay.
Not banking on it, fair enough. There's just so much damage on the board. I mean, that may not have even got him there.
Yeah. I mean, with the draw, he was looking for second Magic Trick Nova as an out, but it is not there. Double boxes in hand while you die. What a bad feeling.
Yep, brutal way to go down there, and an interesting game for the most part there. You know, obviously, as soon as Tyler hit the discarding Hand of Gul'dan's chain over and over again and drawing his entire deck, it was really just a matter of time for him before he won the game. The out there for Blitzchung, in the end, as it turns out, was surviving through to Puzzle Box. It was just those early turns that were super interesting as to how Blitzchung could have gone about it, because there were lines with Coin Apprentice that may have been too risky, admittedly, saving more spells to go with Cyclone, going with an earlier Cyclone, going with a later Cyclone. I would listen to all of these arguments, honestly.
But we have to point out that the MVP this game was the Pen Flinger. If that was not Tyler's draw
Sure.
alongside the Raised Deads, then that Apprentice would have just stuck, and then the Cyclone turn from Blitzchung could have been a lot more impactful. Man, I have underestimated this card so much. Tyler has 2 copies of it, whereas some other people only run 1, but I'm starting to understand why the 2 of list Tyler's choice.
And that's the bad outcome. If you have to shoot your opponent's minions, you're sad. You want to shoot yourself in the face. That's the real Pen Flinger dream with this deck. In order to get back mana with Dark Glare, cheapen your Flesh Giants, it can be absolutely ridiculous. And I think Tyler played that beautifully. The turn with Pen Flinger, obviously he was handed a lifeline there, but he took it and played the turn very, very well.
Now we're on to Aggro Rogue. And Blitzchung with the Keep of Firebrand definitely lets you know where his head is at. He wants a way to deal with the stealthed minions, which tend to have 1 HP. Firebrand helps a lot in that regard, but because Blitzchung is off coin, it's going to be a bit difficult to activate it.
Right, and getting Mana Reservoir as well is pretty disastrous. Obviously, Lab Partner was the dream, but honestly, you take it with an attack point at this point in order to try and
Evolving Missiles can't be underestimated in this matchup. It can just save you a bunch of HP when timed correctly. Blitzchung not going to rip it right here because he knows if the Spy Mistress attacks, he can still just take the turn to ping and then follow up with Firebrand Missiles.
Whether or not you kill this reservoir, though, is actually incredibly interesting in my opinion, because it's, it's not like just attacking with minions where you'll be able to attack again next turn. You would have to attack with the Scimitar. And in the end, he doesn't even go backstab Scimitar hit or hit with the minion and Scimitar hit. He just saps it back to the hand.
That's shocking to me. There are no natural taunts in the Mage deck, I believe. But still, I was even thinking that's just a coin Scimitar and go turn to the face.
I can tell you, that would have been my play, undeniably, on that turn. I just want to start hitting them very hard.
But this is huge for Blitzchung. He gets to go Firebrand, devolve the Akama, deny the Prime. Whether or not you think that's a good or a bad thing depends on, I guess, your experience with the Akama Prime.
And then
It's just such a good chance to get it right, because you can just follow up with Raz, and that shuts off any of the other small stealth minions from Tyler.
I agree. I think Raz is the kicker, right? Because otherwise you may be struggling to deal with a bunch of 1 health stealth minions. But that is your answer right there.
Obviously, Blitzchung is thinking about whether he can get more value off of devolving missiles, but I think in terms of this matchup, the value is in saving your health total. So if you just deny the 3 damage immediately, put your 3/4 on the board, I think in the long run, that gets you way more HP saved than devolving several targets.
Wow. So he's taken the 0 drop here, saying it's not worth it, which is fair enough. I was mainly considering the Firebrand for the 3/4 body. But this gets him another spell, I suppose, is the upside. Oh.
Okay, this is the stealth minion aside from Lillian that does survive 1 proc of Raz. And obviously that's Blitzchung's reasoning for holding on to the Firebrand. Good job, Blitzchung. I did not think of that.
And look at how this works out. I mean, obviously it gets complicated because if he played the Firebrand first, there wouldn't have been anything to kill off with the Scorpid to gain stealth in the first place. But if he was thinking about specifically this, it worked out so well.
Tyler having to trade with the hooked scimitar. Worst feeling ever, and Raz is just gonna make Tyler's day so unfortunate. Actually, yeah, Giant this turn is just more likely to survive to his scimitar, whereas Raz potentially dies to deadly poison sometimes.
Right.
I like it.
Now, obviously here we're looking for the big boys, any kind of minion that you can throw down onto the board.
Yeah, so expensive. I think the play is hit face, re-equip hooked scimitar, deadly poison, sneaky delinquent. Because the Scorpid just can't stealth this turn unless he wants to deadly the giant, take 8, and then go burrowing Scorpid.
I mean, he could go sneaky delinquent and burrowing Scorpid his own guy, which gets him the 3/1 back to his hand, right? Probably not.
I would rather have the scimitar online if the upside of that play is just having a 5/2 cell.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Blitzchung is absolutely in the driver's seat now. Raz Neophyte, push more damage than Tyler can push with his scimitar.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting here. It was really just that one turn forward that I'm genuinely not saying I disagree with from Blitzchung. I'm just still thinking about whether or not I like it or not. There were so many different positives and negatives of having a 3/4 on the board versus having a 2/2 on the board and a spell, having the extra reactivity in hand of the Firebrand to go for a later turn.
Okay, this is not a passage turn, but I think you play the Spectral... I mean, you just play Sinister Strike, Eviscerate face, send this Hook Scimitar face, and then just rely on the passage to pull you out on the next turn. If you are not dead this turn, because Blitzchung is presenting 14 plus the Raz plus the ping, just from this board alone.
Very possibly just lethal. He's got a few chances to hit it with Magic Trick and double Evocation.
Okay.
Let's go.
Come on, Blitzchung. There's so many chances.
That is not it. Let's go Magic Trick for Frostbolt. That is not it.
Or
but
just take
Ice
the barrier.
Is huge.
Yeah.
That's probably just lethal.
In that it absolutely kills Tyler's soul
I mean...
when he sees the secrets come down.
Yep. I think Tyler can see there. Even that big old Snorlax in the background isn't going to be bringing him back to happiness now.
Need a Poke Flute. That's gonna be it for game 2. Blitzchung equalizing, taking the win with that Tempo Mage. And it's off the back of, I think, a Giant that I didn't immediately spot. I got so greedy with the Giants thinking it needs to be a 2-mana, 0-mana 8/8 when very much of the time 6-mana 8/8 can just outvalue and outrace these slightly lower end decks from Tyler.
Yeah, this has consistently been my biggest praise of Blitzchung as a Tempo Mage player, is his ability to play out the minions for low value, which I know sounds counterintuitive, but he plans his Giants ahead. He realizes turn 4, turn 5 is kind of average for his build of the deck to be able to get it down very consistently. You throw it onto the board and you realize, I played a 4-mana 8/8, I played a 5-mana 8/8. It's disgustingly powerful, and you go for the counter-lethal super, super quickly, especially against the likes of Aggro Rogue, which is a super unreactive deck, especially when you sap on turn 2 against a mana reservoir? That's got to be the real question mark from Tyler's side, right?
Sort of. You can make the argument that if it's gotten to the point where you're sapping a giant, then you're probably behind already. Because you assume that when the mage can play giant, it's either for super cheap because they've discounted it a lot, or they feel so comfortable that they're going to spend their entire turn playing it. And outside of that, the only taunts in the deck are generated via primordial studies. But yeah, definitely Tyler's hand could have used a Greyheart Sage at any point to just give him better things to do in the mid game. However, it's not very often that you hit the Giga Nuts as this rogue deck. It's built to do one thing only, and a lot of the time you're never sending more than 2 attacks into minions.
Indeed. He's going to have to go with it again at a later point, because Tyler is now having to go with his own mage, trying to take down the, what is this, Highlander Priest? I believe that Blitzchung is rocking here in the next matchup. And already off to a pretty fantastic start. I would... I mean, do you keep everything except Alex here? Am I crazy for wanting Wave of Apathy just for the combos?
Definitely a consideration. I feel that
Fair.
Wave and Breath are a bit counterintuitive because you want to save the Breath to deal with an Apprentice type board, whereas the Wave of Apathy comes down for Giant. So I guess they do deal with different things, but if you're saving them to hold on against both of those situations, maybe you'd rather have one slot for a proactive play.
And I think that's the word here. It's proactive. I always say this, but I'm still falling into the trap of considering Highlander Priest as a reactive control deck. It shouldn't be, especially with Zephrys in the starting hand. Zephrys for wild growth, I'd have to imagine, is probably going to come down, and then you just want to curve out to your power plays later on, which the mage is going to struggle to deal with.
And Blitzchung altogether through the Breath of the Infinite as well. Probably because he doesn't expect to have to rip that into an Apprentice turn till much later than turn 3. Tyler, Cram Session for 1 never feels great, but I think you just kind of treat this as Breath of Dreams and Druid. You just take the time to draw if you have the spare mana anyway.
He drew the spell damage minion though. Why doesn't it draw 2 cards like Breath of Dreams? Yep, I agree with this completely. Cabal Acolyte in its own right is actually just a super big deal. Almost available to come down right now. But you know what? You'll take stealing the Shenvala next turn instead. Or you'll just kill it.
Oh my god. I was gonna say, for Tyler, this Shenvala for tempo can't come down at a better turn because it's, I mean, going into a turn where Blitzchung is almost certainly gonna play Wild Growth for ramp.
Yeah.
But with that draw from Blitzchung, already struggling to see ways for Tyler to come back in the game.
Yeah, Ray of Frost. Ray of Frost clears things up here. He go for that over just slamming the Icicle, which I kind of question. I mean, you can draw a card obviously with the Icicle, but he has to find a freeze effect first. And I do find that Ray of Frost is the more flexible card generally.
He is just telling this one maker to give him another Ray of Frost.
Fair.
Close.
Yep. Playing out his cards. I like this. Giant is available now next turn. Font of Power? Play that too. Why not?
Oh, and Vala. But it doesn't quite work out so well with his hand.
Yeah, I mean, like, Lab Partner can come down now, but the thing is, he already is able to play Mana Giant on the following turn, so he doesn't really need to keep tempoing out with stuff.
Right. Yeah, it's just kind of already a decision point whether he wants to go for a more value-oriented game plan. And I think the tempo game plan has already left the realm of possibility because of that Apotheosis early on. So I end up liking the Shenvala pick, even though it's not necessarily active for a couple turns.
Board stolen, Murasond with coin in hand. So as it currently stands, anything Tyler does, Blitzchung can do better. And why not just go for 8 mana, 2 8/8s on this turn for good measure?
Oh,
or just kill it off. I mean, anything good, Blitzchung just top decks something better.
And And he gets to save the Murazon for a Sorcerer's turn if it were even available for Tyler, but it's not.
Right.
To make this a small Cyclone.
It's yeah, not the biggest one, but if he can find himself Power Creation, Deep Freeze, Puzzle Box, maybe Font of Power, just any of these value cards, he can turn this around.
Oh, but these are all reactive.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, that looks good to me.
Value 4 days.
Oh
Pick
my
up the Shinvala
God.
and just slam it this turn. He has 3 mana.
Sure. The other thinking, I guess, being that you can use Devolving Missiles to chew through reactively, but I mean, his hand has so much reactivity already, right? He needs something proactive. Yeah, I'm on board with Shambhala.
The other option, I suppose, is Evocation, but I feel like we've seen a ton of priests lately fall slightly into the trap of taking the most value and suddenly mages pull the rug out from under them. Okay, here is an Evo turn.
That was the draw. That was the draw for Tyler to be in this game.
Can go Shinvala as well.
Or he can delay a turn?
Okay, I mean, with Blizzard Ping and Trade, he can clear the Shinvala and then he just can potentially pop off even harder next turn.
Mm-hmm. I mean, clearing space from his hand is good. This is what he wants to do to get most slots possible.
Well, if the turn is Blizzard Ping, it is not necessarily clearing space because he just draws 1 next turn, but very likely he draws something cheaper than Blizzard.
And I mean, Blitzchung just needs any big minion. Like, that will do perfectly. Oh my goodness. That's what you need.
Handed him on a silver platter. But let's see how much work the Shinvala can get done.
Pretty good. Yeah. Malagos. Yeah, you take that to activate the Arcane Breath, and because it's just Malagos.
So 2 powers of creation. Too bad he can't keep them.
Yeah.
But he does end up with 3 0-cost spells. We're getting another round of Shinvala.
That's pretty good too. Okay.
Counterspell, I was gonna say, looks nuts, but Blitzchung just hasn't had to play the coin this entire game.
It's true.
Probably still just play it and the combustion.
Yeah, just because you can. I mean, it's pretty brutal because it's like 1 off from being able to get the full triple activation, and he loses some juicy spells. But you got to do what you got to do. So... Coin, trade, Soul Mirror, like, already is just looking completely game-winning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, just play Murazond and you probably win the game. This looks good too. He can then go Ruin, Holy Nova, trade.
Yes. Completely
Super
empty
clean.
board. And then Tyler's response is a Mali.
If he can get Cram Session, then he'd be in business. Or if he can stick Raz into Malagos, that's a thing all of a sudden.
Oh my god!
I mean, the play is draw Cram Session now. That's the out to get back into this game.
Uh-huh. I've never seen Raz Mali before. I really wish I could.
I mean, you will. You shall go to the Bulgia.
I do feel like a princess right now. One of them turns into a dragon. I forgot who, but here it is!
I mean, is that even, like, it gets to 1 off, right? It does 6 and then 7. It doesn't quite kill Murazond. I mean, it's insane. It's a 6 damage AoE or a 7 damage AoE.
Yeah, I think he's just working out how the mana works out because it's a little weird with the primordial studies, but yeah. Ping and the Solarian essentially achieve the same thing here.
That's like the what was that card called? The 7-mana 7/7 that does 7 damage to everything. If there's 2 other 7 health guys in play.
Oh,
Astrologer
Anomalous.
or something? No, not Anomalous.
What?
It's the one that Ike played all the time. Someone will get it at some point. Either way, it doesn't matter for Tyler right now because he's just throwing in the towel. The Priest had the goods there. He had one chance to try and stick the board with the biggest Raz I've ever seen. But even that razzle dazzle isn't good enough.
Was spectacular to behold, but definitely even if you get the giant AoE every single turn, it will not hold a candle to a when Tyler had absolutely no juice left. Very, very clean priest play from Blitzchung, and it kind of all goes back to the mulligan being the key decision at the very beginning, whether or not you keep the Breath of the Infinite. It's because Blitzchung gave himself the most chances to actually capitalize off of Zephyrus with something proactive that he never fell behind on board till the very end there.
I mean, it just speaks perfectly to Blitzchung as a player. Whether it's the Priest or the Mage, whatever it may be, the Rogue, he understands that the way you win these games isn't by playing reactively, it's by playing proactively. Put your opponent on the back foot, play out the Shenvala, play out the Zephyrus, ramp up to these big threats, and then they will just die. Because if they're spending all their mana on reacting, they're not going to spend it on proactive development instead. Very, very nice recognition there from Blitzchung, leaving himself only the Rogue left, the Miracle Burgle Rogue, to take the win, and Star Aligner is the name of the card I was thinking of as an aside there. What a card.
Oh, right. I know what you're thinking of now. I hardly play meme decks, so I have very little knowledge of certain cards, but at least Totem Goliath is getting buffed, so I will recognize it in the weeks to come. Okay, so the rogue list from Blitzchung is featuring 1 copy of Dragon's Horde, and the secret passage has 2 dirty tricks, 2 plagiarize, no ambush. I feel like this is pretty much the most common list we've seen. The Vendetta's still in there.
Pretty much, yeah. I like this build of the deck, I gotta say. The Jandis being subbed in there, I just like. I don't really care what you have to cut for it. Dragon's Horde, as Blitzchung has gone for, it's just a strong card. With Shadow Step in there as well, the ability to generate Witchy Lackeys off of the Evil Miscreant, I just think Jandis is too good to pass up.
Indeed. And we enter this matchup once again, which Lorinda believes is actually rogue favored. And I am not sure what our stats have on that, but I would trust that Lorinda would trust the stats.
Yeah.
And again, we've been through this argument many, many times. Like, Rogue has ways to disrupt Mage, and Mage has ways to disrupt Rogue. So when we talk about the optimal game plan from the Rogue, which is putting down a giant Edwin or a giant questing at the very beginning, I do think that beats the optimal Mage game plan, which is curve spell damage minions into Cram Session and then pop off at a later turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably agree with you there. It's kind of hard though, right, to objectively analyze it, because the optimal Mage start varies drastically on what random spells you're generating when you play your Evocation or Magic Trick or whatever. If you find Devolving Missiles, Ray of Frost, Frost Nova, Polymorph, it feels like there's nothing the Rogue can do because they just don't get to attack the entire game with their big minions. It's, despite the numbers, as you correctly predicted, supporting the Rogue in this matchup to like the tune of 35% for the Mage. I still think it's a super back and forth matchup with a lot of room for creativity along the way.
I will say that for both the Rogue and the Mage players, every single time you play this matchup, there's going to be some iteration of generated spell that you have not seen before. There's going to be some interaction that you need to think about. And so it heavily rewards players that have experience and are able to make decisions very quickly.
Tyler already making a concession towards tempo as opposed to value, because if he wanted to go for the highest value route, it was quite clearly save the Primordial Studies to go with Apprentice Cyclone next turn. But I do really like what he's doing here, just giving himself the ability to stick minions on board more quickly and accept that he doesn't need the highest value Sorcerer's Apprentice Cyclone in the world.
It's been a while since we've seen the Transfer Student. This is the feat board, so it does have return.
What a high roll from Blitzchung.
Potion of Illusion is very interesting, but it can't be prepped out this turn, whereas Counterspell can. Not that you want to Counterspell this early on.
It's weird. Like, his hand is kind of low on value, but as soon as he plagiarizes, it might fill up again. He can Shadow Step the Miscreant Yeah, I think I like holding back on the potion. It's a little bit too slow for my liking. Yeah.
If Blitzchung did not have the plagiarize, I would have been 100% on board with the potion game plan because his hand just lacked value pretty sorely. But now that he's got the plagiarize down, it's reasonably likely he'll have a good follow-up play in the near future.
Okay. I like everything I'm seeing here though from Tyler. It's looking, I think, most likely you gear up towards Jandis next turn, and then you go for the big Apprentice spells turn, which means you probably want to spend your mana on Spellwing while you can right now, if 5 mana is spoken for next turn.
Exactly. I like the idea of that. If you're following the curve, then if it's Jandis and you want to get the maximum amount of spells, you want the Arcane Missiles to be already in hand by the time you hit 6 mana.
Yep.
Only problem is he'll give Blitzchung a Spellwing, which I don't think you feel too bad about.
I suppose there was some small amount of consideration for... I mean, yes, I guess Plagiarize was the main consideration, but also Cyclone if he wants to go for Apprentice Shenvala as opposed to Apprentice Cyclone. But I think the main thing was just Plagiarize.
Okay. Secret Passage drawn for Blitzchung. Makes things very interesting here.
It's again that query of, do you want to take the risk of Edwin? Because he could just go for, step the Wand Thief, play it again, get another spell, then go for the Secret Passage and just pray that you hit it. But I think Blitzchung is chugging along enough fairly happily here and doesn't need to go for the Secret Passage quite yet.
Certainly feels like it, but every time I watch this matchup play out, I feel like the longer the rogue waits to pop off, the more time the mage has to hit the Rays of Frost, and by that time when you get the Edwin down, it might never be able to it. But the concession here is playing down counterspell, so if he expects a pop-off turn anytime in the near future, he can somewhat mess with it.
It's getting big. Apprentice, Shenvala, double magic trick, that can find, evocation, some other big stuff.
Sorry, whenever I see Waxadread off of Jandis, I remember Raven. Okay, there's the questing. Remember when Raven said you want to put the illusion on the Waxadread?
Oh,
because
yes,
you kind of wanted to die.
My brain had deleted that from my hard drive in order to spare myself from the stupidity.
Okay, well, questing off the top, absolutely huge here for Blitzchung. He can get rid of the Waxadread one way or another.
Yeah.
And just end the turn with the Titanic Lackey. Somewhere other than the questing, I would assume.
I guess probably yes. Like, you're afraid of multiple Ray of Frosts or Arcane Breaths killing it off. But then, in response, you're also afraid of Devolving Missiles. I think it's kind of close.
Yeah, I guess with no minions on board, the taunt itself is not very relevant.
Yeah.
So he's just using this for +2 attack. Okay, here's the crossroads. Is it Shenvala? Is it Cyclone? I think he needs to find a way to deal with questing, so I think it's Cyclone.
That makes
Give
sense
yourself
to me.
the most chances of doing so. There's the Ray of Frost.
I mean,
freeze.
I almost wonder if that was worth deviating over to Shenvala on that turn once you hit the Ray of Frost. I guess you need the value. If you have a hand with no spells left in it and double Cyclone, everything falls apart.
Yeah, single 5/5 and 2/5, I think, easily dealt
yeah.
with by Rogue on this type of board space.
Agreed.
8. Ooh!
Oh.
So you ping the questing and then play Devolving Missiles?
Do you?
Or you can just
I
hold
always
the
wonder-
Devolving?
Just hold it. Yeah, you're not overdrawing here, I think.
I mean, there's some reasonably good targets with the Devolving Missiles. The 2/2.
I just want to save it. Like, you can clean up the board and maybe answer something bigger with it. It's another card to get with Mana Cyclone down in the coming turns.
My thinking was just that it's gonna cost 1 next turn, surely, because this
Right.
Apprentice never survives. I mean, there's a very straightforward play of just Mummy Neophyte, push all the damage on board.
Yeah, I
and
think it's too
mess
clean.
with. Yeah.
No tomb can hold me.
Neophyte is just what you want to do. It's like the best thing you can play on this turn, outside of, I guess, maybe a huge Edwin, but even that runs into complications with all the spells. This just shuts down the turn that Tyler needed to go for.
If he had a Raz to go along with this Solarian, it would be
Oh,
such a different story, but this hand is doing nothing. Best thing is barrier plus devolving?
yeah. If he had a Raz here, a 7 damage Malagos Raz would be the second best Raz of today.
Okay, barrier Shanvala maybe. Just because Shanvala lines up okay with its stats against this board.
Yeah. Okay. Again, just about surviving for that little bit longer.
Mhm.
What to do? What
At least
to
from what
do?
Tyler can see, but Blitzchung has Secret Passage loaded up.
I mean, I almost think there's argument because of how far behind Tyler seems to be at this point that he go Astromancer into Ice Barrier because he needs to draw Prime off the top. But I guess having
And
said that,
Blitzchung
Time runs out on
probably doesn't trade it, right?
yeah, exactly. And Tyler doesn't know that there's Secret Passage in hand. He just knows there's a Mage spell and something.
Even thinking about the Netherwind portal, because he's technically not
Wow.
dead on board. 9 damage.
I mean, it's fine on this turn. The question is just when will he find the time to play Ice Barrier this game?
It's true. Okay, 10 damage with Dagger. Blitzchung can passage to find Shadow Step to reroll with Miscreant or One Thief.
Yep.
He can find just any generation, honestly.
Well, the question is
think it's
just
worth-
does he go Dirty Tricks first here, right?
Right, because possibly counterspell. Even Cram Session, worth considering because it's just immediate draw if
Okay.
it's not Dirty Trick. I mean, if it's not counterspell.
Well, let's play that and then play the Secret Passage.
Mm-hmm. Stab. Oh, looks like he's holding back all there.
What? Wow.
This is super disciplined if he's
Yeah,
going
I-
for trades here.
I guess thinking at this point, it's reasonably likely he finds like Hanar and Secret, which is what you want a lot of mana for.
True, and I guess the fact that you already spent 2 mana to test for counterspell means that after the passage you only have 4 mana to work with, in which case it's not that likely to find lethal without eviscerates in the deck,
Yeah.
which there aren't. Okay. But the problem remains for Tyler because Blitzchung has not seen a Solarian die. He was not afraid of Prime off the top. I don't think Tyler can afford to be concerned about giving Blitzchung things anyway, and he'll proc Dirty Tricks immediately with a spell.
Yeah. I think just thinking I want to survive this turn, draw Apprentice, I guess, and stop him from playing Secret Passage. Hopefully get Astromancer Solarian again off the top, Astromancer Prime.
Potentially. Nothing. Yeah, I like this. Kill off the stunner so there's no chance to step that and stun the Solarian.
So obviously afraid of Counterspell here, which means we may just see Hanar Wand Thief on this turn rather than Secret Passage, which feels like the trump card in his hand.
Right?
I never lie, but I never tell the truth.
So he hasn't tested for Flame Ward because that only procs when you attack with a minion. So I think before you play Hanar, you're supposed to send something to the face after like, maybe a couple trades.
I think so too. You're not going to avoid any damage through to the face. Although, yeah.
Well, now that he knows there's no more secrets, you probably do just send everything to the face.
Yeah, I mean, it gets more and more complicated, right? Like, if he wanted to trade, he maybe wanted to see what the spells he generated first were in case it wasn't counterspell, which would make the trades more favorable for him if he could find a bit of extra
True.
damage.
That's true. There's like a billion different variables and branching
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
situations to discover here. I'm very surprised he killed the Solarian At it again, Raz was a very scary proposition if he left it on board. But this is such a slow approach from Blitzchung that I feel like this is enough time for Mage to swing it back.
It definitely feels that way to me. Like there were multiple opportunities to have thrown down Secret Passage, even being afraid of Counterspell, which you did play around at every possible opportunity.
And now this passage, it can't just be looking for exactly a Kobold Lackey or exactly a Sinister Strike generation. It needs to be value-oriented now because Tyler's ahead on board. He's at 13. Blitzchung has just a 1-1 to contend with.
Wow, those are good spells. Good lord.
Yep, that'll do.
Draconic Power of Creation for 2 6-drops and a 6/6?
Whew, Edwin though, and Cult Neophyte.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, Jandis?
Oh,
You take Jandis or the Cult Neophyte?
It's got to be Jandis. You can't give up on that. Surely it's Jandis, Edwin.
It's just because these O2s are so annoying. If you don't play Jandis, then Edwin probably can't even get through the next turn anyway, but he goes for Cult Neophyte plus Dragon's Horde.
Isiel, so his backstabs cost more mana? I don't think so.
Okay, we're going to rally on.
Brotherhood shall prevail.
As somebody
fine.
whose brother is a professor, I know that tenure is indeed OP.
Because he is dumb, let me tell you guys. Sounded like that's what you were leaving. I have no idea what it was like. Whoa! Okay, that's the card you need in order to try and pull this back. Spells more expensive, doesn't matter. Astromancer Solarian.
Oh my god.
Oh! Oh!
That's one way to kill an Edwin. Tyler just won. Okay, not necessarily. There's another passage, but man, he's so far in the lead now.
He's miles in the lead, my goodness. Again, next
Even
turn.
if it wasn't the prime, like any freeze effect plus power of creation, it just felt like Blitzchung gave Tyler a lot of time.
It was a super slow approach to the matchup, for sure.
Okay, he can
Okay.
kill the prime with the
Right.
tenure.
Strong board presence, difficult to kill.
But Tyler's just free now, right? The power of creation, Ray of Frost
Oh
to
my
freeze this
God.
3/9. Even 6 because of the side quest.
So busted.
Slip away from Blitzchung.
Yep, great. Taunt, spell damage, everything you could ever want in this mage deck. Almost kill it on this turn.
Oh my god.
Combustion, I guess, just because you have too much value already.
Or even Tome, just to have something to play with this last mana. I think Tyler wants more Apexis Blasts, more Fireballs / Frostbolts. Yeah,
Oh my god, Tyler's such a spend your mana gamer. That was a disgusting pick just to spend your last mana on that turn.
no, I mean, it's for real, right? Combustion, you don't care about dealing with Blitzchung's board by this point. You're just trying to kill him.
I guess.
So any piece of... any spell that can potentially go face, I think Tyler would have preferred that. Or even just a cheap spell to free up space for the first evocation.
Trick, Stunner, Passage, like, it's a lot of mana spent, but this board has to be dealt with. Or at least slowed down.
Don't let the door
Oh.
hit you.
A Plagiarize could potentially give Blitzchung something to do next turn.
You're gonna activate Vendetta here, then he's in business. He missed it.
Choose soon.
Just gonna fatigue soon. Potion!
Probably.
Or Dragon's Horde.
Dragon's
Horde
Horde?
activates
Yeah.
Vendetta.
Right, you... Okay, he goes with Potion. I don't even know what he can get here. Like, Another Bone Wraith maybe to stall the game?
I suppose the Vendetta wasn't actually doing anything on this board anyway.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
4/7s would not die. Well, a
Oh
1-mana
my
Turalion
God.
is nothing to scoff at. You can just turn anything into a 3/3.
And then it doesn't even kill it though, right? It's a 1/1.
It's just
That's
funny.
useless.
It's incredibly funny.
I
Well, Tyler's only concern is not giving Blitzchung too many resources. He is well and firmly ahead on board here. So even if he just plays this dragon and calls it a day, I think he ends up winning. Always have to consider getting rid of the Turlion as well, because it can
Yeah.
just deal with one of these wardens.
You say Turtle Lion like it's from the last Airbender. like-
Turlion? How do you
Yeah, I
supposed
know.
to say it?
But like the lion turtle who gave them their bending in the first place.
Is it Turalion? I say Barov, I say Turalion.
Turalion.
These are my
Yeah.
hills to die on.
Turalion, Bearov. There's a whole menagerie in Scholomance.
The only card that we've actively been corrected on how to pronounce by Team 5 is Eldraki, Warblades, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So everything else is free reign.
Which I, of all people, who actually has a CH pronounced as a K sound in his name, should have realized.
Okay. Minimal resources conceded to the Glacier Eyes.
something real.
Oh my gosh, this potion!
It's so gross. Hailbringer as a 1/1 is insane, right? 2 1/1s that freeze. You take that all
Kinda
day.
slow. But yeah, I mean, you take whatever at this point.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
chunk
yeah.
needs cards.
I mean, the Turalion is actually pretty good here, even as a 1/1.
Yeah. It's a full clear, right? He has to sack one of the 1/1s, and then he can just Turalion the other 4/6.
Almost a full clear, right? It's not quite there because he's missing 1 mana to sap.
Don't let the door hit you.
Sorry, it's a clear on the haunt minions.
Right, yes.
Choose soon.
He's just gonna take the sap here to overdraw Tyler.
So is
What is
Strong
going
in
on?
this?
Too full.
Is he like winning?
I mean,
Overdraw's Apprentice?
oh! I mean, Tyler has ways to stall, right? And
How?
Blitzchung's hand, it's a bunch of cards. He has Ray of Frost.
I'm almost out of cards.
Overdraw? Fatigue? These are all words.
Okay, Ray of Frost. Cheap, zero cost evocation, possibly. Just because it's your second one.
I mean, forget that. Tyler's just dying.
What to do?
Yeah, that's why he needs to search for something to do with the evocation.
But he has no hand space.
That's why I said Ray of Frost first! Even if it's like 2 or 3 spells, any one of those could be another
my
Ray of
God.
Frost. So, fine.
Still hit Blizzard because it's 0 mana.
Yep,
And
there
he
it
hit
is.
Blizzard! Oh.
But the combustion kinda nuts too. Combustion and Frostbolt?
And yeah,
Whatever,
true.
no time to think
You
about
take
it.
Yeah.
That's fine. A lot of the time with the mage, you just settle with your first instinct, because if you take too long to think about it, you end up exploding.
Oh my god, questing, Jandis, a bunch of freeze 1/1s thrown in there as well. Turalion to bring this down to a 3/3, I guess. Whoa!
Oh, hit the alley!
How is he winning? This is illegal.
I just don't know what goes on with mage anymore. I'm out of words there.
I mean,
But
Gia,
there's
can
another
You,
evocation in Tyler's hand. It's not all over.
can you believe that we were suggesting Dragon Sword was the pick over Potion of Illusion? I will never doubt the potion again. I've learnt my lesson.
I said potion. Then I kind of flip-flopped a bit, but I think I ended up on potion.
It was the royal we that I was going for here.
I see.
You don't pick the ones. See?
Okay. this. Oh man, he was supposed to give himself more space, possibly
Right.
hit Blizzard.
Like, he has to spend minimum a whole extra mana here, probably 2 more mana, to get a hand space,
Right, so you just rip the Evo now.
because it gives him Blizzard,
Blizzard
as
out.
an out. Yeah, that's a big difference.
Oi, oi, oi.
Discover a
Anything
spell,
more?
hit Frost Nova.
Mia's barrier? But no, it's just not enough.
So he can go.
Yeah, he has
he's just
discover
it's too
hit
much
Nova.
damage.
That's the out. The out.
He takes Puzzle Box. He's not going to live to there though.
Nope, he just doesn't make it. Blitzchung.
Well played.
Celebration! I do not know how he came back into this game, but he did it somehow. All the cards generated at the very last moment, even though he had like 2 or 3 turns of dead air, just giving Tyler time to come back onto the board.
I mean, forget how he got back into the game. I don't know how he got out of the game in the first place. He was so far in the lead, it felt like. Tyler had basically nothing. It all just fell apart. And then he somehow managed to pick up the pieces and mold it into a trophy somehow. It was ridiculous games of Hearthstone. But I think, while we have questions about the mid game, while, playing too slowly, Blitzchung does sometimes get himself into these problems, but he always gets himself out of these problems.
I mean, my conclusion is that Potion of Illusion is the very best card in all of Hearthstone. It has turned around so
True.
many games, and I will await confirmation on how to pronounce Turalion as I gather myself, because that is the series. Blitzchung took the win. I was gearing myself up for Game 5 because I thought Tyler had turned it around towards the end there, but Blitzchung, with the clutch potion, was having none of it.
Yeah, super clean gameplay. Kind of playing like a Turtle Mage style game at the end there, where he's just potioning his Jandis for tempo to take the win. A very Blitzchung way to close things out, as he does just, I think, so gorgeously demonstrate a different way to approach these Mage decks. And the Rogue as well, just playing super aggressively with all his resources. Weird plays at the end there on both sides, but I think a well-deserved win for Blitzchung as he goes up, I think 2-0 now, right? As he played one of his matches yesterday in Division A, looking to be in a fantastic spot. Whereas now, as I said earlier on in the day, we're moving on to Division B for our final match of the day, where things are looking a little bit less happy overall for our players, as Rivius and Alan are fighting already on just our first week of the round robin to guarantee themselves at the top so they are not relegated out of GM.
Yes, indeed. Alan, whenever we see him on stream, I'm always impressed by the level of play and especially decisions that you can make on the fly with this priest deck in particular. This meta, which has a lot of card generation involved in playing the meta decks, I think suits a player who is able to make these decisions as soon as possible and just not be flip-flopping with their opinions like certain casters do. As for the rest of Alan's lineup, there's also a druid in here, which I feel this is probably an archetype that's not too popular amongst the older APAC players other than Surrender.
Yes, I mean, the numbers do seem to suggest, as well as popular opinion, that Druid is not the bring over Rogue, because that is like the real slot he's missing out on there. Or I guess Warrior as well, actually, as he's got Demon Hunter and Druid over Warrior and Rogue as the 2 more standard decks in there. I'd be very interested to hear what Alan's thought process was, other than just, haha, mana go brr, in order to get up to the high mana totals and cheat out all his big spells. Because other than that, I do feel like Druid is not especially well suited in the current metagame.
How come you know the name of the anime I'm watching and the title of the script for Mull It Over episode 24, far in the future? Because that will still be the Mulligan game plan for Druid in the next meta. Mana go burr.
Yes, the joke has been made a few times there, Gia, but it's a timeless one. It's true. That's what the Druid deck is pretty much always looking to do at the start of the game. One thing I am glad that we're seeing from Rivius' side, however, is the Demon Hunter. This feels like a very Rivius style of deck. And I also love the inclusions that he's got there in this list, taking things in a slightly different direction, cutting one of the Glaive-bound Adepts from the late game, the damage approach, to put in an Immolation Aura in the early game, which in testing for us looked like a super clutch inclusion.
Yeah, it does mess with a lot of the board states that classes like Rogue and Mage can put down in the early game. And the fact that it comes down even before Breath of the Infinite, it just doesn't feel like a reflex to play around Immolation Aura just yet. The fact that both players have Demon Hunter is very interesting because if we potentially run into a mirror, I don't think that's a matchup we see very
The
often at all.
light shall bring victory.
Yeah, I believe Alan's Demon Hunter actually got banned, which again really
Oh, right.
speaks to how Alan feels. How Rivius feels about the deck. He has a lot of respect for it, which I think is correct. As I always talk about, Warrior, Bomb Warrior, and Soul Demon Hunter are very similar archetypes overall. They have a bit of clear, but for the most part, they are face decks that use their weapons to close out the game. And so given that Alan doesn't have the Warrior, it's the next best ban.
And Rivius also not having Warrior, and maybe perhaps even if he did, Alan chooses to prioritize banning away the Turtle Mage, seeing the power
Yes.
of it yesterday and in other regions. For real, this one match in Division B that we're seeing today feels like an entirely different meta, just people not auto-bringing Warrior and not auto-banning Warrior.
To get into this game, though, ripping the Dragon's Horde, and he gets some pretty nuts options. I literally don't know what's better out of Gandling or Altruist. They're both pretty nuts.
I mean, they both kind of synergize with the same type of cards, just cheap
Yeah.
things. With Rogue, you play a lot of zero-cost cards, and it's a bit more difficult to finagle your hand into having all of the cheapest stuff on the outer regions. So just going for Gandling for guaranteed a 4/4 around turn 5, because you'd probably save the Lackey by then, seems like the more consistent play.
Yeah, I really like this pick from Rivius because the problem I find with, or I would anticipate, I haven't been in that situation before, the problem with Altruist in this road deck is against Priest, you're trying to discover big things. Like he will take the biggest dragon off of the Draconic Lackey. He's going to take big spells, probably off of Wand Thief. And it just gets in the way of the Outcast. Whereas guaranteed 4/4s is obviously fantastic against Priest.
That's right. If I were playing a game on ladder, you'd know I would 100% pick this Altruist because that would be so cool
I know.
just to rip that as Rogue. But Gandling definitely going to be more consistent here. Whoa! Hello? Imperial Arcanist?
Okay.
For the buff?
That's illegal. Straight up. That is insane.
And it keeps growing.
I haven't even seen that card on the board since like 2014.
I wonder.
And Alan just doesn't have a way to deal with it. If it were a 3/3, he could have...
My trap.
Well, I guess Shadow Madness wouldn't have a target for it to kill into, but
Wait.
that's a big yikes.
He didn't have any read on the secret, did he? Because he hadn't played any spells, so he didn't know it was ambush. I mean, if he did, he could have gone Broomstick and then Shadow Madness, the 2/3, which would have been pretty nuts. But he can do that next turn still. I think this is probably the best way to go about it. Even then, you just tank 5 damage here. It's not the end of the world.
I mean, he could do that if Rivius taunts the Ethereal, but I am pretty sure he's going to taunt something else, put a stop to that.
That's sick. That's a very, very good read from Rivius.
Ethereal Arcanist in Rogue.
So, Mind Flayer into Broomstick? You can copy the 7/7, obviously only getting a 3/3 on your side, but then it allows you to take out the Taunt, and then next turn, you're looking at going for Shadow Madness.
Yeah, I think that's the best line of action. He's going to take so much damage in the meantime, but... Okay, actually, upon further inspection, Holy Nova does a similar thing because he can Broomstick plus Shadow Madness. Oh, wait. It's left at 2 HP, the taunt.
Yes.
Which is complicated. I thought it would end up at 1 and the Broomstick could deal with it.
Well, the Rush can deal with it, right? From the Dormant Minion that's going to come out. Is his plan. I mean,
it's just taking the least damage possible.
Yeah, it does mean he doesn't develop a Mind Flayer card, which could be pretty useful here. But I guess then the downside actually is he can just sack in the poisonous minion, so it defeats the point in the first place.
Rivius miscounted something here.
thought.
I'm
Don't let the door hit you.
He's
okay.
blackjack
I don't
stunnering.
think it was.
What? He's stunnering his
Huh?
own poisonous here to play around the Shadow Madness.
That is next level.
How strong is his read? That is insane.
It's invincibly strong.
Oh,
Alan just can't kill it again.
that was so sick.
How did he know?
This
I
man
would
has
never
powers.
in a million years do that.
That is spooky. He deliberately
I-
didn't
I'm
even play the
scared.
gambling.
Yeah. And he emoted like he was planning to go gambling or something else, but then he ended up on the best possible play into Alan's hand.
I must consider.
I mean, we talk about caster vision here affecting our plays. With Rivius, we need to let caster vision affect our plays because he just knows both players' hands.
Not too quickly.
Certainly feel like it.
Kaj
Yeah.
trade tank 11 more damage and then just die most likely.
Uh-huh. Alan just can't do anything. Ethereal Arcanist has gotten to connect so many times this game. Just a better Gruul.
Oh my god. So he hasn't won the game yet. There is, of course, Soul Mirror available next turn to pretty much guarantee the clear.
Right. Even if he could deal with all of the minions on board, 3 missiles to the face is still a little bit short of lethal. So I think Rivius will just want to stunner away this Karj. He can use Spellbender to activate it.
Right.
And Vendetta first on the 3/4. Hit in a dagger.
Trade. Yeah. Like, I was wondering if like Gandling was a proposition because yes, the 4/4s die to the Soul Mirror that you're afraid of, but it sticks something fairly powerful that you can follow up with next turn.
That's true. If we go for that baseline play of clear everything, you end up with 2 1/2s on the board and a dagger equipped. Then if the play is just Soul Mirror, then you still lethal.
Okay.
Because you can broom out other minions to deal with the 1/1s on the other side of the board. And clear it entirely for arcane missiles.
Oh, it's complicated, right? Because, I mean, if you are afraid of exactly Soul Mirror and nothing else, it's like better to go Blackjack and then Gandling just because it doesn't die then.
You're right.
Like, clearly his read is not that strong.
Ah. He has it right, even if it's just Soul Mirror here, because he can rush out the Karj with the broom to deal with the 3/3 Grandling that survives, and then
You have best.
yeah. Oh wait, he didn't. That was assuming Raise Dead doesn't get played, and then he goes Arcane Missiles, Dagger, Grandling face for lethal.
Yeah, like he was obviously testing for Counterspell first, and then I think he realized he was very likely dead anyway. I think the play there was probably just say, if it's Counterspell, I'm losing the game anyway, right? Because if he goes Raise Dead and then hits the Soul Mirror, he's just dead on board anyway. So I think a slight miscalculation there from Alan, who was relying too heavily on getting rid of a potential Counterspell.
Wait.
But we can clearly see it would have been game either way.
Wait, if it was Counterspell, then you don't take the 3 from Raise Dead, and in some
Oh,
worlds
right.
you're alive.
Okay,
But still,
okay.
I think that the chance of it being Counterspell, and if you're playing to that world where you do just throw away a Raise Dead, in the long term, I don't think it wins very often. But all of these niche situations, Alan had just fallen so far behind. That Ethereal Arcanist, I've never seen a classic card be so strong in so long.
Absolutely ludicrous. And just the pièce de résistance, the cherry on the cake there, was that beautiful play that Rivius made with getting rid of his own poisonous guy because he had that hard read on the Shadow Madness in the deck. Such a cool line that he took there, and means that he did end up taking the well-deserved victory there. 1-0 now for Rivius against Alan, who had an unfortunate end to the game there. But both of these players down in Division B, it is you have no friends here. You're fighting to take the win, no matter how much you respect your competitor on the other side of the table. So when we come back, we're going to see if Rivius can complete the sweep, or if Alan, as we've expected so much from him, can start to live up to that expectation. We'll be right back. You're watching the last series of the day here for Asia Pacific before we send you over to Europe and then Americas. Super cool first game in the series between Alan and Rivius, it's got to be said, which you and I definitely expect from Rivius at this point. Whether or not he's had success from series to series definitely varies, and from season to season, but he's always a delight to watch in terms of the archetypes he's bringing and his playstyle overall.
Absolutely. While I don't think Alan really could have done anything with the outcome of Ethereal Arcanist to win that game, it was just really fun seeing Rivius' small optimization. We still have no idea how he got the read on Shadow Madness being there in hand, but it absolutely locked out any hope Alan had of winning that game. But there's still hope to win this series, of course, with Alan rocking Demon Hunter, as is Rivius. But it looks like Alan is going to go for another shot with his Priest in the mirror first up.
Right, and a mirror in terms of classes for sure, with it being Priest on Priest. Archetypes not necessarily though, as Rivius is rocking the double of Priest, or the standard Galakron Priest, as opposed to the Highlander variant, which Alan is going for. Do you have any inclination as to who is in the lead in this matchup? Because, I mean, at first glance, they seem like pretty similar decks, I've got to say.
I have a pretty strong inclination towards Highlander being in the lead here because Rivius has leaned very much towards an anti-aggro package with the Wild Pyro in there, double Cleric of Scales, and none of the invoke effects for his Galakron. It feels like Alan will just have no shortage of resources compared to Rivius.
Alan's mulligan did definitely lean itself towards this kind of a game where you just pass for the first 4 turns without doing anything. Because Galakron was the only card kept in the mulligan. At least our APAC players are turboing through these pass turns, which is more than we could say for Europe.
Very specific people in Europe, for sure. Okay, first minion hits the board, and Rivius can respond with a dragon of his own, nice and sticky, or he can choose to just escape off the bat. I get the feeling that you can hit better targets for the steal than Kobold Sticky Finger.
You
But
can for
punish
sure.
for your own dragon coming down is that the steal the other way is doubly scary.
Right, that's the big thing, isn't it? And also for Rivius, keeping Murazond intact is like kind of a big deal for next turn. Being able to go coin Murazond or coin Siamat into Murazond does make for some very strong plays indeed.
I mean, if he goes for that line, he could just save us so much time in this matchup, and I'd be eternally grateful. I mean, in certain worlds, Alan does have Soul Mirror to respond to a big push onto the board. But whether or not it's deliberate to get things done as soon as possible, it's worth mentioning that tempo is relevant in this matchup, even though the keep from Alan would suggest that he's playing more for value. Kobold Sticky Finger has danced quite a bit on either side of the board.
So, oh wow, okay. That is unplayable at the moment, because I was going to say coin Murazond to cast the Cabal Acolyte does not activate the spell burst, but he then drew the Raise Dead to go along with it, but nothing has died on his side of the board yet, so he couldn't have gone coin Murazond into Raise Dead to steal back there. But if he could, I think that would have been the line.
Kind of feel like he can do better with the steals. In any case, I'm low-key surprised that Rivius goes for the Wind Fury on the Siamat for the full clear, because the value of having a Siamat behind the taunt seemed quite good to me, but it's just trying to prevent any and all Apotheosis targets, even though Alan himself is running the Highlander list.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Because it plays around Apo. It also kind of plays around Soul Mirror, because the other way this board could look would be a 4-4 on Alan's side and a 6-6 on Rivius' side, which makes for a pretty strong Soul Mirror for Alan.
And you can respond with Muro?
Fair.
Oh!
Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah,
Yep.
You're taking the one on the left, 100%.
The dream.
Alan is just gonna try and free up some hand space now, which makes sense. I think the Highlander Priest is the one that's slightly in more danger of just getting all their value stuck in hand and not being able to answer minion card for card.
I like this line from Alan as well, trading away the Lazul first and then going for the Raise Dead. He gave himself the highest chance of getting it. Wasn't rewarded for this line though, with Sticky Finger being pretty miserable.
Does make Hearthstone sticky though.
I wonder.
Okay.
Keep it on.
Still don't get it. I still don't get it. Okay, Rivius. This is not the greatest of Murazon turns, but he can go for the Dragon Muskarcher instead, because now if you spend the discount, it doesn't mess with Murazon on the following turn as an option.
Sure.
There's
Yep.
potential to go for Cleric of Scales and snipe his Oh, he's not running Shadow Madness in the base list.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what he's looking for quite here off Cleric of Scales. Like, nothing is super clean yet.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking of specifically Shadow Madness, but it
Right.
just replaying Siamat is worth thinking about.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh my god! All these Murazons, what the hell is going on?
All my hopes of this game going quickly have been thrown out the window.
Well, I mean, this Muro is insane already for Alan, right? He gets Raise Dead. Like, he has too much stuff. His hand would be full, which is the only downside of the play.
And he just picked up Zephyrus, so that's one of the most important cards that he doesn't want to overdraw already out of
Yeah,
the
that's
pool.
true.
Must
I think it's
consider.
fine. Worst thing you could overdraw is potentially Dragon Queen Alexstrasza,
It's just so
or
much
your own
tempo.
natural.
I think you
Amazon.
have to.
Too much value.
Way too much value. I guess at least it means he can just play super liberally with his hand and throw out his cards like there's no tomorrow.
Okay, Rivius can try and fish for his Soul Mirror.
He can try and fish for his Wave of Apathy as well. It's something to consider to go Cabal Acolyte Wave of Apathy.
But
This is
he's
even
wasting no
cleaner,
time
though.
whatsoever. Sees this line immediately. It's quite strong.
This is super
Steal away the 2/6 with Spellburst impact.
Hand is too full.
Man, Rivius sees the lines immediately.
Yeah, he's been playing this a whole bunch, you can tell. So,
Cabal Acolyte plus Time Rip the non-Spellburst 2/6 to make sure you steal back the
Your
Spellburst
mind is
2/6.
not your
that looks super strong to me.
Uh-huh.
Puppet Masters controlling Puppet Masters here. It's getting a bit ridiculous. Like, there must be so many layers in this stage where every time you go up, there's someone controlling that person with strings who's controlling that person with strings.
It's like a Matryoshka doll.
Yeah,
But-
exactly.
Okay. That looks like a decent Murazon to me. Especially since he has 2. But the alternative play, of course, is just Tiamat Rush Wind Fury again. You kind of want to save Tiamat with Apotheosis, but it's not like he needs the health.
So, Mirazon to get Cabal Acolyte on the board, and then he could go Cleric, and if he exactly raised it, he could activate it, but it feels too flimsy.
Yeah, and there's also a failure rate with the Time Rip. So
Yeah.
in retrospect, much safer for Rivius to go for this. Alan kept this Galakron to begin with, but I think he never wants to hit that hero power for a long time. He just wants to
Yeah,
get cards
true.
out of his hand.
I mean, it speaks to the question mark of keeping Galakron in the first place, because I've heard many people say, you know, imagine thinking the Priest Mirror is about finding Galakron. That's not the way the matchup goes anymore.
Another Muro. Hello.
I mean, you just take it, right? It's such a good card. Apotheosis is nice, I suppose, but he's just not dying.
It's just that if he wants to deal with the Tiamat this turn and he takes Muro, then we might have to see Zephyrus come down. So, because he has a 3/4 facing a 6/4.
Okay.
So that's the reason for Apo. I'm leaning towards Apo, and then you Cobalt first to deliberately overdraw one of the 1-cost cards, and then you play Apo after, so that you have space to draw a card turn after.
Okay, okay. That sounds reasonable to me.
It feels so bad to give up on a Murazon, but he needs to deal with this Tiamat.
Fine. I'm not happy about it, but I accept it.
Most petulant fine ever.
Whatever.
Here. Instead of Cobalt, prioritizing his lifesteal minion and getting down the Velthian. Very reasonable as well.
So a reasonable Mirazond, if you want to throw it down now, is just one of the bigger threats. Not an insane one, though.
And we are arriving at the point where it does feel like Alan's value has heavily outweighed Rivius's. So
Drastically.
as long as Alan doesn't play too hard into a Murazon, which he knows that there's at least one in Rivius's hand,
Yes, he does.
then Alan should be very far in the lead.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to overextend all too much, to be honest, because Zephyrus at this point isn't offering clears, it isn't offering health, it's offering Bloodlust, it's offering Savage Roar, and it is killing Rivius very, very fast.
Did you ever get the answer on conditions for Doomhammer? 'Cause that's not
I
a bad
got-
pickup at all.
I got a lot of different messages, and I feel like a lot of people knew a bit of the information. It sounds super complicated, but I don't think that Doomhammer is going to be offered anytime soon. It generally the contingent was have a clear board. That's how you got it.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
Already,
damage
I was
straight
looking
up.
for ways to find lethal with Zephyrus. Because
Right.
there's a Shadow Madness in this equation as well.
That's true. So there's 9, 13 plus 12, 25 damage, I think, as I count.
Me too. You can't fit in the Apo alongside everything else.
That's
A
nutty.
little bit short.
So
In which case, I
you,
think he's fine ripping a Soul Mirror here?
yeah,
Low value?
again, we're talking about the one Murazond. He doesn't know that there's a second one there,
Yeah.
though, right? Does he?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the best play on this turn. It just cleans things up so nicely and still represents lethal next turn.
Yeah, this is the play that tips the balance. Finally, Alan has committed one of his bombshells of a resource to the board, and Rivius has his ace up his sleeve of the second Murazond.
If he needs to gain health, he could go Apotheosis first on either of the 3/2s, but I agree. Just clear the board. Health is not his biggest concern right now.
Pretty big deal, though, that both of the Kobolds survive on either side. So we're still looking at the Zephyrus Shadow Madness play as an option next turn. Looks like Rivius is aiming this heal at a minion. So 9 plus 9 from Bloodlust. That's lethal.
It's...
Shadow Madness, Zephyrus, Bloodlust.
Oh! That is lethal! That's gonna end things out. Rivius healing his minion here.
Yeah.
He almost certainly wasn't accounting for the Shadow Madness this time, even after his god read of Shadow Madness in the last game. And it's enough to perfectly close out the game. Good spot.
This was the spot we were looking at the turn before when Rivius aimed that heal to his minion. It was all over. And even though if he healed his face, it's technically one off. At that point, Zephyrus doesn't offer you the lethal, and we could have just seen a very different game. Rivius would have potentially had time to play his Alexstrasza, etc., etc. But from the very beginning, I think you could see how the differences in the way the lists are built would lend itself heavily in Alan's favor.
Yeah, I mean, your prophecy coming perfectly true there. It just felt like, even though Zephyrus can come down at the start for wild growth, which I kind of question that you even go for in the first place in the Priest Mirror, the real thing is just that constant threat. It's not even playing the Zephyrus, it's the threat of playing Zephyrus that really distorts the matchup one way or the other. And Alan showed that so nicely there by developing just enough stuff every turn to close out the game. Priest taking a win is not the biggest deal in the world because it's Priest. It's a super strong archetype at the moment. But overall, for Alan, it does start to look a little bit harder now, I think, with the Mage and the Druid in particular that could struggle.
Yes, indeed. I am not super concerned about Druid, strangely enough, because it seems like every time we see it on stream, it puts in the work. It's up against Rogue that I feel it would have the most difficult matchup, but against Demon Hunter, I think it can get over the top here or put down enough taunts in the way that it can just race the face plan of the Demon Hunter. The matchup that we'll be seeing up next seems to be that exact one. And so you have to ask, if Demon Hunter is going to take the matchup, what's the ideal opener? And they do have a couple minions on curve.
Yeah, minions on curve is decent. Hitting them in the face is always decent as Druid, as Demon Hunter, sorry. It's kind of what you want to do. But the real trick card you always have to talk about that you're looking to hit for in the dream is Magtheridon. Pretty much every time we've seen Magtheridon in Demon Hunter, it's looked very weak because it's been going up against Mage, against Rogue, which it is not designed for. Against Druid, however, a 12-12 coming down right at the start of the game is super hard to deal with.
True. And there are certain curves where you can just play out the Magtheridon and then go for the clear on the next turn to activate it, because Druid is one of the classes where they can't really interact with the 1/3s in such a way that they completely shut down the Magtheridon. Best they can do is buff it out of range of Shard Shatter Mystic.
Oh, pretty disgusting draws now for Alan. He can go Vate Overgrowth, which means he'll have 5 mana next turn, overloaded for 2, so he can play Wild Growth then.
Mm-hmm.
Looks pretty clean. He could fit in nature studies along the way to try and find the guardian animals.
Yeah, or just card draw in any shape or form will be very useful for Alan. And he has the Twilight Runner to potentially get that done. Meanwhile, Rivius's opener has been very slow. He has a curve, coin Marrow Slicer into Marrow Slicer.
I mean, that's pretty good. Unless your opponent's hitting taunts, this will kill them very fast.
True. Oh man. Do you take Forest Aid ever?
So what, you're ramping up to 6 here, you go to 7, play the Twilight Runner. I think I'd rather hit Germination, honestly, and just copy the Twilight Runner.
If you didn't have the Twilight Runner and the turn after Wild Growth is potentially Overgrowth, then okay.
He's just going for it, straight up.
I mean, it's technically a follow-up to the turn. He doesn't need to Overgrowth to hit Forest Aid in 2 turns' time anyway.
Finally, though, Gia, we're seeing the reasoning behind Immolation Aura in Rivius's Demon Hunter. The Forest Aid from the Druid. It was his master plan all along.
Absolutely. Derek, it's to kill all of the totems from Totem Goliath next week
yes,
when it gets
of
buffed.
Course.
Come on. Stay on track.
Well, one of the Soul Fragments just got drawn. So the play of Coin Soul Shard into Soul Shard, sorry, well, I should say Lapidary into Lapidary does not work anymore. So are we just looking at Coin Marrow Slicer into Marrow Slicer and then Lapidary?
Yeah. It's slow. I mean, okay, it's not really slow. It's just pushing as much base damage as you can immediately, but it just feels rather flimsy because you don't have any minions to support this curve. And it kind of means he's locked into doing nothing next turn if he just wants to re-equip Marrow Slicer.
It can fall apart very quickly, that's for sure, but at the same time, it could be very, very powerful. I like the preemptive use of playing out the Ironbark here because of Blade Dance, which I think Rivius would quite happily just rip there on this turn if he had it available.
Absolutely. Okay, that's a minion presence.
Way better. It doesn't shuffle the Soul Fragments, but that's fine, right? He still should. Unless he draws 2, he'll be fine.
Very unlikely.
Yeah.
Okay. Start with some draw on this Panther. I assume it's gonna hit the 4-2. Or not. Worth noting that Rivius runs 1 natural consume magic in the list. So Hunt is a little bit scary. Man, these 2/2s are actually insane.
Yeah, they're pretty nuts.
Aura?
He kind of needs it, right? Like, Soul Shard Lapidary is so much wasted mana here. Well, that's
like
okay.
Chaos Strike is, potentially Chaos Strike was a lot of wasted mana, and the Lapidary was a lot of wasted damage.
Yeah.
This top deck makes things simpler for Rivius, but he is not ahead on board.
I mean, the problem is that then he doesn't have mana to delay the survival of the fittest on turn 10, which means he's just gonna die to this onslaught. He just plays it again! Why play the Ysera?
Oh my gosh. And Rivius should have the read.
Oh.
So we're looking at Shard Shatter Mystic or Immolation or the Skull as an out.
It's gotta be Skull. Yeah, it's the only way you're going for it there. Alan praying for no answer. Please don't hit it.
Soul Fragment means that next card is not discounted, but the third one is, and that's not it!
If he goes Soul Share Trade, it doesn't matter. He's just dead.
There's far too much on board.
Oh.
What was this game? This is a new Druid archetype. I thought survival of the fittest applied to animals, not plants.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's... I mean, it does technically apply to plants as well, and these are the beefiest plants I think you've ever seen, punching Rivius directly in the face. And it's got to be said, what a pick from Rivius. I don't know if from Alan to go for the trees in the first place. I doubt he envisaged this exact scenario, but it's not ridiculous to assume you go Forest Shade into Survival of the Fittest. If they don't have the clear, you just win.
I mean, when Alan picked the Forest Aid, he did not have the Survival of the Fittest in hand, but what he did have was guaranteed Twilight Runner to stick and draw 2 cards. It was a game plan that I wasn't thinking of in particular when I first did take Forest Aid. I was just thinking it's a follow-up play to the Twilight Runner, but I completely did not consider how powerful the threat of Survival of the Fittest would be. It's not often that we see alternate game plans because compared to decks like Mage, Rogue, Priest, there's so many generation cards. In Druid, it's just the nature studies, but even that one card can take the direction of the matchup in such a different way.
I mean, especially when you play it like that, even deviating away from Ysera on turn 9 to play Forest's Aid for 9 mana and only getting 4 Treants because of board space issues. Like, it was a horrible play, but at the same time, it was the best play I've ever seen there from Alan to get the win on the following turn with the Survival of the Fittest. It was such a cool game.
It's true. Survival of the Fittest does things. I just couldn't think of an example of a parasitic plant at the moment, but I know those exist. There are plants that strangle other plants, or at least they take up their nutrients. It's a cruel world we live in, Dara.
Yeah,
and it applies to GM too, because there's 3 people getting relegated at the end of the season.
That's true. Survival of the Fittest indeed. And I mean, I think it's fair to say, based on what we're seeing from Alan, that great new talent is moving up into Grandmasters. I'm super happy with the promotions we are seeing. Some fit survivors indeed.
And this hand is the package straight up from Alan. 3 keep.
I mean, the right to, undeniably yes. Mana Cyclone, probably yes. Probably yes. I mean, I always talk about this anti-synergy between Evocation Apprentice. But he throws it away? This is twice, Chia, in 2 days that I have seen players not keep Apprentice plus Evocation. I can't even begin to justify that. I am losing my mind.
I don't know. Do I even know this deck? I thought that's the bread and butter. You want to keep Apprentice Evocation. That's the most powerful thing you do with this deck. The only argument I can come up with for not keeping it is you don't get to do that powerful thing ideally till around, what, 4 or 5 mana? And maybe Alan feels he needs to be more aggressive, but man, I would not in a million years have tossed that.
I disagree with that so strongly. I mean, yesterday I already had to watch Felkeen in Europe mulligan away the Evocation when he had Apprentice, but at least he kept the Apprentice. That's what you're looking for all the time with the Mage deck. It's the dream.
Okay, well, we have to give Alan the benefit of the doubt. We've seen Blitzchung do off-the-wall mulligans with keeping Raz, for example. Not quite as against our morals and principles as throwing away Apprentice Evocation, but we have to see if he is able to justify this game plan. Arcane Intellect is draw here, and he has mana to go Solarian Cram Session for maximum card draw on the next turn. But this way, he potentially sticks both of these minions. Just the way he's playing this early game makes me feel like Alan just wanted minions on curve, which Apprentice, it's not a curve play against this Demon Hunter.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, maybe if you're just looking for lab partner Astromancer Solarian to curve out and hit them. I still disagree, but I'll see how it works out to see if there's any logic behind his
demons.
Oh, if there's any logic at all. That's a bit savage. Like, I disagree too, but I mean, for sure Alan has a reason, right? We're just trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah. Okay. I will wait to see the logic behind his thinking is how I'll phrase it instead. Because I have respect for Alan. I'm sure he's thinking something.
Well, it's going to be a very effective cram session. He can preload the lab partner for a very juicy Raz the next turn in all likelihood, but Rivius has Blade Dance already loaded up for the next turn.
Juicy raspberries.
Oh, it says explode!
Okay,
Wow,
sure. Just
this Ray of Frost usage.
poor. He is a go-face gamer. I mean, I think it's how you play this matchup. You have to start racing super fast.
It's fair. I mean, the 1-1 always gets cleaned up by Raz, whether or not there is a Blade Dance coming down. But this is significantly weakening Alan's tempo game plan and damage output to the point where I think Rivius will be pretty easily racing him out of lethal range.
For sure. I think the one thing I'm kind of skeptical of there is whether he should have played the Chaos Strike. I think that might have been worth going Twin Slice Hero Power just to eke out that little bit of extra damage over the course of the game. But it does spend his mana to draw him through to the Lapidaries and such like.
I like the play from Rivius.
Okay.
He is still able to just go Marrow Slicer Hero Power plus the Twin Slices next turn. I don't think this Raz is threatening enough to kill. Yo, Magpie!
Yo! What?
How is he killing the 1-3s? I'm so
He's
lost.
not.
Why not send the damage face?
Right. Yeah, I mean, did it activate his Dispel? I didn't actually see there.
Not sure. But even if it's for a single card draw,
Right.
wouldn't you rather have the 5 damage sent to face this turn, another 5 on
Yes.
the next turn? I'll draw key
Like,
Twin Slice.
Even if
I
you
guess,
don't...
yeah.
I
The
would
entire
accept...
hand before that card draw was not lethal yet, but you had time to draw even without the consume magic.
Right, and I think I'd accept not drawing a card from the silence just to get Marrow Slicer equipped and hitting my opponent in the face here, rather than giving them 3 extra damage to kill me each turn.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, if he had a Shatter Mystic or second Blade Dance in hand, sure, but he doesn't. Okay, I would have to ask some Demon Hunter experts about this next time. That's a skull off the top.
Huge draw, though. That's what he's moving towards
Mystic.
as soon as possible.
Shard Shatter could be huge. What's going on?
Okay. It's not the best there. Sociologist with Soulshare can get him a little bit of extra something, but he's drawn a lot of the soul fragments now, so it's not going to be as juicy as he might want. And with Solarian Prime on the other side, ready to come down whenever Alan needs, the clock is closing rapidly on Rivius.
What makes something real?
So it's a board clear no matter what on this turn, right? Because he can Soul Share one of the 1-3s, and then Sociologist rush
Right.
into the other 2, which leaves him with a 12-12 Magtherid.
Right. It kind of feels bad to use Militia that way,
It does.
but I mean, there's just too much pressure on the board. Otherwise,
I mean, other lines do include going for Aldraki Warblades hitting his opponent in the face and just
Yeah.
healing for 1,000,000.
I like that idea very much.
Okay. The Ogre not quite able to do what it needs to do here and summon the extra 2/2s with Taunt, which is, I mean, it's a benefit of Rivius' line, right? Obviously, he wasn't
Yeah.
thinking specifically the Ogre, but it does mean with the 3/1/1s here, it's difficult to get the board space.
Was that Rivius' plan? Did he just want to preemptively clog up Alan's board? with
It's
these
part of it.
1-3s?
I do not doubt it for a second.
I mean, it does mean that Alan can't get down both Apprentice and the Mirror Image, and Mirror Image is potentially a way to stay alive through this weapon damage. But
All right,
being...
Ice Barrier
Oh.
is what he needs, and Ice Barrier is what he gets.
And he
That
can
is so
poly one of
huge.
his guys so that Magtheridon can never go off.
That is also correct.
What is this game? Right off from
Oh
Alan's
my
mulligan
God.
to Rivius not pushing a second Marrow Slicer face immediately.
Raz, yep, brilliant.
Okay.
Sign me up. So he's at 15 effective health. There is the ability to not even really get close, to be honest, now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, if you go
There's no
Lapidary,
mana.
Hero Power Face, assuming this is Ice Barrier from Rivius' perspective, Then he puts Alan back down to 7, in which case Kane Marrow Slicer is lethal on the following turn. You're always scared of Frostbolt no matter what.
And he would also gain 8 health in the process, which puts him back up to 20, which means he currently is absolutely surviving.
Yes. Militia?
Pathetic. Put some soul.
I mean,
Sure.
it makes Rivius safer, I think. Actually, not by that much. If you just treat the damage he removes on board from these trades compared to the potential healing he could get from the Lapidary
Right.
Eldraki this turn, I feel like you'd get a much bigger benefit by just pushing the damage phase and setting up lethal next turn.
I
This
agree
does set
with
up
you.
lethal with minions, but it has a failure rate with like primes and freezes, right?
So it means that if the board is dealt with, Rivius does not have lethal on the following turn, because he has 9 damage max on the following turn. So Alan has to deal with this board.
And he has a prime. Can play down
does have a prime.
Can play regular Solarian alongside Solarian Prime. But it's probably worth taking the lab partner so you can fit in Mana Giant at the end of the turn.
What to
Yeah,
do?
I mean, I'm almost wondering if he's trying to set up for a Raz turn. Can he trade in enough stuff here to make that work? He can, right? He can clear the board with Raz, lab partner, mirror image,
Okay.
and then he basically never dies.
Well, Kane goes through the mirror image, but oh gosh,
He can't kill him then, right? It's not enough damage.
yeah, no,
But
he doesn't
another
die
ice
immediately.
barrier.
Yeah, very good point.
Oh, it says
Across several turns, maybe.
Yeah. And with this line, Alan is avoiding the potential failure rate of even needing Solarian Prime.
It's crazy. I couldn't tell you what was going on in Rivius's head when he played that Magdarodon.
I mean, what I will say is that Marrow Slicer is 8 damage that has just sat in the hand this entire game.
Whoops.
Alan with the PM. I think he's pretty confident that Rivius messed up here. And Alan is a player who has no qualms whatsoever getting in his opponent's heads.
Who is this man? He comes into our Grandmasters tournament and starts throwing around oops to some of the most well-respected players in the entire system. I
The
love
only
it.
time I've ever seen oopses in APAC is when people are saying that I made the mistake. Sorry, I acknowledge it. Alan there with a swig of water is, no, you messed up. You know it, I know it. And with this Solarian Prime, it is almost certainly lethal, but he
It's
is...
just lethal. It's
Oh
the
yeah,
2
with the
damage
Raz.
from Raz.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
He's playing it out, he's BMing it, he's giving it all of that. Rivius throws it down in the end. And Alan is the victor. And I've got to be honest, despite how much I talk about Rivius as one of the best innovators of new deck lists, playing creatively across the board, Alan, I think, just completely outplayed him in that series.
And yet, we didn't really get a real answer as to whether the Sorcerer's Mulligan was correct. Because Rivius, I feel, did not play that the way most other Demon Hunter players would.
Yeah. That is still the question mark for me, absolutely. I think that was pretty clear. I hope that we get an answer from Alan. Maybe we'll ask him a little bit later as to whether or not he was looking for something in specific. He is running a double mirror image list, so maybe he sees like mirror image as the win condition, quote unquote. As long as he has that later on in the game, he can stop so much damage. Or again, Mana Giant, as I always talk about against the Demon Hunter, is a super valuable card. But even then, I still think Apprentice plus Evocation is what unlocks that Mana Giant a lot of the time. What I will say at the end, though, is that I think he piloted it so beautifully, didn't rely on Solarian Prime when he didn't need to, gained all that armor in incredible fashion, and Rivius, with some shaky lines towards the end, just didn't have the damage to close things out.
And Rivius is a player who, when he has messed up on stream before, he has acknowledged it. He's a player who oopses himself. Remember when we saw the Blackjack Stunner on no secret in play. So Rivius thought
Oh,
that
yes.
he could get some activation on it. He even tweeted out after that I made a mistake, sorry. I wonder if Rivius even saw that Magtheridon line as a mistake, the way that Alan pointed out and the way that you and I thought it was. Very possibly Rivius was considering something that you and I just didn't think of, but I just am racking my brain and I don't know what would be better than the guaranteed second Marrow Slicer online and racing Alan.
I mean, I guarantee you in 30 minutes, we're going to see Rivius on Twitter apologizing to Alan for not putting up enough of a challenge. That's, I think, the mental state that Alan puts his competitors into. Obviously, joking aside, we are all done for today with our matches in APAC. We can take a look at the standings to see how things are shaking out in both Division B and Division A now, as we took a good look at things. What a surprise. Surrender up at 2-0. What do you make of that, Gia? Yet again, starting off things very strong.
Yeah, I mean, given that he's the most sadistic, vicious, savage player in all of APAC,
True.
at least in your bizarro world, then he would be absolutely merciless in taking all of these wins. Blitzchung at 1-1, it looks like we had some wrong memory. You and I both thought we took his first series, but still with a pretty good record in it. Alan 2-0 in Division B, already cementing himself as being one of the best players in Division B, despite it being the lower half. I'm really excited to see a bunch of these other players get more time to shine next week, especially Alutemu, who only had one series to play this weekend, and it really happened in a cursed fashion, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a month of Grandmasters, and we've seen Alutemu play a grand total of one series of Hearthstone. It's ludicrous to think, given that he got all the way through to the semi-finals. Last season, he's already been in a grand finals of the playoffs, so narrowly missing out on going through to the World Championships to surrender, obviously, last year. Hopefully, things can turn them around, but I think one thing to really highlight this season is that Division B is no slouch at all. I think every single competitor there is very, very stiff competition, and you have to be on your top game in order to avoid getting down to the bottom and be relegated out, because that's what this is all about avoiding for our players. Obviously, one way that they can get back in to Grandmasters would be to do well through the Masters Tour system, of which we are going to be kicking off next week with Masters Tour Montreal once again. Players from all the different regions will be coming up against each other, so we can get that debate settled once again. How does APAC fare against the rest of the field? My heart says pretty well this time. I think that the competition is getting better and better amongst the APAC scene, and also again we can see which of our newcomers will be trying to get their spot in Grandmasters come the next season of play. We're all done here for APAC for today. 5 very, very exciting matches, which means we are going to send you over to Europe now, and then followed by the 4 matches in Americas to close out the day. Anything you want to add for some final thoughts, Gia? My brain is melted. I think I need to go have a lie down.
No, that's all right. I mean, I just wanted to say I was happy you brought up the Masters Tour because it feels like the last time we saw Alutamu outside of that one series was all the way in the finals of the previous Masters Tour,
Great
APAC
point.
Online. He just did so well there. So it's just jarring to see him hit a slump, at least it's fair to say, for these first early weeks of Grandmasters. But when we do hit the Masters Tour, it is anyone's game. Any underdog can potentially shine. So make sure you guys tune in.
It will be great stuff. We're going to send you off now to join Raven and Sottle with Europe. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, and enjoy Europe.
Hello everyone and welcome to another day of the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. APAC has just finished, so that means it's our time to shine. I'm Raven and joining me is Sottle. We're going to be kicking off our day number 2 of the first week of round robin, so we're really getting into the thick of basically what playoffs is going to look like in a few weeks. We are in the process of working that one out, and Sol, this week we've got quite the variety of decks and lineups kind of clashing right now.
We have, yeah, and we saw a good chunk of that yesterday where, we saw some standard stuff, the stuff that people have been expecting, the stuff that we largely saw through the first 3 weeks as well. But then on top of that, we had the debut of Turtle Mage in Europe, and what a debut it was. We had a lot more people jumping on the Zoo train, and a lot of people were hopping on this secret Burgle Rogue as well, which we're going to see a lot more of today as well. And I'm getting kind of jealous because I feel like APAC is getting all like the ridiculous Rogue versus Mage games that I keep saying are supposed to happen, but we always get like these one-sided blowouts one way or the other. So I'm hoping for a pretty sick day of some exciting matchups for sure.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We can check out the standings and where we are so far. We are only one day into round robin, and we did have a day of Group B matches, or Division B matches, sorry. So you can see there basically top 4 winners, bottom 4 were the losers from yesterday. But today we are going to take a dive into Division A in a much more reasonable fashion here, and seeing a lot of these players duke it out. And again, this will, although early, start to just see where people are landing. I mean, we can see that from Asia Pacific that's just finished already. Alan and Surrender are sitting top of Division B and A respectively at 2-0. It's just the best possible start for their first week.
Yep, cannot do any better than that for sure. But as you mentioned, we're predominantly over in Division A today, and that means that as yesterday was the story of France, because that's where the majority of their players have ended up, we're moving over to Germany in Division A because it's only fair. We spent so long talking about France that we have to now talk about the resurgence of the German domination. They were the country to talk about for many years, kind of through multiple generations of players, right? And now this current new generation of German players took a little bit of time off, or a little bit of time in the backseat to France, but now with the multiple players showing up in Division A, it's looking like Germany on top once again.
Yeah, and let's take a look at what that schedule looks like as well, just to see who is going to be playing. As we mentioned, we are predominantly in Division A here. We have Casey versus Tice, A-Rock versus Ball Control as our Division B match, but then RDU versus Blaze, as well as some other matchups that you can't see, which is Viper versus Psycho and Bunny Hopper versus Yala for our last 2 matches of the day. We just like to keep guessing with the schedule, so we should have said mystery matches to end the day instead, but I just gave it away, so I'm sorry. There you go. But we do have some great matches today, and already I think this is just going to set the theme now. Now we have these divisions, we're going to start seeing the impact of these wins and losses. We've decided who's where, but now we get to see some pretty impressive matches go on. So I'm excited for today, honestly, Sol.
Yeah, and those first 3 matches, I think each individually have their own little sub-story in them. Casey versus Tice. Tice has actually given Casey a lot of credit in terms of building lineups for him and his practice group, and said that Casey deserves the majority of the credit for them kind of being a step ahead in terms of lineups so far. He probably doesn't have access to that when Casey is his exact opponent for the week. He's probably had to stand on his own 2 feet. IROC versus Ball Control, Chapter 2 in Ball versus France over in Division B. And then RDU versus Blaze. Like, they've already played a bunch of classics already throughout just the qualifying period for GM. So hoping that's another sick one coming up.
Yeah, and let's take a look as well at the bring rates for this weekend, because it's like I said at the start of the show, it's been pretty impressive how spread it is, at least in Europe, about how many different decks, different archetypes, and just different approaches to the lineup we've been seeing. Even Priest's been split. The only thing that's, I won't say for sure, because we're about to find out why that's not true today, but Bomb Warrior being the generally accepted warrior deck is the only thing that's truly set, I think, for now.
Yeah, Bomb Warrior just seems so solid, so consistent, and it's got such a clear game plan as well that I think it's an easy deck to just drop into any lineup and just know you can get consistent results for it, because it's just straightforward. You just kill their minion, you hit them in the face with your weapon. That's what you do. Like, you don't really have to put that much time into it. It can just go into your lineup and just be happy if it picks up a ban, which it does a lot of the time. But beyond that, yeah, I mean, Tempo Mage, which was 100%, I believe, in our first week of Grandmasters for Europe, has now been caught by Zoo, which is not something that I would have been predicting going into this. But Zoo, certainly, I was saying, it operates in a very nice pocket in the meta right now, I believe, and I am coming around to it more and more. But certainly, I think Viper is the player to thank for the resurgence of Zoo, at least in the European region, based on his success with it.
Yeah, and Viper's also the player to thank to check out our Spotlight deck for this for today as well, because we are going to be checking this deck out, and it's very interesting because he's brought this version of Soul Demon Hunter for today and for the whole weekend. Viper is known to kind of do his own thing, but we've got other players. We've got Tice bringing a Soul Demon Hunter. We've got Bly's bringing a Soul Demon Hunter as well. So what do you think the thought pattern here is, Sol? Because it's not represented very highly across the board, but there are some pretty prestigious players here bringing it.
There are. I personally, it would not be in my lineup that I was constructing for this. I do like some of its matchups, but I think its spread overall is not that powerful, and I think it's weirdly linear in a way that sort of Bomb Warrior is as well, but Bomb Warrior is much better at that linear game plan than Demon Hunter is, and is able to just consistently blow past people even if they're able to deal with the situations. Whereas I think Soul Demon Hunter can be picked apart by strong players, kind of in the same way that Libram Paladin can, where it's a very linear game plan that kind of falls apart when people can actually make reads and put together kind of interesting strategies, kind of like we just saw Alan do at the end, right? Even though there's some big question marks over Rivius's play in response to it. So it's not a deck that I'm a huge fan of, but I do kind of get it in like a bootleg Bomb Warrior kind of deck, right? Like if your Bomb Warrior is going to get banned, maybe you just want slightly worse Bomb Warrior like being backed up behind that to deal with some of the same matchups.
And honestly, I personally feel it has a very good matchup versus Rogue, and we've seen like a large amount of Rogues been submitted to Europe this week, which is surprising. So we'll have to see how that one pays off. But it'll be an interesting conversation a little bit later as well, because Bly's is bringing a Demon Hunter that doesn't quite look like that. It has more of the Vulpera. He's got one makers in it as well, so it's much more of the generation. So it's maybe less obvious to be able to play around and like be able to expect your opponent to play a certain way if there's way more card generation. So pretty interesting overall, but we are looking like we are getting ready to go into our first match, which, just a reminder, is Casey versus Tice. So definitely one you don't want to miss. We are going to go to a quick break while we get it ready, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back to kick that one off.
Yeah. Oh, that's hard.
Oh my. My mum brings up lots of stories. I can... Oof.
I actually think I was like a very boring, kind of not doing much child.
What my family talks about that I was a kid, that I locked my brother in a room. I was a little taller, so I could get to the door, and I was like, brother, come, here, come, and I just closed the door. It was pretty funny.
When I was younger, maybe 4 or 5, we used to go a lot to Lake District to visit my grandparents, and we would go out and would feed ducks. But I didn't really understand the different ducks, and the bigger ducks were geese, and I was pointing at them going flamingo, flamingo. And my mum, whenever we see a duck or a geese or whatever, she'll bring up the story of me thinking they were flamingos.
I always made up my own words when I talked Vietnamese with them, and it was like mixed German.
As a kid, I tried to climb everything, tried to climb the tree, and then there was like a big tree nearby, and it was like 25 meters tall, and I climbed up, and then I fell off the tree. But lucky me, I only broke my leg.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go into our first match of the day, which is Casey versus Tice. These players have some pretty different approaches to the lineups as well. And like you said at the start, Saul, with Tice maybe not being able to pull from Casey's ideas and lineup choices since that's his opponent this week, we have seen Tice go a different way, and you can see that straight away. Priest, Mage, Demon Hunter against Mage... what was it? Mage, Priest... no, I just read the same one. So the graphic changed too quick. Against the others of Casey, which are the Rogue, Warlock, and Mage. So two very different lineups now that they're not working together.
Yeah, and I did. I'm not sure if the interview with Tice has gone out yet, but there you go. There's a little teaser for you if it hasn't gone out. I do have an interview with Tice in the can that you can catch on the YouTube channel, probably on the Hearthstone Esports Twitter as well. If you want to follow those, where he did give a lot of credit to Casey in saying that some of his success did come down to his practice group and the fact that Casey was there with lineups, ready to go always in testing, that Casey was putting a lot of the work in and deserved a lot of the credit. So yeah, I have a suspicion that Casey would not have let Tice submit Demon Hunter this week. Like that's just a hunch that I have. So the way things have gone, Tice has had to do things a little bit different.
Right.
I think we've seen throughout the last couple of weeks that group of Bunny Hopper, RDU, Tice, and Casey has largely just had the same decks between them all. And now you're seeing the divergence from Tice, because not only is his first game against Casey, his other game for the week is Tice versus Bunny Hopper. So he's completely internally within that practice group for this first week. So yeah, I think he's had to find slightly different partners this week, I would imagine.
Yeah, and funnily enough, just going off what you said, Casey wouldn't have let Tice submit Demon Hunter. I think that's true, because I think Demon Hunter destroys Casey's lineup that he's got now after the Warriors banned out.
Okay.
So I think that's the one deck that Tice can sit back and be happy about, whereas the other decks, we can talk about whether they're going to get the wins or not, but, the Demon Hunter, very interested to see from Tice, but it looks like we are just getting straight into it. Casey's got the music on, he's bopping away, and he's ready to go. It's going to be Tice on the bottom on that Mage and Casey on this road.
Yeah, Casey is deep jamming right now. He's normally vibing out on stream, listening to a bit of music, but he is well in his bag today. Look at this, not even interested.
I think stuff like that really helps players out as well. Certain players is like music can really, just get you in the mood to play, right, and get you hyped up and ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely something back in the olden days, Zottel. It's definitely something I used to do when I was getting ready to play, and when I was playing, if I was allowed.
We kept doing it. We had our preparation rituals just for casting, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's
certain
true.
pieces of music involved.
Well, already this game off to a lightning start here, and Casey just going to get this miscreant out, not going to try and do anything too fancy too early with this quest in, as all his other options now actually just lead into making a pretty threatening quest adventure.
Indeed, and it's very fitting, I guess, that we are kicking things off with this matchup with the Rogue versus the Tempo Mage, because I was saying in the intro, don't remember you asked me like week one, like these are two really weird decks. Like, how does this matchup play out when they play against each other? I'm like, well, it usually goes really late, and then both decks get to this point where they are able to make a board and pressure, but then also have 10 cards in their hand at the end of the turn. It's really sick. It goes back and forth for ages, and then eventually one player just loses a grip and slowly lose. And then we haven't had a single game be like that in Europe whatsoever. But every game in APAC is like that, and yet we haven't had a single example of it yet. So I'm hoping this is the one.
Sottel's matchup knowledge exposed right there.
I know. My matchup knowledge is APAC level, apparently. That's what
we're gonna have another game that's gonna be a blowout if Casey keeps doing things like this, getting Millhouse Mana Storm off the faces like in the Neophyte to back it up as well. This is looking pretty scary for Tice to try and deal with right now.
Yeah, this Neophyte is disgusting, but Casey might need a couple more of them at this point, because his board is fantastic right now, don't get me wrong, but as soon as Tice is allowed to cast spells, things can go very, very badly for Casey in the coming turns.
What to do?
Yeah, you can see it already pieced together. The double Sorcerer's Apprentice is insane. I think the only thing that Tice is really missing is a guaranteed spell generation that is going to get him some work. He does have the Cyclone, of course, but then if you want to double Sorceress and Cyclone, that's just that little bit further away. And I think Tice might have to respond somehow next turn. So we will see how he chooses to divvy that up a little bit, because Arcane Breath already been thrown out now. I do like it. Does kill off the Neophyte, but he's going to leave the Millhouse Mana Storm on board. He could go for the freeze if he's that afraid, but I think it's much more valuable in hand right now.
Yeah, completely agree. Do like the decision from Tice. Like I said, Casey's probably going to need a couple more Neophytes, and I think Tice is recognizing that multiple Neophytes is the issue right now, so he's just killing that one that was on board to mitigate any potential shadow step outs. He just has to wait. Just needs a couple of extra juicy spells pick up, Evocation, Magic Trick, any of that stuff. Second Ray of Frost.
It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad at all. Could just take a clear here, if you would like to, with like one Ray of Frost first, play the Firebrand, and then second Ray of Frost, just to make sure the damage rations out perfectly and deals the 4 to clear the board.
Yeah, it's what I was looking at originally, because also just having the 3-4 on board's pretty nice. He's going to just do it a little bit differently. Wants to get the minion down instead. And now the response. Casey now has a ton of options in hand. But what's the priority for him? Does at 1 health, I imagine he doesn't want to defend this mill house, right? So do you think he has to focus on making another big threat?
I almost think he can wait a little bit longer on the threats here because they're only getting better. Like, he was very quickly approaching the position where he can double threat in 1 turn, and the Firebrand response here is just kind of clean. Be able to deal with the board state. Between the dagger and the miscreant, he was likely to be able to clear the spell damage on the other side, which is very important for Cram Session, very important for Raz. So I actually like Casey going a little bit slower here in this scenario, but now this is go time for Tice. No secret in play, nothing preventing him from just cashing out, having a full pop-off turn. Plagiarize on the previous turn was kind of brutal, but here Tice can go all the way in with this Mana Cyclone, and if he hits the absolute juice, this turn could continue to improve. Not quite.
Still
pretty solid though.
Half bad. Yeah, not half bad at all. Like that's just a decent.
Oh, he got there! He got there, Raven. He has 100% got there.
And now, if Tice does not play this evocation, Darek is going to go sick. Okay. Darek's probably angry. Slightly different scenarios that Darek complains about not playing evocation. Of course, I am joking, but it is funny listening to him get angry about it.
I actually think this one's totally fine because he has second apprentice in hand, so he can literally just have another turn of equivalent quality to what he just did on the next turn now as well and get the giant down then. And this way also, if he's to find Conjurer's Calling from the evocation, for example, he then has that immediately with the giant as long as he then gets it down to 0. So.
Yeah, and also Tice does play a Conjurer's Calling. He does play a Conjurer's Calling naturally in his list. The lab partner was huge there for Casey with that Fan of Knives to clean the board up. He still has the 2 questions that he needs to at least start thinking about using soon, because the longer this is going to go on, especially after Casey sees this turn, then the harder it is going to be for Casey to actually make these questions even an issue for Tice, because the game will be over.
Okay, so both giants already cost 0 as soon as you play the evocation, because the Astromancer discounts as well, which means Conjurer's Calling here would have been absolutely fine immediately. Cram Session can go digging, predominantly for that same out. Evolving Missiles is pretty sick. Oh, all of this is pretty sick.
Yeah, those aren't.
No.
Time runs out on me.
Just used 1 Tricaster, hasn't used his Raz yet. There is something you have to consider. I think a lot of people mentally block out Tricaster as just unplayable. But there is a specific interaction with Raz and a specific interaction with Cram Session, where it is actually just a pretty good card if you pair those 2 things together exactly.
Oh, wow. Okay, very interesting there. What do you make of Tice actually playing double giant when he's just drawn the Conjurers? Do you like it? Or do you think maybe he could have just held on to 1 if 1 on board with the rest of it was enough?
I think it's absolutely fine, because they don't... 2 giants probably very close to never get dealt with by pure damage and actual removal by Rogue. The way they get dealt with in this matchup is they get put back in your hand. And if they're put back in Tice's hand, who cares? They still cost 0 again on the following turn, and he can then just Conjurer's Calling them on the following turn. So I'm perfectly happy with both being played out for tempo.
Oh.
Insta-blast.
I just love the snap pick.
Don't let the door hit you.
Blackjack Stunner, as you mentioned, of course, going to be used here. Casey is to buy himself some time. But my worry now is, you said earlier that you think Casey can go a little bit slower trying to get these questions live, but now has the time been and gone? It's my worry with how powerful Tice's responses were.
It's certainly reaching that point.
Now there's just 2 Quested Adventurers, a Pyro and an Abyss in hand. Like, oh, there is the Secret live, of course, so there is going to be some more card draw for Casey.
It's just looking too powerful for Tice from this point, though. Elemental allies activating off the secondary. Tice already did have that covered with the Steward of Time, but since you can activate it for 0 anyway, no big deal.
And again, if Casey had to, perform some minor miracles to deal with the Giants last turn, in which he didn't really deal with them, obviously just delayed them, then guess what? They're probably not being dealt with this turn either, which means, again, although Tice had Conjurer's Calling available, there was no real need to play it that turn, 100%.
Yeah, it's just the same deal. Like, there's just no damage gets thrown at these Giants, they're still there. You will always have a Conjurer's Calling target. It's absolutely fine.
And everyone, just hold your breath a minute, because this Devolving Missiles might just break Casey at this point, because this is his only shot. The Pyroblast and Eviscerate are close, but they are not enough to get there.
All right, 1 Alec here, please. No,
Tice, just to get on top 5 plays of the week.
Tice doesn't believe? Okay. I was wondering whether Tice is so far ahead that his turn might be best served by just, killing the Wand Thief and then playing Devolving Missiles, just so this 100% never goes wrong, but... okay. Almost.
Close. But he does have the Frost Nova, which is why I like it. On one hand, I did look at the Ice Barrier, just to gain some health, but really, Ice Barrier is just as good, if not better, if not worse than Frost Nova, right? It does the same job, except Frost Nova's a hard pass on any minion pressure. So, by the Nova, and
yes.
As if Tice needed more reduction. As if.
I get
Well, Tice is just already pouring a tea. He's just ready. It's just take the victory, get a quick cup of tea, ready to go. But that looked very tough there for Casey. And again, although at the point when I asked you, I do agree that the questing might have been a little bit dramatic to try and get done so early. Tice just went too fast after that, right? The questings never hit the board at a reasonable pace. And unfortunately for Casey, the more card draw or generation the mage gets, the much higher chance that they can just negate a question anyway. So the longer the game goes on, it was looking harder and harder for Casey to get anything done there.
Yeah, normally in the matchup, the Rogue is actually the one that gets a little bit closer to fatigue a little bit quicker because of just how many cards you draw with Dirty Tricks and Secret Passage. Right. But, Tice had a double Apprentice hand, and his first Cyclone hit double AI, which at that point is just infinite cards, right? Like, the AI then hit Evocation hit Elemental Allies drew 3 more cards. Like, Tice essentially got to play with his whole deck within the first 10 to 12 turns of the game. And when you get double Giant Conjurers calling all of the business way too fast for Casey to be able to counteract, who really kind of whiffed on his Secret Passage kind of power turns himself. And it was kind of, a fairly one-sided example of the matchup, I would say.
Yeah, which is just the matchup now, it seems, based on our sample sizes in the European region, at least. That was just game number 1, though. A rough one for Casey. I'm sure he's got it in him to fight back. We are going to go to a very quick break while we get our game number 2 set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go into our game number 2 of Casey versus Thijs. Thijs taking an insane win over Casey, just pretty one-sided, honestly, but there is still a lot more to go of this series. I am getting progressively more worried for Casey, though, Sol, because like I said, I am very confident in how Thijs' Demon Hunter lines up against Casey's decks. Priest, we can talk about, but when you go 1-0 down to not that Demon Hunter already, it's looking a little bit scary.
I would agree. Yeah, I think Demon Hunter is pretty well positioned. We did a fair bit of testing with this rogue versus Demon Hunter in general. I believe it was the APAC list we were looking at, the one that Rivius was just running, that had an Immolation Aura teched into it as well, which was absolutely destroying the rogue's early game in every single game, despite being a one-of in the deck. Not tilted about it at all. Guess which side of the matchup I was playing. So it does, but it's outside of that, it does seem like a problem because, damage permanence is a tale as old as time with rogue, right? And any decks that can just giddy up and start going face. And even without the Immolation Aura, the Shard Shatter is still able to solve the same problem, right? Where all of their early minions being pushed in just get cleared up so efficiently by the Demon Hunter that they very often don't have to worry about it. If they can bypass that entire early game period and just start hitting face, then they're in pretty good shape overall.
Yeah, and it's even like outside of the obvious, right, of Quest Adventure, Van Cleef, of course, none of the threats from Rogue are even big, right, health-wise. So, Thijs, you look at the cards, I-Beam, even a flat Aldraki Warblades kills most Rogue minions outside of the big couple. So, the removal is just feels easy a lot of the time. And there's a Shard Shatter as well. Spirit Jail is going to shuffle the fragments in. So already, Thijs has to be feeling at least relatively comfortable.
Yeah, I've set myself a challenge, Raven, which is to cast and analyze these rogue games without ever saying the phrase, well, if he gets a big questing or a big Edwin early, then he probably wins. And you've already made it challenging for me by then bringing it up straight away. Remember when we played Caster Bingo?
I said Demon Hunter, other than those, removes all the other minions easily.
Yeah. Remember when we played Caster Bingo with, Big Spell Mage? We didn't tell anyone, where you just weren't allowed to say Frost Mage Jaina for the entire time?
Yeah. Just couldn't talk about the one important card in the matchup.
The only good card in the deck, yeah.
Hey, Meteor was cool, okay? That was a good card. Already the Neophyte not really messing Thijs up too much at all. And here are the options. And speaking of Immolation Aura, Sol, I don't know if Thijs tried Rivius' list or seen any of it, but that is a card I think I just want in Demon Hunter just for the general meta. It's just good. I think it just gets there.
Yeah, ladder meta, certainly I think it's something that you can look at with, stealth rogues, face hunters, mages even, the Sorcerer's Apprentice Cyclone board where mirror images then sometimes come down as well and it can clean up. It does seem like a potentially effective card, but the argument is the redundancy that you then have with Shard Shatter Mystic, right? A lot of people will just argue that card is enough to deal with those kinds of situations.
I think, so the way I would look at it, I'm biased because I've seen how good the card has performed, obviously, but I just wonder, is a second Spectral Sight that's arguably going to be tough to get off with its Outcast that much better? Like a 2-mana draw 1 versus a 2-mana deal 2 to the board? I don't know.
Yeah. I do agree with most of what you said. The one thing I disagree with is that it's going to be tough to get off. I don't actually think it's that tough to get off. It's deceptively close from being outcasted from the left-hand side of the hand, right? Not the right, which it's actually closer to.
Yeah.
Because the left-hand side of the hand is now cheap I-Beam, Coin, Shard Shatter, Soulshear, all of which Thijs will probably be interested in playing over the next turn or two, just to remove board and keep swinging face. And then he'll be able to rip back-to-back Spectral Sights if he wants to. I think it's probably a fine game plan.
Okay. The only thing I look at with the I-Beam and the Shard Shatter and the Soul Shear is all those need targets And if you've not got them, then they could get clogged a little bit. Because with this deck, you do still want to be pressing hero power as often as possible, whipping in every point of damage to face as possible. So I just do wonder how long it is going to take in like a real world, when those spectral sights do become active. But I do agree that it's not like a horrible choice that is going to be stuck in his hand forever.
I mean, this is pretty strong right now, right? I-beam, Shard Shatter if he just wants to get the cards out of his hand. There's the threat of the secret on the other side, which Tice will be scared of.
Is it ever worth skipping I-beam? It's probably not worth a swing. I don't know. It's tough because he could just use Soul Share, which gives potentially gives Casey a Soul Share and a Shard Shatter. I don't think Tice is bothered about him having those cards. I think he might be more bothered about having an I-beam though.
Yeah, so this sequencing is important for Tice because there is one copy of Ambush in Casey's list, so Tice wanted to test for that first by playing a minion. He could have arguably gone Jailer first, and then if it was Ambush, he could Shard Shatter everything still, but that would cost him his own 1-3 as well.
Right.
And then obviously there's also sequencing of, like, a lot of times you want to cast a spell as the first thing that you do, because then you get full plagiarize information as to how many cards you feel like you want to play in the turn, once you've discovered that it's plagiarized. But when there is also then an ambush in the list, that's not necessarily true.
Exactly.
Even if you lead with a spell, it can still be ambush. So it complicates the secret sequencing, a little bit more, which to me is the #1 merit of including that one ambush, because I don't like ambush as a card, but I do appreciate the added level of disruption that you add to your deck by just having a third secret.
Was it well played from Casey just to try and bait which one was weak? Is that like... I don't know. It just seemed weird. I think he's trying to get in Tice's head.
Blade
I would
Dance
really like
pickup
to just see...
is pretty sick.
I was going to say, I'd really just like to see Blade Dance here. Don't mess about. Blade Dance 2 mana, get rid of the board, go face. Like, I think you have to be focused not to try and get like fancy value from Blade Dance, even though this is good. But there's been many times I play this deck where I like Blade Dance just one minion.
Yeah.
Because it's 2 mana go away for a minion, which is insane when you're trying to swing face every turn.
But now this is the turn for Casey. Kind of needs the goods here.
Only to 6 though, and that is very killable.
It is very killable, yeah. This was kind of the argument for perhaps holding on to the Blade Dance. Because Tice arguably missed on the 50-50 and shot the real minion, he still had the 1-3 on board that killed a 5-4 anyway, and he knew that. So actually his Blade Dance only killed a 2-1 and a 3-3, essentially. So there was potentially an argument to just hold on to the Blade Dance, just draw again, and then, you know, have a much bigger Blade Dance perhaps later on for a much bigger board. But, as you said, no great reason to panic right now. Yeah. The questing is very manageable, but it has required a lot of damage being sunk into a minion as opposed to Casey's face, which is relevant.
That is true. In this world, he does keep the 1-3, though. Or, for now. At least it's about to go away, but yeah, there was a value. Stunner coming down now, and then Casey's saying, okay. Next is Edwin Van Cleef. Can you deal with this guy? Whoa.
Not quite yet. And unfortunately, this is plagiarize, which means plan A it isn't really going to work. Not really a super clean clear for the Edwin Van Cleef that I really like this turn. Therefore, plan B, okay, maybe we rip Spectral Sight, we play Eldraki Warblades, we just start going face, we rely on the healing to just race the Edwin Van Cleef and end the game. Plagiarize. So you're giving that race potential back over to your opponent by giving them the lifesteal weapon as well, which becomes a problem.
I do think this is still worthwhile, though, because what Tice is aiming to do here is not only get a big lifesteal heal next turn with the Lapidary, but also combo it with Blade Dance.
With the
say,
Blade Dance.
Yeah, I've cleared some of the board. Do you have more minions? Well, he'll know he'll have one more minion at least because he gave him a cane if Casey wants to play it. But I do like setting up the big heal into the Blade Dance, which Casey will be fully aware of.
That's a sick Cult Neophyte, by the way. Not only because it limits, twin slices and things like that from the pool alongside the Soul Shard Lapidary, but it also means that it's just an additional minion on the board now that can siphon away one of the hits of the Blade Dance.
It is now, but okay, that changes things, right? This makes this decision very easy as far as I'm concerned. I think Thijs should go for the Lapidary and then just trade off one of the minions. I guess which one to trade? Basically, he needs to do anything at all possible just to survive, because that skull will just mean he will outlast Casey when his opponent's on just one card.
Mm-hmm.
He can still... he can trade and then Blade Dance, and even though he loses the slight amount of damage, he can
slight
still
amount
trade...
of damage.
He loses 2. He can still Blade Dance and trade into the Van Cleef if he hits it. Yeah.
Okay, see why that Neophyte was just so sick? Just denying the hero power on top of everything else, outside of even just Blade Dances and so on, coming off the top. Double Abyss, but one of them can't be comboed!
It's kind of, but not lethal.
Yeah. Thijs needs fragments.
Has a lot of draws for them.
Plays the right-hand skull off the top. There is one fragment. Misses the discount on the Shard Shatter, but gets it on the Warblades.
Yep.
Okay.
Huge.
That does allow him to go face here now, which is important. I guess if he was soul sharing the minion anyway, it didn't really make a difference.
Yep. Much rather it this way around. This is maximum heal.
Yep.
Now, suddenly, even with Secret Passage, does mean these Eviscerates aren't going to get cast again this turn, but still means Casey can do something. If one Thief goes into burn, there is still a chance, right?
There is,
damage from the Eviscerates plus a burn spell is looking awfully close.
Ooh, even Primordial Studies is actually pretty spicy. Malagos!
That's 9 damage as a combo.
Yeah. I like Casey ignoring the ambush there. Look for more powerful things to do with the remaining mana off the second passage.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter, does it, the ambush right now at this point in the game?
Mm-hmm. Titanic Lackey. Huge deal. Kane gone, both Blade Dancers gone. Taunts kind of have to be dealt with via damage right now. Casey was not able to generate a very high health total there off the 4-drop.
Yep. But the big deal here is this, if there's any extra damage somewhere, this Shard Shatter is going to clean up this whole board. Oh, second Lapidary.
That's insane. I think Thijs can still just be on the game plan of counting to lethal here. It feels like he's used a huge amount of damage, but he still has 2 Twin Slices, 2 Chaos Strikes remaining. He still has that other Marrow Slicer left sat in his hand as well. I think it's perfectly reasonable here just to clear this board and then slam damage to face.
And this feels bad, but I think you just bite the bullet, trade the 5-3 in. It's going to die, but the Shard Shatter cleans up. Go for Lapidary again, and then part of me thinks that Mana Feeder is actually a good follow-up, better than the Hero Power. Because it's one whole extra minion, and I don't think Thijs is expecting, like, high burst damage. He's already healing for 7 this turn versus 8, and he gets a 2-3 instead. I actually really like this from Thijs.
Agreed. Wow!
There's the concede.
Casey is out.
Just knowing that he just wouldn't get there anymore. He had a very, very small window to get those 2 Eviscerates through, and his opponent was at 8 at one point, but with no additional card to combo the first Eviscerate, it just wasn't going to be enough to get there. And Thijs with that Skull of Gul'dan, just about getting him the second Eldrazi Warblade, and that's saving the day there. So Thijs gets a win on that Demon Hunter, and now Tice being 2-0 up, this Rogue, although it looks like it can get there, it just isn't for Casey right now.
It's not, no. And, you have to sort of wonder in that scenario, was there ever a situation where Casey could have just launched the Eviscerate at face? I think there was a term where just based on his mouse movements? Mouse movements?
It's a really weird way to analyze someone.
Yeah, he was just sat there going, should I cast the Eviscerate? But I think he ended up going with like Prep Shiv instead of Prep Eviscerate or something like that, but he was considering doing it the other way around. But it made perfect sense that turn because it was on a questing turn, so Prep Shiv got him the card draw, which then gave him more options potentially for the questing. But there are spots where maybe he could have launched the first Eviscerate and then potentially the second one can then come through with a different card that would have been in his hand there and activated the second one. But that's like super deep rabbit hole in terms of trying to end that game. I think Casey did just about everything he could to try and scramble his way through that. But again, like the secret passages just came kind of late. It really does seem like all the stars do need to align in some matchups, as Derek was talking about, 7-mana 7/7s that deal 7 to everything in APAC. This seems to be the matchup where Star Aligner is required just to be able to make everything line up perfectly for some of these unfavored matchups for the Rogue.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, and what's going to be very interesting going into the next few weeks is with the nerfs and buffs coming into the game very soon, that Rogue is affected. Secret Passage is nerfed from 5 to 4 cards, and I do wonder, although you could say, well, the card's still very good, it's still very playable, and I agree, it is just worse, right? It just does make it worse. So again, I just wonder if that's going to be maybe the thing that pushes the deck out just a little bit. But for now, we do have Tice only having his priest left, and this one is a Highlander priest. So back to more from what we saw of the past couple of weeks, and not the Dragon priest that we've been seeing a lot of players bring this week as well. But Highlander priest against Casey's lineup again looks okay, but Casey can get some good matchups here with the Zoo, but the problem is it's Conquest. He needs to win with all of them.
He does need to win with all of them, indeed. And Tice's build is just kind of the classic Highlander at this point, which means it is largely vulnerable to Zoo. I think a lot of people have reacted with their priest lists and built them in a way where they do have a slightly better chance against Zoo, either by being more 2-ofs and more tempo heavy with dragons and fate weavers and actually being able to get the board early in a lot of situations, or just more penances and Breath of the Infinites, pyromancers and all that kind of thing in a 2-ofs list to be consistently anti-aggro as well. But I do think the Highlander list is probably still the most vulnerable to this matchup, especially when you just have the goods in your opening hand, as Casey absolutely does on his side.
Yeah, so does Tice though as well, right? He's pretty good opening himself here. Disciple of Galakron, not mind-blowing, but just a turn 1 play, which is going to be strong. The Breath of the Infinite, although we have discussed at length about it doesn't really clear a lot of Zoo boards. I think it clears enough of a Zoo board to not get rushed down in the early game, and then that Cabal Acolyte backup could be huge later on.
No, Raven. Okay, look down. This is a fine Highlander priest hand. Now look up. That's the goods, okay? There is a very clear difference in the quality of these two hands. The goods for the Highlander priest is like Zephyrus into Mind Flayer Kaj with Renew and Cabal Acolyte and Wave of Apathy already in hand. That's the goods.
It's all just name a 6-card opening hand then.
Yeah, that's what you need to beat Zoo as Highlander priest.
Okay, we'll see. I've got confidence in this hand from Tice. It's epic. Top as well, gonna help. But this is the turn, right? We get in there. Let's see what Casey's gonna do with it. He does have coin, does have the Penlinger as well. So this is the turn.
Initial Penflinger goes face, since he's bouncing it with the Raised Dead anyway. He can then use it to address board if he would like to. Makes sense. Gets the Flesh Giants discounted, so this is a guaranteed Hand of Gul'dan discard for 3 more cards, looking for Flame Imps, looking for second Raised Dead. There's the second Raised Dead, which means he now has multiple Penflingers, so he can actually clear board and continue to damage his own face to get the Flesh Giants cheaper.
On that little breakdown of what Casey wants from the turn, you sounded like a very bored auctioneer. Yep, he's going to get the second Raised Dead. Now he's going to get this.
1 mana, 1 mana, 1 mana. Can I get 3 mana? He's got 3 mana, he's got 3 mana. He's spending his 3 mana. Can we get more mana? He's got more mana.
Look at this for a turn. Oh, is Casey still got mana? Tice is now just having to just falling asleep, waiting this turn to be over.
Also, people who get triggered by pronunciation of mana would have just got really triggered this turn.
Double Flesh Giant down on turn 3. That was about as good as he's going to get as well there. So Tice might just have to concede
So Raven,
at this point.
Just to be clear, who had the goods this game?
I still think Tice has a strong chance. Look, the turn worked out pretty well, I'm not going to lie. But there was still a good opening from Tice. But this is an opening from Warlock that you generally just don't beat regardless of your opening hand. So, but it's also one of the reasons, or half a reason, I guess, why Darkglare is going to be nerfed very soon, and why this just probably won't even be a deck going forward.
Right. So, I guess serious talk. The most interesting part of that turn to me is when Casey spent a Penflinger on shooting his own Expired Merchant, which I believe he did, which he could have addressed the Fairy Dragon instead with that same thing. Now, obviously, you can get your Expired Merchant stolen or whatever else from the Priest and limit yourself from getting that additional card draw on future turns, which, you could certainly argue is more important than just killing a 3-1 on board with the amount of power you were making. So, certainly not, calling it out because I think it's wrong. I'm just calling it out because I think it was a particularly interesting part of that turn, which had a lot of things happening in it. Just keep in your mind if you're looking for ways to optimize your zoo play.
Yeah, and if not to just rub salt in the wound here, Casey getting to that Neo fight as well is just going to make Tice's turn that much harder. You think he was on the hardest setting this turn, right? He'd unlocked a secret harder difficulty because not only does he have to find a way to even survive, he has to do it with all his spells costing 1 more.
Yeah, he can't actually even attempt to steal a giant here. The Lazul scheme is only currently -5, so it only takes one of the giants down to 3 attack, which will not make it a legal target for the steal.
Dance, puppet, dance.
Okay. I mean, all things considered, that's probably the best one if he's not just dead on board. And he's not?
Yep, 9, right?
Yep, but he is dead to the rush. Either way.
Yep, pretty straightforward one, but again, as is the story of Conquest, is you could also say that this game, although it of course matters, it is not too bad for Tice, right? He lost an unfavored matchup in quite an explosive way, but he has some better matchups going forward. This was the one that I would have said at least all that Casey would have felt very comfortable going into.
Yeah, he would have felt comfortable going into it, and then he would have been the most relaxed he's been in quite some time when he saw his opening hand. Because, yeah, that just doesn't lose. That hand does not lose against Priest. I remain to see what possible interaction from Priest could actually defeat that hand. I'm sure there is one, because Priest can find a way, always. There's always a solution when you're playing Priest, but I just haven't seen it. It's just too powerful, too early.
Right.
They don't have the cards that can interact with just, even if you don't hit the Flesh Giant, even if your turn just ends with like a Darkglare, a couple of Flame Imps, and a Neophyte on the board, and that's your turn, and that's like 30% as impressive as what Casey did that turn, Priest still just doesn't play the cards in their deck to respond to that cleanly in one turn. So you just get to go again the next turn and again and again, and you're always just one turn ahead of the game in that position, in that matchup.
Like, honestly, at that point, you would have been looking at almost exactly, say, like the Acolyte into Wave of Apathy, into Renew Wave of Apathy for turn 6, into like Zephyrus Brawl the turn after. Like that's like the exact combination you'd have to even have a chance in that game, and that was very big. But I do think it was just the combination from Casey of the double raise dead, along with being able to get down not 1 early giant, but 2, because suddenly then even fishing for just a death to reduce the damage down for a bit just wouldn't have been enough, because there's just another giant sat there. So really tough game there for Tice, but again, he is still leading in this series 2-1, and he's still got some slightly better matchups than the Zoo list. He has his Priest versus either Casey's Rogue, which he's been struggling with this in this match, or the Mage from Casey as well. It looks like he's going to go for the Mage.
And just one final piece of coverage on the Zoo play from Casey, that the turn where he won the game, just acknowledge the fact that he started the turn immediately, in comparison to, say, Viper, who we also saw play Zoo very, very well, that he would wait for 50 seconds before he'd start his turn. So obviously that's a stylistic thing because Viper is a slow player and Casey is a fast player. But I think when playing Zoo, when you have a 20 mana turn on turn 3, starting your turn immediately and making sure you then have time to adjust to the branching decisions that occur as you continue to draw cards and refresh your mana is probably a better way to go about playing the deck.
Yeah, the big point there was the Hand of Gul'dan being involved in the turn, right? Because that animation of card drawing not only changes with what cards you've got, but the animation's going to play out as well. But anyway, done with Zoo for now. We are going to move straight on to this matchup, and it's Tice on the Priest versus Casey on this Mage. And again, Casey going for this one Conjurer's Calling in the Mage list, not going for some of the more newer choices, although he does have the 2/1 makers. So honestly, for me, Sottle, this build from Casey looks like more to what I would want to play if I was submitting this week.
Okay. I mean, it's interesting because Casey, kind of in his own imitable fashion has, had some words for everyone getting excited about Orange's new build of the deck. He's had his own opinions on that and said, it's not like the cards you're playing aren't any better than Arcane Intellect was to begin with, which to an extent I do kind of agree with. I was going on this spiel yesterday, right, where it just seems like whatever your opinion are on what the last 5 cards are, you just seem to be wrong. Like, none of them seem to be as good as the other 25. No one can find the other good cards to go in those spots. But, Casey and Orange have had a little bit of back and forth over what the best build of the deck is. So, yeah, no surprise that, Casey is going a little bit different, as you mentioned, is including those Wand Makers, which I think we will still attribute to Orange and give him a small victory.
I do love it though when pretty high tier pros just completely disagree on builds of decks. It's super fun to watch because it just means it's interesting, right? And there's still a lot of decision points to make.
A charming composition.
Yeah, those Steward of Scrolls being picked up a little bit earlier from Casey's going to come down and just contribute to this pretty aggressive opening, honestly. A pretty minion-focused aggressive opening from Casey here. Not going too crazy with spell combos, but just having stuff to play out. And Tice on the other side not really having a good response yet.
So I don't know whether you slurred slightly, but I thought you said for a second you said a pretty minging opening. Just like, wait, that's a hell of a word to come out with on a Hearthstone podcast.
No. Save the spicy words for Gia.
Okay.
Here though, Arcane Missiles is going to help probably clean. Oh, okay, that's frustrating for Tice. He didn't isn't able to clean up the Steward, but most importantly, he just gets rid of the wide board that right now he doesn't have a better answer to.
Yeah. Most importantly right now, it's just freaking 4 damage that's left up on board. That could be very, very relevant in this spot. Casey is going to use it to trade just to maintain board control, but he's thinking really, really hard about it. Casey is not a player that likes trading too much if he doesn't have to. But this is a scary board state to generate into Priest. 1 extremely high-value minion left alone on board. This is something that you would generally try to avoid in most scenarios because it's just so vulnerable to Cabal Acolyte.
Well, this was horrendous, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yeah.
Now Casey has Apotheosis on his Raz.
It's kind of a weird-looking Mind Render to me.
Yeah, well, I think what Tice kind of slipped into there was, I don't have anything that good to do, so I'm just going to play it, but you had good stuff for him to do next turn. That was my worry. Look at the cards he can use up. Raise Dead, Apotheosis, in which he can probably get some plays out of. Oh, jeez.
Disgusting.
Honestly, get Mind Render out of your deck because I am yet to see a good one get played.
I was about to say, is that the one time that Defender of Argus coming off Zeph was actually good because you could just give your opponent a Defender of Argus and play their other good cards instead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious about it. Okay, so plus side, I do like the mentality of, okay, this is my one bad turn because, turn 7 again, turn 8, whatever. From all the cards on the left-hand side of your hand as Tice are great, right? You feel like you're pretty secure from that point. This turn kind of sucked. so he could go fishing for Lucia with something to do. I don't think he gave that much good stuff over to the opponent because, again, all that stuff was unplayable. Like the really premium cards on the far left was still unplayable for Casey. The one thing I did wonder about is like whether Tice was really keeping track of, wow, this was an insane pickup though, by the way, whether he was keeping track of, say, how cheap the Mana Giants were getting. Because potentially, if he'd have waited maybe just one more turn, if he had a Mana Giant counter in his head, he could have potentially stolen them away by throwing out other cards from Casey's hand and then going from there.
Yeah, I think my big question point was the Raz was on board, and then the handover was, for me, at worst, Apotheosis Raised Dead, in case he has a ton of 1-2 drops dead. That he could have just played out. So, I don't know. It looked a little bit too good to hand over for me, because there wasn't even a good answer to the Apotheosis on the Raz. So, I don't know. It was definitely scary. It looks like it's on one hand, I want to say Tice kind of got away with it, but on the other hand, Casey played Zephyrus, so he didn't.
Yo.
So we can actually just go Cabal Acolyte Shadow Madness here. Is that ever worthwhile?
Yeah, it's a bit inefficient, right? Like it doesn't, the damage breakpoints don't quite work. That's why I looked at immediately as well. You can just fit the Draconic studies in there as well.
I think my main point was, does Tice have to be very efficient right now? Is it more important to just stop taking damage?
Or it certainly got better holding on to it, because now Shadow Madness first, then potentially if he's able to pick up... No, okay. If he got the Wave of Apathy there, he was suddenly in business, because he can clear out the other 2 minions and then shrink down the Giant for the steal.
Is this just the best Murazand of your life?
I mean, sometimes, yeah.
Well, is that where he's at right now? This looks
There's a very significant failure rate with that play, though, Raven.
There's also a more significant success rate. Imagine how cool you look.
That's a good point. Crimson Hothead is playable here?
Dance, puppet, dance.
Alright, it's going to go Kaj instead. Lazul's scheme is just ticking up to 4 this turn, so he's, again, still some way off being able to get that Giant into stealable range, and even then he has just used his Cabal Acolyte. Still has the Cabal Shadow Priest that he can rip, but he's probably more likely trying to set up a Galakron clear here than he is anything else.
Okay, so you're going to go fishing with the Evocation. And not really get a good one. There are some good cards in there, but not really with the goal of what Casey wants to achieve right now.
No. Arcane Intellect's always fine. He's just going to use it to cash out, push the 10 knowing that he has, or push the 8 at least knowing that he has Pyroblast built up.
I think I like the follow-up with Counterspell, though. Although, does he know about the scheme? He doesn't, right? He didn't steal at that point. Or didn't swap decks at the scheme point, did he? He drew that afterwards?
I believe so, yeah. Sounds right.
Because I imagine Casey would have just schemed something, right? Just to get it out of the hand.
Brutal. Wave of Apathy, just moments too late.
Now, though, pretty straightforward Galakron turn with a heal if he wants it.
Yep. Does pull him out of range of that Pyroblast as well, although Tice won't necessarily have exactly Pyroblast in mind. He will be developing reads on the cards in the far left of Casey's hand, particularly the 3 far left, the Pyro, the Power of Creation, and the Flame Strike. Those are the cards where certain options will be being ruled out, and more impactful game-ending, higher value tools will be more likely in Tice's mind, just because of the way Casey has played up until this point.
I think Tice might have just been sat there thinking, what? Just question one. what does my Morazon look like this turn? Like, what actually happens? No, nothing that great. Okay, go for Galakron. Keep it simple. Did you like the trade, though?
Yeah, I love it. I think he wants to land the Apotheosis for like game-ending healing on the following turn, potentially, by having an 8/8 in play. I think that's really smart. Well, that was powerful.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable. Wants to go learn Draconic instead of the Mirror Entity? Casey goes for the Learn Draconic. Is he just trying to get some kind of fail-safe if the game does go a little bit longer than he wants to?
Well, if he plays the Learn Draconic, he gets to ping face, which puts his opponent to 10. So it's then like a 3-pronged attack that Tice has to deal with.
I guess so in that instance, he could have just played Thanos instead, right? I know there's the steals and everything, but Thanos kind of pings your opponent in the face if you play one spell the turn after.
Sure. Yeah, I kind of like fitting in the ping that turn, to be honest. It's the counterspell test, it looks like, as well as the spellbender test.
The good thing here for Tice is the bootleg Frost Nova of Wave of Apathy is available to him, which will again buy him a ton more time.
It is, but he can't even take 1 damage.
No, but he can heal, right? He's got Penance and Apotheosis if he really wants.
Yeah. He doesn't have a minion attacking that he owns, though, which is a pretty big problem in terms of Apotheosis.
Gonna aim Penance at the... makes sense.
So that's 15 now, 3 on board. This gains 1 attack from the Pyroblast. Still a long way off, even if it could all go face.
Might have to just be back to the drawing board a little bit here for Casey instead of just going in for the Pyro. Just gonna try and work out what the rest of the turn looks like, because on one hand I was considering, do you just Pyro face anyway? But the problem is the follow-up is not guaranteed in any way, shape or form. So I think that's definitely crossed off the list for this turn for Casey.
Yeah, that does sound like the concede to Apotheosis line of play.
Exactly. What does Thanos into Flame Strike achieve? Probably seems okay, right?
Quite a lot,
King as well? Yeah. I choose to draw.
Yeah, I like taking the Cram Session in. So what I was looking at for the turn was Blood Mage Cram Session with the intention of Flame Striking, and then go from there. It's a lot of work.
You just lose an extra minion if you want to kill the giant, that's all, right?
No.
Oh,
you get the buff.
sorry, yeah,
you get the buff.
This. Yep. You're right. Completely right. This makes way more sense. I'm an idiot. But now, Tice can Flame Strike him back. Not going to be enough, though, is it? Not with that Pyroblast just sat in the wings waiting.
No. Blood Mage Cram Session, if it happens in the right order, could potentially draw Tice 2 cards as well. Playable cards, Shadow of Death. I mean, that's pretty good. Flame Strike everything else, Shadow of Death the Giant. Yeah, it's still not good enough, is it?
No, doesn't look like it. Casey maybe didn't finish this game as quickly as he would want to, but the Pyroblast was there as the payoff. And I do like the way he approached the very late game there, just making sure he was always setting up lethal and making Tice have to... Tice wasn't fully aware of a Pyroblast, of course, but for Casey's side, making Tice have to do something pretty impressive every single turn to be able to not die, whether that's, reduce the minions down or clear them, heal as well, draw some cards, and so on, so on. It was just too much to do turn after turn for Tice.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think he may have been aware of some of that stuff, because were those cards already present when he did the mind render? Were those some of the unplayables that he couldn't use on the left-hand side of the hand? I'm not entirely sure what the situation was back then.
Yeah.
It seems a long time ago at this point.
He did get the Pyroblast pretty early, right? He was sat on that for a while, I think. So
Yeah.
maybe. I can't remember. But it
Not
does
sure,
mean...
but either way, I do like that setup from Casey where he did take a Pyroblast very, very early, because I think generally high impact spells are very useful, and I think a lot of people lean towards like Deep Freeze, Power of Creation, and obviously those are great. I think kind of some people like have this block where they don't necessarily think Pyroblast is like a super high value spell, because classically, by the definition of value that we often use, it isn't, but it is extremely impactful. If you want to use high value to mean things that have a huge impact for the cost of one card on the game, I think Pyroblast is right up there in a lot of matchups. So I do kind of like that position from Casey to take that, especially since he took it backing up a very aggressive start of his own.
Yeah, and then this is going to come down to the wire now with the Priest versus Rogue, and both players now taking the losses on these two classes, right? Casey lost with his Rogue for the first 2 games of this series. Tice has now lost with his Priest twice to the Warlock and the Mage of Casey. So I guess the two weakest classes in this match are now going to face off, where one of them has to win to decide who takes the victory. And honestly, Saul, I don't know which one it's going to be here. This matchup is still a bit of a wild one for me.
Is this actually where we are? We've hit the point where we're calling Priest one of the weakest classes in the series?
In this series, yes.
Has it fallen this far, Raven? This can't be reality. This is not the Hearthstone I know.
Well, the important thing to know, outside of maybe the Dragon versions that we're seeing as well, across the regions, Priest hasn't really moved forward since the first few days of the expansion, right? When people started playing the Highlander Priest, the first week or so, I guess, the deck's not really changed, right? It is just the deck, whereas every other class, it feels, apart from maybe Bomb Warrior, has actually developed, been through multiple iterations and improved, whereas Priest has stayed the same. So maybe that's part of the issue, where all the other classes have kind of gotten better, all the other deck building has improved, and Priest just hasn't right now.
The light shall
It's a
bring
very
victory.
fair point. Yeah, I'm personally more of a fan of Two Of's Priest at the moment, of the anti-aggro build, as I was talking about yesterday. I do agree that Highlander Priest has fallen off just a little bit overall, but Tice does seem to disagree himself, and based on his lineup, but regardless, he's now going to have to try and get this Priest over the line against another deck that seemingly a lot of players have more faith in than we do, Raven.
Yeah, this Rogue has still yet to impress me. So we will see what Casey can do in this game. It's a bit more of a, I would say, even matchup in that both players can achieve the high-value game. No one's particularly trying to rush forward in the game too much outside of the Forbidden Word turns. But yeah, this is still looking okay for Casey. But Tice just having access to that Zephyrus is just a pretty big deal in this early game.
Turn did just receive an extra degree of complexity from the Cult Neophyte coming down. But I think you end up still playing it. Even though it's going to offer you the backstab in one of the slots that you can't take, I think you just ignore that and then go and take the Wild Growth anyway.
I think with this hand especially, right? Why not? The hand is very high value, but very expensive for Tice. And again, the Rogue deck from Casey just isn't that aggressive, and the Zephyrus kind of deals with this Neophyte anyway. I like it. Oh! Is it always Wild Growth?
I'm kind of into the Apotheosis there. It's not like Tice has a turn 5 right now anyway. So he could have just Wild Growthed on his... Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a 5-mana turn, so he could have just Wild Growthed on his 4-mana turn anyway, while seizing the board more aggressively with the Apotheosis. I think it was worth considering.
And I'm also not sure what the response is supposed to be from Casey. That was my question. If you Apotheosis trade, what does Casey actually do to kill it? Or stunner it back. Great.
This is my question now. What's this turn? What was the plan here?
Right. I did like the Apotheosis, honestly. Also, because Tice is going to end up passing his turn, Casey might think he can just get away with a question.
Sick. Tice taking spend your mana every turn to new heights, Raven.
Wait, why would you do that? That seems like way too good a card to just throw away.
He spent his mana. I don't know what you're struggling with.
Shut up. It's like... oh, yeah.
If you want real answers, it's like again. Okay, so spending your mana is a real point, right? Like doing something is often better than doing nothing, because otherwise that 5 mana disappears into the ether and you did nothing. But arguably, he only spent 1 mana that turn, right? By Forbidden Wordsing a 1 attack minion. So that's factor number 1. Factor number 2, that was a pretty good Shadow Step target that was on the board, which, you know, you could say, okay, you need Forbidden Words to be able to deal with a big Edwin or a big questing or whatever. You leave a premium Shadow Step target on the board, the Edwins and the questings are going to get bigger anyway, so you're kind of, like, shrinking it down by killing the minion anyway. Like, there's some arguments for it. I don't necessarily have a problem with that bit happening. I'm like more curious in like how he ended up in the position where he had nothing to do that turn, which was, you know, what happened on the previous turn.
Yeah, you're more interested in the journey than the destination, right? With that one.
Yeah.
Galakron just going to be played here from Tice, and Casey hoping against hope.
Oh! Nope. Esports, Raven, right there.
It's okay. Casey's got another. Oh, Shadow Step is available now as well, and that Neophyte looks like a good target to me.
Does. No reason not to open a few more boxes first, though. He's actually going to divert.
Whoa.
Go with Miscreant here.
Okay.
I don't think he's happy with his lackey outcomes, is what this shake of the head is about. Oh, maybe not. Those look fine.
What if he just meant to target the Neophyte? I don't know. I'm being very, very silly now. I thought the Neophyte would have been really good that turn, but Casey wanted more value from those lackeys. I will say, this game isn't going to go like some of the rogue games we've seen where they've just had access to 0 resources at this point, right? So to be fair, Casey is not lacking in any way in his hand, but he is lackeying.
Sure.
Yes! I got some kind of chuckle. As I was saying it, I was like, this is very bad.
It was extremely bad indeed, yeah.
Don't let the door hit you.
Very nice Blackjack Stunner, and this is an incredibly awkward board state now for Tice to deal with.
Wait, how many minions has Tice actually lost? How much of a Zephyrus is this? Is it like 3 minions that have been killed?
It's certainly not many. It's a Disciple of Galakron, the Zephyrus. Yeah.
The Devout People got bounced. Isn't that all he's played?
Might well be.
But Ty's just saying, oh, my opponent did a lot of stuff last turn. I want to do a lot of stuff.
So he gets full information now. So the secrets remaining are Eye for an Eye, Pack Tactics, and Plagiarize. This is always fun when this happens because both players can, if they wish, submit to the infinite Plagiarize loop, which is generally good fun.
Time is running out.
Tice has Plagiarize equipped, Casey has Plagiarize in hand.
And now the big question. Is it just a Murazond response?
So the Murazond would get an 8/8 and a Penance, but he'd also be running into the same Repentance that Tice ran into, so it's probably pretty low impact to play the Murazond here.
Especially when he has this selection of options, right? He has like all these lackeys to go for. He still has the Abyss. It's going to be flexible in killing the Hanar if he wants to as well.
Yeah, and most importantly, as I mentioned, Tice now has Plagiarize up, and I think giving the Murazond back to Tice is probably more powerful than playing it yourself.
You think this is your time? It is mine.
Is Casey just working out the least he can possibly do this turn? The trade there, the penance, and now just trades and then pass potentially?
Yeah, there's multiple approaches you could have taken that turn. The first one is to do the bare minimum, as you say, and give minimal value to Repentance while picking apart the other secrets. The alternative is just to play a load of garbage first, and then play some more premium cards towards the end, since Tice only currently has 5 slots in his hand, plus 1 draw that can be filled up by cards this turn.
And not getting anything too crazy, actually. I think it was a really good turn from Casey.
Yeah,
just not really rewarding the play there.
Right. So now the unknown secret for Tice is the Bamboozle. He is still aware of the other two. He knows it's Eye for an Eye and Pack Tactics. Bamboozle is the X factor that he does not currently know about.
Wait, he does, right?
Does he? Oh, because he received it.
Bamboozle
You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right.
Don't worry. These turns are messing with my mind as well. Just like, everyone's just trading cards. And Reaver, for once, does not have a good target.
No. Signals that he wants to play Nazari. As weird as that is, hitting his opponent in the face is signaling that he wants to play Nazari. That actually heals him for more because there's Eye for an Eye in play, so he gets that dealt with first and then plays the Nazari.
Oh.
I know that's weird, but it's probably technically correct. He's going to go Kobold Lackey instead. Okay.
I think he's in no real rush. I think if he played the Nazari, he would be doing it for a 4-12, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly why I want to play it.
To the heal. Yeah.
It's a 4-12 and this is a 1-1.
Bit of a stat difference.
Yeah.
Most importantly here, Hana has been just left alive here. Tice could not or did not want to deal with it. And that means just a ton more secrets for Casey right now.
Yep. Hijack Stunner does put the Alex back in the hand, but it will burn 1 card off the top.
And also 10 mana 8/8. Yes, it gets him some cheap dragons, but on the turn he plays it, it's going to be very, very weak indeed.
Right. Yo!
Casey's not missing that combo to eviscerate again.
Nope. Meanwhile, Tice, you fool! You played directly into my Nazari! Alright, it's a secret update. Counterspell has joined the party. Repentance, Pack Tactics still there. Bamboozle still there. Ambush is new as well. So there goes Pack Tactics Bamboozle, which Tice knew about.
Does mean as well, depending on how this comes out now with the Bamboozle. There we go. The ambush won't actually proc if Tice plays a minion because the board is full now.
Yeah.
Could actually now just now the Aeon Reaver's arguably got a good target with the 3/3 from the Pack Tactics. He could just do this, go for Aeon Reaver and Nazari this turn.
I imagine he wants to Apotheosis this turn. The Repentance might now change that plan, but I'm pretty sure his original intention was to go Apotheosis here. He's just going to continue to do so anyway. Does get 4 health, so he can still take 1 premium value trade here if he wants to. Yeah, remembers he needs to check Counterspell here as well. Very nicely done.
Good catch.
Yeah. It was close. He only caught it by the skin of his teeth, but that's all that matters. As long as you get it right in the end, the turn still counts. And that was a very, very difficult turn, navigated pretty well from Tice overall. Good stuff.
You think this is your time? It is mine.
There's remain questions on that Raised Dead earlier, though, when it was a more curated pool, whether it could have been ripped earlier on in the game.
Right. I'm not 100%, but I'm feel like it was a guaranteed Zephyrus. And now, secrets coming down again. At least Hana has been dealt with for Tice. But the problem is, can he deal with this board? He has the Nazari to reset his health again, but who cares if you can't actually deal with this board and you lose anyway?
Yeah, I mean, Aeon Reaver is already nutty right now.
Mm-hmm.
But again, he knows looking at 3 rogue secrets kind of what the deal is right now. There's not really a lot of concealed information at the moment.
And the problem is, even with the Aeon Reaver, like, he Aeon Reavers the Morozond,
yeah,
there's still a ton of awkward minions and a lot of power left on board afterwards.
There is.
You are a prisoner in your own body.
I do love a good study session.
Your future.
And this turn is impossible. Like, I'm quiet for a reason, and it's because I don't actually know. Like, you would think that all 3 secrets being in play would actually make the turn easier, because there's no ifs and buts and whatever, right? But there's still the potential that there's a 4th one that you don't have to play around. So it's so likely that there's plagiarize there that anything powerful that you do, you give to your opponent, and there's nothing one-sidedly powerful that you can do particularly. So it seemed impossible to just play a good Hearthstone turn there. Like, I really don't know what the way out of that was.
And this is it, right? That there's just not a card there for Tice that's dealing with this. He also doesn't run a natural plague in his deck either.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have the hope of, okay, all I need to do is survive until I draw plague, and then plague this board away, and suddenly my life gets just a little bit more simple. That just isn't the case. He just doesn't have plague in his list.
Mm-hmm.
And now, once again, he does have the 1-mana Nazari to refill, but what is the answer for the rest of the board?
Yeah, this is another one of my questions in this match. I think Tice has had some really great turns and some quite suspect ones in this game as well. Last turn was neither of those. Like, I gave up on that turn. I have no idea what the play was there. But yeah, there was the question of, like, just having a 4-12 in play earlier when I was talking about that. Like, how much of an impact would that have had? Because it certainly doesn't feel like Nazari is having an impact as Nazari this game, right? Because it's still not just really solving the problem. So maybe just having a 4-12 earlier was more important. And then the Wild Growth Apotheosis sequencing, I think, is worth looking at as well. But in the middle of that, the whole period where Hanar was on board and Tice was just picking apart the secrets turn after turn, I think he did incredibly well getting through most of that unscathed.
I think as well, Tice is really just holding on hope for a Soul Mirror potentially next turn, just to try and do something. He will get the Lifesteal minion if it's still up, and then also the Seamats will just bash heads and clear them off too. So Soul Mirror, although not a plague, might be the card that can help him the most here.
Sure, it's fair.
He is still surviving. Casey still has a ton of stuff to do himself, but Tice is holding on.
Daring escape? You just nope. You just nope your whole board? No, is that not a thing?
No. I'm glad there are hero portraits in this game, because I would not tell you who's who right now, class-wise.
Yeah, I mean, what deck is playing against what deck right now, right? It's just actively impossible.
Look. As if on call, someone heard us talking.
Just in case you weren't confused enough about what cards started in either player's deck this game. So the remaining secrets are Never Surrender and a Dirty Tricks on Casey's side.
It's just a straight-up time rip for Tice now, which is a nice, clean answer to whatever minion, whether it's the Apotheosis Stunner or the Seamat, more likely.
Yeah, it is a very expensive commitment, though. And yeah, there's again, this Never Surrender is like fresh, so Tice has limited information on it, or fairly fresh anyway. So there's different implications there around like Noble Sacrifice or Redemption, or if it's Never Surrender. Obviously, if it's Never Surrender, he wants to take trades first before he then fires a spell at something, because this happens and he's sad. But then if it's Redemption or Noble Sac, he feels bad. Like,
If
this
it's noble,
game's
if it's
impossible.
noble sacrifice, you want to trade first anyway before the time rip, because noble sacrifice doesn't
Then
proc
it
if the board
wouldn't
is full.
summon. Yeah, but then you'd still have to deal with it later after you take your first time rip or trade that actually kills something, right? Then your second attack runs into it. It still happens.
Yeah, if the second attack was planned, yes, of
Yeah.
course, yeah, 100%. What? Wait, I didn't even have a chance to look at them that much, but was Devolving Missiles that obvious a pick?
It's where my eyes went to. It's the first card I saw as well, but I, like you, didn't really have time to process what the other ones were.
Well, I'm just processing what's on the board, and all of these look like pretty okay minions for Tice to be devolved. Like,
It's a shame this Blackjack Stunner is so freaking huge, right? Is he actually choosing not to? Wow, he actually just says, yeah, it's too big. Too big for me to put this back in the hand. I guess Siamat is not
Now
the
it's
best
even
minion
bigger.
to put back in the hand.
yeah. Yeah, it's very replayable, isn't it?
I'm out of cards.
Yes, 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 yes. Ooh. Hello? Did this happen? Did he get it all through?
We're
This
about
is
to
a
find out.
lot of animations to catch up with the rope. Okay, it looks like he chose to bail on the lackey. Yeah. Okay. Obviously, that last bit at the end is out of order, but Casey was roping. I know I never thought I'd say it either, but Casey was roping. So he just decided to get the important thing done before the rope hit, which was get the freaking 22-22 in play. And then from there, he can just say, okay, I'll play the lackey. I've got a tiny bit of time left.
And now, Tice staring at his hand. Is this the time for just mind render this time? and
It
just say, well,
absolutely
your
is,
cards
yeah.
have to be better than mine right now.
And it's where that devolving missile suddenly becomes potentially a little bit dangerous for Casey.
Right. The Jandis as well is really good.
Yep.
This was the thing, though. I just didn't know why Devolving Missiles was a pick from Casey's side anyway. Like, look at this board. Like, or at least look at, or remember what it was, but mainly the Nazari and even the Siamat wouldn't be a horrible thing to be hit once, maybe twice.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure he gets to play Jandis because he has to trim down the board state to hit the 22-22 consistently, right? The devolving missiles. So he just gets to dump everything else instead. Hello? That's an arcane flak mage. Hello?
Boom.
And with that boom bap.
Now, Van Cleef. I wouldn't have even been surprised if Van Cleef dodged that devolving missiles like he's been dodging nerfs for years.
Instead, he handed him the Abyss Raven and it dodged. It freaking dodged.
My business.
Oh, it would have been so sick if he lives. Like, he plagiarizes all that stuff into what is essentially his hand. And then he gets it all back again on the following turn. But because the missiles just all went left, the Eviscerate just ended up being lethal.
Even Casey had no clue what was going on there, so at least for once we're all in the same boat. But what a last game, honestly. Like, it was a long one, it was drawn out, but there was so much back and forth there. Tice just doing his utmost ability to hold on and navigate the Hanar turn after Hanar turn. And it almost looked like he'd gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that pesky Casey.
Yeah.
As it was just the dodge on the devolve. I joked about Van Cleef dodging, but yeah, there was a cold blood on that card, which made up a ton of damage. Oh.
What a game. What a game. I think both players will think they had some really sick turns and some pretty poor ones over the course of that game. Tice in particular, some of the turns where he picked apart the Hanar secrets were just really clean for how complex the board state was. But I do have some questions on maybe he could have played a little bit higher tempo. It did look for a second like that Nazari was going to make me eat my words, though, because it came pretty close to actually having an impact as Nazari in the game. But I still think from both sides there are a few questionable spots here and there. But we will wrap up with a shout out to our our late night producer Abar, who pointed out the real reason for the forbidden words on the early game turn was that he wanted the secret to just be plagiarize, so he deals with plagiarize just with the forbidden words on that turn, while also spending his mana and doing all of those things as well.
Reasonable. I'm going to choose to believe I was right anyway, so it's fine. But no, it's a really good point. We are going to be moving on to A-Rock and Ball Control next, though. And this is the one Division B match of the day, I think. I'm pretty sure that's right. We did see Ball Control play yesterday as well, and A-Rock. Ball Control, that Hunter looking pretty impressive, honestly, at least in the one game we saw it from yesterday. I'm excited to see it again and see if it's got, more legs, because I do think maybe deceptively people might oversimplify the deck. Oh, it's just face and you just go face. There are pretty serious choices you do have to make in that early game that make huge impacts, because the second you lost the game by just not having enough damage to finish it out, you do rewind all the way back and go, did I miss even just 1 point of damage?
Yeah, I mean, Face Hunter, when Face Hunter's powerful, it's a very easy deck to get 51% win rate with. If you just send every point of damage face, you probably win 51% of the time if it's a good deck in the metagame. But GMs don't bring 51% decks to tournament, or they try not to, at least.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Many of them do. Many of them brought 30% win rate decks to GM in week 1. But Face Hunter is a deck that can be optimized, and I think Boar has shown an ability to do that. Not sure if the game yesterday was perfect, but it was pretty skillfully navigated by a very strong player. He was essentially able to fatigue Druid. It's not like that's very clickbaity way of describing it, but I'm gonna go with it because if that makes anyone go and check the game out, then job done.
Yeah, and A-Rock, one of our new Grandmasters this season, honestly has a lot to prove today for me. He's not done too well in the Swiss at all. He's in Division B. And also, he took a 0-3 loss to Swids yesterday. So he needs to start picking these wins up. It is still early in the round robin, but the longer you wait, the harder it's going to get. And if you start off your first week 0-2, then it's just continuing a quite bad trend for me.
Yes. Very much agree, and we mentioned yesterday that he's a little bit out of his comfort zone, both figuratively and literally here, as obviously he's in Division B, he's up against it, he's losing matchups, not where he really wants to be, but he's also kind of professed himself as an aggro player and thought that people would have that read on him going into these targeted lineup weeks where you know who the players are in advance, and so you go, I'm playing A-Rock, he's going to bring 4 aggro decks, I'll build an anti-aggro lineup. So not wanting to be vulnerable to that, he actually built a more mid-rangey and control-based lineup with just Zoo in there as the true aggro deck. So that might make him be a little bit out of his comfort zone as well.
Yeah, I do think that although I understand the thought pattern of that approach of saying, well, maybe I'm too readable or predictable, I think it's important to remember your opponent has to play someone else as well, right?
Yep.
It's not all just about you. So I think that maybe depending on how comfortable he is with the lineup and with the decks he's chosen, I think a lot of this is you should just stick to what you're good at, what you're comfortable with, what got you into Grandmasters, right? Because just pivoting and saying, oh, I'll confuse them and bring all these decks that I don't really play that much or I'm not comfortable with compared to some other decks doesn't often cut it, as far as I'm concerned, against other players of this caliber. Yeah,
absolutely so. And I think certainly Boar sticking to what he feels comfortable with here, and that is beating French players, because Boar probably going to get really angry at me for continuing to push this narrative, but I find it funny. I believe he has now won his last 4 matches against French players, and that's a pretty good omen for him, because having unfortunately found himself in Division B, he is stacked with French opponents to be preying on throughout the next few weeks.
Well, already we are going to go straight into our game number 1 of this series. A-Rock is going to be on the top, and he is playing a Highlander Priest, and he's going to be going up against Ball Control's Face Hunter, and this must be quite scary for A-Rock, this matchup specifically.
It is kind of scary for both players, to be honest. I mean, I don't think any aggro deck ever feels truly comfortable playing against Priest, except maybe Zoo when they see that Dark Glare in their opening hand, because there's the opportunity for them to just have that curve that you cannot possibly fight back against in the early game.
That's true. I just think Priest is one of the classes that does struggle to deal with all these little minions, especially with just a quick glance at Aarox's list, especially because he's not running the 2 of. He isn't running Pyromancers and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, his chance at even stopping these smaller boards that are early from Hunter is going to be a little bit tough. And Vile Fiend helps with that, of course, but one of the weird issues that Vile Fiend has versus a deck like Hunter is it can only attack once a turn, which means Hunter normally goes pretty wide. It could be tough.
The fullest of mulligans, Raven. Pile of 1-drops in the opening hand from Ball Control, and he says, not good enough, not aggressive enough, not impactful enough. I want Intrepid Initiate. I want the 5/4 that I've completely forgotten the name of and completely ruined the flow of what I was saying. Imprisoned Felmore. There you go. He wants more aggressive things to come down much quickly and deal damage much more rapidly. Which I do kind of like, because if you just keep all your Warpatingers and just one-attack minions early on, you're kind of asking to just get blown out by, Breath of the Infinite situation, or they just play a minion, like they just play Zephyrus on curve and it over-contests your board, and then they're just winning on board on that kind of business. So I kind of respect them.
And I think as well, it goes back to a point you were making not too long ago about this deck is, I think the average ladder player to get that 51% win rate or whatever would have kept that mulligan. And just said, well, sweet, loads of 1-drops, play, hope you get there. Whereas this is what you do to get those extra win percentage points. Like now, Breath of the Infinite isn't going to cut it versus this 4-3, right? That's just not good enough anymore. So Ball Control already taking steps to get ahead here. The one thing, though, I really do like about this deck is because your curve is so low and your game plan is so specific. Turn 1 massively important, turn 2 massively important. So even though there are multiple good turns, finding the best turn is so integral to Ball Control taking a victory here. Aarox now does have a couple of turns, or a couple of options at least for himself. He's just going to go for that 1-maker just to get the 1-cost spell. The Studies isn't really what he was after. He much preferred almost any of the other 1-cost spells, I imagine, right now.
Yeah.
It does get him a dragon, which then unlocks Breath of Dreams, not hurting his own minions next turn, which isn't bad.
It is relevant, yeah, but not taking 7 might be more relevant this turn.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. I mean, he can still do the Infinite next turn, right? He doesn't have to do the Dragon this turn.
Right. So yeah, I like the way the board's played the curve so far, because this now allows him to get double secret in play, synced up with the timing of the Imprisoned Vile Fiend on the other side, right? The maximum disruption ability. He could have potentially gone with secrets earlier. He could have potentially just gone with Phase Stalker earlier. But doing it all this way around has just meant that things have lined up very, very nicely for Ball in terms of disrupting.
But here's the big question as well. Ball Control does run the 2 freezing and explosive. The Pack Tactics, of course, in his hand now. Yes. And it's whether he wants to trade or not, and whether he wants to force the question on this freezing trap. Yeah, okay, so he is going to trade and force the Vile Fiend back. It does make his board a little bit weaker to this Breath of the Infinite, but it makes this Vile Fiend horrible for Aarox. That was 2 turns of waiting for a payoff that isn't going to happen.
Yeah, and I think that this particular line made the sequencing pretty important for Boar on the previous turn, because he got his free secret from the hero power, checked what it was, and then because he hit the freezing, he didn't necessarily have to worry from that point. But if he'd have hit the explosive there, maybe we might have just seen Pack Tactics instead to at least punish the attack from the Vile Fiend to some degree and still keep a minion in play. But since he did get the freezing there, he was able to just progress with his game plan outside of that. Play the Scavengers to pick up 3/3 Warpatingers.
It was interesting though, because he could have just played the Pack Tactics anyway and still got value from it. But yeah, did just go for the taking the card draw while he can.
Quickly. Insta Dragonid. No attack and no attack. Okay. That's the good one. They are adorable. Strangely evil, but also incredibly adorable.
They're pretty horrifying in World of Warcraft.
Are they
I'll tell
really?
you that for
Okay.
free. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do not look that cute. The artists have worked magic there.
Okay,
The artwork
okay.
on that card, trust me. I'll send you a picture later, but they don't quite look as pretty.
Okay.
Penance, not a bad pickup at all, but the problem is it's like... He's trying to stop the tide here with a little penance, and it's not going to cut it. It's like, okay,
Right.
you kill one and heal, but what about this 4-1 that's still just sat there from turn 1, hitting
Yep.
face again and again?
Yep. And again, that's the difference, right? Like, this could have been a pair of 1-1s or a 1-3 that was stuck on the board, hitting face every turn. It's not. It has 4 attack, and it's hit face every single turn. It's made the world of difference how aggressive Boar's Mulligan was. What?
Well, that's a good one.
That's Dragonbane off the top next turn for Dragonbane hero power, if he wants it. Guaranteed.
And the thing is, I don't really see many reasons not to go for Polkel. Okay, the reason is no hero power this turn
Yes,
is why.
exactly.
But with the rest of his hand, with the Cub and the Kill command, you've always got Beast active if he wants to hold it this turn. Pack Tactics does nothing because you're not expecting A-Rock to have a minion to trade into you anyway, so that's a big waste. So, yeah, why not drop the biggest minion on the board? You do have to think about it, though, because it's not as straightforward as your highest cost card is always your best card for every situation. There is a downside to Polkel, in which now some of Ball Control's lower cost cards just aren't going to be available to him, but right now, it's just not important. He's going to go for Dragonbane, Kill Command, Eaglehorn, Warbow, and then even if it gets that far, the Voracious Reader.
Yep, I'm pretty interested in those 3 cards that you just named,
Exactly,
strangely enough,
exactly.
Raven.
Not that strange, Sal. Don't worry.
Okay.
But now Zephyrus... Oof. Does Zephyrus change anything, Saul, or does A-Rock just have to go for the Evasive Draconid and just hope it does enough for a turn and rely on Zephyrus turn after?
He takes 7 guaranteed, even through the Evasive Draconid. It's not very powerful, but then neither is the Zephyrus here.
What would Zephyrus give? Like Holy Nova? Maybe? Shadow Flame? Like, which... Yeah, you take 4, that's probably the best, right? It'll give you Shadow Flame.
Yep. It's one of those Zephyrus that you kind of have to try and find some way to like scam a Soul Cleave to be effective with, but the board's way too big for that.
Yeah, right, just gonna go for it. Oh! Okay. Oh, I didn't even think about Swipe.
Yeah, Swipe
Swipe
actually
just
strictly better than Shadow
yeah,
Flame.
just better than Shadow Flame, yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine it'll just be hero power here. Because I guess it depends what Ball Control thinks of what cards A-Rock can have left to deal with this. Because although this would guarantee him slightly more damage if he traded first, it does put his own minion down to 1 health.
Ball Control currently undergoing his own adorable infestation.
This always goes face, right? Apotheosis would be the
Apotheosis
punish.
question mark? Yeah, I mean, I
But
don't
you
know.
put him to 2, he goes... Apotheosis puts him back to 7, heal goes to 9. Which you can do.
Can you?
Well, 4 from the Polkel.
Okay, if the Polkel is living, yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm saying if Apotheosis heal comes down, that's 5 mana, then there needs to be a 2 mana answer to a 4/4.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, yeah, I think that adds up. I think anything else is expecting A-Rock to perform miracles.
Fair enough. Yeah, must admit, I can't find the punish. Looking through A-Rock's deck list for the card that goes alongside Apotheosis that punishes you for leaving this up.
And like the other thing I was thinking of was like trade the Zephyrus, or was Raise Dead with Zephyrus being pulled for A-Rock, but then that trade happens no matter what. So again, why not bank the damage?
Raise Dead XD. Like, come on.
Oh, he could heal.
yeah.
That's what I mean, though. That's the long shot, right? That's what I'm saying. It's so ridiculous that ball pushing this damage just makes sense no matter which way you look at it. Yeah, that is going to be the game. He had the bow off the top as well, I believe, was a guarantee. So
it was bow or second kill command, which are both free. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so ball control taking the victory there with that hunter, and yeah, I mean, regardless of whether you think the deck's good enough or not, it was good enough for ball control this weekend because he's played it twice and won twice. So yeah, it seems like it's done its job for me, Sottle.
Yeah, and even before that, as I was mentioning, he brought it to Last Hero Standing Week, and it was his best performing deck through Last Hero Standing Week as well. He's built it differently this time around. I think one of the big points of Face Hunter, this actually worked really well for Basharkoz and Nuge, who were playing Demon Hunter Hunter School, I believe, in the Invitational launch event for Scholarmance. And Basharkoz ended up sweeping the whole thing, going undefeated throughout the whole thing by playing an aggressive Hunter and simply using different secret packages to adapt to whatever matchup he was playing in any individual round, which is something that you can do. You see Boar going with freezing explosive pack tactics. But I believe in Last Hero Standing Week, he was playing freezing pressure plate because he just wanted it to be as anti-druid as possible. So that is another strength that the deck has going for it, that you can tilt it quite significantly in certain directions because you get your secrets so often with just the way the deck is built. Because you have the secrets, you have a card that tutors your secrets, but then you also have a card that sometimes tutors that card that tutors your secrets. So you actually end up with the secrets being drawn in an extremely large proportion of your games, which means changing those around really does change up your matchups quite significantly. And so I do think that's a real potential strength of the deck and something that Boar is taking advantage of here.
Yeah, well, we are in Scholarmance at the moment, so a lot of tutors does make sense. But that was just our game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break while we set up our game number 2. It was okay. We'll be right back as I try and think of something to impress Sottle more. Don't go anywhere.
to thee, O Scholomance, the magic school of your legacy of glory shines. May they stand forevermore. Take your place where magic bends to your will, but you'll have to study hard. So many clubs and cults.
Excuse me, I misspoke.
Take your pick out in the yard. Test your brains or put their spells for a call. Double major honor roll.
Just be sure to stay upstairs in the hall.
Else Countess on to steal your soul.
They're kidding, of course.
Dear Magic School, we vow to stay right and true. Oh, Scholomance, we love you. Hey, hey, USA!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. We are one game into our second series of the day with Ball Control versus A-Rock. Ball getting a very quick and straightforward win with his Hunter there, just doing too much damage too quickly for A-Rock to defend. But things are just going to slow down maybe just a little bit, as now Ball Control has his Druid and Priest to go up against A-Rock's Druid Priest of his own, along with his Warlock. But I will say, Saul, Ball Control's Spell Druid is quickly becoming my favourite archetype of Druid to play myself.
Yeah, I do like this build too. I've always favoured the Survival of the Fittest based builds over the Malagos build, whether that's with Kael'thas, whether it's with Mount Seller. Since Broom came in as well, I think that's really pushed it over the edge. Just having that ability to fix some bad draws with like Lake Thresher Broom from your hand, for example, which is such a terrible card to draw. And it allows you to run 2 Lake Threshers, which I think is a solution to a problem that not enough people have really talked about, is that you've always wanted to play double Thresher, because you always want a Thresher from your Guardian Animals a lot of the time against a lot of aggressive matchups, which there are a lot of in the metagame right now. But by playing double Thresher, you double the amount of times you draw Thresher, which sucks. So a lot of people only felt like they could afford to play one because you couldn't afford to draw any. However, just by adding Broom to the deck, you've then solved that problem, because actually now drawing Thresher isn't that bad of a card.
Yeah, you can actually get some work done regardless, but Ball's hand is not getting that much work done, at least for the foreseeable future, as boom, there's a Thresher on demand, but there is no ramp for Ball Control quite yet. So A-Rock has some breathing room here, and a choice of 2 drops to actually go for turn 2. No surprise to see the Valfiend get dropped down there, just to wait a few turns to get it active. You can then drop down the Ooze along with the One Maker going forward. But for me, Saul, this is why I like this build, the Druid, is I just love Studies. I think the card is sick. It's like it feels like half the time it's like mini ramp, but also just the options it can give you in situations like this are pretty huge.
Yeah, kind of on the side of steaming Garbaggio here and these options for Ball. As yes, that face seems to confirm. No ramp offered from Studies either.
I'm sat here thinking, strength in numbers, he's got a Thresher in hand. Does it ever do anything? And yes, if it was me piloting it, it would pull my Alexstrasza. My Ysera, sorry.
Time waits for no one.
I imagine Ball Control also won't want runic carvings. I guess he might not need them with Rush, so he won't have to overload to block out a Guardian Animal's turn. Maybe that's the plan. Go Lake Thresher, runic carving, Guardian Animals. Is a curve.
Ugh, I hate it. I think runic carvings is like sometimes a reasonable consolation prize in the Kael'thas deck, because you can potentially use it to, runic, like double pop-off turn, runic carvings first cheap spell, or first discounted spell, and then Survival of the Fittest second discounted spell when you're in business. But I think without Kael'thas in your list, that card goes down a lot overall in value. Strength of numbers, Raven kind of illustrated the potential negatives of it. You do have one particular minion in your deck that you are entirely just interested in activating the Battle Cry of, so much so that we saw the 9-mana minion developed into a Doomsayer in GM already today, just because the battle cry is so much more important. So that's obviously a disaster for you if it gets pulled out. But there is upside as well. Unfortunately for Boar, one of the biggest upside minions in his deck to pull out has just come into his hand with the exotic Mount Seller.
Yeah, and this is why I was talking earlier as well about the studies being like kind of ramp, because suddenly, look, he gets to Guardian Animals on 6 mana instead of 7 now. But that goes away if he plays a spell, which is the hard bit to navigate. So it's not as simple as, oh, well, it's just cost 6 now. So this is where, again, ball control with his turn and having that Mount Seller has just made it even more awkward because it's not a playable card anyway. Has just really not making this too good. It might even be the extent where ball control's considering how he gets to overflow, first. Oh, he's going to go for the Crystal Power instead. Okay.
The card's just so weird, right? It's the problem. Like when he took Strength in Numbers, you're almost committed to playing Thresher on 5 at that point, but in order to do that, you obviously have to have played the Strength in Numbers first because you picked that card. Like obviously you need to get use out of it. So if you're being forced to play Strength in Numbers before you play your Lake Thresher to kind of justify that curve, you're never ending up with that discount on the Guardian Animals or the Overflow anyway. So I kind of respect just the situation. It's obviously an extremely suboptimal game of Hearthstone from Boar, but by no fault of his own. It's just his deck is not doing what it's designed to do right now.
And once again, this might look bad, but the nature studies would allow him to play Guardian Animals next turn. And right now, with 3 minions facing down a potential Lake Thresher that does not have Rush, maybe ball control just has to just take the damage this turn and be unhappy about it, but have a much better turn next turn.
Yeah, I think I like that. There's still the Miracle World where this Nature Studies just hits you the Overgrowth again, right?
Of
Like
course.
that's the nuts.
And I think just playing the Lake Thresher into this, there's just so many ways in which it becomes like pointless in that A-Rock deals with it easily.
Mm-hmm. Cabal Acolyte Wave of Apathy, like Mind Flayer Penance. Like there's like so many things that can go wrong with various card combinations for you here. Draw. Draw again. Okay. Boar actually gives up on the turns of the 6-mana Guardian Animals. Actually is turn 6 Guardian Animals. You don't even have to correct yourself on Druid time in this one. Just absolutely digging hard for the actual hard ramp cards, which I think he feels are much more important in this scenario.
And do you agree with that? Because now it looks really bad because the draws were bad. Of course, it's easy to say now. But the Guardian Animals next turn was quite consistent.
It was. He does have other outs, though. For example, like even if he goes for it and doesn't necessarily hit ramp, he can hit Broom, and then he can kind of simulate the Guardian Animals effect anyway with the Lake Thresher and the Broom to be relatively impactful on the board state.
Yep, we'll see if ball control can recover here, but Hayrock, most importantly, is just playing aggro Highlander Priest right now because he's just been allowed to do so. Druid's playing a fair-ish kind of game right now for him, and you saw him hovering over that card just to say, hang on a minute, do I just want a 3-3 on the board? I think I do.
Hayrock's inner aggro player coming out even while playing the Highlander Priest. Biggest minion, all face. Is this the worst Druid draw you've ever seen in your life, Raven?
Yes.
Okay.
No, because I wanted to say there were ways this could have been better, but it's the worst outcomes I've seen, right? Because like we've talked about the nature studies holding off to play Guardian Animals instead, we can happily say now, if we could rewind time, you'd always wait for Guardian Animals, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But I think it's the worst chain of outcomes that I've seen in a Druid game for quite a long time.
Yeah, and it still could have been better just to hold off and be playing Guardian Animals this turn in one way or the other, right? He's had multiple routes where he could have ended up playing Guardian Animals this turn, at least 2 different ones. But I mean, he even plays a wild growth in his deck, which I know like Boris has spoken out against wild growth quite a lot in the early days of the expansion on his stream. But he's even playing that for just additional ramp consistency. And I feel out of all the casters, I've been the #1 advocate for saying like permanent ramp is the most important thing in the deck. Like hitting overgrowth, hitting wild growth, hitting breath of dreams, whatever makeup of your druid deck you have, hitting that permanent ramp is the most important thing you can do. And even if that didn't happen, like I said, like there's so many like savior states where you can get the broom. He could even like hit innovate, for example, right, which like cancels out when he went double draw off Rising Winds. One of those draws could have been innovate, and then he's still able to play the guardian animals while also taking the risk to find the overgrowth. Like there's a lot of stuff going on.
I will say as well, I actually really liked that Soul Mirror from A-Rock just before he gets the card draw, gets to negate the card draw from ball control of the Twilight Runner. And it looks weird to Soul Mirror one minion in which you don't retain a minion either. But it was actually very good there from A-Rock. Just pretty confidently saying, well, clearly your hand is trash this game. Let's keep it trash and not give you card draw.
And now, just like this, just with that one Guardian Animals, which is 2 or 3 turns slower than you might expect from most draws with Druid, board just already doesn't look like he's in that bad shape.
Right. Which is the basis of my point of saying, could he have just took the damage one turn and just played it earlier? Because then this happens just that little bit earlier. I don't know. Either way, Rock does have a backup Soul Mirror, just in case he smashed the first one. Does he want to use it once again? Because this is significantly worse than the previous one, because he doesn't retain a board afterwards.
Yeah. Well, he does, because the cleave goes off first, right?
Oh,
cleave just happens and everything dies.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. The positioning was impactful there. You know what? It didn't even cross my mind for some reason. Yep, completely right. This is very good for A-Rock.
Arguably just be worse, because he doesn't get the card draw. I mean, he would technically overdraw 1 card, I guess, if the runner actually drew cards, but I think he'd rather draw 2 cards and burn 1 here than potentially have the threat of it being hero powered down. I don't think Bort is going to hero power it down. I think he's going to bait Ysera this turn. This is going to complete his side quest as well, and if this now pulls second Mount Cellar, we've got some serious decisions to make this turn.
Hello!
We have some serious decisions to make this turn. So Vate Broom is a possibility here if he wants to go for it here, depending on what the outcome... Ooh, I want that Elic dead. I want that Elic real dead. Okay. Or just keeps the stats in play. It's very, very fair. I hate this card so much, Raven. I kill it on sight.
What do you dislike about it, Sol?
That it puts garbage in my deck. I don't want garbage in my deck. I very deliberately didn't put garbage in my deck.
I'm sure some players would disagree.
Yes, and those players are the ones that have garbage cards in their decks that they're putting in my deck, because I summoned freaking Elic.
There is a very straightforward removal play here for the Mount Cellar, which is the highest priority target right now, so Shadow of Death going to be very clean for A-Rock. Now there is just the second Mount Cellar.
What
about
is.
if you shuffled your own garbage in the deck?
Yeah, I mean, your own cards that you play in your own deck, slightly more admissible, I will concede.
What to do?
Survival playable this turn, but Survival's a scary card in the Priest matchup because they always have Murazond available. Like, generally, it's kind of like a accepted rule that Survival shouldn't really be played unless you're threatening lethal against Murazond. So, if they Murazond to steal your Survival of the Fittest, you just smash them in the face with your huge board and they're dead, right? So you kind of remove that option from the equation.
Yeah, it's very interesting though, because if you because this isn't a Kel'Thas deck, right? If Ball Control just plays Survival, then that is just an 8/8 with the buff, right? So it is quite slow. It's just a high-value, slow tempo play. So you can punish that. But yeah, I do agree that that probably wasn't quite the time for Ball Control. The draws are going to, as we can see, give him a couple of dragons to play with, but with this rope bird in, Ball Control probably doesn't get to see what this dragon is at the end.
Yeah, as long as he got the bog beam off, he's probably all right. I would imagine. Oh! Okay, that was a very relevant dragon to be at the end. I got that runic carvings you were so interested in, Raven.
Yeah. So interested. Bit of an exaggeration, but yeah. Mildly interested, I think I would have gone with.
Yo, this Plague of Death, strictly good outcome for Boar. Forget about forget about the 5 dragons that die. There's no garbage in his deck anymore. Unlucky.
Oh, and the overdraw on the portal off the top.
Yep. 2 remaining in deck.
But Board Control isn't solely reliant on the Ysera portals to win this game. He still has that second Mount Seller, still has Survival as well.
Yeah. Still has runic carvings as well, which might kind of be a play here, just to threaten Survival on the following turn, right? Like, it's a really poor resource that he can actually use to threaten disgusting things with. Very similar to how Alan was using Forest Age right before we came on air in the last APAC matchup.
Oh, so you come crawling back now, Sol. You like ruining carvings again.
I just remembered that my boy Alan did something very similar, so now I'm obligated to be on side.
Has to be good.
Everything Alan does is the nuts. Factual.
Time waits for no one.
Or does just go Mount Seller here instead, which has cost him a Lightning Bloom, which means he's carrying Overload over into the following turn. He's not necessarily threatening Survival of the Fittest.
Eric looks like he's going to be starting with a Raised Dead here. Not really going to do too much, honestly. No rush available for that Thresher, which would have been pretty nice, actually. I was wondering whether he was just going to go for Murazan this turn. Knowing that his opponent's overloaded and almost certainly can't go for Survival as a response to the board. Maybe this isn't enough damage on board for Bayrock to feel threatened.
Sure. He would have then bloomed himself, which would have left him access to 4 mana this turn, but you can't, Shadow Word Ruin after the fact, because then you mess up your own Murazan.
Right. Oh, gonna go for the steal on the Cobra. Nice.
Yeah.
Dance, puppet. Dance.
Then probably just rip the Ruin as 4 mana Shadow Word Death.
Yeah, I think A-Rock's pretty okay to pay 4 mana for the Shadow Word Death to kill that Mount Seller off. That is more than okay.
Portal number 1.
Fired up.
It dodges the second one. Slightly unfortunate timing to be hitting a portal, because this is also something that you look out for with Survival of the Fittest, is starting a turn with drawing a couple of dragon portals, and then boom, you get to Survival of the Fittest, a couple of extra minions that wouldn't have been hit otherwise, which is often very nice. But since it wasn't available to him this turn, it was slightly awkward to draw one of the dragons in.
Ooh, I'm back pretty clean actually there now. You can use the Raven to kill off the Cobra, which was always the plan, but it does mean Board Control doesn't have to double trade with that Ghidra into the Acolyte, which is very nice indeed.
Oh, and the Zephyrus off the top. Otherwise, we might have been in Galakron 50-50 territory. Yo, Faceless? Is Faceless popping? No, not really, right? Ah! He has 8 mana left. He can go Faceless Apotheosis.
He needs 1 more damage.
Hold on. Hold on a second. Yeah, he's 1 off, right? Yep, fair enough.
Celine, just good.
But the Faceless...
It would be cool, and you know me, Sol, I love a cool play.
Yeah.
But A-Rock needs to win some games of Hearthstone soon.
Alright, good point.
Ball Control making another push on the board here. Really hoping, I imagine, that he can set up this Survival of the Fittest to do something this game. Because with only a few minions even left, the Survival might not actually have any targets soon.
Yeah, it's looking like a lost cause at this point. If he doesn't get any survival value out of this board, like you say, he just has no minions left. He has one Dream Portal remaining and a Broom and his runic carvings.
Oh,
that's it.
1 mana 5/5 though.
1 mana 5/5 indeed.
With Rush.
Yo. Scoop time? Feels like it might be scoop time.
Yeah, I just don't think there's the minions left. You can't even go for the survival plus Broom play if this is his draw this turn, right? Because he just doesn't have an innovate. It's one dragon, one hope.
Alright, drawing the dragon there was actually really clutch because now he does actually get the triple minion buff here on the survival. He just saw the Mirror's as well, as I was saying, which is a big part of the dynamic in this matchup. At this point, though, Boar wouldn't really have the luxury of playing around anything, whether he'd seen the Mirror's or not, though, I would imagine.
Now, this is the tough question, isn't it? I was going to say, can he trade? He can trade, obviously. But should Ball Control trade, or does he feel he needs to just push absolute maximum damage to try and just two-turn this?
I think I like trade an Ironbark on the Teacher's Pet, which would restore it to 4 health, right? So it's not directly challenged on board by the Messenger Raven. That way you're still threatening lethal. They need a card to be able to answer your board state and prevent lethal.
It's just 8 damage, though, that's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. But an 8 attack minion with Apotheosis is a lot coming back the other way. But again, like, Boar is very entitled to be in the position where he's just like, you know what? Like, what are cards? I'm not playing around any cards in this position. Like, forget about it.
Yep. Galakrond going to come down and kill one of these 2 minions. Arguably the best one as well with the Thresher.
Yeah.
Where's runic carvings, though?
Yo, is this the best runic carvings you've ever seen in your life, Raven?
They've got Rush and they've not even overloaded. Is he just going to face tank this?
Probably. I mean, okay.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. Yes, Raven.
Wait a minute.
Everything seemed fine that turn, okay? Don't think about it too hard.
Yeah. I'm not the best person at maths in the world, but that 29 doesn't look like it should be there. There's the concede from Brawl Control. Oh, not the best game at all of Druid there from Boar, but A-Rock most importantly gets a win on the board. And he gets to continue to fight here and have a pretty solid chance getting a win with that Priest. Zoo, I think, has got to be feeling good to have him, still left over because Zoo just feels good right now in this meta. And he does have his own Druid, which just at a quick glance is actually also the exotic Mount Seller style Druid, very similar, if not the same as Ball Control's list. So, again, got to be feeling pretty good to take a win there. The last thing you want when you've just lost your first game is to go into Druid and then they just max ramp, dump everything onto the board and win, and then suddenly you're facing 0-2 down. So, A-Rock got to be feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, and that's in fact the exact opposit of what happened. That was a horrible looking draw through the early game from Boar. He played it very counterintuitively, I guess, is a good word. I'm not entirely settled on how I feel about him delaying his guardian animals on a couple of occasions to look for better outs. Certainly see the merit in continuing to dig and trying to find better solutions and looking for that overgrowth, looking for that wild growth. To actually give yourself more long-term security. But he did end up in this results-oriented world, making his hand a tiny bit slower than it would have been otherwise. But regardless, it was a pretty ugly opener, and I think any time a Druid draws that badly, we're going to look at it and say, why isn't he doing powerful things? You're supposed to be doing powerful things by this point. What's gone wrong this game? He just didn't really have a way to do powerful things as early as he would have liked.
Well, we are going to be going into this next game, and it's going to be this Zoo from A-Rock going up against Ball Control's Priest. And this isn't the matchup versus Highlander Priest we've covered quite a lot. This is versus this 2-of Dragon Priest from Ball Control. So there's a lot more options of being able to knock back some early aggression here from A-Rock. but Zoo still is capable, right? It's not like, oh, Zoo can't win because you play 2 of all the removals instead of 1.
And this is a solid hand. I will put it that simply. I've talked a lot about how early tempo is important in this matchup, and this is a pretty good tempo hand as far as Priest goes. Mind Flayer Kaj in the opener, very, very nice indeed. Having a 4-mana 4/7, honestly, although there is that downside is fairly significant when it comes to dealing with Zoo. Like, health is very much currency for Zoo, so actually healing them could be relevant, but in terms of raw stats on board, that's very, very powerful.
You wonder now, Bo, having access to this coin, it's going to be interesting just to see how he uses it here, because he has to, if he wants to use it this turn to prop the Pyro, then to get actual value, he has to order it in a very specific way. So we want to coin first.
Yeah, so there's
it's whether he wants to just play Kaj instead.
So there's two. Well, okay, there's 3 options this turn. I think Kaj is a legal play as well, but you can just go Pyro Raise Dead to preserve coin and actually take ball control super early, or you can go coin Pyro Draconic Studies, which is the play I was leaning towards. But you mentioned coin Kaj, and I don't hate coin Kaj either now that you bring it up. But I think these are the 3 possible plays. Is like potentially doing it this way. Obviously, downside, you've used your coin. Coin is very powerful. In any tempo matchup, your coin turn is going to be one of the most important ones because it's the big turn where you can buy back some tempo. Upside of doing it this way, though, is now he gets a Pyro in his Raised Dead pool a lot of the time, which is pretty powerful if he's able to set that up. But then arguably, the coin Kaj line gets interesting there as well, because then he gets a Kaj in his Raised Dead pool, which can end up being really powerful as well. So I think that was an incredibly difficult turn of Hearthstone. My instinct here was the same as what Boar ended up on, which was coin Pyro into the Draconic Studies. But I could certainly hear argument for all 3 of those lines.
Yeah, and with this Pyro down, I would like to see the Merchant just come down from A-Rock. This is pretty straightforward. On turn 3, you're not really expecting it to be dealt with. There's also not a Shadow Madness in Boar Control's list, which would be the punish, right? If it's just Shadow Madness into clear would be backbreaking. But it's not there, right? So I think playing this, it challenges the Pyromancer very well. And even if you don't end up killing the Pyromancer, if Boar Control plays a spell, you get 2 Giants back in your hand, which is all you want from the Merchant right now, really. So I think this was just much better than a tap pass potential.
Yep, hard agree.
Imagine if Hearthstone was a game that, or the way it worked was card text was remembered at all times, so the Kaj would like copy the Merchant, and then when that comes out, it would die and give Boar 2 Giants. Oh, that game would get very complicated.
It would.
I'm actually glad it doesn't work like that for my own sanity.
It might still be the play, though, honestly, just purely off merit. It's the highest tempo thing that Boar can do this turn. He's going to divert to Disciple, though.
Wait a minute. Is anything I say just come true?
Simply funny.
Raised Dead to just preload the Pyromancer once again and get the Disciple of Galakron. It's one of the things we've not really talked about too much, but having multiple activators is pretty huge. You know what's also pretty huge, Saul? This Dark Glare.
This turn, that's what's huge. Imp from the Raised Dead, tap for free, Giants just getting cheaper and cheaper. Merchant taps into Hand of Gul'dan, Flame Imp refreshes. Giant now playable. He gets all the way up to Matron to discard his Hand of Gul'dan, but don't you want to discard it cheaply?
Yes.
I feel like you want to discard it cheap. I mean, there is the Pyromancer that needs answering, I suppose. Yeah, sure.
There's Giants to play!
Yeah, exactly. Like, look at what would have happened, right? If you discard it cheaply, you still have 2 mana left to start shooting yourself in the face with Penflingers, and then your Giants are getting even more cheaper. Like, there's potential if you then also hit second Dead or second Flame Imp alongside the Penflinger, you're actually just getting all 3 of those Giants down to 0 and playing 3 0-mana 8/8s on your turn 4. He's great. What a deck.
He can do
what
that
next
turn,
Hearthstone
though, right?
deck. Yes, but next turn isn't turn 4, it's turn 5. That's strictly worse, Raven.
Agreed. Still pretty powerful, though.
But all things considered, I think taking care of the Pyro was probably the responsible thing to do from A-Rock's side.
That's why I hate it. Responsible plays. Huh. Although if those 3 giants don't come down this turn, I'm going to be upset.
Mm-hmm.
These Chrono Breakers are pretty cool, though, for ball control, right? Because A-Rock will know that he has another dragon, correct? That's like 100% revealed because he's played 2 studies now.
Yep. Start with tap. That is free. You can choose to reset the board and start again here with a fresh Dark Glare, if he would like to, so he doesn't have to take any damage on any of the minions that he's going to play.
What if he just...
fine.
Well, he could just... Okay, yeah, okay. These turns get really complicated. In the simple fashion, he could just Penflinger his own face normally and play all 3 giants. But he could also do this with the Dark Glare as well, so yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Just wanted to... Again, I knew he could do it. I just wanted to make sure that he could do it with the Dark Glare, but yeah, that's right. The turns do get tricky.
Boar looks suitably impressed with how skilled his opponent was in this scenario.
Look at A-Rock. A-Rock, what card are you afraid of? Maybe this one?
I mean, you don't know. That's the thing, right? Is like when you're in this kind of mindset where you're a new GM, you're going to feel like you're up against it. You're going to feel like you want to have stuff to prove, and then things have started off this badly for you. You ask what card he's afraid of. He doesn't know. He just thinks something bad is going to happen because that's just where his mindset is right now, right? Like you're not going to be brimming with confidence when you're in the position that A-Rock is right now.
So many possibilities. What does the future hold?
Death for priests. In answer to your question, Thrallmar Farseer.
I do love just the image of a flesh giant trading into a 1/1. I know it makes sense, of course, but it's still funny to me.
Pretty sure this is it. I'm pretty sure this is just the turn for A-Rock. Yep, love this. Hard pass.
Keep it simple, I think.
Yep, no reason to do anything. So the line here for Boar, like from A-Rock's perspective, the line here for Boar is Wave of Apathy or Generate Wave of Apathy, which is exactly what's happened. And then you stall, you don't have lethal on that turn. And then on the next turn, he has Soul Mirror to actually be able to answer the problem, right? So the reason A-Rock plays nothing on that turn is that he, A, wants a board space open where he doesn't have to sacrifice any damage. He can just potentially go face. And then he wants to have the Cult Neophyte played next turn to be able to then block that Soul Mirror potential for Boar coming down.
And it just to show that he is just, might look stressed, and understandably so, but he is keeping his head, right? Because I think in a certain level, certain players' mindset would just be like, oh, the Neophyte stops him doing stuff to me, so then I can win next turn, and like maybe just get locked into that a little bit too much, and then maybe whiff on the Soul Mirror, and then the game ends the other way. So good control there from A-Rock.
Weirdly, I think Boar is supposed to ignore Thrallmar Farseer this turn and suicide his Kaj into the Diseased Vulture. Because now second wave of Apathy happens and he's just threatening lethal himself. And then also his choice of trade is important because it actually sets up not only for the bluff Soul Mirror, but also for the top deck Soul Mirror if it actually comes on the following turn. Feels weird to just not take a value trade over Thrallmar Farseer, right? But it's just absolutely correct in this scenario.
But now I think it's just as important with A-Rock knowing that Neophyte will lock out a Soul Mirror, then he can go for the Neophyte into just double Soulfire, right? Onto the 8/8?
Yes. That's very spooky, though.
I mean, what are the odds? It'll be fine.
I mean...
He could tap as well, right?
1 in 5?
He could tap.
He could tap, yeah. He also, could wait as well and just see, if the Soulfire discards the Soulfire, then he can, land Voidwalker afterwards. So he can choose to not play Voidwalker first to kind of have that built-in one or the other failure rate. That's an option as well.
Right now he can play Soulfire, see what happens, and play the Voidwalker or the Soulfire. There we go.
Exactly.
So he gets to double Soulfire the Giant. This is safe, and the Neophyte is doing its job next turn.
Okay, Cobalt Spellkin number 2 into Wave of Apathy number 3. Unlucky.
And A-Rock, you can see, it's just please let this game end now, because if it does end now, probably means I've won.
Yep. And again, all he's doing right now is just imagining every possible and probably even impossible nightmare scenario that causes him to lose this game. Soul Mirror, unplayable. Wave of Apathy, 1 used, 1 generated and used. There's plenty more ways for Boar to get to Wave of Apathy. It can happen. Currently, none of them in hand. He's trying really hard. He's trying to play it, guys. It just won't come out of his hand.
Look at A-Rock, super happy with that outcome there. A really well-played game, and again, although he looks like he's under a lot of stress, which I'm sure he is, you can see that maybe even, you were talking about earlier, he's a self-confessed aggro player. You can see that, and even though he's stressed, even though he just must feel like he just needs to win this match of Hearthstone to start that sort of upwards trend of success, that he played that very well. He didn't overcommit. He made pretty solid turns, I would say. There was just the questions about whether it's giant earlier or later, but in general, I think it was just very good restraint, honestly, from A-Rock, and just set up the correct turns at the right times to just lock ball control out of the game.
Yeah, I think there was a few crucial turns. The Nightshade turn where he chose not to go digging deeper, just deal with the Pyromancer and call it a day. I like that. The decision to reset the board into the Chrono Breaker and then just start again with the new Dark Layer and still get all the Giants down, I like that as well. And then the turn where he essentially did nothing for 1 turn, I actually really, really liked as well for the reasons I explained at the time. So I think most of the difficult turns there he got right or pretty close to right. So yeah, definitely does seem to be in his zone as an aggro player.
Yeah, and suddenly he is in the lead in this series as well. Ball control started off going 1-0, but A-Rock now fighting back and only need to win with his Druid. And this is, I don't want to commit to identical, but it's close to identical Druid lists here.
Job done.
I don't know if you can hear me clicking across the list just to double check.
Yeah,
identical.
Openings are looking pretty close to that as well, although A-Rock is missing the overgrowth. Boar hits the dream curve, 1-2-4, when you're playing a Nature Studies Wild Growth deck. This is one of the fastest curves you can possibly have. Nature Studies, get yourself a Wild Growth, get yourself an Overgrowth, and then boom, you're already at the power play mana, and A-Rock is somewhere short. You saw him praying for an answer off the top there. You see Boar, slightly more relaxed about the situation, but wishing the opposite upon his opponent. Nice dead turn. Make sure you're playing Hero Power Druid. That's what you want to see.
Yeah. There is just the Gidra, though. And although there's not a big payoff for it next turn, there is just Ironbark, which, again, isn't horrible on a Gidra. It's not bad. It's still better than what Ball Control's hand was looking like the other game.
Boom. Hero Power Druid. You love to see it.
20 more turns of that. Oh, never mind, 30 more turns of that. And Ball Control's in trouble.
Well, not if you're also playing the natural counter to Hero Power Druid. Hero Power Druid.
I thought you were just going to say cards.
I mean, that does also work, yeah.
So honestly, are you surprised that there wasn't a Gidra last turn? I think I was. I think even just a flat Gidra looked okay.
Not at all. I wasn't surprised at all, no. It's like, it's your opponent's Guardian Animals turn, right? Like, it's a complete jump if you just drop a 1-4 Gidra there and they drop Guardian Animals on curve. I think that's an utter disaster. Sure.
Ball Control now does have some options, especially with this Bloom as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. No Broom, though. I did say Bloom. That's going to be complicated.
It's not as bad as Secret Passage, Secret Package. I still continue to mess that up every single time.
Okay, with Gidra only being 4 attack, what about if Ball Control just plays Ysera this turn?
Yep, seems good to me.
Is that wild?
No! It's extremely vanilla, Raven.
Yeah. the sweet spot. Ysera gonna go and he is gonna play an Ironbark as well. Just say, okay, well you've got your Gidra, but to get through this Ysera, you're gonna have to do a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
You're just one turn away from some powerful options with the Mount Seller, but you could just go for Coin Guardian Animals here and have the Rush minions try and help out.
He could. It's still
problem, though,
some way off of dealing 18, though, right?
Well, that's it. The big problem is ball control quite nicely actually put Gidra down to 6, which means it doesn't get the Wind Fury trade on the Ysera, which would have helped like dramatically make up the damage, right?
Yeah, it's a really big deal, right? And I think it's deliberate recognition from Boar as well of what the state is, because he knows Coin is still in hand. He knows the Overgrowth was missed. He knows that there's that card on the far left, which is smelling very much like Guardian Animals at this point. So he's just trying to protect his board from that as much as possible, making sure he can still be ahead into a Guardian Animals turn.
Time waits for no one.
So on that note then, I wonder if A-Rock could just start with Nature Studies, see what happens. He could get healed for Gidra maybe, and then still just have a Teacher's Pet backup. Seems pretty reasonable. If he doesn't play the Nature Studies, then he has Guardian Animals into Broom next turn. Huh.
Yo, Insta Portal. Pretty small dragon, though. And then Guardian Animals off the top as well. It's got to be pretty insane here, right? Double runner, 1 pet left in the deck. Card draw of some amount guaranteed here. Yep. Here come the portals.
Still just relatively small dragons here from ball control.
Yeah, these are awful, admittedly, but they are minions nonetheless, and there is a survival in Boar's hand.
The trade and heal on Ysera doesn't look so bad, does it? How does that 18 health ever get dealt with?
Right.
It's not like ball control needs this crystal power for his own hero at the moment.
Yeah.
And most importantly, if he's planning on playing the survival next turn anyway, that just makes it even stronger. He does have the bloom, but it means he doesn't have to bloom next turn.
He had the really, bizarre play of killing off his own Teacher's Pet taunt to play around Cleave to some degree. If you still got, playing on the hard read of Guardian Animals, which is kind of interesting, where you just shot it with your own crystal power. But that's probably getting a little bit too big
extreme.
For him. Yeah.
A-Rock didn't use the Nature Studies last turn, no doubt saving it for that exotic Mount Seller, but the longer this game's going to go on for, the better the Mount Seller turn A-Rock's going to need, quite honestly, because this is going from bad to worse.
Yeet. Take 26, dummy.
Yeah, for a second, when I saw the bloom, I was like, wait a minute, does he have 6 mana now? And just Starfire lethal. Like, oh wait, no, not even close.
Bloom, Fate, Starfire.
Finest creatures.
This is what I was talking about. This Mount Seller has to be pretty fantastic here.
Yeah, he does have the broom.
Some level of heal.
Yeah, exactly. He has the broom, so, from A-Rock's perspective, he might feel like, Mucklers and poison minions and so on can actually get into this board state, but he doesn't know about the Starfire. The Starfire is the real big problem right now that he has to deal with. You can kind of see Boar nodding, like, yep, this is all very impressive, but this is all fine. There is one crucial ingredient you need on top of all of this, my friend. Swipe, broom, full clear.
Now, I embark your own face. Oh, wait, you can't, never mind.
And just wait for his reaction when he sees this Starfire.
Look at Ball Control's face already. He's like, oh, the fool. The foolish fool.
Played right into my trap! Malagos, always.
Ouch.
Nah. Yep.
Oh, and there you go.
Yep.
And that's
It was
the
always
problem,
gonna
though.
come.
I mean, yeah, A-Rock rightly frustrated there, but all he has to try and do is think about, although he's probably annoyed with that outcome, is he couldn't have actually done anything. There were no options for him to heal, right? So it's not as if he went nature studies and didn't pick a crystal power for his own face or something, right? The options weren't there, so it feels rough, but at least you know you didn't just forget about potential burn damage and didn't heal when you could have. So, yep. Unfortunately there for A-Rock, and that is going to even this series up at 2-2. It is going to mean A-Rock's on his Druid once again, and ball control is back on the 2-of Priest. And my question for you, Sottle, is we've seen a lot of Druid versus Highlander Priest, but does this Dragon Priest actually do any better or worse versus Druid?
I actually think a little worse. I don't know what Boar's feelings are on the matchup, but to me it seems like you're missing some of the real chunkiness, right? Like there's no Siamat that you can just drop as a huge Divine Shield minion that's hard to deal with, dominate the mid game. You can't Zephyrus Wild Growth, for example, to be keeping up on tempo a lot of the time. It seems quite one-dimensional a lot of the time, the Druid matchup, where it's land an early minion and then drop Apotheosis on it and just try and ride that to the bank as hard as you possibly can through the early game. Because it does feel like if you don't get pressure early, you don't really keep up with their ramp and threat generation. At the point, it does seem a little more anti-aggro skewed overall than the Highlander list is. So I've personally struggled against Druid a little bit more when playing this version of the deck, but Boar might have some secret technology that I'm not aware of. Draconic Studies, I will say, having 2 of those is a big benefit because it not only allows you to find proto drakes and whatever else that are actually pretty effective against Druid, but also allows you to just get those big dragons cheaper yourself. You can just get a cheaper Murazond and leverage that to win the game and various other methods. So I think that's one of the big advantages, is that you do have access to 2 copies of that card and 2 copies of Cleric of Scales to actually tutor Draconic Studies and whatever other else into your hand that might actually be effective. But I think overall it does tend to struggle a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely ups and downs as well. Those Pyromancers probably going to end up just being Bloodfen Raptors, I guess, for the usage later on. So we'll see how it does work out for Ball Control and A-Rock. A-Rock, though, pretty poor choices here from this Discover, but most importantly, it allows him to just Wild Growth on 2 and save the Innovate.
Mm-hmm. Very nice indeed. Okay.
I do like the big old whelp, just a strong turn 4 play.
Yep.
Oh, there's the overgrowth.
Yeah, and it's A-Rock that's going 1-2-4 this game. Boar's got the same look on his face, but it's the opposite outcome this time around. You're seeing the full range. Yeah, if Boar was auditioning for a part in a movie, can you send us a reel that shows the full range of your emotions as an actor, he would just submit this series of Hearthstone.
The only hope that Ball Control must be having right now is that A-Rock doesn't have the card draw to back it up, right? That's the thing, where you can have all the ramp in the world, but if you start drawing dead a little bit after that, then there is a window in which you can maybe make up the time. And we saw it to a similar effect yesterday in one of the matches, but it's still going to be a tough one for Ball. A-Rock does need to hit something pretty soon, though, card draw-wise. Whether that's a Guardian Animals, a flat Twilight Runner, an Overflow, any of those would be almost game-winning for A-Rock right now. Straight up silence just for the poison, do you think?
It's just all silence. I don't understand.
The playable one.
What's going on?
Oh, another Murazond.
Yeah, I like the 0 cost pick. I do generally ascribe to the theory as if they're all bad, just take the cheapest one.
Oh, and it can defend his whelp this turn, right?
Yep.
Quickly.
Seems worthwhile to me. Get the value out of it now. Hopefully, for ball control, he'll want to stick this whelp and either use it to trade off some of these minions, or most importantly, just deal some damage to the face.
What is this hand?
Just gonna double in the
studies survival. Wait, don't you studies first? Do you not want to studies
I
first?
think so.
I guess. I mean, this is fine. I guess there's actually probably more upside in doing it this way around, getting another discount after the fact. Sure.
Yeah, maybe the discount on the next spell he chooses is more impactful than this now, right? It's just a turn earlier. It doesn't change anything. And it's just a 6-2 Cobra on the board. And also, pretty importantly there, that Survival of the Fittest is played way before Murozond can get involved, even a reduced one.
Yes, indeed. Big old Whelp Revival is pretty clutch here. Just again, another something cheap and mid-rangey that he can actually play to get some pressure up. Because I'm pretty sure Boar's win condition now is just...
Survival again!
Boar's win condition here is just no card draw from A-Rock, which I would kind of expect to see him go Wild Growth here, just for one cycle next turn.
Yep, I agree. Well, it's just a joke about the survival.
If Boar's win condition is no card draw, then he just wants to be able to generate as many stats as he can in the quickest period of time to be able to race him down before any card draw can be found.
You don't pick the ones.
I do like the Whelp being dropped here. Just again, Boar's probably got a pretty good read that there's nothing good for A-Rock to do, so why not try and land a 5-5, hope it sticks, and start to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, it does deactivate his Murozond for next turn, but next turn he's still able to go, like, wave into Cabal.
Right. Yeah,
he's going to divert entirely.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I know it does make the Murozond not playable, but unless A-Rock's one card that you or I guess up to 2 cards is, like, huge, is that just fine?
Oh!
Right, that's huge.
Insane. For Ball Control, who now gets to steal an 8/16 on his turn. But again, it's a huge amount of value that A-Rock has picked up in a very value-light hand, but it doesn't solve the problem, which is the lack of card draw. Like, if this Wild Growth gets cycled next turn, and it misses the portals, and misses on, like, Overflow and whatever else, or could still take charge of this, because this is a huge swing turn now with the steal on the Cabal Shadow Priest.
It is, and that means Ball Control still has Murozond. Now he still has Soul Mirror as well in his hand. He could ramp if there's a slower turn. He could just use it to ramp back up to try and catch up on some of this mana lost.
Alright, Broom is insane. He can start pulling some portals.
Whoa, there we go. Look at A-Rock. Keep them coming. Get those card draws. Get those dragons. Yeah, this board swept up.
Zella, there's another Dream Portal. Needs big money. That is some big money right there. Ooh, just enough. Just enough to be able to take care of basically the entire relevant part of the board, which is the right-hand side. The Cabal Shadow Priest and the Ysera, and you see how much of a difference that makes to Ball Control immediately upon seeing the Broom head on desk in frustration.
And the fact that the Ysera still one attack is huge.
Yeah.
Like, A-Rock doesn't even lose these minions for those trades, or at least take a huge chunk out of his Ysera. The double Bog Beam is available here. Do you like Bog Beam being used, or do you think it was just worthwhile to hold on for the big Mount Cell turn afterwards?
Yeah, it's interesting, right?
Because like he had Bloom, Mount Cellar, and 2 Bog Beams. That's a really good refill.
It is. Yeah, I do agree. He does also just have like Beast. That's also a really good refill because they're huge.
Maybe he wants more than 1 refill. Wants unlimited refills.
It's purely an American thing. We don't do that in Europe.
That's true. That's true. Definitely an interesting combo where the place I've seen the biggest drink sizes I have ever seen in my life is also the place with unlimited refills.
And try and rely on these Bog Beams to actually get some work done for him. That was pretty good sequencing, actually killing one of the minions before the overflow happened. Or deciding that he can't really commit big removal this turn. He's going to have to tank 1 turn. Pretty miserable scenario in the end, though, from Boar. So much damage still coming back at him.
Yeah, and it's... I'm not even sure whether... Is really Boar just now a little bit on just either Soul Mirror saving him, or the problem with Morozond is because of this survival of the fittest, like, even if it's say, okay, well, here's 2 5-drop beasts, I'll Morozond to get them as well, you're gonna die. Like that's the problem, right? Without a broom for ball control to make them rush in, he is just going to die. So Morozond almost just feels, or at least his second Morozond, just feels very dead as a potential comeback mechanic here.
Yeah, I agree.
Time waits for no one.
What about just blooming out the second minion?
Gonna need some more details, Raven.
What about blooming out any of the 2 minions you can bloom out? Does it? Well, the
Can
point
you
being
narrow
is,
it down at all? So, okay, here's why I'm asking you to specify a bit more, right? Because you can bloom out the card draw, right? You can bloom out the Twilight Runner, which is actively pretty good for you. You've got portals left in your deck. Your hand size is still pretty low. You can feel like you want some card draw. War just drew 1 million cards and was burning cards, so the threat of Soul Mirror drawing him cards is kind of mitigated a little bit. Or then you kind of examine that same scenario with the extra cleave. Well, then you have 2 giant cleaves on your board, and Soul Mirror is a threat. And we've already seen today the interaction between Soul Mirror and cleave, right? And how it's not really a good thing for you. So I think Twilight Runner, debatable, we can talk about it. Second cleave, absolutely not. I think that's potentially just even a huge throw in this scenario.
I can definitely get behind that. The big payoff, of course, would be if there's not a Soul Mirror, you just kill your opponent and win.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
there's definitely a problem potential there. More portals coming out for A-Rock just as that most board clear kind of happened.
Yeah.
Board control. Not really crazy dragons, but anything's better than nothing at this point for A-Rock. Just the more refill he has, the better.
And I guess that's kind of an interesting debate in itself, is Boar made a very panicky-looking play on the previous turn where he drew a few cards and burned a few cards. Is he more or less likely to do that with Soul Mirror in his hand already? Is he panic drawing for the Soul Mirror, or is he happy to burn cards because he has the Soul Mirror in his hand already?
It looks like it might have to be the time though for Boar. Does have Shadow of Death. Take down the 7-2 if required. But the follow-up is just horrible, isn't it? Even if just the Cabal Acolyte as a taunt just doesn't feel good.
Yep.
I must consider.
Just struggling to invent the way out of this one for Boar.
Yeah.
Still so much value yet to come.
Gonna go for the Soul Mirror. The card is there just as one additional extra threat. Once it's traded off, of course, but Ball Control is gonna get more and more card draw, and the slight weird issue I would say for Ball Control is he is just edging towards fatigue very quickly. And although the game doesn't only come down to fatigue, because the Druid either wins or runs out of threats, it's still a problem if he's taking fatigue damage, and A-Rock can stick a board.
And the combination of the Twilight Runner draw and the Bronze Herald Death Rattle means that Boar is now going to burn his next card, which he has 2 Cobalt Spellkins Galakron Renew left, which are all, Renew in particular. I feel like he's going to need a Renew Plague of Death or a Renew Soul Mirror to actually have any kind of chance in this game.
A-Rock, though, he's only really got 2 playable spells with this Mount Seller. So once again, after seeing the Soul Mirror, I did wonder if it's just more minion plays here, but really it's just not as strong because those dragons aren't buffed with the survival of the fittest, because that would be insane.
It's got to be Bloom Animals again, right? Yeah. This makes sense.
Whoa! I'm gonna go for the trade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was insane.
The Griffin was insane. The Griffin was crazy.
Ooh! And bye-bye Renew. The Ball Control as he burns it off the top there.
I think that was actually weirdly the most important card in his deck. I mean, now he has to Cobalt Spellkin into Renew, into Plague of Death or Soul Mirror or whatever it is that's actually going to get him the clears he needs to fight against this. Still technically possible, but...
Big question here, though. How does he even realistically survive? He has a death, but it's just more stuff from A-Rock. He can just drop more minions. He's going to go for the Murozond as well. The Murozond will do those blooms, so then it will give him the death target as well.
It is.
Oh,
now having 6 mana available as well.
So what do you think? The Cabal Acolyte into death, potentially, just to steal the owl?
Yeah, this is a pretty insane swing turn now for Boar. Actually thinking about it, maybe this is a potentially huge mistake from A-Rock on his turn to invest so much into a potential Murozond coming back the other way. Because you mentioned earlier how most Murazons probably won't matter because they'll be completely asymmetrical, right? Boar's results will be so much smaller than A-Rock's results when he goes for it. A Mount Seller and 2 and 4 extra mana is still a Mount Seller and 4 extra mana. That feels like potentially the most powerful thing that you could possibly give to your opponent in this scenario.
And the guarantee he could kill A-Rock's Mount Seller was huge, right? Because A-Rock's Mount Seller was the big sticking point there. But the Shadow of Death, being able to clear that up is a massive deal. And somehow, Ball Control is still in this game.
Oh, the broom!
There's the broom.
The Cleavy boy!
He even got a decent position in there to trade into Mount Seller.
Yeah. I mean, there was no big minions with small minions in between them, which is pretty much the only thing you have to avoid in that scenario. So, yeah, fine. I think that might have just been the last hurrah for Boar. I think A-Rock potentially put himself in a position where he had to find a solution from his deck, but the solution did appear in the form of the broom. And that was no Cleavy boy. That was a full-grown Cleavy adult that came through.
and suddenly, the blooms being a boon for Ball Control last turn, and now a bit of a problem because he just only has 6 mana to work with. Not that he would have a ton of stuff to do anyway if he had 10 mana, but still, just this reduction means there's even less chance of him digging himself out of a hole here.
Yes. The blooms were a boon, but not as much as a boon as the broom was a boon for A-Rock.
A-Rock takes the victory there. I was going to call you something then, but I'm not sure you'd appreciate it. Takes the win 3-2.
Hang on!
It's fine, I'll tell you later. He takes a victory there over ball control, and you can see that. And we talk a lot about what playing and what winning and losing means to the players. But honestly, A-Rock having a rough start to the season and then lost his match yesterday 0-3 must have felt like the world was against him at that point. And when you get into that point as a player, you just think, well, I'm just going to lose tomorrow, and then I'm going to lose the day after, and then it just feels worse and worse and worse. So for him to get the win must just alleviate some of that pressure and some of that frustration, I imagine. And now I'm excited to see what he does next week.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see someone who's clearly invested in wanting to do well in Grandmasters, and I mean that truly very, very earnestly. I don't do earnest very well. People assume I'm being sarcastic all the time. I'm absolutely not. I normally am, but I absolutely do love to see that. He's emotional, he cares. There was a moment there where he leant forward and put his hands over his mouth, and you could physically see his hand shaking as he was getting towards the end of that series. He cares. And if we get a lot of new blood coming into Grandmasters that all care to that level, I think that's going to improve the program overall, because maybe some of them aren't on the level of the best players in the world when they get in there for the first time. But if they care enough, they'll work hard, they'll avoid relegation, and then eventually they will be, over time. So I think players who care about the system and who are invested in wanting to make a career out of competitive Hearthstone, that's what we want more of. So absolutely, bring it on. Congrats to A-Rock.
Yeah, and we have a similar-ish story here on our next match with RDU, a true veteran of Hearthstone right now. But we have Blyze as one of our new Grandmasters on the other side. But Blyze has maybe a lot less to prove than A-Rock right now. Not only winning a week of Swiss, he came second on another week as well. And he's also had some incredible performances to get to Grandmasters. So Blyze still looking fantastic this season, and I imagine continuing to do well. But he's going up against RDU, and honestly, I think we said this maybe the first time we watched these two play against each other, and then maybe the second time as well. But I could watch this matchup probably all season and be very happy.
I mean, it's been great so far. Yeah, I think they've been incredibly entertaining when they have clashed up against each other. RDU seems more than willing and more than adept at playing at Blyze's pace, which has, generally increased how exciting these matchups have been to watch. And I think they are both obviously extremely skilled players, and it presents an enormously fun challenge to us as commentators to be able to keep up with the pace of the game and the decisions that they're making and actually break down some of the stuff that's going on. So yeah, I've absolutely loved the series that they've played so far.
It's definitely a lot different, isn't it? Because as Hearthstone casters versus some other games, we have a lot of time to fill. While, sometimes games go a bit slow, sometimes there's not tons to speak about on a turn-by-turn basis. So we've developed a talent for almost talking about rubbish during some games sometimes, and just filling out some time, right? And now it's like the opposite effect, where the trick is to keep up, and it is going to be pretty fun doing that. RDU maybe helping us out a little bit with his first choice being the Highlander Priest as his first deck here. So excited to see what this can happen, as RDU actually does play Priest in a way I appreciate, as he really does and has taken the tempo approach pretty aggressively in the previous weeks.
Yeah, RDU is a stone-cold killer when it comes to Priest Mirrors. He has been the only person so far, I believe, who has consistently managed to end Priest Mirrors through lethal damage in his favor. Other people have done it, but not in every occasion as RDU has been doing it so far. But it's not going to be that matchup. It's going to be the signature deck, I would say, for Blyze, although he has finally made room for those brooms in his deck this time around, but he is still running that Kael'thas, which is starting to become slightly less common. It was ever-present to begin with, and then when the nerf hit, there was kind of a 50-50 divide, I would say, on whether people thought it was appropriate or not. We never really got to know Blyze's actual opinion, because after the nerf happened, he just confessed that he submitted the wrong Druid list, and it was the week-old one. So now, having seen this Druid list all together with the full information, he's got the brooms in there, but he has also kept hold of that Kael'thas. And that doesn't surprise me, because from my limited impressions of Blyze so far, obviously I don't know him that well. My impressions of him come through a camera lens. Kael'thas just seems like a Blyze card, right? You jam it on the board, and then you start playing 9, 10, 12 cards in a single turn. That seems to be right up his street.
And I think that's interesting there as well, not only as Blythe as a player, but also just Kel'Thas in general, is I think everyone's still pretty undecided because I feel like a lot of players have taken a backseat away from Druid as well, just in general, as it feels figured out, so to speak. But Kel'Thas, I think most times I've seen it, maybe because it has been from Blythe, it's looked pretty solid for me. And the big question is, if you can fit that in and animated broomsticks, which, as you mentioned, Blythe has done this week, then are the cuts just correct? And like, does this just fill out the deck that little bit more and allow that extra little bit of win rate? Because of KT, Blythe is also running 2 Survival of the Fittest as well in this list, and none of the Mount Seller stuff. So it is just interesting to see if just this reliance on pure, like, heavier combo play and double Survival of the Fittest will continue to be successful for him.
Yeah, it's sometimes problematic against Priest because you don't just have those extra waves of threats that you get from having Mount Seller in your deck. Like, you don't have as many ways to just build boards from scratch. You're quite limited in the total amount of minion presence that you have in your deck. It's basically your beasts, your guardian animals, your Kel'Thas itself, and the Ysera, and that's about it. It's about all the ways that you have to make minions, unless you pick up something extraordinary from nature studies. So it does make things a little bit more limited overall, but it does add potential to just end games on the spot in the way that only Kel'Thas can do.
Well, already, not all the ramp Blythe will be looking for in his opening hand. Whereas RDU at least has this, the studies along with this Sethic Veilweaver as well. So it does have some options, but both players not really having the, either having any explosive starts, honestly.
Yeah, and Blythe's just holding on to the guardian animals there, it looked like.
What do you like here? Is the Hothead just tempting because it'll be so cheap?
I was kind of tempted by the Hotheads, admittedly. But I think Big Ol' Whelp was my second choice. I think, making sure there are some very key answers that you want to have in this matchup. And also just having enough resources to keep pressuring, right, is also very powerful in a lot of positions. So I think Big Ol' Whelp, just to keep economy high, is pretty reasonable as well.
And with Blythe's build, running these Bog Beams still in his list, along with the Crystal Power, of course, I do not blame RDU at all for not just dropping a Tempo Sethic, especially without a Raised Dead. It's not something he'll be really looking to potentially sacrifice to Blythe's turn 3.
Five in play for Blythe. No messing around. Blythe's taking us back in time. Trip through the old meta. RDU has a very clean answer to it. Shame that his only dragon had to be committed to board and now leaves it vulnerable to a Bog Beam from Blythe if he wants to go for it. Interesting opportunities to just Vate first here and actually drop Gidra Bog Beam.
Yeah, I was going to say, there are a few options, really, weren't there? Because there was even just going into a Guardian Animals, you mentioned. So yeah, he's just going to go for the Bog Beam and just get the Gidra down. And very convenient 4-7 with Wind Fury. Looks pretty good to me.
Yo. Zul scheme all the way down to 0. Which means he can now end this turn with Forbidden Words, and he knots the perfect Apotheosis to use up the 3 mana? Hello? Okay.
And just gets another one.
Insane. Yeah, load it up. Nice.
I wonder, is this just Wave of Apathy to reduce the chance of the trades? Yeah, I like this. Going into turn 7 as well. The Guardian Animals, like, back up. I think I like this a lot, actually.
Rips the animals. He was guaranteed a Thresher there. It was either double Thresher or this outcome, having drawn the runners.
Look how strong this Sethic is. It just solos the Guardian Animals and the Twilight Runner. Oh.
Blythe says, no it doesn't. I'm not making those attacks. You cannot make me.
Well, I think the KT had a lot to say about that one, honestly, because now next turn he can go with the survival of the fittest, and guess what? Having minions on board with survival is a lot better than not having minions on board.
Agreed. You can even take it further than that, because Bly's had the opportunity to just straight up innovate the survival of the fittest into this situation a turn earlier, and he held on to the innovate and then just played Guardian Animals. Sorry, Guardian Animals is what I meant. Played Guardian Animals on curve instead, holding on to the innovate for one turn before he even had the Kael'thas in his hand. Like, he understands that is kind of the win condition of his deck. He does need to play to it to a degree.
Yeah, and that's where you see this this Kael'thas for Bly's isn't just, I'll just chuck it in, it's good sometimes. This is the strategy, right? Like, this is the core part of the deck, which is why so much of this setup was done for it. If this was just, I'm just going to play Druid and just put KT in, you'd probably play a little bit more just, oh, well, yeah, of course you innovate Guardian Animals out on turn 6. That seems great. But no, Bly's did hold for this, and the reward is there.
It's a pretty sick master spell, honestly. It's one of the biggest issues if Kael'thas ever sticks to the board. That's when you can actually start getting into Nightmare Land playing against this build of Druid.
Doesn't sound like a fun place to visit.
You know, I have like a mental bug right now that I have to fight off in current Hearthstone, where whenever something's got the reborn animation on it like that, I think it's a freaking Jandis illusion. My brain's just like, oh, Jandis illusion! Oh, just ping it, it's dead. No, it's the opposite of how that
Why isn't he hero powered?
Yeah.
This double plague in RDU's hand, though, is going to be a tough one to deal with for Bly's.
It is indeed. Well, not the middle one. Let's rule that one out.
RDU not playing a Broom in his list, so he does not have access to like Thresher, Bloom,
right?
Thresher, Broom. So yeah, that combo not quite available to him. Otherwise, that would be a very serious look.
It's got to be runner in that case, then, right?
I think so.
And I guess there's an argument for just the cleaver that turn and just drop it that turn. But I think knowing that you're stealing from your opponent's hand, right? This is the thing that you're scared of, potentially?
Exactly.
Because you've seen 50% of this combo already. They only need to have the other bit.
And Bly's has 5 cards left in his deck, so it's not like a long shot, is it, as to whether he's got it or not.
2 brooms.
Yeah. Very interested now to see if RDU just goes for a plague this turn, or wants to try and get more value out of it and do something a little bit different.
Thy blood be born again.
Because there's always the worry that, although this play looks absolutely fine, do not get me wrong, the more you try and get value out of a card like Plague, suddenly the more damage you take in. And then you just start to sit back and think, well, wait, what if I just Plagued and just not took any of that damage, right? And then sometimes it can add up in a weird way. But don't get me wrong, that turn from RDU did look good enough to me to not go for Plague. But it is something you have to bear in mind, not to be too greedy, especially when he's running 2. Or he's got 2, should I say, not running 2.
Yeah, it's fair. I was also curious about Rush Wind Fury from RDU's side, just to be able to kill 2 minions there instead of 1, because there is still the threat of the second survival of the fittest coming back through the other way. I think more and more as time goes on and like Tiamat becomes an older and older card in the meta, we're seeing a little bit less Rush Divine Shield and a little bit more Rush Wind Fury overall. Would you agree with that assessment? It seems to be that way to me.
I think so, but I think it's also people, or the players might just be reacting to the meta as well. Because a lot of the time, I feel like there's so many answers that trying to just go for the lower immediate value play of trying to just set it up to live as a 6/6 just doesn't work as often at the moment. I don't know what. Maybe that's just me, just a feeling I have. But whereas getting the immediate, trade, go, it just feels like it pays off way more consistently. Rather large soul mirror though.
Yeah.
Still can't
does
make
look like
the
he's
difference though.
primarily interested in just preserving minions himself. He's not really using this as a clearing tool. He's just like, okay, now I have some giant things as well. Sick, sign me up.
But do you have bigger giants? Because now Blaze could play Survival of the Fittest.
That's fine, right? Like, I think the second Survival of the Fittest is RDU's trigger to rip the first of these Plague of Deaths, right? That's just kind of what he's waiting for. He's just trying to stall until that point.
Especially with 3 dragons pulled that turn. That is a significant number of portals used up into a Plague.
Yeah.
I think Blaze is just holding the survival just for lethal, like a Savage Roar.
Very possibly, yeah. But obviously, like, Blaze isn't playing around double Plague of Death right now, but RDU with double Plague of Death is playing around Blaze deck because his information is a lot more transparent. So I think right now RDU wants 1 Plague of Death for a lot of Dragon Portals and 1 Plague of Death for the second Survival of the Fittest. And so either way, it seemed like this was going to be the turn for one of the potential Plague of Deaths.
And Blaze knows RDU plays 1 natural Plague, right? So it's not like 1 is a surprise like we've seen in other matchups. But yeah, he knows that there is 1 available to RDU at some point in the day. The Broom just, it's such a good card, isn't it? It just changes the scope of the turn so dramatically.
Yeah. Board control achieved yet again for Blaze. 2 extra dragons, 3 extra dragons generated into the hand for survival value. Huge deal.
Yeah, a really big deal because we are getting to the point for Blaze here where this Plague is a problem because he's used so many portals and he will just run out of threats. But now he's just gained effectively like 3 additional threats I'm going to say shouldn't be allowed, but you know what I mean, right? Doesn't naturally have access to.
Yeah. Run a Herald. Yep. Or Dragon, I guess. The Herald's the base thing, right? Is that Bronze Herald, the Death Rattle thing that gives them to you in the first place? Got it.
Now, this is where Plague becomes a bit of a problem. Because it generally is your whole turn, and we can see, and RDU will now know, that there's at least another 4/4 in the hand, at minimum, plus a dragon. And that is enough as a setup to then again create a potential lethal opportunity for Blaze.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Because that Twilight Runner was very close to just not actually being able to attack for Blaze because he's so close to just dying to fatigue. But that was about the last turn it was likely to have an impact in terms of threatening lethal. But yet again, RDU is being threatened with lethal this turn, just with 1 dragon. Alexstrasza coming down on its own.
And I wonder, with the Brooms gone, is this ever a Krunks into an 8/8 and then maybe does switching the hands do anything?
It just keeps Blaze alive longer, I would imagine, because he starts to get some draws from your deck instead of the fatigue draws. Yeah. Okay. It's dead.
Yep, as long as he could kill it off there, that was all that mattered. And like we said, like Blaze got close to setting that up, but the second Plague, imagine if it wasn't generated, or imagine if RD was a little bit more liberal with the Plagues earlier, then there would have potentially been a bit of a problem there. But still, a very, very close game there, as we expect when these two play, honestly. Like we said at the start, I just enjoy, I think these two just have good games of Hearthstone. But a very, very close one for Blaze.
Yeah, and I love the plan overall. Like he fought with minions so hard to preserve those Plague of Deaths for as long as he possibly could. Like he master spelled the initial huge board as opposed to just using Shadow of Deaths and Plague of Deaths. He just left it there as small minions. Then he used Soul Mirror to just make his own big minions and force more stuff out. And he was greeding it and greeding it and greeding it. I think he was lined up. It's like, okay, 1 to clear some dragons, 1 to deal with the second survival. He never ended up having to deal with the second survival, but I think the reason you can see that was a good plan is Blaze actually generated more value than you could really account for. He got the extra 4/4s and an extra Alexstrasza from the Taunt Dragon that gave him more stuff in hand, and RDU was still able to have all of that covered with the way that he was rationing out his removal. So if you need any real indicator of how much of a good plan RDU had to break apart that matchup, that should make it pretty clear.
Yep, really cool game, number one, but we've got plenty more where that came from with RDU versus Blyes. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up the next game, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Playing around the myriad secrets that Shadow Jeweler Hanar creates is a daunting task indeed, but Glory rose to the challenge admirably. When he realizes the threat of Chonsu's potential freezing trap, Glory holds back on attacking with his Twilight Runner for 2 turns. This beautifully shows both the flexibility of Malagos Druid and Glory's approach to the matchup, resulting in a well-calculated lethal.
Yup,
Okay, no
that
taunt.
just came.
That's not a taunt. Yeah, activate the freezing trap. Yeah.
Nice and clean.
That was sick. That was awesome.
It really was. And it's all off the back of Glory choosing to keep this minion stealth many turns ago when he played the Guardian Animals.
Very, very nicely done from Glory. I think it was a really good demonstration of how you can play the deck very flexibly. You know, it's called Malagos Druid, but a lot of the time it functions as regular Druid with the Ramp and Guardian Animals package. Knowing how to make powerful plays is important in Hearthstone, but knowing when to not make powerful plays is what sets Viper apart from the rest. By holding back on his pair of 0-mana Flesh Giants, he is able to set up lethal and beautifully play around the Soul Mirror he suspects to be in Psycho's hand.
He's not playing both. I can tell you that much. He is not playing both.
Is he playing any?
He's playing neither. The God reads coming through from Viper right now.
That's funny. I guess this... Is this just genius? You've seen Zephyrus. You've seen Zephyrus. What's the biggest problem? Soul Mirror, that's the best AoE. Just don't let it work.
Just threaten lethal without it, yeah.
Yeah, just don't let it work.
This is inspired. This is actually inspired.
Oh, Penflinger! Penflinger! Oh, the Penflinger, Raven! The Penflinger!
Wow. Insane. Viper's a god. That game was amazing. And Penflinger takes the victory for Viper there. What a game. And honestly, Sol, although it might look simple to just play around Soul Mirror, not play any big giants, I definitely wouldn't have done it. I'm very impressed with that game from Viper.
Despite playing through a grueling series that lasted almost 2 hours, Alan was still able to pull out one of the coolest Hearthstone turns that I have ever seen. By combining the newly released Cabal Acolyte with Wretched Reclaimer, he is able to repeatedly steal minions from Bank Yugi's board. And if that wasn't enough, he ends with an ingenious use of Conjurer's Calling. What a display from our newcomer to Grandmasters. So he could go Wave of Apathy, resurrect his guy with Wretched Reclaimer, and then play another spell to steal 2 of these minions? Is
That sounds
probably
good.
what he's looking at.
But that was the worst one to
Yeah,
steal.
that was pretty
Lots of
bad.
denied death rattles.
And then if he gets a 1-mana spell, he can go again with Wretched Reclaimer,
Uh-huh.
but he doesn't get it. Oh, but he gets 2
Okay.
10-drops! Oh!
Wait. He gets... That's insane. Okay, that line was not straightforward whatsoever. Alan spotted it immediately, got 1 bad outcome and 1 amazing outcome. That's a Frost Nova lost for Bank Yugi too. It's at prime time.
That was god tier from Alan. That was
It
so sick. Turtle Mage is one of the most unique decks to come out of Scholomance Academy. It utilizes Tortollan Pilgrim to repeatedly cast Potion of Illusion from your deck for some pretty absurd combos, but when you draw both potions from your deck, everything starts to fall apart. But not for Eddie. With an incredible performance on the Turtle Mage, he tempos out for the win to be crowned the back-to-back America's champion.
Yeah, I was so tunneled in on Killen's hand that we didn't actually pay attention to Eddie's hand. Look!
Oh, double potion! You drew double potion!
I mean, we haven't really seen the deck have that failure rate yet, and
It's been
now
so long.
Eddie has to improvise a win condition here. Right. And Solarian Prime does have the ability to still be good on the following turn.
Yeah, you can see Killen sits up.
No matter how he slices it, there's 2 chances.
2 chances. He needs Doomsayer exactly. Nope.
That's not it.
That's it.
Killen concedes. Eddie wins 2-1. Back-to-back week victories in the Swiss tournaments. One of the most dominant performances that you'll ever see in Grandmasters, winning 2 out of 3 weeks, ending #1 in points. Never missing a single top 8 in any Swiss tournaments this year. Eddie has to be the player to watch.
Another week, another Mindrender Elucia clip. This time coming from No Hands Gamer, who spots a truly staggering lethal opportunity here by using Eddie's own Turtle Mage combo against him. And while it ends in devastating fashion for No Hands Gamer, it doesn't detract from the genius line he took to almost steal the win.
Very likely, it's unlikely he draws the Potion of Illusion, #2. And he should have a kill lined up relatively soon. No Hands Gamer immediately playing the Mindrender Elucia.
Yep. So he wants to dump Sunreaver here and both Tortolans.
Right.
And play freeze.
Wait, but then he still he can dump both, but then there's Potion of Illusion in the hand.
He can kill both the Tortolans on the other side. Wait.
Oh! Wait, what is happening?
Can he kill him?
Kronks?
Nah, I can't kill him. He doesn't have the mana to kill him.
Wait, are you sure?
He needs
no,
3
the
more. He doesn't
copy
have board
order.
space.
Yeah. Or hand space, right? Wait, he keeps copying Kronks and Mindrender. Oh, he doesn't have the hand space like you said.
He also doesn't have board space.
Unless
I feel like that should have happened first.
Oh, hey,
also.
the Flame Ward!
TJ! Oh, the Flame Ward!
The Flame Ward!
No, he's still... Oh, now he gets 2! Yeah, it's order play. He does have the space.
Does he have time? Oh my gosh.
He doesn't have time.
No,
the Flame Ward!
Gamer!
No! Oh, he had the lethal. No! Oh my god, that was sick. So he needed it to be exactly Flame Ward, right?
Yeah, and it was. Oh,
yeah, I forgot about the Flame Ward. Oh my gosh, that was so close. And now he's just going to die. Oh, that was so close.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to get into our next game between RDU and Blythe. RDU taking a win with that priest means he's just got his rogue and his mage left over to take down Blythe's lineup. But honestly, Saul, sorry, as I'm swallowing, just grabbed some food in the break. Apologies. The list from RDU, his rogue list, looks much more powerful than some of the other rogue lists we've been seeing today. I really do like this stealth sort of a little bit more aggressive package. There is still some sort of sustainability there. But for me, the deck just looks a lot better than the other rows.
Yeah, it's a similar thing. We've seen Bloody Face, I think, running something quite similar, and RDU has generally been on this build for quite some time himself as well. Where it's not the secret package for extra value, it's just more aggression with the stealth minions as well. Infiltrator, Lillian, Ashtongue Slayer, just to be a little more consistently aggressive with the rogue. But we'll get to that a little bit later on, because it's going to be the mage coming out here from RDU, which is pretty standard stuff. It's not the full orange build that we've been seeing from some other players. He is playing double Arcane Intellect, which seems very uncommon these days, alongside one natural Conjurer's Calling in the deck as well. And a very eclectic collection of one-mana spells, as he has 1 Mirror Image, 1 Brain Freeze, and 1 Devolving Missiles, looking for maximum Swiss Army knife effect, but minimum consistency in terms of his one-cost spells.
Yeah, we see the same come from Tice as well. I think they are running the same mage list, where we saw a Mirror Image be pretty clutch earlier on in the day, but for now, in this game, I do like this list overall. I have been turned over to the one maker variant of thinking here, where I think the card is very good. But as we talked about, right, it's super hard to work out what the cuts actually are in this list and what are the keeps. So again, I'm just waiting to see which one reigns supreme, and then I'll pretend I was the fan of that list all along.
Easy. classic caster option select coming out from Raven there. Yeah.
Ooh. These are 3 pretty interesting choices here from RDU. There's the Mirror Entity, which is probably the lesser of the 3. But the option for pretty large amount of burn damage or just value with that Power of Creation is interesting because there is a fairly aggressive set of cards in RDU's hand right now with the Frostball and the Raz. I wonder if it's Fireball and RDU's going to go, I'll say all in, but not quite all in, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things going on this turn. So I was going to bring this up, okay? So, first off, he tempoed his Sorcerer's Apprentice this turn, which we have to acknowledge. He did just see a Bog Beam from the opponent, and this is also your opponent's Coin Overgrowth turn. So it's kind of a dual-pronged attack. We're like, okay, they just used 1 removal spell. They're kind of unlikely to have a second removal spell, and I could potentially disrupt their Overgrowth turn. Now, you said Mirror Entity probably the least valuable. I kind of disagree with that because just the merit of it being a secret has value against Druid, particularly on the turn that it's been played right now, right? Because AC, Coin from Blythe, he has to test Counterspell. Against this specific hand, it's all nonsense because he just gets to coin bait Guardian Animals anyway. But against certain hands, with Overgrowth and whatever else, that secret could actually represent a lot of disruption in and of itself, just being a secret.
Yeah, it was definitely a really interesting discover, wasn't it? Because there was definitely no bad choice, which makes the choices actually harder. Frostball. We used to clean up this Twilight Runner. Thresher's going to get devolved as well. But RDU right now has got to hope that this evocation can get some work done in the very near future.
Blythe still does not have particularly good information on what this spell is. I believe he only tested Counterspell and Netherwind Portal on the previous turn. Now he is down to Mirror Entity and Spellbender. And I think you're pretty confident your opponent would not pick Spellbender against you. But even if he did, he still tests it first with the Mirror Entity. If Mirror Entity hadn't have gone off there, obviously we would not have seen the Iron Bark come down on that turn. But he was free to do so, having activated the Mirror Entity with the most innocent minion in his entire deck.
Yeah, and he's about to go off with the most ruthless minion in his deck as well, because next turn, having Innovate into KT and then Overflow is huge and might be strong enough RDU's just not going to be able to come back from. Even if this Evocation, if that's going to be RDU's play, as a response to this, even if it's good, Blythe will just have a handful of cards still to be able to keep playing. That's the biggest deal here.
Blythe is feeling it. He's in his zone. KT in play. This is how he likes to play games of Hearthstone. Potential next turn, but no current reward. No big payoff spell as it stands. First things first, see if the KT is going to stick. Flame Strike's uncastable. Arcane Missile's Combustion can do some work. There's an AI as well. Yeah, I think he's got to start with the missiles and see if he can get some help.
His second missiles and still Combustion too, and the damage from Raz, obviously.
Yeah, this is
have to be very
sketchy.
specific.
Okay. So he could have just guaranteed that just with Combustion and Ping. There was a disaster outcome there where none of the missiles from the second cast actually landed on the Kalthas, and then he was in trouble.
This is the issue, right? Because the card, because the big spell wasn't, say, for example, Survival of the Fittest, although you could argue that would have allowed KT to live anyway. But because it was Overflow with all this card draw, okay, RDU's just used Evocation and pretty much everything he's got to defend that one turn. Blythe has all the cards in the world, so he can just do another good turn. And then the next question is, can RDU defend again? And honestly, I feel at least... Well, okay, yes is the answer to my question, I suppose, but I do feel it is a weakness of Mage that they can't keep doing turns like this, generally.
One Thief? Evocation? None of these are Evocation? Tome of Intellect is a little bit Evocation? It's more Evocation than the other cards.
Right. I guess that's probably is his best chance, because suddenly the burn plan isn't really working, though, is it?
I'm serious. He drew second Sork. He has no cards in hand. He needs enormous value, and none of those cards were enormous value.
No. But Ysera is, as it's a good follow-up for Blythe, just keeping on the pressure. Although he has been slowed down over the last couple of turns, he still has plenty more where that came from. And one thing I will say is there's some pretty impressive turns we've seen from RDU so far, but can he fend off waves of dragons? I'm going to say I doubt it.
Yeah. Yeah, he was likely going to need some kind of insane apprentice turn this turn that ideally ended in Mana Giants and Conjurer's Calling, so he could actually just be threatening and not just be on the reactive back foot the whole time. Just get ahead of the dragons before they come out of the deck. Try and threaten some kind of counter-lethal push, but this probably just is not good enough now at this point. He's likely to be a turn too slow even if he goes off next turn.
Yeah, the second overflow as well, right? Not that he's necessarily going to be castable this turn if he does run into a counter spell. I think Blythe might just take the turn to test it with an overgrowth, but really just having, or he could just naturally draw Dragon Balls anyway. Yeah, who cares? Never mind. Why does he need to draw cards? Insane. Probably wants to play Nature Studies first, right? Yeah, okay. This makes sense.
It does. Now he just doesn't have a Gidra turn at all, because obviously he gets counterspelled, so he doesn't get the discount on his overgrowth. And also, if it's not counterspell and it goes off, that's a bit weird, because you've just made your Gidra smaller by discounting the spell that you end up casting. But yeah, on balance, just don't get counterspelled there. It seems fine.
Yeah, really rough turn for Blythe there, not getting the Gidra down. It's definitely a tough one.
I mean, he literally did nothing. His turn was actually pretty bad. If you
His
break
turn
down
was
what...
summon 3
I know.
dragons!
No. If you break down the actions he took that turn, he actually did nothing.
Yeah, he drew 3 dragons. That's an action.
Yeah, okay.
Good freeze there on the Deathwing, though, from RDU. It's going to, again, buy him time, but my question is buy him time for what? Because as you point out, obviously, that even going for Conjurers, what would they even have to be at this point?
Yeah.
And also, he doesn't have the price, unless I blinked and missed it. He's not shuffled Solarid into the deck, right?
He has.
Oh, has he? I did blink and miss it. Okay.
You did blink and miss it, indeed.
The early turns were pretty rapid.
I don't think it was a natural. I think he generated one and then it's in there, but it's in there.
Well, looks like you've only got 1 freeze and more than 1 minion you need to freeze RDU, so this might just be a little bit too much. And we see the concede come out, and it was just a little bit too much too quickly there from Blythe. But again, you have to say, I mean, he played towards it as well, of course, but the Kael'thas just destroyed that game for Blythe. Like, he won because of the KT. So once more, I'm getting more and more convinced that this build, it might just be the best build. Never mind Mount Seller if you can just play KT every game.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks powerful in Blythe's hands, right? He did fall at the first hurdle with the Priest, but he was able to quite handily run past that mage. I think, we can trace all that back. RDU's decision to go really hard all in. I think, Blythe's draw was of sufficient quality that he probably would have beaten RDU's hand regardless of what happened. But
right.
I kind of respect the opportunity to go in very early with the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Like I said at the time, you saw the Bog Beam come down, so there's limited answers to your Sorcerer's Apprentice. But it was that turn and the decision to go for the secret over the burn damage. Or the value option with the Power of Creation. I think those two turns really spelled the options out for RDU as to how he's going to approach the matchup. But yeah, I think the quality of the draw overall for Blythe probably would have won the game, regardless of choices from RDU then.
Yep, and we are going straight into our next game. These players, as is usual, not messing around. And Blythe's going to be on this Demon Hunter, and it is built in a little bit of a different fashion. Double One Maker in there, as well as double Vulpera and double I-Beam. So there's a lot of flexible tools and card generation in this list. And honestly, the more I've looked at this list and thought about it, the more I do like it, because it just gives you more options while still being quite aggressive.
I wonder.
And
yeah, I can see that. I think Vulpera Scoundrel in particular is a card that in this list does make some sense to me. It's not really a card that I've been a huge fan of in most decks that people have flirted with the idea of playing it in. But certainly in this one, like we've seen scenarios, right, where just loosely any AoE would be game winning in a lot of positions, but you know, you've used up your blade dances or whatever else, and then if you play a Volpera Scoundrel, it can offer you Immolation Aura, it could offer you Chaos Nova, it could offer you all manner of things. Like Command the Illidari even might be good enough on some board states to do what you need it to do. So
there's also the new 7-mana AoE, which now I can't actually remember the name of, but the clear all and make the 3/3s is really powerful too. But here as well, I was speaking about liking RDU's rogue list a lot more than some of the other rogues we've cast today, but I still think this is a rough matchup for rogue. I think Demon Hunter kind of laughs at this kind of matchup because these stealth minions don't normally achieve too much when they're so easily dealt with the turn they attack afterwards, I mean. And then there is the heal recovery options for Blyes in this Demon Hunter, so I think this is a pretty tough one for RDU to get a win with here.
Yeah. The healing is very dependent on, you know, two copies of one card in particular, though, with the Eldraki Warblades. They don't always get to it, and I think, if anything, the extra aggression that RDU has in his deck might stand him in slightly better stead than some of the other builds of this deck in this particular matchup. I do like his turn here, though. He absolutely needed a turn here, so just digging for the secret passage seems absolutely correct, and he is immediately rewarded with the big old Cleaver coming down.
There is a potential 2-turn setup here from Blyes, and he is just going for it. That's what, 16, 17, 18 damage with Dagger. With an Abyss, that adds up to lethal as far as I'm concerned, Sol.
Yeah. I absolutely adore how quickly Blyes made that decision. Like, how do you process the idea that you're happy taking 18 damage that quickly? Like,
On
yeah,
22 health.
Yeah. Like, he's probably right. I don't think he has any other way to win the game. I actually, don't think it's that hard of a decision. But he's just like, yeah, whatever, 18, fine. Play my 12/12. I have 4 mana this turn. Biggest minion. Wait, what? It has stealth? It has dormant? What's going on? I thought it was just a 12/12.
RDU doing the genius play as well and using the spell damage minion he got as the activator for the Eviscerate for exact lethal as opposed to just going Abyss. He's playing the mind games there. It does take a win there, and as I was saying, or as I was trying to say before that game just ended, was that I felt like Blyes had a really good matchup, and Demon Hunter generally does. But if you are going to stick a Van Cleef for a 10/10 with other minions on board, and the response to the Demon Hunter is effectively pass, if you know what I mean, for that one turn, then yeah, you lose those games of Hearthstone. So rough one there, and a good win for RDU, taking what I think at least is an unfavored matchup, and leaving him now just on Mage to get a win with.
Yeah. It was worse than pass in response, right? It was
true.
Pass plus deal 3 damage to yourself, essentially, was the play from Blyes. But yeah, he's going to find himself now back on that Demon Hunter RDU, back to the well with the Mage one more time. And this is a matchup that we've had some disagreement on, even internally, like between casters, production crew members. Like Abar was saying, he felt like this was a good matchup from the Mage side. Whereas I think most of us felt like it was pretty strong from the Demon Hunter side overall.
Yeah.
And just the ability to race was just overall too powerful. But the stats in GM, as of last week at least, were favoring the Mage side as well. So definitely some work that needs to be done in really solving the lines in this one.
Yeah, and once more, I do think some of the additional tools in this build of Blyes does make a matchup like this that little bit better. He has much more consistent early minions with these one makers. Because if you remember, if we're going back from the beginning of GM this season, players were bringing a Soul Demon Hunter list that like barely played anything in the early game, right? It was Eldraki Warblade was your early game play, and that's it.
Yeah.
In minion-wise, whereas now we're seeing a little bit more of an inclusion of either extra 1-drops or 2-drops in the list, which does help in this matchup.
Also, some element of contention over how the matchup should be played as well, because the APAC casters, Derek and Gia, had kind of a bone to pick with Alan, who threw away Sorcerer's Apprentice stuff in the early game, and then sort of, said to him, like, hey, please let us know, like, why you did that. So he actually made a tweet saying that he feels like spell damage card draw opening hand, like, just nutty stuff into cram session and to draw a bunch of cards is the way that you win. and Sorcerer's Apprentice really isn't good enough in the matchup. To which Orange then immediately disagreed and said, no, the way you win is like Sorcerer's Apprentice, get a super cheap Mana Giant. That's the way that you win the matchup, and get an early Mana Giant. So, yeah, players seem to be very much disagreeing in the way this matchup should go.
Yeah, I didn't see the Alan tweet, but I think I would have agreed with Alan overall, because I think Sorcerer's Apprentice, early at least, like as in, on curve or turn 3 or whatever, just like gets dealt with almost every single time, like so quickly that does that turn is impactful enough. And if you tell me they're going to pop off with a huge evocation and get loads of value, then sure, it's a good keep. But outside of that, I'm kind of on Alan's side here.
I think that was specifically the mole, by the way. I think he threw away Apprentice Evocation, if my understanding of the scenario is correct. He threw away those two cards together in the matchup.
I'd be surprised if Derek even cast him next week.
Yeah, I know. He
just refused
actually boycotts Alan. Yeah. It's fine. Alan, you can come over to Europe. We'll have you, buddy. You'll fit right in.
No worries. We'll make space. Here, though, this is a good turn from RDU. This mirror image is going to be useful in this matchup as well. But Wise has done a ton of damage to RDU so far, bringing him all the way down to 11.
Oh, he got the lab partner! The lab partner was so clutch! The one extra generated card for 0 that enabled the Giant to come down this turn. Orange right now sending the smuggest screenshot tweet you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, and then Wise at least wanted to clear this board anyway.
Yeah.
That is going to be a little bit of a problem. He can't... Oh, no, sorry, he can't do it now. Yeah, the mana was too much. Does end up leaving up a Giant, but the board clear was there without the help of that Spellbender. Obviously, it could have been a counter spell as well, but still.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Boom. Taunts. Lifesteals. Groms. Got to trade, right? Has to trade.
Oh, yeah. The Demon Hunter has cards. If you don't trade, you're even more dead. I guess this was the choice, right? How small do you make it?
Fair.
Was there like a fade that you could have maybe turned it into a stealth minion?
A dormant minion, you mean? Or...
It went down to a 1-drop, right?
No, it goes to 0. It's a 3-drop.
Oh, sorry, it's
it goes
3.
to 0.
Yep, you're right. I'm being stupid, yeah. I was just for a second then was like, what if it's stealth? And then, yeah, it goes down to 0. I'm an idiot. So 4 Blade Dance doesn't quite cut it. Oh! Insane.
And so, yeah, this is how you win the matchup. Conclusively proven. Sorcerer's Apprentice to Evocation.
Right, but I'll raise you something here, Subtle. Orange and that crew said it was mage favored or whatever, or however you do it. Doesn't play Conjurers in his list. So,
yeah,
what does he know?
Fair point. Fair point. It's actually not quite over just yet. The I-Beam does pull exactly 1 damage out of range.
But how do you can make that back with a Raz?
Yep.
Which means that's going to be game, that's going to be the series, and that was frankly unexpected, at least from me, Sol. I thought Demon Hunter was guaranteed a win in this series, but RDU pulled it out of the bag twice and looked pretty impressive, so he is going to take that win over Bly's 3-1.
It was actually just the greatest lab partner you've ever seen in your life. The Primordial Studies, 0 mana remaining, just rips the lab partner for 0 for 1 more generated card that discounted the Mana Giant even further, got it in play, and the game just snowballed from there. Counterspell or Spellbender were needed as well, as you described, to be able to potentially stick a board. I guess other secrets could have done that, but nowhere near as effectively. Crucially, the board that stuck was an 8-drop Giant that got to deal 8 and then be Conjurer's Calling into 2 other huge minions that ended up ending the game. So, yeah, I mean, definitely chalk one up for the Sorcerer's Apprentice Evocation school of thought in that matchup, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And one for RDU as well. I think, like we've been saying, every time these two players clash, it's an exciting match, no matter what it seems. So I'm just looking forward to whenever the next time they play versus each other is going to happen. So hopefully that's very soon. But for now, we are going to go to a break while we get ready for our match number 4 of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Hello and welcome to Mullet Over Episode 3. Today, we put the focus on Malygos Druid, which is a deck known for the huge damage you can deal with a combo of Forest Warden Omu, Germination, and of course, Malygos. Don't be fooled by the combo tag though, because this deck is more than capable of winning via minions too, with Ysera Unleashed at the top end. Whether you need to close out the game with Ysera or Malygos, the ideal early game plan is to play ramp into Guardian Animals as soon as druidly possible. That means Overgrowth, Breath of Dreams, and GA are instantly kept in the mulligan. Even if you don't have a dragon, Breath of Dreams is at least some card draw if you don't have a better play on turn 2. Of course, if you are offered a dragon with Breath, you should definitely keep it. While most classes count 1, 2, 3, 4, druids like to count 1, 2, 4, 7. Or, when you have a hand as good as Saiyan's in this game, you don't even need Guardian Animals and can go straight to 9. However, you don't always hit the right balance between ramp, power spikes, and card draw. If you miss any part of that puzzle, you're bound to hit slow turns or dead hands. To minimize the odds of that happening, don't be too greedy with the mull. For example, Saiyan, without guaranteed ramp, tosses his second Guardian Animals to avoid getting steamrolled by Killin' All Day's Tempo Mage. Similarly, you can keep hands that have a definite turn-by-turn game plan, even if they're not as powerful as a Guardian Animals curve. Glory keeps Overflow here with guaranteed ramp versus Secret Rogue. If you notice, Glory also kept Lightning Bloom with that hand, which is a card that we casters have been debating about for weeks now. To get a better idea, I gathered some opinions from GMs who brought Mali Druid to week 3. Bunny Hopper said to only keep it with payoff cards and that you're more likely to keep it with coin. Surrender said you only keep it with Guardian Animals or Overgrowth, and Just Saiyan said in slower matchups like versus Priest, you should only keep it with hard ramp. Glory and Bunny can probably agree about keeping Bloom on coin, as we can see Glory keeps it on his own versus Secret Rogue in this game, but he tosses it in 2 other games of the same matchup when he's on the play. It makes sense because going second, you do have more chances at drawing payoff cards to pair with the Lightning Bloom. The one time Glory does keep Lightning Bloom on the play, it was when it was paired with Wild Growth that he teched in his tertiary list. Even if the hard ramp isn't Overgrowth, I think this corroborates Surrender's point, because Glory would still be able to play Guardian Animals on turn 4 if he drew it. For new Druid players, sequencing your ramp cards can be a little bit tricky at first. When do I use soft ramp or hard ramp, and when do I combine them both? The best way to answer that is to plan out your turns in your head. Ask yourself, do I get to power spike sooner if I save some of my cards? Let's take a look at this hand from Just Saiyan, which has both ramp and payoff. If he cashes in his coin and Lightning Bloom to activate Overgrowth immediately, he can have 6 mana as early as turn 3. However, in this deck, your power spikes of Guardian Animals and Overflow are not available until 7 mana. So the superior line is to save the soft ramp for Ysera to come down on turn 4. He can then follow up with Overflow the next turn. Contrast that with Glory's situation. Whether he cashes in both Innervates immediately here or saves 1 copy, he's unable to get Ysera down sooner than turn 5, barring the chance of ramp top decks. So now, let's compare the strength of his turns leading up to Ysera. By immediately playing Overgrowth on turn 2, Glory allows himself a strong possible turn 4 if he's drawn either GA or Overflow by then. With the other line, if the payoff cards are drawn by turn 4, they can't be played without disrupting the ramp into Ysera. So, Glory plays Overgrowth right away. Naturally, Druid struggles against aggressive decks like Zoo Warlock, so at first glance, it's tempting to keep cards like Crystal Power for removal. Tice does so here against Viper, but it comes at a high cost, especially off-coin with no guaranteed ramp. Crystal Power potentially removes a Flame Imp or Canrathad, but Zoo will very likely just play bigger minions and Snowball, so I think Druid needs more staying power. According to Just Saiyan, against Zoo, you should be looking to assert your own game plan. That is, still prioritize ramp and payoff. Glory's 4-keep against Tom 60229 Zoo is a great example. And Tom knows it. Now don't get me wrong, this matchup is still unfavorable for Mali Druid, but when Druid does take the win, it tends to look something like this. They tank a lot of damage in the early game to set up their ramp, and then they go for a big swing turn to seize the board.
In these situations, you shouldn't feel bad about breaking up the Malagos burst combo for removal, as long as it means that you get ahead on tempo.
And that's it for this episode of Mull It Over. See you next week as we tackle more of the best decks from Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. We've got two more matches for you coming up today. It's going to be Viper versus Psycho coming up next, Subtle. And it's our first 5-match day. We've got these last two to finish off. And Viper, known for bringing his own take on things, and I think he actually even tweeted he was looking for a lineup that was different, something a bit spicy to bring for this week, and couldn't find anything that felt that great. So he ended up kind of hashing this lineup together last minute and isn't totally happy with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes.
I mean, if he was looking for something spicy and said that he couldn't find it, I don't know what his definition of spicy is, because he's got Egg Warrior. You know, this isn't a Bomb Warrior. This is like a classic Pain Warrior, or whatever you want to call it. You know, Bomb Wrangler, Risky Skipper package, Eggs, Rampage, and the new Shield of Honor thrown in there as well. He has Zoo, of course. Like, Viper's pretty much popularized Zoo in the European region now, at least in this metagame with this build of Zoo. And then he has kind of aggro Miracle Rogue, whatever final name we're going to settle on for this archetype. We're still going to have to work on that one because, again, we have this problem where, like, some people call it Secret Rogue, but there's no secret. Some call it Stealth Rogue, but then there's builds with no stealth. Like, Viper's cut the Vendetta package entirely, and he's gone for a much more aggressive build with Intrepid Initiates and Eviscerates in there instead. So his lineup is still pretty off the wall, although, yeah, maybe by Viper standards, it is a little bit tame.
Yeah, and we are going to see a rarity Subtle, which is a warrior mirror here.
Yo.
And it's not even a true mirror because Psycho playing Bomb Warrior up against the Pain Warrior from Viper. This is kind of cool. I'm okay with this. This seems cool to me.
Yeah, I'm like slightly surprised. Like, I guess I should have adjusted my expectations, right, with how many insanely powerful cards were released in the new expansion. But like, Shield of Honor was one of the cards that it like evoked the biggest reaction from me when it was released because like, okay, Pain Warrior is the best deck right now, and you've printed a card that's essentially just a strictly better version of a card that they already play in their deck, right? Like, that's insane. But yeah, I don't think I quite gave enough credit to just, you know, how many other completely new archetype-defining cards they came out with that were going to shift the meta entirely. And so I was expecting to see a lot more of this deck in this expansion, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, I'm also pretty excited to finally be seeing it in action here in GM.
And honestly, this is going to sound like sounds like a weird dig or something, but I think your expectation was reasonable because I don't think we've had an expansion like this for a long time.
Yeah.
It's basically just thrown the meta around and just said, oh, actually, now these decks are bad and these decks are good. And they're just very, very different archetypes. So pretty crazy overall. But most importantly, Soto, what do you make of the matchup, even if we have to draw on the basics of like pre-expansion experience?
I do think that the Pain Warrior has the tools it needs in this matchup. It can make sticky board states, it can be aggressive, and it can threaten to end the game with burst damage, which are all things that Bomb Warrior is potentially weak to. And then if you kind of flip the scenario around, can it defend? Well, heck yeah, it can defend. It has, you know, the same Armor Smith Risky Skipper package that the Bomb Warrior is packing, but an even more robust one that is able to gain even more burst armor than the Bomb Warrior is able to do in a lot of positions. And you know, stack that with the ability to Sky Raider into Kobold Sticky Finger, for example, like any of those outcomes that can just be like straight up game ending. I think Pain Warrior has enough tools to be getting on with in this matchup.
And this is going to be a tough egg to crack here for Psycho because already you've seen the value of that card you were talking about, the Shield of Honor. Like, what is Psycho supposed to do? We talked a lot about Bomb Warrior never wants to swing Wrench Caliber into a minion most of the time. You want to just go face stack the damage. Well, you definitely don't want to swing it into a Divine Shield 5-2.
Nope. A Divine Shield 5-2 that just summons a 3-4.
Look at the damage.
Yeah, it's nonsense. Utter nonsense. That Shield of Honor has just done so much work already. But here, exactly, is why you do it. That threat of the Bloodsworn Mercenary coming off the top there for Viper, which would have been essentially just game-ending. Psycho still gets to play Hearthstone now at this point, because he was able to deal with the damage Divine Shield minion. The pressure is slowing down now, significantly so.
I did wonder whether it was ever the other way round for Viper, where he could potentially play the Armor Smith because he's so far ahead, and hold the Risky Skipper plus the Pirate for next turn to try and go off with either a Blood Bowl Brew or the Mercenary.
I think it was worth playing the Sky Raider here just because there's options where he actually gets to develop a significant amount of pressure, right? Like if he hits like South Sea Captain or the 2-3 or something like that, like he's actually able to make a pretty strong push and just keep up pressure immediately this turn. I think it was probably worthwhile.
Is he weighing up playing the Mercenary anyway? Surely not.
I would imagine that's nonsense.
His opponent's on 13 though, like...
It is, yeah.
I'm sure there was at least a small spark of temptation.
Yep.
And also a quick nod as well to Psycho, another player who's one of our more adventurous deck builders. He is playing a few additional tools for himself. He is running the Galakron, which is pretty regular, but double Sword and Board in his Bomb Warrior list, which is not standard in any way.
I wouldn't say it was entirely out. I think there's two fundamental builds of the Bomb Warrior. There's one that plays a few more weapon effects and goes with more card draw, like plays a Battle Rage package as well as the Cutting Class package, or just one or the other. And then there is this build that plays Evil Quartermasters and Sword and Board just for a little bit more resiliency and some anti-aggro tools. I think the two variations are both fairly common.
Shield Slam looks pretty clean here. Again, I don't really think Psycho wants to take 5, although you could go back and say, well, on 6 mana, is Viper really going to burst him for 10? Probably not.
Maybe.
Although, honestly, with those Shield of Honors, you do have to be a little bit even more careful now, because there's just, there's extra tools that can activate, like Inner Rage into Shield of Honor on a minion is a lot of damage.
Yeah, it also changes the endgame combo breakpoints, because essentially their Rampage costs 1 now instead of 2. That changes the max output on the Kor'kron Bloodsworn combos at the end of the game as well, because they can do everything cheaper.
And also, there is a 1 Rampage in Viper's list as well. Oh, there you go, as you can see. So there's still the ability to make, like tankier minions as well that are slightly damaged. This is a rough hand, though, now, for Viper, honestly. Really missing either card draw or just something to build on with all these damaged effects.
Yeah, it's really stalled out, hasn't it?
Is it ever just, like, Skipper Armor Smith into, like, Rampage just to stick something?
What now?
No. Right, it looks bad. I think anything Viper does this turn looks bad.
I mean, he has the Blood Boil Brute play, but he does then leave himself vulnerable to essentially all of the mass removal in his opponent's hand. But I think he needs to continue to be aggressive here, right? Like, you can get punished if you commit your Skipper and then you roll into like a Battle Rage down the line. But he's just going to concede tempo fully here. Try and reset. Does seem to indicate that Viper now is going to look for some card draw and try and build up to a burst combo later on instead.
Now Psycho has a few options here. He could actually just go for the Horde Pillager and drop down a Titanic Lackey on the 2-3, create a bit of an aggressive board and have a weapon equipped to start swinging. And still work in hero powers, or he could go for the second Titanic. One thing I'm pretty sure of, he doesn't need Galakrond quite yet. Do you think there's any respect to a Blood Boil Brute with this, with not playing the Horde Pillager?
I don't think it's Blood Boil Brute specifically. I mean, having 1 extra minion in play that can get damaged is certainly something that you will consider. It certainly became a point where this was the most common deck in the game, that everyone had Blood Boil Brute maths pretty much burned into the frontal cortex of their brain. But I think in this scenario, Psycho's just prioritizing 2 things, which was taunt and armor. He doesn't want to skip armor up on any turn, and getting taunts up regularly and often to protect from like weapon damage, like weapons being drawn and just little bits of weapon chip damage going face, for example.
Yeah, that's my question. But he could do all of those things definitely anyway and have a 4-2 on board, right? This turn looks exactly the same, but with a 4-2. Right. It was just interesting because it is a whole extra minion, right? Like, it's a big deal. Just gonna be the Blood Boil Brute again. Viper taking it relatively slowly, but this does raise a question for Psycho, saying, well, you don't kill this. I got some good cards in my hand to combo with this damage dude. That's now a ton of armor. Psycho all the way back up to 24, and of all the minions to get buff, the Doc, pretty good one there to help this weapon become maybe even fairly immortal at this point. I guess the Lord Barov can say something about that in the future, though.
He can, but there are bigger problems fast approaching here for Viper, because suddenly Psycho is all the way back up at 24. He's pushing enormous amounts of damage. There's already 5 bombs in his deck. So even if he picks up the Battle Rage, which is far less likely than drawing a bomb at this point, but even if he were and he was to pop off with some huge Battle Rage turn to try and get to his Kor'kron and whatever combo damage he needs to end the game, he's just drawing a whole bunch of bombs in the process, and he's probably going to lose that race. Like, it's really difficult to see how to piece this together for Viper from here.
Someone's got to lead the charge.
There's one thing for sure. Someone does have to lead the charge.
Yeah, and I think now Viper's just decided, especially with this Bomb Wrangler pickup, that it's just gonna have to go off, maybe not even next turn, maybe the turn after, potentially with like Skipper, Bomb Wrangler, double Mercenary or something crazy. I don't know. Like, he has to do something big, but the longer he waits, it just gets harder and harder.
He's making this trade that looks like a Deathwing turn? He's going to Whirlwind. Okay, I was going to say, Deathwing would surprise me here, but it seemed like because he was sacrificing the 1-1 so the Deathwing wouldn't attack it, that it was leading to that line. But I was going to say, this looks very much like a Krastenov turn to me, because I want to fit in those hero powers, and I want to be attacking every turn. And you only had 1 charge left on your weapon, so I wanted to get that buff turn and start swinging. But he's willing... Go on.
The combo of Krastenov plus the Galakrond hero power is ridiculous.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
you see that and you think, why are we only allowed 30 health as starting health? Like, you can just like 3-shot me. What's going on? Like,
yeah, pretty much. But yeah, the use of the Whirlwind, like very liberally, essentially just to kill a 1-1 there, was not something I was necessarily expecting, but you can kind of solve games with Bomb Warrior to a certain degree, where it's like, well, okay, I smash face this turn, I clear his board. I smash face next turn, I clear his board with Deathwing. I smash face next turn, I clear his board with Brawl. Like, you're probably there at that point, right? Like, you don't need a Whirlwind in your hand anymore.
and also, especially against Viper's deck, you could get into a situation where Whirlwind is actively bad, right? Because
it's fair.
there's Bomb Wranglers, there's Armor Smiths, you damage minions to maybe receive buffs if you can't get a true board clear. So maybe just saying, 1 mana, deal with this 1-1, so it's gone. It's probably might just be worth it.
Yep, very fair.
What now?
Do try to keep yourselves alive. I'll show you who's boss.
Lord Barav coming into play. As the one and only time you will hear me try and pronounce it correctly, according to Celestalon. And now back to our regularly scheduled Lord Barov.
Yeah. There's your one. That's all you're getting.
Yeah. I hope you're happy, because that's all you're getting.
Wait. Okay. Looks like probably just a Deathwing here, right? Is that just fair? Just clean this up? Keep it simple? Or boom, trade into the Barov?
Yeah, so there is some counting that needs to be done here, for sure, because, like, boom, go face is an option, certainly. I know the Armor Smith is on board, and that's kind of terrifying. But just generating all those boom bots might be relevant to ending the game, particularly when there's 7 bombs in your opponent's deck after this attack goes through. But that's probably all just too cute, and there's no real reason not to just clear the board in the end.
And the boom can just come down next turn, right? Like, this is going to clear the board. It's going to give Viper the minimal amount of armor, obviously with Deathwing Order and whatever, but it's going to give him the minimal amount of armor gain. He still gets the hero power swing, and you can just play boom next turn and cause the issues for your opponent then. So, although, again, I would have liked to have seen the boom turn just because it would be funny. I do think it's a solid turn in Psycho.
10. Alright, we're good. But yeah, I think it's worth stopping and counting there in that position. Because, for example, if like Play Blastmaster Boom hit the barrel, like on average, put your opponent dead to like 1 bomb, for example, like you probably do it in that scenario, right? But I don't think it was that much damage.
Now just, yet again, just no real good target here. And now with the risky Skipper gone, it's just that little bit worse. Yeah?
Yep. Sounds about right.
There was no Bomb Wrangler play there for Viper to go for, and Psycho taking a win with his Bomb Warrior in game number 1. And Bomb Warrior not receiving a ban is a relatively big deal as well. Just going to double check on everything here, but yeah, the ban actually was Psycho banning away Demon Hunter from Viper, and Psycho's Priest has been banned out as well. So just interesting the way especially when you get 2 players that definitely do their own thing with lineups, when they clash, the bans do get a little bit weird sometimes, because as you can see, it's not Bomb Warrior both sides of that. And then, for example, Viper isn't even bringing Priest, which then messes with the secondary option of bans as well sometimes. So it's very, very interesting to see overall. I do believe...
I I think Psycho as well in particular has shown a willingness to think outside the box in terms of bans, and also in like Specialist, for example, like I guess the equivalent process of banning, where he changed his mind from one series to the next against the same player about which variation of his deck he wanted to be playing. Like he certainly doesn't strike me as a player that just, accepts conventional wisdom about like, oh, this lineup bans this deck. This variation of your specialist deck is the one that you always want. Like, he is very willing to just rely on his own intuition, to reflect on things, just to try and make sure that he's maximizing his percentages in every game and every series that he's playing.
Right, and I do believe we are going to be going into a Zoo Mirror Subtle, which is one of the more one-sided mirrors we see. I am just glancing over the deck list to see if there's anything really standout that could make an impact.
Let's have some
Psycho is playing one Broom in his list, but the rest of is all two of, so 2 Vultures and so on. Viper splashing around with a few one-offs, the Soul Share, the 1 Brittlebone Destroyer that we've seen from him before, 1 Cult Neophyte, and 1 Penflinger. So although the overall plan of both decks is obviously extremely similar, there are just a few differences that could make an impact. And I would say, at least for me, Saul, that the Broom for Psycho gives him at least a chance of coming back into a game where he's fallen behind, whereas that's what I feel that the Zoo Mirror leads into as problems most often.
Both players just have the turbo nuts, Raven. I don't know what's happening.
A crazy game of Hearthstone, that's what's about to happen, Saul.
First player to hit Raise Dead wins? I guess that's where we're at right now.
I think the Broom does make a difference, honestly.
I think you're right, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. On a serious note, I think you might be spot on. It means that, obviously, whichever player were to draw Raise Dead or another Flame Imp or whatever else, like, they're going to have their nutty pop-off turn first, most likely. The difference is Viper doesn't have the tools to recover if he's the person that doesn't go first, whereas Psycho can. He does at least have a chance to come back from behind.
And Psycho, if you remember, I think it was week 1. Was playing Brooms in some of his decks as well. So, again, just an early adopter of something a little bit outside the box thinking, like you were mentioning, because Brooms really didn't get talked about too much, and then really kicked off into week 2 of the expansion. But Psycho was already ahead of the game.
This mirror is so toxic, dude. How is this a matchup?
Well, it's not going to be for long, is it? So.
Oh my goodness.
I could just play the Broom out for tempo this turn as well.
Nah, you just do it.
You can do it and play Broom,
it.
right? The whole extra 1/1.
Tap, refresh, Flesh Giant, spend your mana. Oh, it's a bad tap. It's a good tap in a turn or two, but it's a really bad tap right now because Psycho just ends up floating 1,000,000 mana here. I know it's 2, but 2 is essentially 1,000,000 when you're playing Zoo. Like, the things you can do with 2 mana and a Dark Lair are utterly ridiculous. Game's not over. Expected the game to be over, and it is not quite over.
Yep, turn 2. Most games do end in this match.
And this is sort of a discussion I had, because we were testing this with Daruk, I think, who, by the way, Daruk is the greatest Zoo player the world has ever seen. But, we were sort of talking him through some of the situations, and like we were talking about one particular play where he wanted to wait a turn because his Dark Lair turn got better if he waited. But the argument I was giving to him is like, right, but because you're in the mirror, you're losing to a hand of equivalent value. If your opponent has the same good hand that you have, you let them do it first and then you lose. Right. Which is why you saw Psycho go off so quickly there. Because if Viper had the Dark Lair Raised Dead hand himself on turn 3, Psycho would then be playing from behind, and he doesn't want to be doing that.
I do love, though, that Psycho played the Giant that turn. It might have been tempting to go for some other options, but the Giant is good, not only because it's an 8/8, but also it gets it out of his hands so he doesn't have to worry about Nightshade Matron discarding it next turn, because he is almost certainly planning on needing a Nightshade next turn, and if he doesn't, it's because he's probably won the game anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, speaking of game winning, are we reaching that point here for Viper? Tour guide comes down, Flame Imp refreshes. Was there really no way to like get the giant down and then refresh mana back up to the Brittlebone Destroyer? I don't think there was, right? Because that was the like truly game winning play if you could do that.
Right.
But I don't think it got there.
Now, the broom.
Yeah.
It's a big deal because suddenly it's not just Nightshade Matron for my rush minion that can trade and help. It's just the whole board!
Yeah, and last season we kind of divided GMs into two groups of people. There were the people who believed in Zoo, who were the Zoomers, and the people who didn't, who were the Boomers. And now we have a whole new subdivision of the Broomers, of which Psycho is the captain.
Yeah. Look how powerful one tech inclusion can make a turn. It is ridiculous. Room is so good. Because Viper's Brittlebone tech also looked great there because it killed the giant and gave him a chance. This game was probably just closer than it looked. Obviously because we could just sit and see the broom in hand.
Yeah. And all the legal damage goes face here, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you just deal 7. And then the broom can do whatever it wants. Yeah, seems fine. Alright.
Oh, nice 0 mana life tap you've got there, Viper.
Why don't you press that button? See what happens.
And he does.
Thank you very much.
And that is going to be the game. And it was just it was a good effort from Viper. And against most other opponents, that game would have looked a lot more even because the Brittlebone would have fought back, snapped the giant away, and then the game maybe not for long, but would have continued a bit more evenly. But Psycho with the broom tech, there you go. It's paid for itself. Even if it does nothing for him for the rest of the weekend, it has done a job and effectively won him a game there. So looking really good for Psycho, going 2-0 up. And that means Solly only has his mage left over. And I was going to say, the mage, relatively tame for Psycho. Looks fairly solid. Oh wait, Archmage and Tinnitus is rocked up.
Yeah, big old Tony thrown in there. This card honestly did impress me to a degree in Specialist Week. Killing All Day, who is arguably one of the best tempo mage players in the world right now, has put a ton of work into that deck. Hit rank 1 legend on ladder with it. Has brought it into GM over and over again. Looks very, very clean and smooth with the deck overall. I believe it was him that was playing it as in one of his secondaries. As a potential counter to priests and warriors and so on and so forth, just at that top end. And it did impress me as a specialist tech. Do I want to play it in quite a few matchups I could name for you right now? No, not really. Is Zoo one of them? No, absolutely not. I do not want to draw a 7-drop. Thank you very much for the illustration game.
I will say, though, the other tools that Psycho has do look quite good. The Violet Spellwing, nice to have nice and early. Some players aren't playing that. The Wand Makers as well. Just a solid card that gets you almost certainly another solid card to fight back some early aggression and maybe get to some of those answers for an early Dark Glare. So although, yes, you could see the Tony on the far right, everything left of him looks great in this early game for Psycho.
Yo, double ones. Agreeable grunt, Raven.
I'm actually playing that game at the moment, and it is funny.
Are you really?
The text, yeah, I am. The full text support is also great, obviously, but quite funny sometimes.
No, don't. It's still good.
So Viper, he's getting beat down a little bit here, but the Expired Merchant with the Hand of Gul'dan is going to help open up at least his next few turns.
It is, yeah, and crucially now finding that Dark Glare as well. But yes, the big issue is the amount of damage he takes next turn, because even as he can see it, he is taking, 9 next turn from just trade and cast Arcane Missiles currently, if he doesn't add anything else to the board.
Yeah, and if you've not heard Sol's description of how Zoo works, it basically, I'll do it for you, it life taps 3 times and then it's dead. So this early additional damage from, guess what, your opponent, is pretty dicey here for Viper, but he does have Dark Glare raised dead, the Penflinger as well, and even a Soulfire if needed as a I cannot take any more damage next turn choice.
Yeah, I know in our testing, like, I'm constantly the person where, like, you know, when you're the slower deck playing against Zoo, I'm constantly the person that's just like, no, just hit them in the face. Do not trade into that 1-1 on the board. Just hit them in the face. Because literally, the games they win, they have 10 health. They deal 20 damage to themselves. So if you hit them for 1, that's 10% of their total health pool that they have for the entire game.
Sol is very passionate about this, I can tell you.
I actually am, yeah.
I did enjoy the fact that I pretty much said that, but he's so passionate, he didn't want to not say it himself.
Yep.
You do see the point here, and you see the respect from Viper. Viper just soul-fired the Solarian, and he could have discarded his Dark Glare. He didn't, and it was unlikely, but he could have. It was a risk.
It was. But now, the Glare, the Raised Dead, the Penflinger... Viper has infinite mana this turn, but he does not have infinite health, and that is the problem.
The Neophyte could really help out as well, get some wiggle room. Obviously, we can see that there's a Mana Giant and Antonidas, which looks kind of bad for a Neophyte to be played into, but there is an Evocation. And also, if he's going to play minions this turn, there's going to be an Arcane Missiles as well.
Yep.
Right
now, Psycho's hand is very dead, but Viper obviously does not know that. I think one of the scariest cards in the matchup that you always keep in mind. I think, honestly, like, the big deciding factor of, you know, is your matchup good as the mage against Zoo is how many Firebrands you play in the list overall, because I think that's the absolute best card in your deck of just making sure you're ahead on around turn 4, which is normally what decides who's going to win the game.
Viper needs to hurry up.
I mean... I mentioned it earlier, this is the Viper style, right? We saw Casey go off very, very quickly and give himself tons of time for the endgame decisions.
Oh,
and
did he miss? No.
I called it out. Raven, I called it out then. This is not hindsight being 2020. I called it out 2 series ago.
So I was about to defend Viper, right? Because I was going to say, because I thought he was going to make a different turn, that because he was only tapping, or potentially only tapping once, that he could play the turn out in his head and then just execute with the addition of 1 draw. I didn't realize that he was intending on, definitely going Matron, which then obviously the animation alone for Hand of Gul'dan discard takes ages. So you have to account for that. I was going to say, well, if you can play your turn out in your head, decide it and then execute, it's fine. But that from Viper was not okay.
Value trades in the middle, and then rip the Devolving. He's going to rip it with 3 targets still. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of the punish for that happening, huh?
He even draws a, draw the Soul Fire? Or a Raised Dead?
A Soul Shear as well?
Oh yeah, he plays a
Does he already
Soul
have
Shear,
it?
doesn't he? Yeah, he plays Soul Shear. Well,
Face! Yes, excellent work. Fully on board with that part of the turn.
Maybe this was the Antonidas tech was about all along, Sol. Soon,
He's
Fireball will just be lethal.
He's so far away from it, though.
But Fireball would be lethal.
I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but he's so far away from it.
This is the issue. Maybe Psycho didn't want to hit the Dark Glare to make Viper think he should do the self-damage again.
Time check. Caster's log. 5 minutes to 8 September 5th. Raven has officially lost the plot, and his brain no longer works.
I actually think I've done a good job today. I
You've done great.
This might be a personal best.
Endurance record for Raven, yeah.
But on a slightly more serious note, to what I was joking about, Viper does have to very heavily consider every proc of self-damage in this game from this point onwards.
Double shard's insane. Giant's 0 now, right? Yeah, Giant is just 0. Oh, baby, that's a turn.
Imagine the discard on the Hand of Gul'dan. Like, what are the odds?
right back in it. Again, like, you know, just for consistency, I'm not just going to harp on about it when the turn goes wrong, but again, that turn ended with like 0.1 seconds left remaining. It's so scary when you're playing this deck. There's so many decisions to make that change so often.
You are completely right, and now this is a tough one from Psycho, because I'm leaning towards a magic trick, but unless it's what exactly Ray of Frost or Brain Freeze, then it doesn't really achieve too much. And now it achieves nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
I'm not sure what the Arcane Missiles was for, honestly. I thought Magic Trick would have always opened up more options. And you could still Arcane Missiles if the Magic Trick whiffed.
I guess what it's doing is, like, Psycho can tank this turn, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's 18 on board. He actually weirdly doesn't care that much about getting hit for 18. So he just played some other cards, which, like, discounted his Mana Giant, yada yada yada, opened up some hand space for evocation, all that kind of business, although Cram Session doesn't really do that. The turn he needs to panic more is next turn, right? That's when he needs a Blizzard or a Frost Nova or something. So I think this turn he was just like, oh, I mean, whatever. I'm not wasting my Frost Nova out on this turn where I'm just not dead on the board anyway.
To be fair, he could have still Magic Tricked and just not played a Nova if he got it. Like,
that's fair.
There was
true.
always the option, because now he almost... Well, he has to go Evo or Magic Trick, probably, right? Which he could have just used the mana for last turn. I don't know.
It could, yeah. But in that case, if you're not going to freeze the board, then Arcane Missiles did have some nice targets, right? The reduced damage on board, or you could like ping the Dark Glare to remove it, for example.
I guess you are right.
Or Face. I mean, Face was also a pretty nice target for the Arcane Missiles a lot of the time, right?
I think also here, Viper, because of this Brittlebone in hand, he might want to make sure he has at least one board space available to him this turn. Same could be said for the
Shadowlight Scholar?
The card. Yes.
Alright, so this turn, much, much more desperate than the previous one.
And only 5 mana post-evocation.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? And I think since Blizzard is out of the picture, you might as well spend some mana first. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like this. Just open up more spots for the Frost Nova. None of those look very much like Frost Nova to me.
There is a Brain Freeze, though, right? I'm not going blind there. That
yeah,
one
Flame Ward Brain Freeze is actually pretty freaking insane here.
The freeze most important because it does mean that there's only going to be 3 damage hitting face this turn. From the board, obviously we can see the Scholar in hand. That's a really big deal, actually.
This Giant's getting cheap. This Magic Trick could have a Nova inside it.
And a lot of these cards in Viper, I don't want to say are unplayable, but have larger and larger levels of risk of being played. Like, look at the Flame Imp, the Raised Dead. Even the Tall Guide is effectively a 1-1 if Viper doesn't want to tap, right? Which is rubbish, so...
And I go back to this is the 7, 8, 10 damage, whatever it was that Psycho did in the early game, right? Like, it's the health is the same, whether it's early or late. Like, Viper now has to be so much more careful with all of his tools because Psycho was aggressive early when he was given the opportunity to.
And also, this Giant is much more killable this turn as well.
Yeah.
I guess, do you go the other way here?
He's going in.
I think I like this, right? Okay, that's funny. I do agree with this from Viper. I think you go the other way of instead of trying to like defend your life total, you actually just say, no way, they're not going to have like a Pyro on turn 7. Let's go all in and just chuck everything on board and say, you have to deal with this again or you will lose. I do like this a lot from Viper.
Yo, that second Mana Giant actually might just make Frost Nova game winning. So obviously Viper's had the Brittlebone answer the entire time. He's again, as you can see, left himself that board space if he needs to use the Brittlebone. But now, because there's a second one, Ray of Frost? It's nowhere near it. It can't be enough. It can't be enough, right? There's no way. No, there's no way.
Freeze.
No, there's still 8 left. Even if he pings one off, there's still 7 left.
Arcane Missiles?
Arcane Missiles as well, yeah, maybe. Maybe we're getting there.
Because he's seen both Soulfires, right? Oh! I'm sure he's seen both Soulfires.
He has seen both Soulfires, yeah, you're correct. So now the AI is playable as well? Why isn't AI happening?
I guess he doesn't need the ping,
He wants to ping? Ping plays around second Shadowlight Scholar, which is the one remaining out, I guess? Alright, yeah, sure, fair enough. Happy with this.
Oh, yeah, he runs 2, doesn't he? Yeah, okay. Oh.
Penflinger down as well, right? Penflinger's gone, yep.
Penflinger's gone, and Viper only plays 1 Penflinger as well.
Yep.
Because there were some players today playing 2.
So yeah, this is just it. This is the one remaining source of damage, Shadowlight Scholar. And the ping played around it at the cost of playing Arcane Intellect that turn.
Who needs more cards? Oh, if you've got 2 8/8s going face.
Yeah.
Or I guess 1 8/8 going face.
Also, on top of which, yeah, okay, this is like... I can't formulate any argument that says to cast Arcane Intellect this turn.
But the Soul Fragment means it's not straight up if he just Brittle Bones 1. It's not just... It's no longer a giant ping. Ah!
Soul Shear for more. Scholar. Can full remove. Can he?
Oh, yeah, because he can gain his mana back.
He regains, yeah.
Oh, this play's just sick!
Yeah, this play's insane. Okay.
Tony, you're our final hope.
1 magic trick remaining. Can Arcane Intellect into Magic Trick into Frost Nova? And then any of those draws along the way can also be Prime.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe he's winning? Okay.
Come on. Don't be ridiculous.
Oh! Okay. He's 2 off! He's just 2 damage off lethal with the Frostbolt after all of that. Are you kidding me? So I think there's 1 real card left, right? So there's no fatigue this turn for Viper. Even if there were, it would only be 1 fatigue, so he'd still be 1 damage off. So yeah, the out was Doomsayer.
Wow.
Psycho missed it. What a game! That was actually really sick. Enjoyed it.
That was insane. And Viper, honestly, I don't really want to use the word brave because he just, I guess, calculated it and worked out his best chances. But he could have actually stopped and just left the 1 giant and him on 11 health. And he chose to tap instead and worked a little bit of a different route there and made a much better play, which was, I think, at least for me, tough to see. And then Psycho, I think both players played just insane to get to like every possible tiny out on both sides of the board, almost every turn of the game. That was awesome. I want to watch that match again.
I mean, let's rewind and just, for full journalistic integrity, we have to call that a recovery from Viper because there was, an unforgivable mistake in the early game. Like, you cannot be doing that stuff at this level. But then you do have to commend him because he absolutely pulled it all back together and was playing great by the end of the game. And I think if there's one thing that's clear, is like sometimes the reason why these turns go wrong on the rope for Viper is because he's into this deck. Like, he likes it and he's thinking about it on like an incredibly deep level, which sometimes gets him into trouble because he's just considering 1 too many things before he runs out of time on a turn.
And I think what I'd like to see as well from Viper and any other players who have this issue going forward is just remember the animations of certain interactions, right? No, because if you are going to do the discard a Hand of Gul'dan, it takes ages. Like, just factor it in and know you have to just force yourself to go quicker if you're considering Hand of Gul'dan or potentially Ysera portals and so on. Like, all these animations that are slow and get players into trouble down to just how long they take, the players know. It's not news, is it? Like, it's not a new card or a new effect. So it is important just to remember that if there's a chance that it happens, get going that few seconds quicker because it can make all the difference, as we've seen.
Right, I think we saw, was it Eddie who got burned by the fact that you can't play any cards while the Brawl animation is happening in America's GM as well, like a very similar type of thing. But, again, like, that's how the game works. We're supposed to know that, you have to play around those things.
Hey, though, we are going to go straight into our next game, of course. What looked like it could have been a 3-0 sweep. Psycho is going to be extended just a little bit as Viper starts to fight back. Pain Warrior against this Mage, and I think this could be a very good matchup for the Warrior. Do you agree? I know we've not seen much of it because of the bans, but...
I would suspect so, yeah. I would imagine this kind of weird combination of efficient early game minions with risky skipper, with armor gain, and then with the threat of burst damage on top of all of that as well. That seems like a very winning formula against Tempo Mage in particular. Because I know from just like the Bomb Warrior matchup, right, which I think a lot of people agree is the worst matchup for Tempo Mage, that, you know, skipper beats you up a lot of the time if the Bomb Warrior is the skipper variation. It's just, you know, way too good at clearing your early threats. You know, all of your early Sorcerer's Apprentice Cyclones, if you've gone for that. Your early spell damage boards, if you've gone for that. You know, Skipper can clear all that stuff up really efficiently. Obviously, this deck's Skipper package is even better than the one that Bomb Warrior plays when they do play it. So that should be very, very effective. And then, you know, the other point of Bomb Warrior or, say, Soul Demon Hunter and why, you know, they can potentially put good work in against Mage is that they just deal a ton of damage. Well, this deck does that too. They can threaten enormous burst damage. It's not quite in the same way as the bomb deck does, but it's still very, very effective at doing that.
I was just a little bit surprised with this turn, actually. While you were giving us that breakdown, I actually thought Psycho was going to go for a Chemvala just to set it up into an empty, well, not an empty bod, into the egg, I guess, and then go with the Sorcerer's Apprentice and multiple spells with Cram Session next turn. So a little bit surprised he didn't go for it there.
Go. You look away for 1 second and Psycho just sticks a Sorcerer's Apprentice?
Yeah.
How does he keep doing this?
I don't know. And maybe that's the reason. Maybe he felt safe in that the Sorcerer's Apprentice probably didn't die, but I don't know. I just I foresaw this turn being the other way round. That's all. And maybe that's just the way my brain worked on how to approach it.
Yeah, and like, honestly, Psycho's been such a pleasure to watch play Tempo Mage because he makes a lot of decisions very differently from what I did when I was largely playing a ton of Tempo Mage early in the expansion. But
oh god,
he
the
wins.
Middle card. Not like
he
this.
wins. He wins a lot. He
Right.
He has one of the best win rates with the deck in the whole of GM, with the largest sample size. Like, he's 18 and 11 overall before this series. So now make that 18 and 12, I guess. But they said 62% win rate, which the only other players that are around him are on a much smaller sample size. There's Wama and Zalay who are around him, but they've only played 8 games with the deck. So in terms of a significant sample, Psycho is the most successful player in GM globally with this deck.
Not going to protect him from a Blood Bowl Brute, though, as a shake of the head as Viper just cleans up that Chemvala quite easily.
What makes something real?
It does feel like a large part of that I'd love to get to the bottom with is he seems to get... Oh, no! He seems to get absolutely screwed by A-Bomb whenever he plays Jandis. No, that's not what I was going to say. He seems to get away with more apprentices than anyone else that I've seen. He seems to just play them super early and get rewarded for it more often. And, like, I can't believe that's random. Like, he must be seeing, you know, some glitch in the Matrix that us mere mortals are not identifying.
I will say, at least versus this deck, early on, there really isn't that many answers, if any, to an apprentice, right? I know this is a bit weird because we've not really cast Pain Warrior this season.
I mean,
but...
Livewire Lance, Wallmaul Challenger, Corsair Cash, Risky Skipper.
He didn't see
quite a lot.
It would be a while though, right? Like Corsair Cash doesn't count. There's only one.
Oh, sorry,
Livewire...
I meant Ankar, not Corsair.
Oh, okay.
Cash.
I was like,
yeah.
It's a bit brave. But yeah. There's only there's 2 weapons and the 2 Wallmaul challengers really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
I don't know.
And Risky Skipper clears. I think it's a few. Yeah, it's enough to be getting on with, Raven.
All these sound like excuses and reasons why you don't stick apprentices, Sol, is because you don't play them.
I mean, I still win a lot with the deck. I just clearly do it in very different ways than Psycho does. I don't know. It's the beauty of Tempo Mage, Raven.
I wouldn't know. I just lose.
She's a nebulous beast. You can't pin her down to one playstyle.
Surprisingly annoying minion for Psycho to deal with, honestly.
Yeah, Pretty easy.
Conjurer's
Conjurer's
calling,
calling.
no.
No on the backs. Okay, I figured it out. I know why he wins now. I've figured it out. All right. Mystery solved.
Imagine not playing Conjurer's Calling in your list, Sol. You don't get a win rate like Psychos without Conjurer's Calling. I'll tell you that.
Orange, can I call in some backup here? Can I tag you in for this argument? I'm sick of it already.
Wait, let me just quick check. I don't see that player's name in these 16 that we're going over this season.
Oh! From the top rope!
Job done. Just saying. It's not in the list.
Yo.
8 out of 10, Sol.
I mean, that was pretty good.
Viper's going to have to come up with something better, though, because this is a tough board to face down. Just the Earth Elemental and a Glaive Bound out of nowhere. This is not only tough to kill, it's going to kill Viper very quickly as well, right? The Frostbolt's in hand too, which is huge. I don't even know where he starts here, actually. Do you think it's worth potentially the Conjurers on the Glaive Bound after the attack?
Sure, it might just be Combustion, deal with the Armor Smith. In that case, maybe we're starting Primordial Studies? Maybe you just stick Antonidas and hit him in the head.
Okay, it's 13 minutes past 8 on... Sol has joined me in my craziness.
I don't think that's Raven level dumb. Like, genuinely, like, there was one of the famous weak points of this deck is that they just didn't really deal with big minions.
Right.
So if you had, like, a big win condition minion in your deck, you could just stick it a lot.
That's true. Especially through an Earth Elemental, which is honestly similar to my point about Conjurers as well, right? Like, how do you... Okay, this board's not really what I expected from the Conjurers, but it's just as hard to clear, right? And except you've got one extra minion now, and Psycho had already seen one Blood Boil Brute, so there's less chance of being completely blown out by, say, a double play.
Yeah.
There's still the Frostbolt as well. Primordial Studies can cash in some extra damage, and just that Thalnos too.
Yeah, between Thalnos Studies, Frostbolt, Evocation, Psycho has a good amount of reach on average that he can add to this. And now that's second Armor Smith being committed, which I think shows that Viper is absolutely scrambling here because he's giving up basically all of his burst heal potential here just to pick up a couple of extra points of armor on this turn.
Right.
You just stick the Tony, right? Don't you? Is one Fireball and an Antonidas on board just not enough in this scenario? Yeah.
Probably. Well, I did quickly look, and if he got a playable spell damage minion, which was extremely likely, he was still one-off lethal. With the additional spell damage and Frostbolt, of course. So yeah, I'm with you 100% here. This just is almost always lethal, especially with the kill on that other Armor Smith.
Right. 11 showing, 13 health. He needs to clear board, gain armor. It's not all happening.
Nope.
Viper looks suitably impressed with the situation.
What now?
This is one of the problems as well. Like I said earlier, Psycho does take the victory 3-1 over Viper. I was saying that Viper did tweet that he was trying to find something he liked and thought was a bit different, but just couldn't, and ended up kind of throwing this lineup together. So again, I just wonder, outside of, for example, the Zoo list, of course, I wonder how much he's put into Pain Warrior. And I'm not saying he played particularly bad or anything like that, but it is just tough going into a tournament day, effectively, with a lineup you do just already have admitted to you felt like you kind of just threw it together and hope it was good enough. And he did even say as well, seeing his opponent's lineups that he's got, he also felt bad because he didn't think his lineup did well versus what his opponents submitted to. So maybe just a rough day for Viper. I will say, outside of the obvious misplay with the rope earlier in that Zoo game, I do think once again he piloted Zoo with the strategy level off the charts, honestly. So it's super cool to see that. But again, congratulations to Psycho. I think he continues to bring some spice to his lineup, thinking outside the box, like you said. And these choices are making an impact in games. Look at the Broom in the Zoo, and look at even, the Antonidas in the Mage and the way he's playing Mage as well. Like, some people think, oh, you put random tech cards in, it never really matters. Well, we've seen these ones are actually achieving something.
Yeah, I'm not quite convinced the Antonidas is going to catch on in the same way that we've seen the Broom doing so. But yeah, I think someone needed to fill the Hunter Ace shoes, right? And Psycho seems to have stepped right into it, because previously it was Hunter Ace who still does. If you catch any of his stream in the morning, he's always playing like 4 or 6 weird cards in his list, and then goes into everyone else's stream after he's finished and tells them that those cards are the nuts and why aren't you playing these cards? I've made the best build.
And then everyone just does.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Is that Hunter Ace kind of proved that point throughout GM over the last couple of seasons, where he would make decks and then they would become accepted as the best builds, and then they bleed slowly through Europe, through Americas, and then eventually, after a year or so, they'd reach APAC as well. So someone needed to fill those boots, and I think Psycho has done a pretty good job of coming in and saying, no, I'm going to show everyone not to get complacent with the builds and actually try and optimize these things and push things forward, and certainly is a big part of the responsibility of leading to Broom in almost every deck moving forward.
Yeah, and we are going to be moving on to our final match of the day. It's going to be Bunny Hopper versus Yala. And not the 2 fastest players in the world, but 2 of the most successful. Actually, Yala has had a great year with a few seasons of GM, of course. And Bunny Hopper, I think, I don't know really how to phrase this. Maybe quietly still just amazing at the game. I don't think there's been any true standout moments for Bunny Hopper for me, at least this season, but he is in Division A again. He is doing well, and I think he will continue to do so.
Yeah, Bunny's just nutty. I think, actually trying to say this player's the best player in the world right now is almost impossible to do in Hearthstone. But, just personally, I mentally have an allocation of who the top tier players are. Both of these players are in free. They are just in there. And it's a pretty exclusive list. I would probably really struggle to get past 8 names total that I'd be really, really confident are on that same level. So I genuinely think these are 2 of the absolute best players in the world right now.
Yeah, and again, even just based off career results, it's even hard to argue, right? But like I said, and I did mention it yesterday and in the curve as well this past week, is that Yala, although has done extremely well, must be so hungry for just the win, right?
Mm-hmm.
The big payoff, because he does so well generally, but there just needs to be that one big win to really just maybe even propel him to a deserved reputation across the world, as opposed to maybe some lesser right now, where it's more people that really look into the numbers and stats that understand how good Yala is, but no one's seen him pop off on a big stage, right?
Right. But he is classically known as a fantastic control player, and so we're going to see him here kick off with this control priest build with the 2-offs, a little bit slower, a little bit more anti-aggro packed in, and Bunny is on what I would describe, if there were a pet deck for Bunny Hopper, it would seem to be this one. If we're talking about Psycho being an early adopter of the Broom meta, I guess we have to give credit to Bunny, Boar Control, and a couple of others who were the early adopters of this style of rogue in terms of GM. Back in the early weeks when pretty much everyone else is bringing some kind of stealth aggro rogue, weapon rogue, that kind of thing. It was Bunny and Boar primarily in the European region that were kind of running this Burgle/Secret/Miracle/Passage, whatever the name is. We'll narrow it down eventually. We'll get there. And then everyone will disagree and try and call it something else, as is always the way. But they were the players who really first brought this deck to popularity, and Bunny has certainly looked like he is one of the most adept at playing the deck.
Yep, and he is bringing the secret package of the 1 ambush, 2 dirty tricks, 2 plagiarize. So there is the ambush in there, as you mentioned earlier today, to make his opponent have to consider the ordering of play and what it means to play a minion first, if at all, and the impacts that potential extra secret can make. But for me, I do like Yala's priest approach, and same with any player who's brought the 2-of list this week. I think it's a really good heads-up play. As you can imagine, if you've been keeping up with any of these 2 players over the course of the last few months, years, Bunny Hopper off to a rip-roaring start on turn 1. Yep, there's the rope.
Why is it still funny? That's what I want to know. Like, why do I still find it amusing?
It's gone from... Some things are funny because they rarely happen. Some things are funny because they always happen, but sometimes don't. This literally always happens, which is why it's funny. It goes full circle again.
The thing is, that was legitimate, right? Like, you can see from the fact he's ended up on what I think a lot of onlookers might think, oh, that's a bit of a weird line. Like, that was actually a legitimate process where he took 70 seconds considering his options. But that is the thing. He does just do that even when there isn't a legitimate option.
He could have 5 7-mana cards in his hand, and I think the rope would have still been seen that turn.
Yeah. But yeah, this is really interesting, right? Because he throws this out. There is the threat of Penance in Yala's deck coming back the other way to deal with this, but outside of that, not so much. And it does give him the opportunity to just start popping off on the following turn. But one thing that always bothers me about making this play as Rogue is that, so unless you have prep, you only get to play 1 secret, and that secret is one of your natural Rogue secrets, right? None of which protect your Hanar. It's not like you get like a Noble Sack or a Redemption or a Freezing Trap or anything that can actually protect your Hanar from being removed from the board immediately in play. So it kind of feels like you always concede your Hanar in 2 turns by doing this play, so you only get to get 1 secret off, and imagine Bunny Hopper's just like, alright, seems fine.
I would also like to draw your eyes to the Shadow Step in hand, where Bunny could actually go Secret into then Shadow Step and then replay the Hanar with a Rogue Secret plus X next turn as well. Maybe now with that Blackjack Stunner. So I do agree with all your points, but definitely think Shadow Step raises another good question. Is Shadow Step this early too greedy, too weird, and now shock, Bunny Hopper's going a completely different way, trading off the Pyromancer and then resetting up the Hanar with that Shadow Step to go for a secret.
Now let's take a look what's behind door number 3. It's dagger up and kill the Pyromancer and not even get the initial secret value. That's actually really sick. Like, I almost certainly would have missed that, but now I see it done. It's just so obviously right.
As is most things Bunny Hopper does.
Yeah. I'm still not sure, like, whether I'm fully behind Coin Hanar in that situation. Like, I still have problems with that as a play, just in general. But his reaction to the bad situation that Yala put him in, which, again, commendation to Yala for putting him in a bad position. His reaction to that bad position, I think, is spot on in that scenario.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because if it wasn't Coin Hanar, then it's maybe coin Dirty Tricks. If it's not that, then it's wait, hold the coin, maybe play Dirty Tricks on 2, but then at that point, then when is Hanar actually hitting board and getting some kind of effect? If Yala ends up playing some minions down on curve, because then it's just always going to be a little bit behind, isn't it? Very interesting couple of turns, even this early in the game.
Does this build of Priest actually like play a threatening curve, though? That's my question. Because I think it happens less with this than it does with Highlander, like, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I don't know, though, because there's the 2 Disciples, I don't know these aren't really threats, but 2 Cleric of Scales, there's the 2 Wand Makers and 2 Wild Pyromancers, and then Apotheosis with any of those minions sticking creates a threat. So I think the numbers do add up a little bit there.
Alright, fair enough. Worth noting he also didn't have the stunner yet at that point, so being concerned a little bit more about aggressive pushes is relevant. Because obviously, once he drew the stunner, it's like, oh, if my opponent like curves out and then Apo's a minion, get wrecked. Just going back to your hand, right? So
I would actually love it if Bunny Hopper just said, get wrecked, as he Blackjack Stunner the minion back to hand. I just don't think it's something to say.
No.
There's still choices now, whether even if it's just between Plagiarize and Dirty Tricks, although I imagine Plagiarize this early in the game versus Priest isn't really going to net you too much value.
Yikes. Worst Paladin secret being offered there. I think Bunny would have liked to take the freebie on the Pally secret if he got Redemption, Noble Sack, Never Surrender even. I think all of those would have been taken, but he got Eye for an Eye, which is borderline useless in this scenario, so just curved out with the Ferrocat instead.
My question now, Sol, is this ever worth the Cabal Acolyte raised dead gamble, I guess?
Probably. Like, it's kind of just your best tempo play anyway, right?
Right. It's just Raised Dead seems a little bit lackluster with the pool. Which might just still be fine. It's just more stuff, right? It's never a bad thing. It's just, if it was guaranteed, I think you do it without even thinking.
Yeah, of course.
But because it's not, and the pool isn't amazing. Ugh.
So the problem is the sequencing is really difficult as well, because you play Cabal Acolyte, it could be the one of ambush, right? You said Bunny was playing a one of ambush. So that's a problem, because then that messes with your steal even more. But if nothing happens, you still don't know whether it's dirty tricks or plagiarize. So you could end up giving the full Cabal Acolyte combo to your opponent from plagiarize, which is kind of an issue. But I still like going for it, because like on the surface, outside of everything else, regardless of what happens from this outcome, which is the bad one for Yala, this play still involved him playing his biggest available minion that turn, right? Which it can't be that far wrong if you've done that on a Hearthstone turn.
Right. There is a 2/6 on the board now, which is pretty cool.
Exactly.
Here, though. Van Cleef now in hand. Not quite ready to go yet, I don't think. Although there is a prep secret bounce Van Cleef play.
Hello? Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
What?
I see what you're saying. Okay. You said prep secret bounce Van Cleef, as in bounce the Van Cleef? Yeah,
Van Cleef.
Bounce, comma, Van Cleef.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you not hear my comments on?
I didn't, sorry. You know, be more like me and say all your punctuation out loud, like a question mark.
Choose soon.
Get a slightly better Paladin secret that time round for Bunny Hopper.
Yeah.
Don't let the door hit you.
It's going to actually bounce the Acolyte. Give it back to Yala, but now it does cost 5, and it is unlikely that Yala has another a 0 cost spell, i.e. the Raised Dead.
Yeah, second Raised Dead exactly at this point. I mean, it is still scary because, you know, you give one of their most powerful game-winning plays back to them again. They didn't use a Wave of Apathy last time to activate it, so you know that that combo is now a threat that you have to contend with for the rest of the game.
But we are slowly getting to the point that worries me just about this rogue deck in general, and I think I might just never decide on this, or maybe I need to watch 100 games of this rogue play. But well, Yala just deaths the Van Cleef. There are ways in which he can kill the Hanar, or at least we can see it through the secret. And then what does Bunny Hopper do? Like, plays a 4/2 in a secret, and then just kind of passes. I don't know. The game feels like it slows down so dramatically for the rogue when they have this kind of turn get answered.
I mean, he does have Secret Passage in hand, which, you know, I think the really problematic games are the ones where you don't draw the Secret Passage, even more so than when you don't draw big threats, because, you know, you don't get that continuous gas. You do just sort of make that all-in push and then die. But, you know, getting individual threats answered is not the end of the world from Bunny's perspective. He does have plenty of resources, even though it doesn't quite look like it right now, because Secret Passage is going to be a fairly full hand of resources most of the time when he chooses to cast it. Which honestly might be now, although Ancestral Guardian does seem fairly reasonable still, but it's not it's not thrilling, is it? It's not a thrilling turn of Hearthstone.
So here's my question then.
Yeah.
As I guess you're taking on the role of defender of this rogue.
I don't want to.
I know
Raven.
you don't, but
you've just pinned me here.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the Secret Passage going to hit that makes this a good turn?
Stuff. I don't know, like Miscreant.
I love the answer. Cards. Like, okay, well, you got me there. It is going to hit cards.
Like Miscreant into lackeys that hit Spell Lackey or Dragon Lackey. The Spell Lackeys hit like Togwaggle's schemes and whatever else. Your Dragon's Lackey hits like Waxadread. Like, there's lots of ways that even after you don't get a big aggressive push and to end the game immediately, there's lots of ways where you can reset and just try and get grindy and value-based, right? And we have seen that on multiple occasions where this deck goes super, super late, even against very, very greedy control decks.
Well, secrets into Bunny Hopper just loving the dagger plays today.
Mm-hmm.
And it does defend, to a certain extent, I guess, to defend its Blackjack Stunner if he ends up getting a potential Shadow Step number 2. And now Yala, of course, has to consider what this Paladin secret is, also what the Rogue one, but he now knows there is 1 Dirty Tricks down. Is that where we're up to on the old secret count?
Natural secrets? Yes, I believe so.
Right.
Thy blood be born again.
Like this ordering as well, this will test for ambush.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to find out, and then he can react. So he does have the evasive worm if he wants to clean it up, or potentially clean it up. There's still the fear that that's redemption, which would be a problem as well.
Yeah, Noble Sack also, right?
Yeah, true. Which it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's creating like tricky situations, isn't it?
Submit, heretic.
Nice play with the subjugator there, just going to make this poison not have an effect. Unless
Yes.
Bunny Hopper can give it some kind of plus damage.
Yeah, poison defined as when it deals damage, so if it can't deal damage, it can't be poisonous. On top of the fact that it just can't attack at this point also.
Yeah, relevant if it's traded into, though, right? Like
Yep.
if Yala had a minion to trade into it, then he could have gotten away with it.
Your presence offends me.
The card? Voiced by Sottle.
Indeed. Yeah, little known fact.
People are going to tweet me now, aren't they?
Really? I know someone's actually just going to believe that, yeah. Yeah, good response from Bunny, though. Yala was trying to set up some weird point of board tension where he could challenge the ambush minion without using his biggest minion, and Bunny Hopper was just very easily able to dissect that. And Bunny, at least in this matchup, has gone from the school of thought of the Myra's Unstable Element school of thought, as Gia was describing it, which is you use all of your other cards first for tempo,
Right.
and then you use Secret Passage to refill. Again, I think you should be very, very scared of looking for general rules with this deck, because I genuinely don't think there are any. So I will only make it as narrow as in this particular game of Hearthstone, in this particular matchup, Bunny has chosen to go max tempo with all of his resources before playing Secret Passage.
Yeah, and again, I'm not going to throw general rules out there, but personally, I normally only play I'll call it an early Secret Passage if you've still got cards in hand. If you were looking for like a specific card that can or will win you the game at a certain point, mainly in like weapon decks, I normally do focus it a little bit more on like Weapon Rogue if you're fishing for a specific weapon. But outside of that, I find myself leaning towards empty the hand first and then go, similar to what Bunny Hopper's doing in this instance.
Yep. So yet more options available for Bunny. Same decision again. Because I think it's ever since that first turn where I called it out, right? And I said Ancestral Guardian is okay, but it's not thrilling or whatever I said. And then Bunny ended up doing something different with the Secret Hero Power. I think every turn since then it's been a debate, right? Of whether Secret Passage was required on that turn. And I think that debate is going to remain every single turn until he does actually play it.
Yeah. I will say now, though, the evasive worm into the evasive worm does look pretty good, right?
It does.
The problem is floating the mana.
Yeah.
And if Sottle's taught me anything over the past couple of days, is you have to spend your mana. So I think Bunny Hopper just has to Secret Passage here.
Literally illegal not to play Secret Passage in this spot, yeah.
So, from Yala's point of view at this point in the game, we're edging towards 10 mana, moving towards the late game. Both players have tons of cards still left in the deck. Fatigue is a bit into the distance for now. with Bunny Hopper not really having tons of card generation in hand now, is Yala trying to or thinking about just starving Bunny Hopper out potentially? Is that something to consider? Because he could Soul Mirror and just say, okay, all these good cards are gone, the board's clean, next turn go, and just say, can you keep making threats with no cards in hand?
So honestly, I think the most successful strategy as the Priest in this matchup is remarkably similar to what I was describing RDU doing in that matchup against Druid, where he just uses very inefficient answers just to be good enough for as long as he possibly can, just to stretch the few good cards, the few panic button cards out for as long as possible. That's accentuated even more by this really like slimmed down anti-aggro version of the deck, where you've got like no Plague of Death at the top end, for example. So on top of which, I think Yala is running the no Sethic list as well, right? Yeah, he is. So he doesn't even have the opportunity to like generate a lot of extra removal spells for himself from the Sethic Veilweaver. So he has very few universal answers to board states. Soul Mirror isn't even that, but it's the closest that he's got. So I think the most effective way to play is just pretty much the kind of play you saw him execute here, right? Which is just do something that was good enough that preserves your best cards in your hand.
Okay. Because I definitely think this matchup, playing against this rogue as a slower deck, is very hard to get this like the strategy of any given game right.
That was not the passage Bunny was looking for, I would imagine. It's weirdly too expensive.
Yeah, it like at a glance you're like, whoa, that turns insane. You got 2 questions and other cards, but looking at the mana, you can't play them both. But the Double Abyss as a backup doesn't seem too bad.
I mean, he could have done though, but it was just like questing Abyss, and then that's like all of his biggest threats gone. But yeah, I mean, like when I say it was too expensive, not only were the cards themselves expensive, but they were also like finite resources. He didn't like hit the One Thieves, the Evil Miscreants, all of that kind of stuff, where he actually gets to refill his hand now going into this turn. So the fact that Bunny sat on no cards has just ripped a passage and has committed one of his biggest threats to the board. This might now be good enough to throw literally everything I said last turn out of the window and just press the button and just deal with it all.
And funnily enough, typically, I think he can get away with not Soul Mirror this turn.
Yes.
Because if you look at Wave of Apathy, like...
Yeah.
I'm going to describe this as a worst-case scenario.
Yeah.
Bunny makes the question bigger. He can't make it that much bigger. He has no cards. He gets Miscreant to give it Titanic Lackey. Oh no, the Soul Mirror doesn't kill it. Wait, now I have one. Even the worst case scenario, Yala would end a Soul Mirror with his own questing adventurer, which seems pretty good considering he has cards and Bunny does not. So I think now we are flipped, and I think I would go for Wave this turn and buy even more time.
I mean, I can kind of buy it, but what do you then do with the rest of your mana this turn? Just not care?
Yeah, just chill. Just relax.
I mean, Raven, we just had this discussion. That's so much floating mana. You'll never convince me.
Rule number 1.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get fancy with like rule number 6 or something, but we missed rule number 1.
Yeah.
Oh well, there's a 1 thief for Bunny Hopper.
I mean, I'm not gonna say it. And Bunny, okay, I thought Bunny on principle. I think Bunny is the only person alive who hates this card as much as I do. I thought he might on principle just turn it down, but he did.
He's like, give me a minute. I need to message an admin. I'm gonna concede this game because I refuse to play this card.
Yeah. Sip of water to steel himself for the incoming nonsense. But honestly, it is just the perfect card for this scenario because I talk about this a lot, but even when Puzzle Box goes wrong, it usually makes you some resources. That's the one thing that it does fairly consistently, is either draw cards or generate cards into your hands. Like, with very, very consistent regularity, it does that. So it's kind of the one thing that Bunny needs right now.
The only thing it does more consistently than that is upset people.
Yes.
That's about it.
Upset 50% of the people involved in every game it's ever been played in, yes.
And sometimes it's 100%. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen.
That is true, actually, yeah. There's a real possibility.
No! Now what does he do?
Probably passage?
Oh,
I mean, of course I'm going to say that, right? I'm horribly biased against the puzzle box. But I'm pretty sure you passage first now, with that being the draw. This is more like it. This is more like it.
Maybe I can get away with not playing this box, actually.
This is more like it. That's the goods. What do you step? Do you want lackeys? Do you want board presence with the Jandis? You've probably got board presence covered, right?
Post Soul Mirror World? That's fair. But speaking of bias, I always try and shadow step Jandis. I think it's so much stuff for one card. Just obviously not one card straight because of shadow step, but you know what I mean, right? Like if this does get dealt with, you just get to just refill the board to a certain extent.
It's one thief. I was sure that was lackeys. Okay, interesting. Fireballs. What a Hearthstone hand this is now for Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, I was wishing he could generate a box of his own, honestly.
Well, he's okay here. Neophyte not really having that big of an effect on how powerful his turn is. Pyro Death Smite, still all playable.
Do you think he ever wants to go a little bit slower this turn and try and get the Apotheosis on the Pyro? Does that ever make much of a difference?
I mean, he's at 25. Like, you're kind of saying take more damage so you can heal it up again with the Apotheosis, right? Like, that doesn't make that much sense to me.
And I guess he can't clear enough of the board to make Bunny Hopper play more stuff on the board to get value.
Right.
I suppose. So, yeah, okay, I can see it.
What is in
He does have other minions. It's not like he's only got a Pyromancer to try and stick Apotheosis to.
Could still go with the Apotheosis here if you wanted to. I don't like it as much personally, but it's still possible. Yeah, it does seem to be what the other's going for. Okay. He deals with one less minion this way, but he gets a minion stuck in play, which he would have had to have like hero powered his Pyro. I'm not even sure if that actually fit into the mana. But he would have had to hero power his Pyro to keep it alive in between the spells, and it would have cost him a Holy Smite, which this way he still has a Holy Smite in his hand. Just doesn't have an Apotheosis anymore, but he has got 5 healing out of it.
Right, yeah. And I think it would have fit right because Holy Smite would have cost 2, Apotheosis cost 4. So the 2 mana floats. Right?
power for the taking?
No. You have to death, right? You have to death the questing. I was talking about the Holy Smite fits in the line without the Apotheosis, where you then have to heal your Pyro in the middle to keep it alive because you're not buffing it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? He made that turn, but with the other way, but would have had 2 spare mana to heal. Yeah.
Oh, got it. I see. Yep.
Oh, look, more mage cards. Honestly, with one fireball in hand, does it make the second fireball just better?
Yeah. I mean, what's this being used on?
Free drop?
Sure.
Why not? If you evolve it with a Witchy Lackey, why not do something kind of similar-ish?
That's fair.
That's why.
This is kind of why I wanted to clear more that turn with the Pyro, because he's kind of out of clears at this point, right? That was his second Pyro. He's out his Soul Mirror. He's down 1 Renew that can find him, Breath or Nova or Mass AoE or whatever else. So I kind of wanted to AoE as much of the board as I possibly could that turn, because it felt like the last way to actually try and get a grip on the board.
Yarlet, going to take a quick glance at his deck list just to see how far away he is from having an active Alex. Probably too far still.
1 card.
No. I guess the payoff isn't worth the wait if you need something more immediate now and a 4/10 that kills 2 minions.
Yeah,
seems pretty solid, honestly.
He was literally 1 in 6.5 next turn to activate Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. Oh, that's so weird. 13 cards left. He's just playing 2 Ops Priest and still got Highlander stuff active, pretty much.
Now this 410, it's going to be a bit of a problem for Bunny Hopper, because it's not like Bunny Hopper's setting up lethal, especially with the defensive Fireball and the Conjurer's Calling combined choices, means that he's no longer set up on a high burst plan. And I do wonder how close we are getting to that box being played, and it looks like pretty close as Bunny Hopper presses the button.
Good start. Sure. Nice. Oof.
Good? Question mark? He swapped his little minions for 3/3s?
Okay, this has stopped being okay, Raven. This isn't okay anymore. No, not okay.
Wave of apathy. It's gonna get it. It's gonna get its work done this turn.
It really is. Yeah.
Although if that's counterspell, does he have to test with one maker first?
Or one maker dump the spell. Yeah.
Yeah, one maker cast whatever.
Yeah, there's potential for him to get confused here as well, because if he doesn't make the board space first, then the mirror entity, which it actually is, won't proc when he plays the one maker.
Mm-hmm. And no real reason not to trade, right? These minions do need to die at some point, or at least the taunts need to go away at some point.
Well, that's the sequencing issue, right? Is that he wants to play Wave of Apathy before he trades, because why does he want to take 4 extra damage on his minion? So it's actually really awkward dissecting the secret here.
Sure. And now he's like, does Mind Vision ever win me the game?
Okay, so now he knows.
Oh, that's a good one.
It really is.
Oh!
He has not yet ruled out Spellbender, though, unfortunately.
What if he just doesn't trade?
What?
Well, if he trades, then like you said, Spellbender's a problem with the Conjurers, right?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so what if he just doesn't trade, take the
big
Conjurers
brain.
on the 8-drop?
Big brain. I don't think that's actually good, but it is clever.
I'll
take
take
credit
it.
for that. Yeah.
Okay, so he's just not going to cast it at all this turn. Going to go for the other playback. I think he was considering it.
Yeah, stealing the Hunter's marked minion there is pretty unfortunate. And yeah, that was a really difficult turn to be super optimal with the secrets. I'm not entirely sure whether he was or whether I even want to really break it down. Obviously, a slightly bigger minion in some worlds has been given to the opponent, but I explained why that risk kind of has to be given.
Wait, this turn is also sick because the satyrs don't generate anything because you can't kill anything off. Okay, you can kill one minion off. Has to kill one of the 1/2s off as well. Just to make room to get the value from one of them at least?
Yeah. I'm pretty
It's just
sure
a little bit weird
having
the way it looks.
space for the Conjurer's Calling on a Xavius is more important than space for the 2/1s being summoned,
That's
right?
true,
'Cause
that's
I
true.
think he's CCing one of them.
Right, okay, sure.
Yeah. Ugly.
Now there is still just a 4/6 on board for Yala. He still has that Conjurers. He has a double Conjurers next turn, right?
No.
Oh no, sorry. It's the post.
He just mind visioned an already half version of it.
Right, yeah. I'm being silly.
It's not active. He needs all of the hulking Overfiends. All of them.
I wonder.
Any play, right? Kill a 3/3.
You can trade the 2/2 into the 7/2, right, as well. Which is clean. Doesn't have to do that pre-Conjures, of course, but...
Yeah.
is a clean kill on one of the more problematic minions he has.
Mm-hmm.
He wishes he could kill this beast cleanly, but... Oh, okay, that's what the heal's for then, right? Heal to 8, you can trade into the beast and the 3-2, and then that means he gains a 3-3 on his side of the board. Oh no, because I only go to 8, what am I talking about? Silly.
I don't know. I don't know what you are talking about.
Rubbish again.
He wants to ensure that he was value trading 6-6. Okay. So he killed a 6-6 instead of a 3-3 and a 3-1 with those 2 attacks, and it cost him 2 healing on his own face. Does that make any sense? I'm not sure that makes any sense. Interesting.
Me neither. I'm not... It's the same power, but less minions was the trade then?
Yeah.
There's no, like, weird, well, if he has another Conjurers, then the bigger minion's kind of more of a threat, because it's a better target? I don't know, I'm stretching.
No, I mean, you know all the cards left in his hand now at this point are natural. There's no more randomly generated
Oh, yeah,
cards left.
he can't, and hasn't he played both as well to generate the mage cards now?
Hey! Nice. Titanic Lackey. Make that thing useful.
And also, Draconic Lack is huge as well, right? Because Bunny Hopper has only got 1 card left in his deck, so...
Yep.
He does need maybe 1 extra little bit of a boost. Threat-wise, at least.
Has to be Renew into Plague. I don't think Galakron does enough. Okay, if it snipes exactly the beast. So he trades the 3-3 first, he heals himself, he goes to 3, he goes to 8, he kills the beast, and then there's 1, 3, 5 damage. Yeah, I mean, there are worlds where he remains alive this turn, sure. Problem is, Bunny played Plagiarize. In case you thought the game couldn't get any weirder.
I wonder.
Y'all are trying to work out here whether the heal is worth more than the minion generation from Galakron, I think.
It has to be. It just has to be.
I think so too, but Yala, not a gentleman to rush
no
decisions. Regardless, the Galakron does have to kill the beast. That's pretty straightforward. Job 1 right now.
Yo!
Okay.
Actually happened.
Now there's less power on the board.
So now we're actually in Galakron Mirror World. I kind of said that as a joke. I wasn't really expecting it to actually happen, but here we are.
Well, that was your first mistake, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. You raise a good point. And now there's some good, like, now we're nearly stable on Yala's side. There's actually some pretty good cards left remaining in his deck. There weren't that many good cards when all he needed to do was panic and clear a board really desperately. But if this doesn't hit absolute juice, which it kind of hasn't, they're pretty mediocre.
Spellkin Sinister Strikes?
Sure. Just needs one of them.
One is lethal, yeah.
Yeah.
But if he plays one, he's not playing Galakron, but he does have backup, right? He has a Titanic Lackey, the Pharaoh Cat. He doesn't have to play Galakron this turn.
Yeah. Agreed. I still think that Titanic Lackey ends up on the Obelisk.
Choose soon.
Oh yeah, he's just going to play it.
Alright, full clear, push the damage, put Yala back in the position where he needs to draw. Does make sense. Of course, copied versions of Galakrons generally, can't think of too many exceptions, copy in the state that they were when they were played, or copied or stolen, or whatever they're in. So because that Galakron was played, it was plagiarized, and it was in the same state it was when Yala played it, which was killing 2 minions, invoked up 1 level.
I think here it's... Oh, okay. I didn't know whether it was always one maker first.
It's not good enough. It's still lethal on board, even with the steal. One maker go to 8 with Radiance? That's not it.
That does proc his cleric, right?
It does proc his cleric, so he can then find Renew. Is this just weirdly the worst Murazond you've ever seen in your life? Your opponent's just not playing any more cards. So he does find the Renew. Is the Penance better?
Time is running out.
6-2. You can kill the 2-1.
Penance kills a 2-1.
3. Go for Renew.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Best of both worlds. Yep, sign me up.
Fine. You got us there, Yala. You got us there.
A simple spell should
Wave of Apathy, Draconic Studies. And, like, so this is something I wanted to bring up last turn. Now that he's played Galakron, he's a priest. Before he played Galakron, he was a rogue. If you can remember that far back. I know it was only, like, 90 seconds ago. That's fine. So
it feels longer.
Yeah, 1-mana rogue spells actually deal damage. Some of them, you know, Sinister Strike, Plague of Madness actually adds in. Deadly Poison as well adds damage. Whereas as soon as he switched to a priest, he then loses the ability to actually pick up game-ending damage.
Just a Ysera. Why not?
It's pretty interesting, right? It's an easy thing to forget as well. Like, I don't know for sure whether Bunny was expecting rogue spells or priest spells there at that point.
The biggest thing for me was, even if he doesn't clear the board that turn that he played Galakron, he's on 25. Yes, he's taking fatigue, but he's on 25, right? Like, he's not going to just die to Yala's one-card hand, right?
Right.
So I think there was time to play the spell team before the Galakron.
Is it happening? Is it happening, Raven? Oh, the Deathwing.
Well, well, he has to, right? He just has to. But there is still the card tut as well. There is still Wave of Apathy Ysera.
What if?
This is just game 1. So now Bunny just goes Wave of Apathy, Ysera, maybe gets a bounce, maybe doesn't, probably doesn't want a bounce, honestly, but still has other options, and then the card tut to back it up.
Dream your Deathwing, yeah.
No, he could bounce his own card tut after it's died once.
Ah, okay. Nice recovery, Raven.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My point being is, this does not actually strictly win Yala the game.
No, not even close. Not even close. Bunny has multiple options. It's not even necessarily Wave Ysera, right? He could just go. He could play the other two. He could just go Chrono Breaker, Kartu. Like, that's totally justifiable here as well.
What about?
Remaining cards for Yala, 7 of them. Raise Dead, Wave of Apathy, Penance, Apotheosis, Kaj, Kobold Spellkin, Murazond. Murazond is the scariest one, for sure. That's the one you probably have to think about the most.
Maybe this timeline amuses me. Our home. Tombs.
Like, this would be a great Murazond for Yala.
Apotheosis!
Yala's just... and a Reliquary! I said the word right that time!
You certainly did, yeah.
Insane!
3 fatigue for Bunny. He's on a clock. He doesn't just have to survive this Deathwing, he has to win the game. Where does that come from?
Now he might want to bounce the Deathwing.
He might very well want to bounce the Deathwing at this point, yes.
Okay, so there is hero power into Cabal to steal the 1-3.
Sure.
I'm just thinking of options that That's all. Maybe not this turn.
Wait,
Maybe not
sorry.
next turn.
Can we recap? Did you just say Hero Power, Cabal, Steal the 1-3? Is that what you said?
I think so.
You wouldn't want to steal the Deathwing with the Wave of Apathy in that world?
Oh, sure. Okay. I was assuming, like, not necessarily this turn, in general, to deal with the 1-3.
Okay.
Like I was saying, he might not do it this turn, because I think he has to Wave of Apathy this turn.
Mm-hmm.
I guess so. His card's good. Oh, it's getting ruining me.
Yeah.
So he's waiting. He's waving because he just doesn't want him to heal as much.
I mean, he's also like, there's like penance off the top that just would deal 14 to his face or whatever in that scenario. That doesn't feel particularly practical either.
A simple spell.
Gosh. The options are all so good.
Oh, it's so much value. Yeah, let's just catch the Sarah, right? You can't dream everything. You can't dream everything.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Kato, honestly. Because Yala can just outlast him, right? If Yala just keeps healing, Bunny's going to die to fatigue and Yala isn't.
Have you seen this 14 attack lifesteal Deathwing? I think he's okay for healing.
Could get dreamed.
He could get dreamed, yeah. That's the nod from Bunny. I think if you pause the tape, you can see the exact moment where he gave up on winning this game.
Yeah, the light well just doesn't quite cut it, does it? When it's facing down a 14-9 Deathwing with Apotheosis.
What happened this game, Raven?
A lot. So, a lot. This started as a rogue versus a priest.
Yeah, dude, like, viewers tuning in right now, like, oh, here we go again. Typical Europe, Bunny Hopper playing a priest mirror and losing. Where have I seen this before? No. This isn't a priest mirror. This is priest versus rogue.
Yep, speed this game up, Yala. It's like kryptonite to both of you. That's why you couldn't pick it.
17 damage, 5 fatigue, 22 total this turn, so Yala's still a little bit off, but is almost guaranteed to have it on the next turn now.
Is there ever... Crazy suggestion time. Is there ever a reason to just trade the Ysera?
I mean, I think the game's solved. You can do whatever you want. If you want to trade the Ysera, that's fine with me. I can't give you a compelling reason not to.
Okay. I'm just trying to think, like, what are, like, the ultimate pair of Ysera cards that could dig Bunny out?
Yeah.
I don't think they exist, but you do have to consider them.
Yeah. So, like, the reason why I say the game's solved is, like, you can trade, and then Bunny has no stuff left, and you win the game. But also, you can just go face, and then he dies from fatigue into fatigue anyway at that point. So, like, it just kind of doesn't seem to matter that much. Going face also cuts into the Ysera Awaken outs, because he'd be damaging himself in the face. Like, you can really get into it, but at the end of the day, I think you just pick a line and you commit to it hard either way. It doesn't really matter that much whether you go full aggro or full trade on that last turn. I think the game was over. I think Bunny's expression on the previous turn when he got the light well and went, yeah, all right, that's probably one turn too far at this point. I can't win anymore. But come on, what was that game, Raven? Like, what did we just watch?
I honestly don't know, but what I do know is Yala's got to be feeling pretty happy because he was just seconds away from losing at what I feel were multiple points in that game of Hearthstone, and somehow, 20 minutes later, he's the victor. So he must be pretty happy to sort of I don't say steal that one away, like, you know, it was undeserved or anything like that, but it looked grim for him for many, many turns back to back. He just about held on. I managed to get the win there, so a rough one for Bunny Hopper to have to bounce back from.
I'm sorry, I just had a flashback. I just remembered how good the box was, and that Liana beat that. Like, that happened. That box happened. Like, after the Soul Mirror and everything else was gone, and Yala actually still managed to find his way out of that. Oh, he's a good Hearthstone player, Raven. That's what we're figuring out here, day by day, week by week.
He is pretty good. But what is pretty good as well after a game like that is a little break as well. So we are going to go to one and we'll be right back to continue this series. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to an exclusive interview with former world champion of Hearthstone, James Fire Bat Kostasich. Hi, James.
Hi, happy to be here for the interview.
Hi, welcome to the
Thank
interview. So how do you deal with your old age?
Yeah, for esports, I guess I'm getting kind of up there at this point, but I don't travel as much as some of the young guys. I try and stay home and stream more and focus on growth there.
I have trouble accepting my own mortality. Ever think about having pups?
Pups? Like dogs?
Pups.
Yeah, I had a dog before. It's hard with esports and the traveling. I'm kind of more on the cats for now rather than dogs, but I do love pets.
Where did you move this winter?
I just stayed in Michigan.
You didn't move?
No.
Well, how do you deal with the colder months?
Yeah, it kind of sucks. You go inside, turn the heat on, right? But you know, snow is always a bummer. It actually wasn't too bad this year. There wasn't too much shoveling you had to do.
Well, this winter I didn't really feel like moving, so I slept for like 3 months.
That sounds nice.
We're here in Texas. Did you fly to Texas?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I'm only in Detroit, so it was only like a 2.5-hour flight. It was pretty good.
I can only fly at night because it seems like there's a better selection of food.
Yeah, I don't think there was food on my flight.
You want some fruit? Okay, this fruit went bad, by the way.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break to recover from that game of Hearthstone we just witnessed between Yala and Bunny Hopper. We've got plenty more where that came from, though, because Yala, although having won one game, this is best of 5, which means there's a couple more to win before he is done. And Bunny Hopper having his Priest and his Rogue once again, and Mage to go up against Yala's Druid and Mage overall. Are there any must-win matchups here, Sol? Are there any struggling decks you might think are the hurdles either of these players are going to have to get over?
Series, that would be incredible. And you missed that all because I was muted. I do apologize.
You should apologize. Accept it this once, but let's get into this game. Yala on the mage, Bunny Hopper on that priest, and Yala, another player who's bringing the old Antonidas to his mage list. I think, at a quick glance, it looks almost the same as Psycho's, maybe exactly the same.
Yeah, it does. I believe you are correct. Yala just holding on to Wandmaker here in the opener.
Bunny Hopper, on the other hand, doesn't have a bad few options himself. Did have the Pyro and the Wave of Apathy, but Sethic Veilweaver being kept, not too much of a surprise, and a Wandmaker for himself as well, which means at least there is a couple of options for early game players. So I do think some of the, apart from the extreme, evocation, craziness, super early giants, one of the strongest openings I see from this major really are just the tempo openings of just playing minions turn after turn. Even now, I wouldn't be too upset to see Yala coin one of these out.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were talking about when we were discussing like the discrepancy in strategies versus Demon Hunter, right? Where Alan was saying this was the kind of hand that you wanted, whereas Orange was more on the side of the Sorcerer's Apprentice hand. Where Alan was saying, spell damage minion into cram session. Like that's kind of the business that you need in this early game to be able to be beating Demon Hunter. It's definitely like of comparable power in a lot of matchups to just even the nuttiest Sorcerer's Apprentice openings, because if you do then follow this up with a cram session, you're in pretty serious business. But Bunny, love this choice from him, just to throw out the Sethic on curve. Actually very hard to deal with from an empty board mage.
Right.
It's quite a lot of resources that need to be thrown out just to deal with this one card, and if it does stick, which it's likely to, the curve out into Apotheosis is a very, very big deal.
And that was the tough thing for me. Obviously, you can't just say, oh, my opponent's always going to Sethic on 2. But I like keeping hold of a coin as much as the next player, but for me, it just could have been Astromancer into 2-drop X, and that would have looked very, very powerful regardless of what Bunny Hopper did. He does have the option now of coining out the Arcane Breath, but he just wouldn't do enough without the spell damage, so he's just going to hold on for that next turn.
I would imagine with that much spell damage in hand and the promise of Cram Session at some point, that makes holding coin kind of appealing, so you can pair that together quickly and cycle through your deck. And then also, there's that Antonidas tech that we saw put in some work for Psycho, which, if Yala can super greed the coin and carry it all the way into the late game, then that becomes an incredibly useful resource with the Antonidas later on as well.
It does worry me, and like I say, I've seen Mage do incredible things in the late game, right, with saving some resources. But it's just a little bit scary when you let Priest get bored before you have anything too impactful to do.
Priests never get bored, Raven. They're having way too much fun stealing all your stuff every time.
Twilight Drake for just the uncurved play. Oh no. Okay. Going for the evasive worm is more of a response play later on, and not going for the curve play. I guess he does have the Apotheosis next turn along with an Inner Fire potentially, so there are next turn options for Bunny Hopper regardless if these minions live.
Bunny just giving up his Sethic to say to the opponent, you are welcome to ping this turn if you would like to.
It's almost, maybe not even surprisingly, but even in this matchup, it seems to be the battle of who's going to take the game the slowest. Because yes, Bunny Hopper's played minions out, but like you said, he's not gone aggressive with the Apotheosis. He's letting his Sethic just get pinged off, saying, well, if Yala wants to ping, that makes the game even slower, which might benefit Bunny Hopper. But Yala's also gone a lot slower than he could have. He could have had effectively a turn 1 2-3 curve, actually, looking at the hand.
Right. Yeah, the lack of Apotheosis last turn does surprise me. Like, there's not even a natural devolving missiles in Yala's list, right? That you'd have to be scared of in that position.
But the Sethic didn't die, so maybe Bunny Hopper just knew.
He's just absolutely mind games him, yeah. So that's the question now. Has Yala just got the read? Like, oh, he doesn't actually have anything to do with the Sethic. He just played it out as a river crop.
What if? Is this a wave of apathy turn? Is that madness?
What? Why do you... What? Why do you want to do that?
Because value trades.
Ah, I see.
I mean, these two Astromancers are going to do a reasonable chunk of damage, whichever way you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And if he just straight up trades now, then the Sethic is yet again weak to a ping.
Well, you could just Inner Fire, right, to protect the Sethic trade, so it ends as a 4-2 instead. Like Inner Fire on the Astromancer. Yeah, kind of like this. You always hit the 0 mana silence here. Oh, so close. Oh, it was almost the God Call. All right. Business time, Raven.
Somewhere. Eric's just woken up. He's like, okay, well, there's an apprentice evocation in hand. Let's go.
Is that? I gaze into the night sky and I see the apprentice evocation signal.
At least it's not the high Baron Derek signal.
Yeah, no one wants to see that.
It's just like weirdly the evasive worm on curve trade plan here, but it is only trading to a 1-3, so it doesn't quite feel as powerful as it could do. This is much more realistic here from Bunny Hopper.
Agreed, yeah. Cobalt Spellkin ends up being a lot more effective here. Yeah, agree with this as well. Spell damage is quite scary. So does Yala go? Or, I mean, so this is a possible explanation for, you know, the speed that Yala's would look to progress the game at. When you have Antonidas in hand, this is something that, you know, I did see from some of the specialist matchups in Americas where this is being run as a tech card. You actually have a ton of inevitability in a lot of matchups if you've just already drawn Antonidas, because the amount of fireballs this deck specifically can generate with that Antonidas.
Right?
Yeah, if your opponent doesn't pressure you, like, you are just in business. So with the Antonidas already in hand, Yala might just felt very, very secure going incredibly slowly here, but he is just going to commit to the more standard-looking